The anomalies of the world are deemed as monsters. The essence and spirit of beings are regarded as spirits. The undispersed souls are perceived as the uncanny. The irregularities of things are classified as strange. The position of the censorate, once known as the crouching tiger, was established by Emperor Wu of Han, tasked with overseeing witchcraft and capturing treacherous individuals. With the resurgence of spiritual energy and mystique across the globe, humanity has embarked on a path of cultivation, and the legendary fairies and ghosts have begun to surface. Shadows abound, concealing countless malevolent entities that eye in a desolate museum. The Han Dynasty tiger insignia has made Wei Yuan the last censorate officer of modern times, leading him through the extraordinary events of ages past and present that eye in the realm of the peculiar. Silence prevails regarding the supernatural thus. Let us speak of it with caution and listen with due care. Let us sever the connection. With an 8-sided Han sword, let us vanquish the phantoms and specters. Life and death are predetermined. The heavenly path resides in the heart. When at last, Wei Yuan can recline in a wooden chair, basking in the sun during peaceful times, the museum behind him has sealed countless demons and spirits. Prologue. In ancient clans, totems were utilized to exorcise demons, a formation of 12 performing a ceremonial dance. By Zhe, endowed with knowledge of celestial and terrestrial matters, adept in the minutiae of life, he could perceive the past and foresee the future. He once articulated the Bai Zhe's illustrated spirits, containing over 1,520 varieties of spirits and monsters. In pre-Qin times, there existed a text named Questioning, teaching the masses to dispel supernatural forces. The sages proclaimed, revere the gods and spirits, yet maintain distance. Silence befitting the supernatural. The first celestial master, Zhang Daoling, received the male and female dragon swords from the heavens, demolishing mountains and temples, slaying malevolent forces. By the Ming Dynasty, Crown Prince Zhu Biao inherited the throne, while his brother Zhu Thi valiantly defended the nation, earning the title of general. With brotherly unity, peace reigned across the seas. During the Ming era, the emperor safeguarded the nation's gates. The monarch perished for the state, extending the dynasty for over 5 centuries. Swiftly modernizing, the land gradually became known as Hua, standing proudly in the east. In the year 1900, a star fell, covering 80% of the blue planet's landmass. With the revival of spiritual energy, phantoms and specters began to awaken. Chapter 1. The Crouching Tiger Insignia. Hello, this is the Zhongjing Street Police Station. How may I assist you? Hello, how may I assist you? Are you currently unable to speak? No, it's not that. To need to report something. You must help me. You have to save me. I'm so frightened. You must help me. Madam, could you please provide your specific address? My home is at Fuchin Community, Zhongjing Street, Unit 3, number 72. Hurry, please come quickly. It's urgent. All right, we have dispatched the nearest officer to your location. Please remain calm and ensure your safety. May I ask what you are experiencing? Is it a robbery or another threat to your safety? No, it's not a person. 2. Encountered something unclean. I truly did not mean to provoke it. It has been relentlessly following me. Something unclean? Please try to remain calm, madam. Rest assured, our colleagues are on their way. Trust in science, there are no ghosts. Perhaps you're just feeling a bit off lately. It's truly something unclean. A pair of red embroidered shoes. Red embroidered shoes? Yes, indeed, the kind from ancient times, the 3-inch golden lotus shoes. I am a folk designer, creating niche clothing and accessories for various shops. Recently, I lacked inspiration and couldn't create anything, so I went to Jiangnan to unwind. I saw those shoes in a small shop. They were truly beautiful, like a piece of art. The golden embroidery captivated my gaze. They were simply exquisite. Madam? I'm sorry. I got carried away again. It's all right. You mentioned red embroidered shoes? Yes, the red embroidered shoes. I bought them, and I felt my inspiration surging. That very day, I designed 2 new pairs, which are now selling very well on Taobao. Since I have a commission agreement, my sales exceeding a certain amount earns me a bonus, so I was quite elated. I had a bit to drink, and then dreamed sob. Madam, you needn't dwell on it. Please calm down. My colleague is almost there. No, I must continue. In my dream, I saw a woman, a female ghost, staring directly at me, her black hair cascading down, dripping with water, clad in red, her feet adorned with those red embroidered shoes. She just gazed at me without uttering a word. The next day, I dismissed it as a nightmare, but the following night, I dreamt of her again, and she was even closer. How close? Initially, 5 meters away, then 3. Recently, she was almost touching my face. Can you imagine? I could see her eyes, the water dripping from her hair, and the spots on her face. Those are corpse spots. She is dead. Dead. I was terrified awake. I got out of bed to get some water, but I saw those red embroidered shoes right by my bedside, their toes pointed towards the bed. The shoes by the bed, the ghost on the bed. She means to harm me. She intends to hurt me. I distinctly placed them in my studio. They walk here on their own. Madam, please remain calm. Perhaps you inadvertently left them there and forgot. Forget? Impossible. That day, I didn't seem to have any slippers. I wore those shoes here. How did you dispose of those shoes? Dispose? To burn them. Elders say fire can expel unclean entities, and they wouldn't dare come near. That I was at peace for several days, but just now someone knocked at the door. I thought it was a delivery, but I couldn't see anyone through the peephole. Instead, I saw those shoes standing at the door, leaving a wet patch on the floor. It's her. She has returned. She's coming for me. Officers, hurry up. Why aren't you here yet? Sob, I hear the door opening. She has come in. Madam, please remain calm. My colleague is already upstairs. Ensure your safety. Where are you now? My colleague will escort you out. I'm hiding in the wardrobe behind the curtains. Please hurry. Officer? Officer, what's the matter? Don't frighten me. So you are here. The voice emanating from the phone shifted in tone, rendering the woman who called the police pale with fright. Creak. The wardrobe door slowly opened. Outside stood a pair of petite red embroidered shoes, water dripping around them. Ah! Beep, beep, beep. Hello. This is the Zhongxing Street Police Station. How may I assist you? Hello. How may I assist you? Are you currently unable to speak? The male officer answering the phone furrowed his brow. In their police station, all personnel were male, with no female colleagues present. He glanced around at his fellow officers, indicating, no one is speaking. It seems the signal is being interfered with. Since I'm going to check, there have been several incidents lately, it wouldn't hurt to take a look. Yes, check the residence of the phone number's owner. All right, it has been located. Where? Fuchin Community, Unit 3, number 72. The officers summoned the landlord, took the key, and opened the tightly locked door, rushing into the house. No response to their calls. After the phone call, a woman's ringtone sounded. On the 18th day of the first month, an auspicious day, raise the sorghum. Adorned in crimson, each inch is steeped in sorrow, hastily tailored. The music carried an inexplicable chill. A throng of officers rushed in, only to fall silent in unison. Upon a mahogany round stool sat a woman clad in red, the owner of the abode. Her raven hair cascaded down her back, hands delicately folded upon her abdomen, and upon her feet were the tightly bound 3-inch golden lotus shoes from which blood continuously flowed, drip, drop. Her dark tresses dripped with crimson. Bang! Wei Yuan listened to the distant wail of police sirens, casually pushing aside some items, exhaling deeply. It's done. This was once the residence of his late father, with the affluent Fuchin neighborhood adjacent. Beyond that lay the city center. He had longed for the day when this place would be demolished. He had envisioned how to spend the compensation, but alas, a mere alley separated him from the line drawn by the authorities. The brothers who once sat at the doorsteps sharing meals had lives that diverged drastically, much to the old man's chagrin. In his later years, he had taken residence at his uncle Wei Yuan's home, where he passed away peacefully a couple of years ago, enjoying his twilight years. Now, as a younger generation, Wei Yuan returned to Quanshur in search of employment, and his uncle entrusted him with the keys that it was acceptable to stay temporarily before securing a job, and there was no issue in continuing to reside there. After all, it was merely a small flat, not expansive. Yet, the old man had endured hardship in his youth, hoarding every possession he could not bear to part with. Wei Yuan had painstakingly tidied up the place, his back aching, and had unearthed a few items, some ancient coins, an old bronze waist token, and several out-of-print books. Though they bore little monetary value, they were worthy of collection. Wei Yuan absent-mindedly fiddled with these objects, preparing to take a bath. Turning around, he noticed the police car had departed again, when suddenly, a clattering sound erupted from behind him. He faintly perceived a low, rumbling growl akin to a provoked tiger, as if sensing an intruder's presence. He spun around, yet found nothing amiss. The waist token seemed to have shifted position, revealing the side adorned with a tiger's head. Curiosity piqued, Wei Yuan examined the token closely. Had he inadvertently placed it upside down? He picked it up, scrutinizing it carefully. Inscribed upon it, perhaps in clerical or seal script, were the words, Great Han, Chief of the Imperial Censors. On the reverse side was a single character, Wei, suggesting it was an artifact of some antiquity. The token appeared slightly tarnished, resembling a deep shade of red, akin to dried blood. Was this a relic from his ancestors? A sense of suspicion stirred within Wei Yuan. As he prepared to set it down, a sharp pain pierced his fingertip, as if pricked by something, causing a drop of vibrant red blood to fall onto the token. Reflexively, he released it, and it clattered onto a sheet of scrap paper atop the table. What seemed to be an ordinary piece of paper revealed lines of ominous text that emerged with an eerie clarity. There are disturbances, calamities of sorcery, malevolent forces tainting the divine land, under the jurisdiction of the Great Han's chief of the Imperial Censors. Those who transgress against our sacred land, even if they wield supernatural powers, shall be apprehended and executed. Wei Yuan's gaze turned vacant, instinctively reaching for the wanted notice, but it felt as though it seared his flesh, an unbearable pain forcing him to withdraw his hand. Beside the text, a pair of red embroidered shoes appeared, both enchanting and real, resembling a wanted poster. Chapter 2. Dream. The strange vision swiftly vanished. Wei Yuan regained his senses, clutching his fingers, and hesitantly gazed at the objects on the table. The waist plaque lay quietly, unchanged from before. Yet, the once blank sheet of paper now bore distinct characters, alongside a pair of red embroidered shoes, red soles adorned with gold, emanating a faint glow, exuding an otherworldly allure. The searing sensation in Wei Yuan's fingers had yet to dissipate, sending waves of sharp pain, affirming that what had transpired was not merely a figment of his imagination. Thus, this waist plaque served as identification for the Grand Han Silly Xiaowei, having acquired this token. Was he to capture these red embroidered shoes? Perhaps exorcise a spirit? The entire situation reeked of the bizarre. Since childhood, Wei Yuan had been audacious. He seized the waist plaque, inspecting it from all angles, finding nothing unusual. When he touched the white paper again, the pain was absent, furrowing his brow. His gaze fell upon the computer nearby. After a brief moment, Wei Yuan's fingers danced upon the keyboard, and the search engine displayed records related to the Silly Xiaowei. His eyes remained fixed on the text, while beside him lay the peculiar waist plaque and the now verbose sheet of paper. The Silly Xiaowei, formerly known as Wohu, was a military official of ancient China. Their duty encompassed the capital and its surrounding districts, with authority over all matters. Nobles, relatives of the emperor, and officials of lower ranks were treated equally. They entered the palace as emissaries, arriving last yet departing first. After perusing the information, Wei Yuan closed his eyes momentarily. Setting aside other considerations, the notion of entering the palace meetings and enjoying high status was indeed true, but it merely pertained to ancient inspectors. There was no correlation with the text on the paper regarding the investigation of witchcraft and the extermination of malevolent forces, unless their oversight extended beyond mere mortals to include the spirits haunting various regions. He pressed a key to turn the page and delved deeper. It was a list, those few Silly Xiaowei from the Han Dynasty. First came Zhang Fei, followed by Zhuge. Cao Cao had once held the position as well. Should one claim that these figures could exterminate demons, Wei Yuan found it somewhat more palatable. He glanced at the tranquil waist plaque before typing red embroidered shoes into the search bar, but found little of substance, save for dubious ghost stories on forums and a few popular listings for antique-style red embroidered soft shoes on a shopping site, which bore a certain nostalgic charm. Just as he was about to shut down his computer, he caught sight of a post on the forum and clicked on it. A murder occurred in the Fuchin community of Quan City. The victim was a young woman. Who could have done such a thing? Everyone in the city should be cautious. It might be a deranged killer. Young ladies should avoid going out at night and ensure their doors are locked. Fuchin community? Wasn't that right next door? Wei Yuan paused, scrolling down to read the post, where a somewhat blurry image, likely a surreptitious capture, depicted a woman with her face covered by white cloth, her long, dark hair still dripping with water, and at her feet lay a pair of bloodied, 3-inch golden embroidered shoes. To force modern individuals to wear the archaic 3-inch golden lotus shoes, it was no wonder they labeled it as perverse. Such a loss, to be so young. Wei Yuan sighed, his attention fixating on the red embroidered shoes, red soles embellished with gold, exuding an eerie enchantment and an indescribable allure. A sense of uncanny familiarity washed over him. He turned to look, finding them identical to the shoes depicted on the white paper, with no detail amiss. Instinctively, he attempted to zoom in, but found nothing. The image had been deleted by the administrator. Yet, he could confirm that the shoes worn by the deceased were identical to those illustrated on the paper. Recalling the post and the sound of police sirens that had triggered the plaque's response, he felt somewhat reassured. The red embroidered shoes had clearly been taken away by the authorities. This innate trust in the police, a characteristic of modern citizens in China, calmed him. Those shoes were in police custody. He had no means to procure them for his own capture, nor did he intend to pursue the red embroidered shoes as dictated by the paper. Even with some strength, the efficacy of physical exorcism remained uncertain. Moreover, with his limited power, seeking out the ghost of the red shoes would be akin to searching for death. One should know one's limits. It was unwise to provoke what one could not confront. Minding my own business is the best course, Wei Yuan muttered, shutting the web page and returning to job applications. Having failed his graduate entrance exams and missed the recruitment period, opportunities were scarce. In the relatively undeveloped Quan City, there were even fewer companies hiring. After a thorough search, he sent out a few emails and proceeded to tidy his small room. After a day filled with moving and cleaning, it was already evening. Wei Yuan hastily prepared a bowl of noodles and collapsed onto his bed. Exhausted, he quickly succumbed to slumber. He had no intention of delving into the murky waters suggested by the waste plaque, yet the recent murder next door, possibly linked to a spirit, lingered in his mind, causing a slight shiver. The notion of using the waste plaque as a talisman for protection crossed his mind as he placed it on the bedside table. Soon, he fell asleep, drifting into a dream. He found himself in an unfamiliar place, a 3-story wooden building adorned with red satin. Mist enveloped the area, and faint, melodious voices wafted through the air, as if a woman was singing beautifully, echoing like a delicate opera. Nearby, a small river flowed, its gentle sounds mingling with the haze. Now close, now distant. Uncontrollably, Wei Yuan advanced through the fog, arriving at a courtyard. The path he had taken had vanished, surrounded by 4 3-story wooden buildings. Enclosing a square yard, the once vibrant red satin had transformed to white, fluttering in the mist, producing a soft rustling sound. In the center stood a gnarled, old locust tree, lifeless, its branches adorned with white cloth. Beneath it lay a square stone well, from which the water and Apos' sound emanated. A woman sat by the well, her head bowed, gazing at Wei Yuan, her feet clad in the same red embroidered shoes with gold soles. Wei Yuan found himself drawn toward her, the sound of water growing clearer between them. Suddenly, a deep, furious roar of a tiger erupted in his ear, causing his vision to blur. He gasped as the world around him shattered, feeling himself plunge downward, while the woman in the red shoes let out a piercing scream, her face pale and her eyes devoid of whites. What time is it? In his apartment in Quan City, Wei Yuan groggily opened his eyes and yawned. As a mere mortal, he could not perceive spirits and could hardly remember ghostly dreams. He had completely forgotten the events of his dream, bewildered by his abrupt awakening. Reaching beneath his pillow, he retrieved his phone, glancing at the time, 3 a.m. In ancient times, this was the hour of the tiger, when yin energy peaked before waning, and yang energy began to rise, marking a transition between night and day, a time of heightened yin energy. Outside, dogs barked incessantly, and the cries of night owls echoed like wailing infants. Wei Yuan yawned again, rose to pour himself a glass of warm water, noting the floor felt slightly damp, as if a cup had been overturned. The waste plaque lay quietly on the bedside table. Leaning back against his pillow, he habitually scrolled through his phone, the glow illuminating his face. Ding dong. You have a new email. Wei Yuan was mildly surprised. Who would be replying to emails at this hour? Upon opening the email, he discovered a job offer letter, promising a monthly salary of 5,000, with provisions for meals and accommodation. The destination is. He perused the accompanying photographs in the email, revealing an antiquated windowsill adorned with a coat of green paint, which had begun to peel due to exposure to the elements. Beyond the window, numerous shelves were visible, the nearest of which held several white paper figures, their lips a vivid crimson, appearing to oscillate between laughter and tears. A folk museum. Chapter 3. Work. It is now 3:15 in the morning, the ancient hour of the tiger. The night is clear. I have just escaped from the folk museum left by my son. I feel as if I have encountered a ghost. In the past 6 months, 3 hired individuals have fled, claiming they could not endure the incessant knocking at midnight, the blood trickling down the walls, and the footsteps outside that vanish upon approach. They declared they would leave. Ghosts? I do not believe it. This is my son's most cherished legacy, the culmination of his life's work. I cannot allow this place to fall into neglect, unguarded. I shall guard it myself. I locked the door and waited, for surely there cannot be ghosts in this world. Yet, the knocking truly began. Gathering my courage, I called out, "Who is there?" No one responded, but I distinctly saw a figure lurking outside. It must be a prank. I thought, surely, these individuals are merely trying to negotiate a higher wage. Anger flared within me as I grasped my flashlight and stormed to the door, flinging it open, but found nothing outside. Could it be that there truly are ghosts? I turned around, but again, nothing was there. Still, an unsettling feeling lingered. So I shut the door and locked it securely. I intended to return to slumber for a while longer. However, it was not long before the bathroom light flickered on. I raised my head. The space is not particularly large, the bathroom merely a dozen steps from my bed, yet I hesitated. Surely, it must be due to aging wiring. I would inspect it in the morning. Drip, drip. It seemed the bathroom was leaking. Tap, 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 like someone in slippers walking across the wooden floor. The sound drew closer. Ever nearer. The dripping seemed to fade into the distance. I opened my eyes to see nothing. I closed them again. The footsteps began to approach slowly. 5 steps. 3 steps. It halted. Minutes passed without a sound. I cautiously opened my eyes, and still, nothing. Just a plastic bag, swaying in the wind. I sighed in relief. Drenched in sweat. It was a bit chilly. Perhaps the window was not closed properly. I wrapped myself tighter in the blanket, yet a chill still swept through. I wanted to check if the window truly was drafty. I turned my head. It was there, beneath my blanket. Fong Hongba, hidden in his car. Reflected upon the recent events, trembling uncontrollably. The face swollen from water, pressed against the blanket, whispering to himself that he felt cold, seeking warmth from another's life force. Can one truly borrow such vitality? Fong Hongba gripped the steering wheel tightly, his face a mask of anger and fear, almost grotesque. Enough. This cursed house. His son lost far too young. Surely this is the result of meddling with such things. No more. Let it be. Yet he recalled his son's final wish for him to safeguard his legacy, and his heart softened. Nevertheless, to enter that place again was out of the question. His expression wavered in conflict. He nervously lit a cigarette and glanced at his phone for the time. Just past 3 in the morning. A conspicuous red dot appeared on the email app. Someone had sent a message. Hesitating, the image of his son's hopeful gaze flickered in his mind. Ultimately, he resolved to open the email, thinking that if someone had applied for the position, he would take a look. Having grown older and frail, perhaps a young man would fear not such specters. After all, the previous men had not encountered misfortune. If it were an older individual or a woman lacking in vitality, then fate would have him shut the museum for good. He opened the email, perused the resume, and beheld a youthful visage with sharp features. Wei Yuan. Fong Hongba's chest heaved heavily, and with a mix of relief and regret, he exhaled deeply. His fingers danced swiftly across the screen, increasing the salary from 3,000 to 5,000, including room and board, and sent the offer to the applicant. He extinguished his cigarette and slumped against the steering wheel. Utterly motionless. Have they fled in fear? Indeed, they have. Excellent. Now all is well. This place remains ours, my brothers. Good, good. Within the folk museum, several invisible figures exchanged high fives, their faces alight with joy. One was a water ghost, muddy and drenched, his demise unknown, while another donned a tattered ancient robe with a grotesque wound at his chest. A woman, her complexion pale, bore the signs of some poison that had claimed her life. Lastly, 2 paper figures held hands, spinning in the air. The paper figures, cheeks puffed, strained with effort to open the small refrigerator. They wobbled as they retrieved a can, igniting 3 sticks of incense after prying it open. The ghosts gathered around, enraptured, inhaling deeply. The soda remained intact, yet if anyone dared to take a sip, they would discover it had gone foul, undrinkable. The ancient ghost, with the horrific wound, clapped his hands and sighed. Ah, this elixir, once savored, is akin to the finest nectar. I have never tasted such before. The swollen water ghost beamed with pride. Of course, it is cola. Your era knew nothing of this. Having scared off that old fellow, this place is ours now. There are still plenty of supplies in the storeroom. The ancient man licked his lips, hesitating before asking, but what if he finds someone else? What need is there for concern? The water ghost grinned, pulling at his neck with a wicked smile. This is my domain. Whoever dares intrude shall be dealt with. After fleeing from the folk museum, Fong Hongba spent the night in his car. The confined space and lingering scent of tobacco offered him a modicum of solace. Only when he received a definitive response from the young man, Wei Yuan, did he exhale a long-held breath, having arranged a meeting time near the museum, feeling a weight lift as dawn broke. By noon, he encountered the applicant. Clad in a hoodie and sportswear, he appeared quite sturdy. After casually inquiring about a girlfriend and receiving a negative response, Fang Hongba felt a little more at ease. A single man in his 20s, presumably brimming with vitality, might not be frightened by the supernatural. Unlike himself, such a youth might not succumb to fear. He drove Wei Yuan slowly towards the folk museum. As he parked, he feigned nonchalance, asking, "Young man, are you afraid of ghosts?" Wei Yuan gazed at the weathered, peeling window and replied, "Ghosts? We are materialists. There are no such things." He smiled, hands tucked in his pockets, his right hand clutching a talisman. The folk museum, along with the paper figures and the photographs, bore an unsettling aura. To avoid the misfortune of stepping into danger for the sake of 5,000 yuan, he had deliberately brought the talisman with him. Should trouble arise, he would leave this job. It certainly seemed plausible. Fang Hongba parked the car nearby. We have arrived. Chapter 4. The attempt. The museum door was unlocked. Upon closer inspection, the green paint on the windows had chipped significantly, and the festive paper cutouts from the new year had begun to fade, their once vibrant red now tinged with pallor. Fang Hongba, a man in his 50s, glanced at his companion Wei Yuan before extending his hand to push the door. With a creak, the somewhat rusty security door swung open. Now that spring had arrived. The outside air was relatively warm, yet the interior remained slightly chilly. Wooden shelves were filled with folk artifacts, relics of a modern society where such items were becoming increasingly rare. The space was considerable, divided into two sections, the folk museum on the outside and living quarters on the inside, which had evidently been the residence of the original owners. Wei Yuan noticed an open bottle of cola on the table. After circling the premises, Wei Yuan kept his right hand firmly clasped around the Hu Tiger waist token, ready to leave at the slightest hint of danger. However, it appeared that his apprehension was unfounded, perhaps heightened by the sight of the red embroidered shoes. The token remained passive, resembling an iron lump, betraying no signs of activity. After all, it was unlikely that a ghost would appear at every turn. As if in a detective story, Fang Hongba, having observed Wei Yuan's exploration, wiped his brow and inquired, "What do you think? If the conditions are unsatisfactory, we can negotiate further. You won't need to do much. Simply keep the museum open. I will cover the utility bills and send you 800 for groceries each month." It would be challenging to find a more relaxed job in Quan City. Wei Yuan traced the intricate patterns on the Hu Tiger waist token, feeling its cold stillness. He nodded, then let us sign the contract. The terms of the agreement were surprisingly lenient, perhaps excessively so. Fang Hongba concluded by stating that if Wei Yuan decided to resign, he should inform him, as the museum would need to close. He then drove away without looking back. Wei Yuan watched him leave, sensing a hint of unease from Fang Hongba's reaction. Yet, the Hu Tiger waist token, known to respond to the presence of the red embroidered shoes, remained tranquil in his grasp, indicating that no vengeful spirits lurked about. Perhaps Fang Hongba was simply overthinking, a tendency that often accompanies age. Indeed, folk museums, with their paper figures and artifacts, possessed a certain eerie quality. After a flurry of activity, Wei Yuan brought over his bedding, discarded the untouched bottle of cola into the trash, and opened a new one. With employment secured, his mind felt considerably more at ease. Unseen to the naked eye, several malevolent spirits gathered, whispering ominously about the unexpected visitor. Didn't he expect someone to come so soon? And especially one with such strong yang energy, murmured a water ghost. "Isn't at your fault with that cursed tongue of yours? Blame yourself. Who else can I blame? He came here willingly. Take it up with him. Enough of this bickering." The water ghost, exasperated, separated the squabbling spirits and turned its malicious gaze toward Wei Yuan, remarking, "We must scare this living soul away. His yang energy is overwhelming, making our dwelling uncomfortable." Agreed. But how do we proceed? We can only manifest during the dead of night when the yang energy wanes. For now, let us frighten him into a state of fear so that he will flee in terror by night. Very well, let us do it. As Wei Yuan meditated with his eyes closed, oblivious to the spirit's murmurs, he suddenly heard the door creak eerily. He opened his eyes to see the security door swinging slowly shut, the sound chilling enough to raise the hairs on his neck. The room was dimly lit, despite the bright daylight outside. The incandescent bulbs began to flicker ominously, alternating between light and darkness, while the sound of dripping water echoed from the bathroom. A soft splash followed, reminiscent of slippers stepping through water. Realizing something was amiss, Wei Yuan squinted, gripping the Hu Tiger waist token tightly. Yet, the token remained unresponsive to the strange occurrences, prompting him to reflect on the differences between the red embroidered shoes and his current predicament. He began to grasp a crucial insight. While the red embroidered shoes were associated with malevolent spirits that elicited a reaction from the token, the ghosts in this place did not provoke the same response. This suggested that the spirits here were likely harmless. Nevertheless, Wei Yuan resolved to exit the premises. He had not anticipated that bringing the Hu Tiger waist token would lead him to confront actual spirits. Upon noticing Wei Yuan's movements, the spirits cheered, and the water ghost, brimming with confidence, reached out to grasp Wei Yuan's shoulders, intending to blow a chilling breath to instill fear in this young, rich individual. But as its darkened nails brushed against Wei Yuan's shoulder, it felt as though it had grasped a searing hot iron. The water ghost recoiled, its hands turning crimson as Wei Yuan felt the token vibrate, radiating warmth, accompanied by a low, languid tiger growl that carried an air of lethargy. Instinctively, Wei Yuan turned around, wielding the bronze waist token as if it were a brick, and swung it with force. The water ghost, preoccupied with its intent to frighten, failed to evade the blow. The impact was akin to striking a mound of cotton candy with a stick or squeezing a squeaky toy, strangely satisfying. In that moment, the Hu Tiger waist token emitted a faint hum, and Wei Yuan pressed it against a sheet of paper, revealing characters and clerical script that differed entirely from the vengeful markings associated with the red embroidered shoes. Restless spirit, untainted by bloodshed, devoid of malice, and harmless. No need for extermination. Moments later, Wei Yuan pulled up a chair and leaned against the wall, his left hand resting on the table while his right pocket contained the still warm Hu Tiger waist token. In the corner of the room, a line of spirits huddled with their heads bowed in fear. With the token's warmth, he could faintly discern their outlines, though they vanished upon movement. There were 5 in total, 3 spirits and 2 paper figures. Due to the indistinct visibility and silence of the 3 spirits, Wei Yuan gave each of their heads a gentle tap with the token. He pressed it against the paper again, producing inscriptions that confirmed their nature as benign wandering souls. His curiosity piqued. Wei Yuan surmised that the waist token was particularly responsive to vengeful spirits, showing little interest in harmless entities. Unable to hear their voices, he, despite his intrigue, firmly ushered the spirits into another room and locked the door, as a means of asserting his authority. The spirits, encountering someone capable of confronting them for the first time, were understandably frightened and dared not emerge. Wei Yuan continued to examine the Hu Tiger waist token in his hand. The waist token responded twice. Once, when a pair of red embroidered shoes, presumably worn by a malevolent spirit, passed by outside, and again, when that unfortunate soul made contact with it. It resembled a standard input-output model, reacting to certain external stimuli. As a supernatural entity, it elicited a response. Whether I can achieve the same remains uncertain. It has already consumed my blood. Wei Yuan felt an immense curiosity towards this unprecedented realm. Gripping the waist token with his right hand, he pondered the connection between input and output. He then emulated the tone of the text on the white paper, stating, "Belonging to the Inspector of the Imperial Guards, I am unable to directly gaze upon phantoms and spirits. Is there any method to confront them?" The tiger-watching waist token remained unresponsive. This was unexpected. Wei Yuan recalled the words from the first AS white paper, deep in thought, and solemnly declared, "There are malevolent forces and chaotic spirits trespassing upon our sacred land. I desire to capture and eradicate them. Yet, as a mere mortal, I cannot perceive these entities. Is there any method to confront them?" This time, the tiger-watching waist token trembled slightly and illuminated. Wei Yuan's heart raced, feeling as though he had truly stepped into a new world. Indeed, it is possible. Chapter 5. The Awakening on the Waist. A searing energy began to emanate. Having encountered this phenomenon twice before, Wei Yuan had gained some experience. He found a piece of white paper and pressed the side marked with the character Wei onto it. One by one, words began to manifest anew. It read, "Belonging to the office of the Inspector General, one may slay demons and ghosts, and with merit. Access the Great Han's treasury to acquire weapons against evil. If the Inspector General had not slain demons or captured those who disrupted worship, there would be no merit, and thus the treasury could not be unlocked." Wei Yuan paused, noticing the subtlety in the text. It implied that the Great Han treasury might still exist in this era. Before he could ponder further, more words appeared. There are 5 types of methods that require no Taoist cultivation, enabling one to perceive the duality of life and death. Following this, a dense stream of text unfolded, detailing how an ordinary mortal could use their own eyes to see ghosts and spirits, indeed without the need for Taoist skills. The first method involved the tears of an ox, but not just any common livestock's tears. That would only land one in an ophthalmology clinic. One must locate an ox, harvest a handful of the black grass growing in a neglected graveyard, and feed it to the ox. If the ox began to bellow uneasily at the second hour of the night, when the yin energy was at its peak, it should be slaughtered, and its bile mixed with mint, licorice, and morning dew, along with fragments of a spirit. If the spirit was a sentient one, the requirements for other materials could be relaxed. The most common material would be ashes. The resulting liquid, when rubbed around the eyes, would grant a significant duration of yin-yang vision after 7 days. While this method posed little risk and had lasting effects, Wei Yuan regrettably had to abandon it, as the price of a single ox was beyond his means. The second method promised quick results and lasting effects, yet carried some risk. It was said that the night crow could perceive life and death. Thus, one must capture a blue-eyed crow from a withered tree at the stroke of midnight, gouge out its eye, soak it in hot water, and swallow it whole, careful not to break it. After consumption, one could perceive the duality of life and death. However, there was a high probability of complications, including retaliation from a flock of night crows or even the pursuit of vengeful crow spirits. This was a method derived from the office of the Inspector General during the reign of Emperor Wu of Han. Those who practiced it often ended up blind and met a gruesome fate at the beaks of vengeful crows. A chill ran down Wei Yuan's spine as he glanced at the remaining 3 methods. The third method involved finding a black dog that had seen a ghost. It must be entirely black, without a single white hair. It should be killed at the precise moment of midnight with a peachwood dagger, and its heart's blood must be dripped into one's eyes. This method was fraught with peril, but if one survived, they would gain the ability to use the yin-yang eye for a lifetime. However, those who survived often wished they had never pursued this method. The fourth method required setting up a bagua array at the height of yin energy during the second hour, lighting 12 lamps around oneself, placing a bowl of morning dew in the center, and mixing it with blood from the fingertip of the ring finger while reciting the incantation, heaven and earth, the universe. Grant me sight of yin and yang to perceive spirits. This method required protection. If even one lamp were to extinguish, the practitioner would become a wandering ghost themselves. This method was passed down by the first celestial master, Zhang Daoling, during the 5th year of the Yongjin era of the Han Dynasty, allowing mortals to see wandering souls and ghostly messengers. Wei Yuan mentally dismissed these 2 methods once more due to their significant risks. He had no intention of visiting an ophthalmology clinic, nor could he find a celestial master for protection. He turned his attention to the final method, using willow leaves to cleanse the eyes. By rubbing willow leaves on the eyes, each leaf measuring 3 inches shorter than a ghost, one could temporarily awaken their yin-yang vision. However, this required some level of Taoist cultivation. For an ordinary mortal, preparation was necessary. One would need to soak the willow leaves in morning dew mixed with fragments of a spirit until the second hour when the yin energy was concentrated. By rubbing the soaked leaves around the eyes, one could perceive the duality of existence for the duration of a single tea session. Beyond the cumbersome preparation, both the risks and costs of this method were manageable for Wei Yuan. This will do. Wei Yuan's eyes sparkled with determination. Having inexplicably found himself in a haunted abode, despite his resolve to ignore the red embroidered shoes, he encountered another ghost the following day. Even the boldest heart could feel a twinge of fear. Should he choose to awaken his vision, it would facilitate a hasty retreat if necessary, and moreover, a flicker of curiosity lingered within him. The materials were ready. Willow leaves were easy to procure, spring had just arrived, and fresh buds abounded. It was now afternoon, and while there was no dew, distilled water would suffice, though it would not compare to morning dew if a sentient spirit was involved. The requirements for other materials could be relaxed. After all, it was merely an experiment. Failure would bear no significant loss. Among the 5 methods, ashes were the most commonly utilized spirit material. However, Wei Yuan found it difficult to overcome his mental barrier regarding ashes. Besides, there were ample spirits present in this dwelling. The 2 paper figures were spirits themselves. The other 3 ghosts also had plenty of associated items nearby. Humans fear ghosts primarily due to the unknown. Once one truly encounters them, that fear diminishes. This was a sentiment echoed by Wei Yuan, at least at this moment. He felt no fear of the harmless wandering souls in this house. Sitting at the table, he gently tapped the waist with his right hand. While the 2 paper figures shivered, clinging together in fright. The remaining elder ghosts complied with Wei Yuan's request, albeit reluctantly, to present their spirit materials. These items were likely what had caused their demise or perhaps their deepest obsessions. The two paper figures trembled, preparing to leap into the water. Amused, Wei Yuan gently nudged them aside, saying, "No, I won't subject you to that." The two small paper figures, terrified, huddled together, distancing themselves from the bowl of water. Wei Yuan then turned his attention to the other ghosts, who were rummaging for their spirit materials. One produced a foul-smelling, blackened fishing net, while another revealed a large green bottle, nearly the size of an arm. Upon inspecting it, he noted the words dichlorvos inscribed upon it, and his brow twitched. Had someone perished from ingesting this? He glanced towards the second ghost, who lowered its head, shyly fidgeting with its hair. From its movements, Wei Yuan discerned a hint of bashfulness. He suppressed a smirk as he pushed aside the contaminated dichlorvos. It was far too unseemly to soak in water. After surveying the collection, he found a broken 8-sided sword, consisting of only the hilt and a small section of the blade, roughly the size of a dagger, which sufficed to satisfy Wei Yuan. He soaked the sword in water, adding a few willow leaves, and under the guidance of the paper figures, placed it in the area with the densest energy, signaling the completion of his preparations. Now, all that remained was to wait until midnight, which would signify that the process was finished. With time still on his side, he returned to his old house to gather a few items. As he passed through the Fuchin community, he noticed several cars parked outside, with a crowd gathered at the entrance. A woman's anguished cries echoed faintly, "Yuan, Yuan. How can I live without you, Yuan, Yuan?" He caught a glimpse of a silver-haired woman, seemingly lost in despair. Her wails were haunting and filled with desperation, weighing heavily on his heart. Wei Yuan recalled the image and the eerie red embroidered shoes, halting in his tracks. Was this the family mourning their lost daughter? Murmurs swept through the crowd. This young woman got involved with a scoundrel, leading to her pregnancy. Refusing to abort, she quarreled with her family. The scoundrel ended up in jail, and she, stubbornly, raised her daughter alone, only to see her harmed now. Ah, indeed. No one knows who did it. Just be careful. All right, don't go out alone tonight. The chatter continued. Wei Yuan pursed his lips, clutching his belongings, and departed. After a flurry of activity, he returned home. As the clock struck midnight, with an expression of eager anticipation, he grasped the Hu tiger emblem in one hand, instructing the nearby apparitions to remain still. With his left hand, he ceremoniously brushed a willow leaf across his eyes. A chill sensation seeped deep into his gaze. Wei Yuan could not help but close his eyes for a moment, slowly reopening them after a while. He beheld entities invisible to the ordinary sight. Though he had mentally prepared himself, he was still nearly startled by the visages of the three ghosts before him. The figure on the left appeared swollen, unmistakably a water ghost. To the right, a woman with a pallid complexion likely met her demise from ingesting pesticides. Among them stood another clad in ancient attire, a ghastly wound gaping at his chest, revealing him to be a specter of warfare. Wei Yuan exhaled slowly, a mixture of absurdity and tension lingering in his heart, soon giving way to a flicker of exhilaration. He was truly witnessing the supernatural. As he perceived these phantoms, the malevolent energy in the willow water activated, allowing him to hear sounds previously inaudible, the dripping of water, the murmurs of the ghosts conversing. Initially indistinct, these voices gradually sharpened into clarity. The water ghost glanced at Wei Yuan and remarked, "It seems our esteemed guest cannot hear our words." "Indeed, I doubt he can. He appears rather handsome, but he can strike with considerable force," another added. "Perhaps he simply chooses not to engage with us." The water ghost sighed. "You notice the girl he brought back? She hasn't uttered a word either." Wei Yuan, initially maintaining a stoic expression to eavesdrop, felt an unsettling chill upon hearing the last remark. Drip, drip, the water ghost sat before him, yet the sound of water emanated from behind. As night fell, the malevolent energy surged, and mortals retreated. His scalp prickled with dread as he stepped forward, simultaneously casting a glance over his shoulder. Behind him stood a ghost, a figure draped in black hair and a flowing gown, adorned with a pair of red-soled, gold-embroidered 3-inch lotus shoes, bowed in silence. Her hair dripped with water. Drip, drip. As midnight approached, the malevolent energy rose, and mortals withdrew. Some guests, invisible to the naked eye, would arrive at this hour. Speak softly, do not look back. There is a ghost behind you. Chapter 6. The arrival. Wei Yuan's gaze was firmly fixed on the pair of red embroidered shoes. The other spirits remained oblivious to the situation. The female ghost, adorned with 3-inch golden lotus red embroidered shoes, lowered her head, her long black hair cascading down her back. Her face was as pale as death, devoid of any color, and her eyes were entirely black. She remained silent, not lunging forward with a screech. Yet an unsettling tremor coursed through Wei Yuan, sending chills down his spine. The sounds from outside felt as though they were muffled by layers of soundproof glass. Becoming increasingly indistinct, Wei Yuan could even feel his limbs gradually losing warmth, succumbing to a numbing chill, as if he were submerged in icy waters. He bit his tongue, the metallic taste of blood mingling with a flicker of warmth, and clenched the Hu Tiger medallion tightly in his right hand, willing the disquieting sensation to dissipate. The searing pain radiating from the medallion finally anchored his senses back to reality. Wei Yuan's unwavering gaze remained fixed on the silent female ghost, the red embroidered shoes. The ghost had indeed come to him. It was true that while the captain could exterminate bandits and slay demons, there were no stipulations forbidding the vanquishing of malevolent spirits by a captain of demon hunters. The water ghost in the museum seemed utterly unaware of the gravity of the situation. It mistook Wei Yuan for a traditional exorcist from old Hong Kong films, presuming that the female ghost was merely an entity to be captured. Approaching her with a jovial demeanor, it reached out to pat her arm, cheerfully inquiring, "Sister, where have you died? Come back." Before Wei Yuan could utter a warning, the female ghost's dripping hair abruptly elongated. Buzz! The dense strands converged, transforming into sharp spikes that effortlessly pierced through the water ghost's midsection. The hair stretched toward the ceiling, resembling a gnarled old locust tree that had withered after years of growth, suspending the water ghost in midair. Wei Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. The water ghost struggled in vain, its face swelling grotesquely. Soon, its movements slowed, the whites of its eyes darkening, and an aura of coldness akin to the female ghost enveloped it. Drip, drip. Water began to trickle down its form as its fingertips turned progressively black. Without anyone needing to articulate it, Wei Yuan discerned that the once harmless water ghost was now undergoing a transformation into a malevolent spirit. If left unchecked, this space would soon harbor two vengeful spirits. Assessing the distance, Wei Yuan gritted his teeth, crouched low, and dashed forward. As he passed the coffee table, he swiftly retrieved a submerged broken sword from the basin. Grasping the broken sword sent a shiver of cold coursing through him, akin to clutching a substantial block of ice. Nevertheless, he gripped it tightly and charged ahead. The museum's quarters were not extensive. It was merely a few steps away. As he approached, the female ghost stood quietly, her head bowed. Yet a strand of hair suddenly elongated, coiling toward Wei Yuan like a serpent. He swiftly produced the Hu Tiger medallion, striking the advancing strand with the searing talisman. The inky black hair recoiled abruptly. Seizing the opportunity, Wei Yuan rushed closer, tearing at the strand of hair, entangling the water ghost with the broken sword. It felt akin to slicing through soft rubber with a dull knife, yet he could sense he was making progress. His left hand wielded the Hu Tiger medallion, fervently defending against the encroaching hair, which sought to pull him away or pierce through him. With a final resolve, he pressed the medallion against the severed strand. With a sharp sound, a lock of hair fell to the ground. The water ghost plummeted, akin to a lifeless fish, thrashing feebly for a moment. The eerie aura dissipated from its visage. The remaining two spirits hurriedly dragged the water ghost away, while a paper figure attempted to join the fray but was swiftly restrained by a weapon-wielding ghost, preventing it from causing further chaos. Panting heavily, Wei Yuan clutched the medallion in one hand and a dagger in the other, crossing them protectively over his heart. Crouching low as he fixed his gaze upon the female ghost in red embroidered shoes, he had sensed that trouble was brewing. Yet when the confrontation unfolded, he found himself somewhat flustered. Simultaneously, a wave of inexplicable anger surged within him. The Hu Tiger medallion trembled, emitting an echo of tiger roars. The female ghost lifted her gaze, her void-like black eyes locking onto Wei Yuan's, instilling an unsettling dread. In a moment of fury, he maintained his fierce stare, undeterred by the spectral presence before him. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted in the sky, followed moments later by a rumbling thunder. In the second month of the lunar calendar, all things awaken, signifying the onset of spring. The thunder and lightning dissipated after a few moments, and Wei Yuan noticed the female ghost had vanished, leaving behind a damp floor marked with a trail of footprints that disappeared at the door. Clenching his teeth, he felt his body stiffen, turning on all the lights. Still clutching the medallion and the broken sword, he leaned against the wall and gradually sank to the ground. A long breath escaped him. The few spirits that had narrowly escaped earlier reappeared before him. They had not witnessed the final moments and presumed Wei Yuan had successfully banished the malevolent spirit, regarding him as a capable exorcist from the movies, thus bowing to him with utmost respect. The water ghost, who had nearly succumbed to transformation, expressed immense gratitude. Wei Yuan examined its injuries. Despite having been pierced by the female ghost's hair, the wounds had already healed. The largest injury now mended by a tangle of spectral fishing nets, entwined with wisps of ghostly energy, barely filling the gap. Now, it was lively and animated. After the spirits had paid their respects, Wei Yuan initially intended to inquire about their origins, but after his recent encounter with the vengeful spirit, he felt utterly exhausted. Unwilling to move or think any further, he dismissed several spirits and the 2 paper figures to remain in the museum. Closing his eyes, he suddenly felt the Hu Tiger medallion vibrating, radiating warmth. Startled, he steeled himself, retrieved a sheet of white paper, and sat on the bed. Pressing the medallion onto the paper, characters began to materialize in a cursive script. The captain of the exorcist repels the malevolent spirit, preventing wandering souls from succumbing to vengefulness. Earning merit. Merit can be converted into one of the essential teachings for the captain of the exorcists. Merit. Wei Yuan pondered thoughtfully. The text dissipated. Yet the chilling atmosphere in the room lifted entirely, as if absorbed by the Hu Tiger medallion. A surge of power flowed back to Wei Yuan, instigating a sharp pain, yet gradually soothing his fatigue and mental turmoil. Overwhelming weariness enveloped him. Wei Yuan's eyelids grew heavy, succumbing to slumber, during which his body was subtly fortified. Chapter 7. Obsession. Wei Yuan was once again ensnared by a dream. It was an antiquated, wooden building, 3 stories tall, festooned with scarlet silk that fluttered in the breeze. A diaphanous mist swirled around it, from which the murmur of water arose, interspersed with the crystalline notes of an aria. It seemed to emanate from the water itself. The song of a female huadan carried across the watery expanse. Bereft of volition, Wei Yuan proceeded, step by step, until he reached a courtyard, cramped and enclosed, hemmed in by towering wooden structures. From the upturned eaves hung strings of pristine silk, beneath which stood a gnarled old locust tree, and beneath it a square well. The well teemed with the sound of flowing water, like a living spring. A woman sat at its edge, head bowed, raven hair cascading down, obscuring her face. Wei Yuan advanced, his steps faltering, his expression contorted in a silent struggle. Then, with a sudden, thunderous roar of a tiger, he awoke with a start. His eyes snapping open in the dream, and beheld the woman with her long, cascading hair, and the pair of exquisitely embroidered, gold-trimmed red shoes that he knew all too well. In an instant, the dream shattered. Back in the realm of reality, Wei Yuan opened his eyes, a glint of cyan gold receding within their depths. He stared at the ceiling, lost in contemplation. The forgotten dream of the previous night was now returning to him, piece by piece. Moreover, he could now discern with unsettling clarity that in yesterday's dream, when he entered the courtyard, the well and the woman at its edge were approximately 5 meters away. In the recent dream, that distance had shrunk to a mere 4 meters, an ominous approach. The significance of this dwindling distance eluded Wei Yuan, but he knew it boded ill. "I'm being haunted," he sighed, his fingers caressing the crouching tiger waist. The crouching tiger waist had reacted in his dreams, but it had failed to vanquish the vengeful spirit outright. Was this due to its inherent nature as something other than a defensive talisman, or had its powers waned with the passage of time? The world outside was pitch black. Wei Yuan retrieved his phone and checked the time. It was 3:30 a.m., roughly the same time he had awoken the previous day, the hour of Vein. He couldn't recall when he had fallen asleep. If memory served, the crouching tiger waist had reacted, repelling the vengeful spirit and preventing the museum's wandering souls from transforming into something malevolent, earning him merit and unlocking a technique that a crouching tiger commandant was required to master. After that, he had drifted into a deep slumber. Wei Yuan clenched his fist, but detected no discernible change. He paused. Then, following the instructions on the paper, he pressed his right palm against the waist, closed his eyes, and meditated. Slowly, he could vaguely sense a talisman forming in the center of his right palm. However, when he opened his eyes and shone the light of his phone on it, he saw nothing. He reached out to touch it, but his fingers met only empty space. Clearly, it was a spell of the soul. The white paper contained a written record of this technique, a divine power, exorcism. From antiquity, there existed the Nuo ritual, known as exorcism, where 12 individuals formed a circle, painted their faces with vermilion, and brandished lengths of hemp rope, chanting the names of gods in rhythmic dance. The Han Dynasty had a book titled Interrogation. Interrogate and accuse those ghosts who harm the people and act wantonly, bringing misfortune to the populace. Announce the interrogation, summon them, and guide the people away from calamity. The text conveyed that ghosts were inauspicious, and the Qin dynasty had compiled an exorcism manual to inform the populace and prevent them from being harmed. The Han Dynasty also stated, the shaman oversees the seasons and performs exorcism ceremonies. This was a method passed down through the ages. However, the exorcism divine power that a crouching tiger commandant was required to master was not merely the simple act of banishing wandering souls who refused to depart. Exorcise also meant command. This divine power also possessed the ability to command, allowing one to harness certain abilities of the spirits. Each type of spirit, monsters, and supernatural entities possessed unique characteristics. Even the most powerful crouching tiger commandant could not be proficient in everything. By commanding different spirits, they could gain assistance in capturing demons and monsters. In later generations, those spirits who had served with distinction were often venerated and became the ghost soldiers and generals of the city gods. For 2,000 years after the Han Dynasty, most of the exorcism and spirit summoning techniques of various schools were derived from this. Wei Yuan's fingers traced the lines of the crouching tiger waist, lost in thought. If commanding spirits in other places required one to first locate an object, then subdue the spirit within, only then could one utilize it. But here, in the museum, there were 5 objects. If he could successfully persuade them to accept his command, he would at least have a fighting chance against the vengeful spirit that seemed to be haunting him. He recalled the water ghost he had effortlessly defeated and silently added, perhaps, regardless, the ability to activate the Eye of Yin-Yang and master a divine power from the stories lifted Wei Yuan's spirit somewhat. It seemed that the act of imprinting the exorcism talisman had also triggered some peculiar change in his body. Despite having slept for only 2 hours, Wei Yuan felt no fatigue. He stretched his shoulders, preparing to get out of bed and find those ghosts. Then, Wei Yuan paused, his gaze frozen. A pair of gold-trimmed red-embroidered shoes lay silently on the floor. The tips of the shoes pointed directly at his bed, approximately 4 meters away. Outside the window, it was pitch black, and there was not a sound to be heard. It was as if he were the only person in the world. After a long silence, Wei Yuan sighed softly. He got out of bed and walked over. Then, he kicked the red-embroidered shoes away with a single motion. A black car sped down the highway. In the front seats were 2 young men with bulging muscles. In the back seat sat a young woman with a sharp, short haircut, wearing a suit and black high heels. One hand held a cigarette, while the other tapped away at a keyboard. Her brow furrowed as she stared at the data on the screen. She felt her blood pressure rising as she watched the curve steadily climb. In recent years, the concentration of spiritual energy had been increasing. The frequency of certain events had also been on the rise. On Blue Star, in China, Mist City, Sakura Island, and Celtic lands, unlike some countries with shorter histories, there had always been ways to deal with monsters and supernatural phenomena, whether discovered and resolved locally or inherited from colonial powers. China, in particular, had managed to suppress most of these occurrences at the very beginning of the spiritual resurgence, preventing them from disrupting the lives of ordinary citizens. Across the vast expanse of the Divine Land, Buddhist and Taoist disciples had been mobilized, and any nascent demons were crushed with an iron fist. But now, things were becoming difficult to contain. The concentration of spiritual energy was increasing too rapidly, almost in sudden bursts, and there were simply too many of them. Taoist and Buddhist disciples with any level of skill had all been drafted into 2 special categories. One group researched and popularized spiritual cultivation. The other was responsible for venturing out and subduing demons and monsters. The people in this car belonged to the latter group. From the Shaoqing Wei Ming sect of the Taoist tradition, a case had emerged in Quan City, possibly caused by a demon. The woman pulled up a map and said tersely, "Change course for Quan City and deal with this." The driver frowned. "Captain, we have another assignment. There in Dapos. Still some time before the rendezvous. Let's take care of the Quan City case first." But, no buts. The woman's cigarette vanished without a trace. She rubbed her temples and said, "Before spiritual cultivation can meet China's safety standards and be widely taught, ordinary people have little ability to resist these demons. Only we can fight them. If we don't, who will?" She paused, then continued, "After all, we are different from them." The 2 men fell silent. A mixture of responsibility to protect the weak and a sense of superiority as the strong welled up within them. Yes, they were different. Different from mortals. They were cultivators. If they didn't deal with these demons, who would? The man nodded slightly, then turned the steering wheel, guiding the black sedan downwards. As it entered the confines of Quan City. Chapter 8. The divine powers. The slumbering spirits were abruptly awakened by Wei Yuan's forceful knock on the door. Although they had transformed into ghosts, they were not vengeful spirits. The remnants of their former lives lingered. In truth, most spectral beings lacked reason and followed the habitual patterns formed during their lifetimes. The rational souls, however, retained the inclination to rest, particularly after such a fright. They now sat before Wei Yuan, bleary-eyed and disoriented. For reasons unknown, the moment they laid eyes on this enigmatic figure, they sensed an overwhelming aura of dread emanating from him, rendering them almost incapable of resisting his words. They could only remain obediently still. Wei Yuan casually dipped a willow leaf in water to awaken his senses. He then pulled a stool closer, sitting before the gathered spirits, inquiring about their deaths and their particular skills. The first to respond was a bloated water ghost, who recounted, "I accidentally dozed off while night fishing and fell into the water." Wei Yuan, somewhat taken aback, queried, "Why did you not return home sooner if you were so tired?" The ghost replied, "I had to catch something. I could not return empty-handed." "And what did you ultimately catch?" "I hooked a corpse, my own. When I peeled back the face, I was startled to realize I had become a ghost, ensnared by a rotting fishing net beneath the water, unable to swim to the surface." The second spirit was a painter who had perished from consuming poison, unable to be saved. The two paper figures were acquired from the descendants of a deceased master, lacking any notable skills, save for their ability to slip through cracks and eavesdrop due to their paper nature. The final ghost, a man clad in ancient armor with a broken sword, was dozing. Upon being questioned, he instinctively straightened his back and cautiously remarked, "I can't quite recall my name, but I remember serving under General Qi and having fought against several pirates. Somehow, I fell asleep and awoke in this time." "General Qi?" Wei Yuan was surprised. He was a ghost from centuries past, yet you have not transformed into a ghost king like in the tales? After a moment and Apos, as contemplation, he asked, "Do you possess swordsmanship?" The man replied earnestly, "Yes, I can wield the broadsword, the katana, firearms, and matchlocks to some extent." After a brief pause, he quickly added, "But it is merely the rudimentary skills of a soldier. I cannot compare to the generals." "That suffices," Wei Yuan said, placing his badge into his pocket. Finally, having found someone capable of employing the ghost-repelling divine powers. At this moment, fishing and painting would not suffice to vanquish malevolent spirits. He bowed respectfully to the sword-wielding ghost, saying, "I require your cooperation in a matter. I would be most grateful for your assistance." The ghost responded, "You flatter me." Wei Yuan extended his fingers slightly, and a translucent talisman materialized in his palm, shimmering with ethereal light. A sensation of indescribable power coursed through him, dissipating steadily as the talisman remained. Without delay, he flicked his wrist, pressing the talisman to the ghost and Apos' forehead, murmuring incantations. As the incantation took effect, Wei Yuan felt the spirit of the Qi army soldier merge with his right hand, now under his command. Simultaneously, an inexplicable familiarity surged within him. It was not a recollection of battle skills, but rather an instinctive knowledge, an amalgamation of experiences honed on the most brutal battlefields of a bygone era. He endeavored to embrace this feeling. After a moment's thought, he rummaged through a nearby cabinet. This place had once been haunted. No, it truly housed spirits. The previous 3 caretakers of the museum had purchased a Longguan sword online for warding off evil, which, as it turned out, had proven ineffective, yet the sword remained abandoned due to the malevolent aura of the location. It was an 8-sided Han sword. Wei Yuan retrieved the sword, standing in the living room, gripping the hilt. He closed his eyes in contemplation. A sense of familiarity enveloped him. Although he had never wielded a weapon before, an intuitive appraisal of the sword arose within him. It was forged from good steel, yet it was not a fine sword. Such a pity. With a deep exhale, Wei Yuan cleared his mind, grasping the sword and attempting to follow that instinctive experience. He practiced slashing, thrusting, drawing arcs from below, feinting defense, and retreating, a simplistic battlefield swordsmanship devoid of embellishments. Initially, his movements were slow and somewhat awkward, but gradually he grew more adept, his speed increasing. The water ghost observed Wei Yuan's clumsy swordsmanship with a bemused expression, whispering to the other wandering souls in hushed tones of critique. Wei Yuan remained unfazed, focusing on familiarizing himself with the experiences. Suddenly, he envisioned a battlefield strewn with corpses. Gazing down from above, an image deeply ingrained in the remnants of the Qi soldier's spirit, The brutal essence of cold weapon warfare surged forth, constricting his pupils and briefly disorienting him. The vision faded, yet the swordsmanship gained from the ghost-repelling incantation erupted forth. Wei Yuan felt as though he were amidst combat, with fierce adversaries before him. He instinctively stepped back, adopting a half-crouched stance, his muscles coiling like a taut bow. In a surge of power, he thrust the eight-sided Han sword forward, producing a piercing sound that sliced through the air. As the straightforward thrust concluded, the patterned steel blade vibrated in his grasp. The essence of the ghost-repelling power intertwined with the blade, dispelling malevolent spirits. The room grew noticeably warmer. The gathered souls stood on tiptoes, pressed against the walls, frozen in place. An eerie silence enveloped the space, punctuated only by the low, resonant hum of the sword. After a prolonged moment, Wei Yuan exhaled deeply, gesturing in the air as a talisman materialized before him, only to shatter, thus dissolving the ghost-repelling incantation. The sword-wielding ghost appeared beside him, looking somewhat dazed. Wei Yuan sheathed the sword, sensing an odd residual proficiency remaining, even after the incantation was lifted. While it could not rival the skills of a battlefield survivor, it surpassed that of an ordinary enthusiast. The lingering spirit of the Qi army seemed to awaken, sensing something amiss, and remarked, "Are you intending to?" Wei Yuan nodded, gesturing toward the red-embroidered shoes. "These have come to my attention. They must be dealt with." He recalled a courtyard from his dreams, one that appeared exquisitely preserved, imbued with an instinctual understanding that it likely existed in reality. According to various ghostly tales, such places were undoubtedly effective in ensnaring female spirits. He considered that while searching online would be slow, there was another method. "You and I shall file a report," he proposed. The water ghost stared in disbelief. "Report a ghost? Is that even possible?" Wei Yuan found a box to store the red-embroidered shoes and the lock of black hair he had severed earlier. "With these, we might persuade them to assist us in locating the place. If I am not mistaken, the red-embroidered shoes of the previous victim are now gone." At that moment, a sleek black vehicle came to a halt in front of the Qianshi police station. Chapter 9. Reporting the case upon awakening. Wei Yuan found himself unable to return to slumber. Leaning against the wall, he held his sword, waiting until the hour of the hare had passed and dawn broke. Only then did he tuck the Wahoo waste token into his pocket and lift the bag containing the red-embroidered shoes and severed hair to report the case. Outside, the sun shone warmly on a clear day, yet he still felt a chill in his limbs, particularly in the hand that held the bag, which felt as though it were submerged in ice. Instead of visiting the nearest police station, he opted for a shared bicycle and rode directly to the city police headquarters. Undoubtedly, in a serious case of murder, the body and records would not linger at a street station. Wei Yuan speculated that since there were malevolent entities at play and the world remained so tranquil, there must exist forces that suppressed these apparitions. Upon arriving at the police station, Wei Yuan noticed a sleek, jet-black vehicle among the array of police cars. Not paying it any mind, he entered and approached an officer, speaking with clarity. "Hello, I wish to report a case." The young officer paused, taken aback. "Excuse me? Could you elaborate?" "I am being targeted by a ghost." "Excuse me?" Wei Yuan had anticipated some hurdles in convincing the police, yet inexplicably, upon revealing his encounter with the ghost, the officer regarded him peculiarly before making a phone call to consult someone. Subsequently, he led Wei Yuan into a room, poured him a glass of water, and instructed him to wait briefly before exiting and closing the door behind him. Left alone in the modest room, which contained only a table and a water dispenser, Wei Yuan embraced the paper cup with both hands, exhaling softly. The police's reaction confirmed that they were indeed aware of the supernatural, at least the personnel in this precinct, suggesting that beneath the veneer of peace in the world lay another realm unbeknownst to most. After taking a sip of water, he heard the sharp sound of heels clicking on the floor. A minute later, the door swung open, revealing a woman in a tailored suit with short hair. Her figure was well-proportioned, with an astonishing curve at the waist. The faint scent of women's perfume lingered on her white shirt as her gaze swept the room before she extended her hand. "Special Operations Group, Zhou Yi. Wei Yuan. I just reviewed your statement." Zhou Yi pulled a chair and sat across from him, placing a file beside her with a smile. "I just had a cigarette, so I may carry a slight smell. Is that all right?" "That's fine. You mentioned encountering a ghost?" Wei Yuan's gaze drifted to the Bluetooth earpiece in her left ear as he nodded. "Yes, it began as a dream. I dreamed of a small building, followed by a courtyard with a locust tree, where a woman sat beside a stone well, watching me." While Wei Yuan recounted his dream to Zhou Yi, the two men accompanying her sifted through documents. Had Wei Yuan been present, he would have recognized the personal information and recent whereabouts displayed. After a quick review, one man pressed his earpiece and remarked, "Captain, based on his experiences, there have been no recent encounters with malevolent spirits. His travel patterns indicate he hasn't ventured into any hazardous areas, suggesting he has not been tormented by evil ghosts. However, he previously resided near the Fuchin community, where he may have been subjected to lingering negative energy. Perhaps this, in conjunction with the news of the murder, induced a genuine nightmare." He paused, adding with a hint of jest, "Based on past experience, a psychologist might be better suited for him than ghost hunters." Joey nodded slightly, her eyes fixed intently on Wei Yuan as she listened earnestly. After a moment, she inquired, "Apart from your dream, are there any other signs? If not, we may need to employ other methods for verification." She did not heed her companion's suggestion. Wei Yuan hesitated, then produced the black pouch, gently placing it on the table. Joey raised an eyebrow. "This item, your previous colleague mentioned you insisted he not touch. Is it of great significance?" Wei Yuan nodded and reached into the pouch to extract a paper box, placing it on the table and opening it to push towards Joey. Her gaze fell upon the contents, and her expression froze. Meanwhile, the two men monitoring the room through surveillance turned pale, with one suddenly leaping to his feet and rushing out. Inside the box lay a pair of exquisitely embroidered red shoes, undeniably eerie, with dried bloodstains within. Wei Yuan spoke calmly, "If he sees this, perhaps tonight it will not be I who dreams of nightmares, but rather him." Moments later, Zhou Yi's earpiece crackled with her teammate's breathless voice. "It's gone. In a designated area for containing bodies harmed by malevolent spirits." A muscular disciple of the Wei Ming sect observed the woman's contorted feet alongside an unopened icebox in the outer door. The iron gate failed to contain her, and the talismans appear ineffective against her. She is not merely an evil ghost. She is a vengeful spirit. In light of such irrefutable evidence, Wei Yuan and Appo's claims were taken with utmost seriousness. Shortly thereafter, two individuals entered the room. "Greetings, I am Zhao Yi, a disciple of the Wei Ming sect." Wei Ming sect. Taoist title Xian Yi. Upon their arrival, the disciples promptly inquired about the details of Wei Yuan's earlier dream. The Taoist disciple named Xian Yi produced sketch paper, swiftly illustrating the loft from Wei Yuan's description, along with the chilling locust tree, stone well, and the courtyard enclosed by towering wooden buildings, allowing only a glimpse of the sky. Zhou Yi habitually lit a cigarette, but, noticing Wei Yuan's presence, smiled apologetically, extinguishing it. Vengeful spirits differ significantly from ordinary wandering souls. Resentful ghosts, or evil spirits. They typically possess considerable power and have encountered diverse experiences. Confronting them directly is unwise. Wei Yuan contemplated this, then inquired, "So, does the courtyard from my dream assist in subduing the vengeful spirit?" Joey nodded. "Indeed. The essence of a vengeful spirit lies in intense negative emotions and a powerful resonance with certain earthly energies. As these negative emotions intensify, they become exceedingly malevolent. Identifying the source of such emotions presents an opportunity to weaken the spirit and ultimately subdue or eliminate it. Moreover, vengeful spirits were once human, perpetually ensnared by overwhelming negative emotions, rendering their existence akin to a living death. Thus, both Buddhism and Taoism refer to this process as liberation." "Ah, I see," Wei Yuan responded. Enveloped in thought, a silence fell over them, punctuated only by the soft rustling of Xian Yi's sketching. "Is that so?" After making adjustments, the muscular man presented the modified sketch to Wei Yuan, whose heart raced at the striking resemblance to his dream. He nodded in affirmation. "That's about right." Xian Yi acknowledged this with a nod, setting his pen aside. Zhao Yi took the drawing and began to search the database for locations that matched Wei Yuan's dreamscape. This is the foundation upon which the nation of Hua has managed to suppress malevolent spirits effectively. Once modern technology pinpointed their locations, disciples of both the Taoist and Buddhist traditions would carry specialized talismans to execute precise strikes against these entities. After a moment of contemplative silence, Wei Yuan remarked, "I never anticipated the existence of individuals like you." Joey replied, "After all, do not ghosts also exist? As long as spectral beings and demons appear, individuals such as us will inevitably arise." Wei Yuan inquired, "So early in history?" Joey nodded, "Indeed. Our lineage can be traced back to the first brave souls who drew their swords against demons and ghosts. However, if we truly delve into the annals of history, the most organized and formidable official force dedicated to capturing demons began during the Han Dynasty." "The Han?" Wei Yuan echoed. "Yes, the inspector of the capital. Formerly known as the Crouching Tiger, from the reign of Emperor Wu to the Sui and Tang dynasties, They quelled the demons of the realm. Before he could finish, Zhao Yi raised his head, his tone slightly elevated as he said, "Captain, we've located it. It's a theater from the former Jiangnan Dao, a place for opera performances. Known to have produced several renowned actors, and there were previous incidents that led to its closure." Zhou Yi's eyes sparkled with interest as she stood and declared, "Let us depart for Jiangnan." Wei Yuan lifted his gaze slightly, and Zhao Yi patted his shoulder, smiling, "You can return home now. The matters ahead are not suited for someone of your ordinary standing." Xian Yi glanced at him, nodded, and produced a protective talisman. "This will safeguard you. Take care of yourself, and forget about such affairs. While your presence may aid us in tracking down spirits, we must also divide our attention to protect you. To put it bluntly, you could be a liability, and I hope you understand." Zhao Yi's expression faltered, and he nudged Xian Yi with his elbow, whispering, "Do you not know how to speak? Saying such things in front of someone." Xian Yi pondered briefly, then retrieved another talisman and handed it to Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan chuckled softly, accepting the second talisman. "It's quite all right." Xian Yi nodded and lapsed back into silence. Wei Yuan signed a confidentiality agreement, ensuring he would not speak of these matters indiscriminately before returning home. It was indeed a relief to have others handle such affairs, as official forces were undoubtedly more capable than he. After a day spent reporting incidents, he returned home to tidy up. As night fell, Wei Yuan affixed one talisman to the headboard and another by the entrance, cradling his sword in his arms. Only then could he find peace and slumber. Chapter 10. Humans lack the intent to slay ghosts, yet ghosts harbor malice towards humanity step by step. Silently he advanced. Wei Yuan walked quietly forward. This wooden building seemed far more vibrant than in days past. Today was no longer a day shrouded in mist, but rather a profound night, where the sounds no longer echoed the sweet melodies of female performers, but instead resonated with the loud, boisterous laughter of men, the clinking of cups, and the soft, melodic laughter of women. Joy, merriment, and an inescapable sorrow intertwined in the air. Wei Yuan paused momentarily, turning his head to the left. In the grayish night fog, a row of people knelt in unison, children with dark moles at the corners of their eyes, men and women, all with heads bowed low. The men lacked courage. The women had lost their compassion. They resembled a series of grave markers lined up in rows. He averted his gaze and stepped into the courtyard, regaining his composure just before crossing the threshold, only to be struck by a sudden surge of alarm. Another dream? He beheld the stone well beneath the ancient locust tree and the woman with her head bowed. This time she donned a striking red dress, vibrant and festive. The tune shifted to a lively suona, heralding a wedding. Yet there was an unsettling chill in the air, a profound melancholy that sent shivers down his spine. Wei Yuan's expression morphed in alarm as he sensed something amiss. He rolled backward instinctively, reaching for the sword at his side, but grasped nothing. He jerked his head up. The silk above the locust tree fluttered, but beneath it lay emptiness. Turning to the side, he found the woman silently gazing at him, her hand piercing through his heart in an instant. Wei Yuan awoke from the nightmare, eyes wide with terror, his gaze settling on the mold-specked ceiling, which helped him regain his composure. Minutes later, he rose to drink half a glass of water, the cold liquid soothing his turbulent emotions, bringing a semblance of calm, though anger still simmered within. Turning, he noticed that the talismans at the door and beside his bed had silently burned to ashes. His adversary was enraged. Yet, it was not only the entity that was incensed. Wei Yuan had no intention of entangling himself in the world of demons and ghosts. Yet it appeared that his opponent had no intention of granting him respite. Upon seeing the talismans at his bedside, the dreams intensified. As if even a mud doll could harbor some ire, let alone a young man in his prime. A surge of unbridled fury ignited within him. Had it not been for the Hu Tiger talisman, he might already be dead. This matter could not be evaded. It required resolution. His thoughts crystallized, ultimately deciding to venture to Jiangnan. Rather than await his demise, he would take the initiative, seizing the advantage. After all, remaining idle would yield no benefit. He might as well give it a try. Wei Yuan washed his face in the bathroom, tucked the Hu Tiger talisman close to his chest, and then rapped on the door where the multitude of ghosts resided. A water ghost emerged halfway through the closed door, yawning, startled to see Wei Yuan. "Wei, what's wrong? Prepare yourself. We are setting off for Jiangnan." "To Jiangnan?" The water ghost hesitated. Then realization struck, sending a shiver down its spine. What are we going to Jiangnan for? What do you think?" Wei Yuan replied, a hint of a smile gracing his lips, his expression a blend of amusement and seriousness. "To come and go is only proper. The water ghost, remembering the encounter with the female ghost that had been ruthlessly dispatched, chose to stay behind this time. Wei Yuan, akin to when he had acquired the 5 methods of enlightenment, obtained from the Hu Tiger Talisman the strategies to confront malevolent spirits. The solution was rather straightforward. Most malevolent spirits were bound by intense negative emotions. Destroying the objects tied to those emotions would provoke the spirits, allowing them to experience a broader spectrum of feelings. A malevolent spirit's existence was dependent on negative emotions and a certain spiritual resonance with the earth. Introducing conflicting emotions would dilute their essence, causing their power to plummet. Another approach involved incinerating the objects associated with the malevolent spirit, mixing them with special talismanic water and applying it to weapons, rendering them capable of inflicting harm upon the spirits. The water he used to awaken his senses was among the more common types. He recalled the approximate location of the map that appeared on Zhao Yi's computer and planned to head directly to that area, using the exorcism technique. He commanded the wandering soul of that poison-imbibing sister, sketching the structures and courtyard he had seen in his dream. Lacking access to police databases, he resolved to consult the local elders, those familiar with the area's affairs. Finally, he concealed the 8-faced Han sword within its scabbard. After some contemplation, he retrieved a zither case from the museum, crafted from aged rosewood, its surface marked with scratches. He tossed it onto the carpet outside, easily deceiving those who lacked discernment. With life and death at stake, Wei Yuan paid no heed to trivialities, concealing the sword's scabbard within the zither case. He then summoned the spirit of the Qijiao army, practicing the motion of drawing the sword from the case. The distance to Jiangnan was not far, and given the restrictions on carrying knives aboard trains, he could share a van with others. Having made his decision, Wei Yuan incinerated the severed hair of the female ghost, mixing it with talismanic water. Finding a waste pouch, he packed small bottles of both the awakening and exorcism waters. The 2 paper figures eagerly wished to accompany him. He tugged at his sleeves, and they slipped inside, transforming into an armlet that adhered to his wrist. At last, he awaited the dawn to embark on his journey. Following the advice of the Qijiao army spirit, Wei Yuan sat cross-legged, gradually meditating to control his mind and breathing, a technique developed after experiencing bloody battles, facilitating recovery through such practices, though nearly impossible to articulate in words. Anyone who had rolled through a battlefield and collected a few heads while still alive would know this instinctively. There's still room. Squeeze in a bit more. Come on, can't we fit one more in here? Let us wait for one more before we set off. Wei Yuan squeezed into a van, clutching the zither case. The driver, without questioning, turned the steering wheel and accelerated, seamlessly navigating the route, ensuring a smooth journey. They departed in the morning and arrived at their destination by afternoon. Standing in the unfamiliar surroundings, Wei Yuan contemplated before searching for the original driver. The driver was inside the vehicle, simultaneously on the phone and devouring a meal, exclaiming, "Ah, is Dad eating well? Haha, of course. Just made a generous serving of braised pork. Isn't it delicious? If it's fragrant, then it's good. When I go back this month, I'll let you taste it too. Be good and listen to your grandma." What? You want to see the braised pork? Oh, what is there to see? I'm definitely eating the meat. He noticed Wei Yuan approaching and exchanged a few more words, covering the phone. Wei Yuan, catching sight of the stir-fried potato strips in the lunchbox, nodded and said in a slightly raised voice, "Eating so fast, there are only 2 pieces of meat left. Share some with me, and I'll treat you next time." The driver looked at him in surprise, then nodded appreciatively. After chatting a bit more with the person on the other end, he hung up. "Thanks, brother. Here, have a smoke." Putting his phone away, the driver seemed at a loss for words and kept offering Wei Yuan cigarettes. Wei Yuan accepted one, while the driver shyly remarked, "I showed her the bill earlier, and she started doubting me. You tell me, what kind of child is this?" Wei Yuan smiled. "She is quite clever." "That she is." The man's expression softened, a smile breaking through. Wei Yuan held the cigarette without smoking it, and said, "I came here to ask you about some information. You often frequent this place. Do you happen to know any elderly individuals who possess a wealth of knowledge about the past? I wish to inquire about certain matters and perhaps pin some thoughts." The driver paused momentarily, contemplating, and a flicker of hesitation crossed his face. "Yes, there is indeed such a person, renowned in this vicinity, known by all. However, his demeanor is somewhat peculiar." "Ah, still dreaming, are we?" It was an era of prosperity in the Jiangnan region, famous for its charms. Tall buildings adorned with silks sent by admirers, all for her, the foremost diva of Jiangnan. Exquisite, with a melodious voice, truly enchanting. The old man squinted. Reclining beneath the tree, tapping the armrest and softly humming an off-key tune, reminiscing about the time when that illustrious diva had treated him to sweets as a child. Sweet. Oh, so sweet. Yet, at such moments, he would suddenly recall that event, and the mere thought would pierce his heart with pain. That night, he had knelt alongside a multitude, enduring the vigil. Who among us had not benefited from her grace? That night, not a soul dared to utter a word. Ultimately, she was the only one who perished, and silence enveloped us all. A life, once extinguished, leaves behind a chilling void, and kindness can swiftly turn cold. He slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the sunlight filtering through, feeling as though both the room and himself were on the brink of decay. He pondered how much longer he could endure, fearing that one day he might truly wither away, leaving no trace, yet in his current state, he could not venture beyond these walls. That individual often remarked, in the stillness of night, memories of youth resurface. Alas, that incident may very well accompany him to the grave. A series of knocks echoed at the door. The old man lifted his head, initially reluctant to respond, yet for reasons unknown. He reflected for a moment before rising unsteadily to answer. Upon opening the door, he found a man bearing a musical instrument case. The man scanned the room, his gaze pausing at the ancient locust tree, then shifting to the well beneath its shade, finally resting upon the old man's face. Noting the dark mole at the corner of his eye, in that instant, a memory stirred within him, of a child kneeling in a dream. Wei Yuan felt a wave of melancholy wash over him as he confronted the passage of time, but he quickly composed himself, adjusting the instrument case on his back. And with a gentle smile, inquired, "Is this the esteemed Mr. Jiang? My name is Wei Yuan, and I seek to discuss certain matters with you." Chapter 11. The Affairs of Old. Whispers to the spirits in this quaint locale. It has been ages since anyone graced us with their presence. Such occurrences have become rare indeed. The elder shifted aside to offer a seat to Wei Yuan, who, after the door was closed, settled onto a wooden chair beneath the locust tree. His somewhat cloudy eyes regarded Wei Yuan, who, sitting on a nearby stone, smiled and remarked, "This is unexpected. Surely, you have had visitors before?" The elder shook his head. "All those I once knew have departed this world, and the younger generation has gradually ceased their visits. Just yesterday, a few young souls came by, yet they did not step inside, choosing instead to turn away." He paused, almost forgetting his manners. "Oh, I must prepare you a cup of tea. How forgetful of me." With that, the elder rose and returned indoors, grumbling softly as he brewed the tea. He eventually emerged with 2 steaming cups in aged porcelain, offering one to Wei Yuan, who cradled it in his hands. Noticing Wei Yuan's reluctance to sip, the elder took a sip himself and chuckled. "I wonder what brings you this, old fellow? What inquiries do you have?" Wei Yuan replied, "I seek information about a person." "Who might this be?" "The finest singer in all of Jiangnan." Clatter. The elder's cup toppled, scalding tea spilling onto the ground. He stared at the composed Wei Yuan, his mouth agape. "How do you know of her?" Wei Yuan explained, "By a twist of fate, I have learned some matters." The elder, lost in thought, appeared weary as memories washed over him. He closed his eyes, looking suddenly ancient, and after a lengthy silence, he murmured, "It is good that someone knows. I had thought these tales would die with me. To understand this, we must start from the final years of the Ming Dynasty. Jiangnan has always been a land of prosperity, a truth acknowledged by all in the realm. Within Jiangnan, 2 rival theaters have been locked in competition for countless years. In recent times, your family has flourished, and soon it will be my family's turn to reign, with fervent rivalry and spirited contests." That winter, a rare sunny day graced the land, with nary a flake of snow upon the roads. The mother of Chunshao Tower returned with a charming young girl, beautiful and melodious. She first graced the stage at the tender age of 16, astonishing all with her talent. Her name was Qin Yang, and she rose to fame overnight, eclipsing the stars of several nearby theaters. Many esteemed patrons flocked to hear her sing, and bolts of crimson silk were sent as gifts, adorning the wooden tower like a vibrant cloud. Traditionally, Qin Yang would sing until her mid-20s, perhaps retiring to teach the next generation or wed a respectable man, living a virtuous life. But life seldom unfolds as a storyteller would claim. Had it done so, the world would not be rife with unfulfilled tales. In the year Qin Yang found her beloved, the pirates invaded. The tide from the west surged forth, breaching the 500-year reign of the Ming Dynasty. This slumbering dragon of the east was wounded by treachery. Following this, the Ming emperor, driven by fury, took to the field himself, having penned his edict to defend the realm, an edict that decreed the emperor must safeguard the nation. The people united, Their spirits ignited, and after years of stalemate, they swiftly triumphed over the coalition forces at the Eastern Sea, proclaiming the dragon's roar throughout the land. Yet, such events were but the prelude. That year, the pirates, perceiving the Ming's defenses as lax, surged deep into Jiangnan. They reveled in their conquest, believing they would soon topple the erstwhile sovereign, indulging in the pleasures of the land, demanding the finest wines, exquisite dishes, and the most beautiful women, accompanied by the sweetest melodies. But Qin Yang, though young, possessed a fierce spirit. She would rather perish than yield. Yet, on that fateful day, over 30 souls from Chunqiao Tower knelt at her door, including her mother, who begged for her life. Ultimately, she succumbed and went to entertain the pirates. Not a soul perished from Chunqiao Tower. After the valiant Ming forces vanquished the pirates and peace returned to Jiangnan, whispers of scandal began to circulate. Everyone knew that compelling another to sacrifice for oneself is a difficult burden to bear. Thus they sought to tarnish her name in a bid to elevate their own moral standing. Rumors spread that Qin Yang had willingly offered herself to the invaders, and soon the city was awash with scorn and vitriol. As tensions escalated, people began hurling rotten eggs and foul vegetables at her door, denouncing her as a traitorous harlot. Yet Qin Yang remained steadfast, awaiting the return of the man she had promised her future. She waited and waited until no one cared to hear her sing anymore, and the once vibrant crimson silks faded to pale hues. The man never returned. Clad in the wedding dress she had sewn herself, Qin Yang took her life in the well. That autumn, a heavy snowfall blanketed the earth, and the now faded red satin fluttered like funeral banners atop the wooden tower. As the elder concluded his tale, he refilled his cup, having already consumed most of it. Wei Yuan and Appos, St. remained untouched. So, he mused, caressing the cup. That man betrayed her? The elder wiped away an unexpected tear and replied, he did betray her, yet he did not. He enlisted, becoming a soldier. In that fierce resistance against the marauding pirates, he penned numerous letters to Qin Yang. Why did he not return? Wei Yuan pressed. The elder fell silent and said, because he perished in battle. Just 3 days prior, the compensation report and those letters would have reached Jiangnan, and Qin Yang would not have had to die. Wei Yuan fell into silence, setting down his cup. May I see those letters? The elder nodded, unsteadily rising to retrieve a small box from a prominent spot in his home. Inside lay a faded photograph and a stack of letters, the ink bold yet the last few stained with deep marks. He handed the items to Wei Yuan. Look, these stories must not fade. Even after my passing, someone must remember. I owe Qin Yang 3 deep bows. I wished to apologize but feared for my own life and could not speak for her. Wei Yuan accepted the box, gazing at the time-worn photograph, a young scholar beaming brightly alongside a bashful maiden. This was their shared past, the final emotional tether of that restless spirit. If burned into talismanic water, it could inflict profound damage upon the spirit. Should the act be performed before the spirit's very eyes, it might even shatter its sanity. The voice of the Qijia army's spirit echoed in Wei Yuan's ears. Hesitant yet pleading, my lord. Wei Yuan examined the letters, filled with fervent affection, aspirations for the future, and a love for the earth beneath them. He nodded slightly, affirming his intent not to incinerate the letters, but instead carefully stowed the box away, adjusting the angle of his sword case for easy access. He turned to the elder, now settled back beneath the tree, and inquired, can you still walk? I wish to see Chunqiao Tower. This is not Chunqiao Tower. The elder murmured, gazing at his hands. Indeed, it is not, he continued wistfully. I wish to behold it one last time, but the sunlight is too blinding, and my frail body cannot endure. I have tried many times, yet I remain confined within this courtyard. I shall assist you, Wei Yuan offered. He stepped out for a while and discovered a black cloth umbrella in an old shop. Upon his return, he opened the umbrella and, with one hand, assisted the elderly man, who exerted himself to rise, first once, then twice, until he finally stood upright. Wei Yuan observed the ancient tree behind the old man in silence, retracted his left hand, and unsheathed the broken sword, a relic of the Qijia army and Appos' spirit, holding it like a dagger. He severed a slender branch, which trembled slightly. Wei Yuan then returned the broken sword to its place and continued to support the elderly man as they walked forward. Pushing the door open, the elder took a few steps with Wei Yuan's assistance and paused, exclaiming, it has been ages since I last ventured out. The sunlight is still somewhat fierce, yet I am relieved. I thought I would be unable to walk, but surprisingly, I am moving quite swiftly. It seems I have lingered too long in that small place. Wei Yuan held the umbrella aloft and glanced at the sky. It was a cloudy day, with pale gray clouds hanging low, obscuring the sun. He turned slightly, and beneath the old locust tree, the elderly man sat in a wooden chair, eyes closed. His breathing had ceased long ago, perhaps days, months, or even years. Recalling the elder's previous words about not having left the courtyard in a long time, along with the Wahoo waste token he bore, Wei Yuan understood the elder's condition upon entering, which is why he had not sipped the tea. He gazed at the old man's silhouette, an unyielding obsession, a spirit that lingers, trapped within the confines of a small space, referred to as being bound to the earth. Yet, what truly binds the soul, the ground, or the unresolved matters within the heart? The elderly man began to walk more effortlessly, picking up speed as if shedding some burdensome weight. Wei Yuan, with his left hand gently caressing the chain case and his right hand holding the umbrella, stepped forth. In the garden stood a tree, known as KN, beneath which resided spirits, particularly that of the locust. Beneath the locust tree, a vague silhouette clad in ancient attire, embroidered with the characters Mr. Huai on the cuffs, inclined slightly toward Wei Yuan in a gesture of respect. The creaking wooden door, moved by no wind, slowly closed, sealing the old man's body and his story within the confines of this small courtyard. Chapter 12. The true form. Wei Yuan held a black cloth umbrella. Following the voice of the old man as he stepped forward, the sky was on the verge of rain, and the streets were nearly deserted, exuding a desolate chill from the cobblestones. The ancient buildings on either side were steeped in history, reminiscent of the grandeur of the Ming Dynasty over a century ago. After navigating through a maze of alleys, he arrived at the old district yet to be fully developed, coming to a halt as he gazed upward. Before him lay a courtyard, facing the grand entrance, dominated by a 3-story wooden building. It was evident that this place had once been quite elegant, but now, all its tales of romance had been swept away by the elements. The lack of maintenance rendered it somewhat dilapidated. "We have arrived," the old voice remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Beneath the black umbrella, Wei Yuan glanced at the old man and then at the courtyard. Realizing the entrance was not easily accessible, he plucked a willow leaf, opening his eyes once more to see the thick, pervasive black mist within the courtyard, enveloped by a faint blue luminescence outside. It was clear that members of a special task force from the minor Ming sect had discovered this place, yet somehow, they had also attracted the wrath of the vengeful spirit known as Seven Yang. Extending his hand, Wei Yuan touched the outer layer of blue light, feeling an instinctive urge to retreat. This was evidently a precaution taken by the disciples of the minor Ming sect to prevent ordinary folk from inadvertently wandering in. Should one force their way inside, they would be violently ejected. Wei Yuan pondered briefly, while the old man stepped forward, slightly moving out from beneath the black umbrella. "I have returned," he sighed. "After so many years away, I am finally back." He reached out, and inexplicably, the blue barrier and the dark resentment emanating from this place did not hinder him. With a creaking sound, the long sealed door slowly opened, revealing a narrow path before the entrance, flanked by red lanterns. The old man stood at the threshold, slightly bowing, gesturing for Wei Yuan to enter. "Wei Xiaogu, please come in." Wei Yuan touched the chain case, nodded, and stepped inside. At that moment, the heavy doors behind him slammed shut, sealing away all light. The once red lanterns turned a ghastly white, emanating a greenish glow that cast an eerie atmosphere. Faint sounds of a swana and distant singing echoed through the air, filled with a chilling aura that felt more suited for spirits than the living. As he prepared to confront the true master of this domain, Wei Yuan found an unexpected calm settling within him. With the chain case on his back and the black umbrella in hand, he strode confidently down the narrow path, flanked by ghostly lanterns, the sound of his footsteps resonating in the silence. Suddenly, talismans floated in the air, forming a formation that quickly turned to ash. Zhou Yi knelt on the ground, blood streaming from his shoulder, staining his white shirt. Nearby, Zhao Yi lay motionless, while Xian Yi, pale as paper, managed to crawl beside Zhao Yi, turning him over and pressing on his neck. His expression softened slightly, and he nodded at Zhou Yi, indicating that Zhao Yi was still alive. Zhou Yi breathed a sigh of relief, but as he surveyed the dark, ghostly realm around him, his gaze fell upon the figure of a woman in red, shrouded in mist, her face marked with bitterness. She was not merely a vengeful spirit, but a calamity-level entity. They had grossly misjudged her power. Upon entering this place, they had been ensnared in the ghostly realm, and their prepared talismans and artifacts proved ineffective against her. Despite their best efforts, even risking their lives, they had only managed to injure a fragment of her spirit. Defeat loomed. Dying here was not the worst fate. However, if such a ferocious spirit were to escape, Zhou Yi and Apos' resolve hardened. He wiped the blood from his mouth, glancing at Xian Yi, who silently nodded in agreement. Biting his finger, he smeared blood over a peachwood sword and swiftly inscribed a talisman upon it. Xian Yi's complexion grew even paler. Yet the sword shimmered with a golden light. With a deep breath, the young man charged toward Zhou Yi, moving swiftly and changing directions with agility. Zhou Yi produced a golden talisman, clutching it between her fingers as she softly intoned, "Heaven's path is clear, the earth's path is serene, humanity's path is tranquil. I now invoke the Master and Apos' command to swiftly reach the realm of Palai." The talisman ignited spontaneously, and she flung it outward, where it soared away. Armed with a thunderstrike peachwood sword, she and Xian Yi split their efforts to confront the vengeful spirit. The dual instrument sword was considered exceptional among their peers. Yet it could not contend with the spirit's dense resentment. Xian Yi was swiftly defeated, and without his support, Zhou Yi, though slightly more adept, coughed up blood and was soon repelled. The thunderstrike sword shattered into fragments. Death was certain today, yet she felt no deep regret. Regardless, the news of the vengeful spirit's threat had already been transmitted. No matter how fierce the spirit, it would be challenging to further escalate the harm. Just then, Zhou Yi noticed a golden light soaring toward her from ahead, then shooting past overhead. Her expression froze, and recalling the records from ancient texts, she realized the gravity of the situation, her face contorting with despair and unwillingness. In the ghostly realm, directions were inverted. Within this peculiar environment, communication talismans and modern messaging methods were rendered ineffective. No, it cannot be. The thought of such a malevolent spirit being free to harm others filled Zhou Yi with fury and immense dread. Clutching the half of her peachwood sword, she wobbled to her feet, determined to continue her assault. Before her, the female ghost, head bowed, allowed her dripping hair to elongate violently, coiling one strand into a sharp, iron-like spike aimed viciously at Zhou Yi's heart. Exhausted of both power and stamina, Zhou Yi could only watch helplessly as the hair pierced her chest, while Xian Yi, equally powerless, could only witness in horror. Then, a resounding clang echoed. The dark hair, akin to a weapon, was deftly deflected at an angle. Its force neutralized and sliding away. The hair failed to pierce Zhou Yi's heart, crashing into the ground beside her and sending dirt flying. Momentarily stunned, Zhou Yi turned to see that the object deflecting the hair was not a weapon, but an ancient chain case made of redwood. Although the hair had not been imbued with great strength, the ability to halt a vengeful spirit's strike with such a simple object indicated that the newcomer possessed extraordinary skill and swordsmanship, far beyond Zhou Yi's comprehension. The chain case pivoted to brace itself against the ground, and the newcomer held an umbrella in one hand while steadying the chain case with the other. Without looking at Zhou Yi, whose expression had transformed in shock upon seeing his face, he calmly regarded the female ghost, who had haunted his dreams, and nodded slowly. "I am Wei Yuan from Chuanzhou, summoned by 7 Yang to listen to a tune." Thunder rumbled ominously overhead. The previously quiescent female specter reacted violently upon hearing Wei Yuan's pronouncement, her vacant, obsidian eyes fixating on him before she vanished, reappearing with eerie swiftness. Her sable hair unfurled, threatening to engulf the spectral domain. A palpable miasma of malevolence and baleful energy permeated the air. At that moment, from beneath Wei Yuan's ebony umbrella, another figure emerged. Stepping forward to confront Qin Yang's spirit, Zhou Yi, still reeling from the transformation of the seemingly vulnerable civilian into someone enigmatic, watched as the old man advanced. Unaware that he, too, was a spectral echo, she cried out in alarm, instinctively trying to intervene. Wei Yuan restrained her, and Zhou Yi, exhausted, clutched at his arm. Her voice urgent. "Stop him. It's too dangerous. Is he courting death?" Wei Yuan responded, "Perhaps this is what he has always yearned for." "What?" Zhou Yi and Apos' expression shifted as she finally comprehended the old man and Apos' spectral state. Wei Yuan, his gaze unwavering, mused, "I find myself contemplating a question, Officer Zhou. If a person is tormented by a past transgression and seeks atonement through death, do we possess the right to intervene? Do we have the authority to impose our judgments upon him?" He paused, then asked, "Can one truly empathize with another's suffering?" Zhou Yi remained speechless. The old man's spectral form hastened toward the female specter. She emitted a piercing shriek, her pallid hands, adorned with long, ebony nails, reaching out. The old man prostrated himself, his aged frame bowing low, offering his chest as a target. With a sickening sound, the female specter's hands pierced his torso. The old man and Apos, spirit showed no sign of pain, only a sense of profound relief. As he was flung aside, he stumbled, then knelt, his forehead striking the ground with a heavy thud. Choking with emotion, he cried out, "Qin Yang, Shao 15 kowtows to you. Forgive me, forgive me. I have wronged you so deeply." His anguish and remorse were palpable. Zhou Yi, stunned, began to grasp the situation, a glimmer of hope flickering in her eyes. Could this be the key to the vengeful spirit's torment? If she had died unjustly, then a sincere apology from someone who had wronged her, delivered as he perished by her hand, might assuage her extreme negativity. However, the specter showed no sign of change. She retracted her hands, ignoring the old man, and turned her dark gaze upon Wei Yuan. The miasma of resentment surrounding her intensified, indicating that the old man's apology had failed to move her. The specter's former self remained unmoved. The old man prostrated himself 3 times, his spectral form dissolving from the wound. Tears streamed down his wrinkled face as he saw the young girl who had offered him candy and the tragic figure leaping into the well. Finally, he saw only a vast, snowy expanse. His heart's burden lifted, his spirit dissipated. The female spectre lunged at Wei Yuan. With a flick of his wrist, he sent his black umbrella spinning toward her, simultaneously retreating and opening his guqin case, drawing forth the 8-sided Han sword. The weighty blade felt reassuring in his grasp. As the specter's hair surged toward him, he raised the sword, deflecting the dark tresses. Sidestepping the attack, he redirected the force of the hair with a twist of the blade. The hair pierced the stone floor once more. Wei Yuan brought the sword down, severing a strand of the dark hair, and drew his broken sword from his waist, wielding it as a dagger to compensate for the limitations of his swordsmanship, slashing horizontally. The broken sword, imbued with Yin energy, inflicted greater damage upon the specter. The dark hair scattered, then coalesced, erupting from the ground. Wei Yuan dodged, executing a swift roll, and a flash of sword light accompanied his evasion. As he avoided the hair, he swept the 8-sided Han sword across his body. Zhou Yi and Xian Yi stood together, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads as they watched the clash between the sword and the spectral domain. The sword techniques were simple, direct, and even austere, yet each movement was imbued with lethal intent. Xian Yi scrutinized the battle, imagining himself as the swordsman's opponent. Gradually, cold sweat trickled down his face, and his complexion paled. He realized that he would not survive more than a few exchanges against such unadorned, deadly swordsmanship, and would be decapitated or impaled. This was not the style of a martial arts family. Each movement was designed for a life-or-death struggle. It was ancient battlefield swordsmanship honed in actual combat. He averted his gaze, focusing instead on the overall situation, seeking an opportunity to assist. Zhou Yi and Xian Yi, trained by their elders, quickly recognized that the swordsmanship, while formidable, was still limited to the realm of mortal skill, specializing in killing humans and thus at a disadvantage against demons. Wei Yuan pressed forward, parrying the attacks of the spectral hair and closing the distance between himself and the specter, seemingly unconcerned with inflicting damage. What was his objective? Clang. The 8-sided Han sword deflected a strand of spectral hair emerging from the void. Black droplets fell from the hair, corroding the blade. Wei Yuan glanced at the sword, tightening his grip. He could feel the quality of the already inferior blade diminish further. He could not exert his full strength, lest the sword snap in two. However, he had penetrated within 3 meters of the specter. Spectral hair like lances pierced the air, targeting Wei Yuan. Zhou Yi and Xian Yi and Apos, as expressions turned grave. Wei Yuan, showing no fear, simply held his sword. He gazed at the specter, her face downcast and her eyes vacant, and sighed softly. Fu Pingyi did not abandon you. The barrage of spectral hair halted abruptly before Wei Yuan. Drip, drip. Water droplets fell from the hair. The strands softened, although the miasma of malevolence remained. Wei Yuan released his grip on the tiger-shaped waist, removing a thick stack of letters from his bag, topped by a faded photograph and a survivor's pension report. He extended them toward the specter. Fu Pingyi of Jiangnan province enlisted in the army in the 17th year of Emperor Lai Wu's reign to defend our divine land. He died a heroic death. These are his belongings, some for his parents, letters, and a pension for his wife, Wan Qinyang. He released the stack, and the letters floated in the spectral domain, scattering like snowflakes around the specter. As each letter unfurled, Wei Yuan stood by, sword in hand. When the last blood-stained letter landed before the woman, she froze. The letter was titled to my wife. Wei Yuan had read its contents before. Throughout my life, I have loved books, paintings, flowers, fine wine, and beautiful women, but none so much as I love you. Yet my love for you is surpassed by my love for our nation. Now that our divine land is in peril, we must sacrifice ourselves for our country. If I am fortunate enough to return, I will listen to your singing in Jiang'an, and we shall never be apart. If I do not return, I will hear you sing wherever you are in our divine land. We must stand with our nation. As for you and I still say that there will be no separation in life, only in death. The final words penned by Fu Pengyi reveal a profound transformation. The letter, dated a month after the events in Jiangnan, initially bore only the name Fu Pengyi, but subsequently, it adopted the more formal address of husband Fu Pengyi. The implications of this change are self-evident, yet the circumstances of being accompanied by the army rendered it impossible to send the correspondence. Wei Yuan wiped the wound on his cheek, leaning against the nearby pillar, sword in hand, his eyes closed, refraining from seizing the moment to strike. After a brief pause, the sound of soft sobbing filled his ears, followed by a heart-wrenching wail. The woman in red, cradling the letter, was reduced to tears. The malevolence that accompanied her sorrow gradually dissipated. Wei Yuan lifted his gaze, observing the delicate strands of night mist enveloping the ghostly realm. Humanity possesses countless words and traverses innumerable mountains and rivers, accumulating myriad experiences. Yet, have they ever listened to the wailing of a vengeful spirit? The multitude may slander and revile me, but what does their disdain compare to your solitary grief? Chapter 14. The way of heaven resides in the heart. The winds within the ghostly realm grew increasingly fierce, yet the previous oppressive atmosphere had dissipated. Wan Qinyang's turbulent emotions and resentment evaporated with her tears. Clad in an embroidered red gown and adorned with gold-embroidered shoes, she bore a serene countenance, appearing no older than 18 or 19. Her long black hair cascaded down to her waist, and her eyes, slightly swollen and reddened, held a translucent quality from the calves down, evoking a subtle sense of unease in those who beheld her. Zhou Yi found herself at a loss for words, as this exceeded her realm of understanding. Wan Qinyang gently wiped her tears with her sleeve, carefully cradling a letter, and bowed to Wei Yuan, murmuring her gratitude. "Thank you, young master." Wei Yuan shook his head and replied, "Miss Wan, have you regained your senses?" "Thanks to your kindness," she responded softly. "Is that so?" Wei Yuan paused, sheathing the eight-sided Han sword, and inquired, "Do you still harbor any wishes?" "Wishes?" She appeared momentarily taken aback, initially intending to deny having any. But as she held the unreceived letters, the words written upon them compelled her to say, "I wish to see this era. May I?" Shenny and Amp, Apos, S expression changed as he sprang to intercept, exclaiming urgently, "No, we cannot be certain she is harmless." The hilt of the eight-sided Han sword struck the blade in Xian Yi's hand with neither too much force nor too little, causing the sword to be knocked aside. It spun thrice before embedding itself in the ground. The hilt continued its momentum, colliding with Xian Yi's abdomen. He stifled a groan, words unuttered, and staggered back a step, reluctantly conceding the pathway. "I apologize for this day. I shall make amends in the future." Wei Yuan returned the sword to its scabbard within the chain box, bent down to retrieve the recently discarded black umbrella, shook off the dirt, and opened it. He then turned to the young courtesan in red, his right hand cradling a talisman, allowing the power to dispel ghosts to envelop them beneath the umbrella. He extended his left hand and softly said, "Then, I shall accompany you on another journey through Jiang'an City. Please." Zhou Yi assisted the injured Xian Yi, who had not exerted any force. His retreat, even to the ground, stemmed from his own exhaustion. His complexion was pale as he gritted his teeth, declaring, "He knows not how unstable a vengeful spirit can be. If that female ghost were to rampage outside, the casualties would be in the hundreds." Zhou Yi suggested, "He must possess some means to prevent the ghost's havoc. We should first attempt to dispel this ghostly realm, otherwise, it remains a source of calamity. By the way, please investigate the names Fu Pengyi and Wan Qinyang." "Understood." In the overcast Jiangnan region, the rain had yet to fall, but the cobblestone streets bore a dampness. Wei Yuan held the umbrella aloft, bearing the chain box on his back, with the red-clad figure of Wan Qinyang beside him. To his surprise, it remained unchanged from years past. Wan Qinyang gazed at the moss-covered corners of the ancient buildings and softly remarked, "I recall racing through here countless times as a child. In the mornings, villagers from nearby would come to sell fresh vegetables, cabbages and greens, also fresh. In winter, frost-kissed persimmons were available, and old Chin soy sauce was sold here. There was a quaint noodle shop with 3 tables, serving 2 portions of noodles with a small spoon of soy sauce. It felt so authentic. In my youth, I had imagined that when Pengyi and I grew old, we would stroll hand in hand along this street, watching others buy vegetables, observing children run about. Reflecting now, I realize I should not have pondered so much. She gently shook her head as they approached an old house that had long been shuttered. It was evident that it had once been a shop, yet it had been closed for countless years. This was Jixiang Feng. I once adored purchasing rouge here. I believe that regardless of how the world changed, there would always be daughters who needed to paint their brows and lips, and this shop would never close. I never anticipated that modern women no longer used rouge. Pingy used to say that the vicissitudes of life are beyond human foresight. Perhaps that is the truth. As she gazed into the bustling urban area in the distance, Wan Qinyang halted, standing amidst the misty Jiangnan, unwilling to proceed further. She had intended to show Pingy the new Jiangnan, but everywhere she looked, she was met with the scenery of yesteryears, which elicited a smile from her companion. She smiled gently, wiping away the corners of her eyes. Since rouge has fallen out of use, then the songs must have ceased as well, and no one listens anymore. Wei Yuan replied, there are still those who appreciate it. Holding the umbrella, he looked towards the vibrant new city and responded, the traditional opera persists, and its melodic style has found favor among the younger generation. This ancient land is rich with new wonders, yet the old treasures have not been forgotten. They continue to thrive harmoniously. Our nation has always embraced such grandeur. The individuals who deserve to be remembered shall never fade from our memories. Miss Wan. Look toward the distance. Where a monument stands is the Martyrs' Memorial Park. The names of those who sacrificed their lives for the nation are inscribed there. Would you care to visit? After a brief moment, they stood quietly in the Martyrs' Memorial Park. Wei Yuan held the umbrella, observing the densely inscribed names upon the stone monument. Wan Qinyang counted each name, and upon reaching a familiar one, she found herself teetering between laughter and tears, bending down to caress the monument. Yet her fingertips could not grasp the warmth of that person. Her touch passed through the stone. Rain approached, darkening the sky, yet some people remained in the park, including children. Wei Yuan bowed toward the monument, and Wan Qinyang, stating, I have always feared ghosts. Many do. People typically avoid cemeteries, especially at night. However, the martyrs' graveyard is different. Even children understand that the heroic spirits protect them. We, the later generations, ought to express our gratitude to them and to you. Thank you. Wan Qinyang replied, turning around with reddened eyes, rubbing the corners gently, and spoke softly, You jest. Not at all. Miss Wan, is there anywhere else you wish to go? None. With that, they fell into a contemplative silence as they returned to Chunshao building. Wan Qinyang pushed open the garden gate, revealing Shou-Yi and Xian-Yi with complex expressions, while the ghostly realm had begun to fragment slowly, like an old oil painting revealing its dilapidated form beneath. The toppled pavilion, tangled spring grass, and faded red wooden doors bore the scars of time. The Hu Tiger Waist token quivered slightly. This time, the words manifested in Wei Yuan's consciousness without needing to be inscribed on paper. The vengeful spirit has vanished. The silly commandant has achieved merit 7. Conversion has opened the silly commandant's basic divine ability, spirit infusion. Conversion has unlocked the silly commandant's scroll monstrous strength and divine spirits, volume 5. The Hu Tiger Waist token gradually quieted. Wan Qinyang carefully placed the letter aside, standing to face Wei Yuan, who had just journeyed through Jiangnan with her, and remarked, You wish to speak with me about something, don't you? Then Zhou-Yi and Xian-Yi observed as Wei Yuan, who had earlier resorted to force to take Wan Qinyang away, silently stowed the black umbrella, retrieved the chain box, and drew out the sword. With closed eyes, he slowly clasped the hilt, and the steel within the sheath trembled with a resonant hum. Wan Qinyang asked, Is it because I once acted against you? Wei Yuan replied, You have taken a life, have you not? An innocent life. Wei Yuan slightly raised his head, recalling the heart-wrenching wails he had heard while passing by the Fuchin community. With fingers interlocking, the sword sang forth as it was drawn from its sheath. A rumble echoed as thunder roared above, and rain began to fall. With his right hand, he sprinkled the enchanted water upon the blade, his fingers gliding across its surface. Blood was drawn, leaving behind a trail of golden marks upon the steel. Spiritual infusion. Imbuing the weapon with essence could harm the malevolent spirits. Wei Yuan slowly lowered himself into a stance, grasping the hilt firmly. The blade was directed toward the wandering soul who had previously exerted every effort to fulfill his wish. Wei Yuan tightly shut his eyes, memories of Chang Yang's experiences. The despair of the past, the malevolence of human hearts, the reasons behind her transformation into a vengeful spirit, and the heart-wrenching wail of a mother who had lost everything while passing by the Fuchin community surged within him. Perhaps this encapsulated the essence of true existence. Whether one be a lurking tiger or a chivalrous hero, there are moments when change is beyond reach. All we can do is make a choice. A deep tiger's roar emanated from the waist token of the lurking tiger. Suppressing the turmoil and complexity within, Wei Yuan opened his eyes and murmured, "Murderer, pay with your life." The Han Dynasty's Inspector Wei Yuan. The blade was raised, pointing towards Wan Qinyang, to send Miss Wan on her final journey. Chapter 15. The red-embroidered shoes. Wan Qinyang gazed at the long sword held by Wei Yuan, her lips slightly parting before she suddenly broke into a smile, saying, "I see, but I shall not wait idly for my fate. We must first test who shall live and who shall perish." Her dark hair grew once more. Tainted by the chilling moisture, her fingers turned pale and slender, yet her nails were sharp and black. Her red dress transformed into something sinister, adorned with dark stains that exuded an ancient allure. She reverted to her ghostly state. Zhou Yi and Xian Yi's expressions shifted dramatically. Though they could not quite catch the words exchanged between Wei Yuan and Wan Qinyang, the transformation was unmistakable. They attempted to rush forward to assist. But the winds of the ghost realm grew fierce, and having exhausted their talismans, they found themselves too weak to advance. Wei Yuan gripped the sword tightly. The blood upon the blade coalesced into golden symbols. Upon witnessing Wan Qinyang's return to her ghostly form, he closed his eyes momentarily. Then, with a low shout, he surged forward, his gaze fixed on the heart of the specter. His footfalls halted abruptly as he thrust the sword forward in a straightforward yet ferocious stab. Honed by the experiences of the battlefield, rendering the strike exquisite, power surged from the earth beneath him through his legs, waist, arms, shoulders, and finally to his wrists. Every muscle engaged in this perfect execution. From the ground to the blade, the impact of every joint transmitted strength, culminating in a flawless infusion into the sword. Such a near-perfect maneuver required no contemplation. It was instinct born from the military spirit of the chief family army, where hesitation meant death. The sword, smeared with the blood of the Wohu lieutenant, pierced through Wan Qinyang's heart, while her arm and nails, akin to the elder's moments prior, evaded Wei Yuan. As if offering her heart to the blade, the blood upon the sword wreaked havoc on her ghostly form. Why? Wei Yuan wondered, sword in hand. Wan Qinyang's complexion paled once more. She smiled faintly, offering no reply. A peculiar energy began to undulate violently in the air above the ghost realm. The illusions woven from the soul's longings began to shatter piece by piece, revealing the collapsed and dilapidated reality beneath. The towering structures, pavilions, and gardens vanished, leaving only withered grass swept by the wind. The intense disturbance ultimately proclaimed the complete dissolution of the ghost realm. The residual force caused Zhou Yi and Xian Yi to grunt in pain, leading them into unconsciousness. The item in Xian Yi's hand clattered to the ground, beginning to operate. Wei Yuan also felt the direct impact, yet the ghost-repelling energy enveloped him like a thin shield, mitigating much of the damage, though his complexion turned pale, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. His soul was wounded, and while external injuries were absent, his strength waned continuously. Wan Qinyang's spectral form gradually became transparent. Returning to the cosmos, she looked at Wei Yuan and suddenly smiled brightly, saying, "Young Master Wei, you mentioned wanting to hear a song from me earlier? Indeed. Do you still possess the leisure for such a request? I wish to sing once more." Wei Yuan nodded slightly. Standing before him, Wan Qinyang lamented, "Alas, I have no instrument. I can only sing unaccompanied. What difficulty is there in that?" Wei Yuan replied, taking a seat upon a slab of blue stone. He laid the almost exhausted 8-sided Han sword across his knees, tapping the blade with his fingers, varying the force and the points of contact, producing distinctly different sounds, creating a semblance of music, albeit with the harsh clang of metal. "I shall play the sword for the young lady," he stated. "I am in your debt, young master." She replied. Wei Yuan paused momentarily, saying, "Old Master Jiang has long harbored regrets." Wan Qinyang lowered her gaze, whispering, "The past is gone. What significance is there in revisiting it? I do not wish to forgive them." "Well, that is only natural." As the Wohu lieutenant, he plucked the sword. The elegance of the past was carried away by the rain and wind. Within the ruins of pavilions and towers, the pond had also withered, and all the beauties and patrons of yesteryear had dissipated. The rouge shop had lost its clientele, and in the distance, new towers rose, thriving like dreams. Yet when the maiden raised her hand, a flutter of her sleeve, her graceful brows and eyes turned, and she softly began to sing. It was still the Jiangnan of yore. Zhou Yi blinked awake, her mind racing back to the scene before her fainting spell, causing her to shiver. Almost instinctively, she rolled to the side, grasping half a sword from the ground, and lifting her eyes, she froze. The menacing ghost had vanished. The surroundings were no longer the vast expanse of the ghost realm. Instead, Decay was evident everywhere. Trees lay fallen and rotting, with ghostly moss growing upon them, mushrooms sprouting nearby, and white cobwebs adorning the windows of ancient structures. The lotus pond had dried up. This place was no longer eerie, merely desolate. Wei Yuan sat with his back to them on the blue stone. Zhou Yi sighed in relief, asking, "You are unharmed. But what of Wan Xinyang?" Wei Yuan replied flatly, "Her soul has shattered, returning to the cosmos. It is well that you both have awakened. I must take my leave." He stood up. Though Wan Xinyang had vanished, her red embroidered shoes, one of the remnants of her ghostly existence, remained, their malevolent aura dissipated. Yet still not an ordinary object, they might attract wandering spirits and ghosts. Wei Yuan found a wooden box, carefully storing the shoes and a stack of letters. He recalled Wan Xinyang's words before her disappearance, pausing for a moment. Then, he unfurled his black umbrella and turned to leave. Zhou Yi noticed the eight-sided Han sword, which had endured fierce battles, still embedded in the blue stone. Seeing Wei Yuan raise his hand to push open the door, preparing to exit, her instincts kicked in, and she called out, "Who are you?" Wei Yuan did not turn back, responding, "Just an ordinary person visiting a museum. For those skilled," he added, "you may come to have a look." He pushed the door open and walked along the stone path. The rain had ceased, the stones shimmering faintly. As a guide led a group of tourists past, loudly announcing, "Ladies and gentlemen, please look here. This is the most well-preserved ancient street of Jiangnan. Once, many stalls thrived here. Look, this is Jixiangfang, a famous rouge shop of the past, where women hoped to find the finest cosmetics." Ahead lay the Yuan, one of the two grand theaters of Jiangnan during the Ming Dynasty, soon to open for visits where tea could be enjoyed and our theater troupe would perform, allowing everyone to relish the ancient charm of the Ming era. The tourists nodded in admiration. Among them were two little girls, merely 6 or 7 years old, discussing their favorite traditional opera styles while mimicking scenes from television, one hand raised, the other fluttering a sleeve, innocent and carefree. Amidst the footsteps, Wei Yuan held his umbrella, brushing past the tourists as they all moved toward the distance. In the misty rain of Jiangnan, how many romantic tales linger, and who remembers? Perhaps it is better to forget. Chapter 16. A Tranquil Life. My name is Fong Qing, a name synonymous with mediocrity. At 30 years of age, I find myself unattached. Beyond my professional obligations, I indulge in mountaineering with friends. I am an avid climber. We have explored nearly all the nearby peaks suitable for climbing, and I find myself growing somewhat weary of the routine. Suddenly, a message appeared in our group chat, announcing the discovery of an untouched mountain. I recognized the sender. He had been absent from our conversations for quite some time. The idea of climbing a new peak piqued my interest, and I reached out to him. Ultimately, 7 of us embarked on the journey to this rare mountain, which boasted breathtaking scenery. It was hard to fathom that such an unspoiled landscape still existed in our vicinity. Unfortunately, we were met with torrential rain. In our haste to find shelter, we stumbled upon a wooden cabin, presumably belonging to a forest ranger, though he was absent, leaving his daughter behind. We shared a meal inside, huddled together for warmth, but I found sleep elusive. Stepping outside to clear my mind and admire the view, I expected the city to be within sight, yet was greeted only by an impenetrable fog. The ranger's cabin still emitted light. Was the young woman inside not yet asleep? I approached, curious to engage her in conversation. The window was ajar, revealing her as she meticulously applied her makeup before a mirror. I refrained from interrupting her, choosing instead to wait quietly. She deftly fashioned her eyebrows with a pencil, employing modern cosmetics and bold red lipstick. Her artistry was remarkable, and I couldn't help but admire her skill. Suddenly, a ripping sound broke my reverie. Distracted by my thoughts, I initially ignored it, reflecting on my own lack of accomplishments at this age, seeking solace in my hobbies to distract from my failures. Just as I was about to turn away, the tearing sound grew louder. I glanced up to see the woman, her back to me, extending her hand to peel away the skin from her forehead, pulling it to the sides. The reflection in the mirror revealed a face from which the skin was being removed, leaving behind only bone. It gazed at me, emitting a breathless exclamation, "What beautiful skin!" As Wei Yuan placed a wooden box upon a pedestal in the museum, he exhaled softly, adjusting its position until he felt satisfied with its placement. The spirit of the Qi family soldiers stood beside him, while the remaining 4 huddled together at a distance, eager to escape outside. Inside the box lay a pair of intricately embroidered red shoes, remnants of Wan Xinyang. The malevolence once associated with them had dissipated, leaving behind only an ethereal presence. Wei Yuan tapped the box gently, warning the shoes against wandering or dancing about. and a drop of blood was applied to the lock as a seal. With the dark aura surrounding Wan Qingyang dissipated, he had gained a spiritual ability known as spirit connection. As the current guardian of the hidden talents, he seemed to embody certain powers. His blood could meld with the efficacy of exorcism, providing him with a degree of resistance against supernatural forces. He opened the outermost security door and lifted the roller shutter of the adjacent window. It had been several days since his return from Jiangnan, where autumn rains brought a refreshing chill, while the spring rains promised warmth. Wei Yuan stretched languidly, feeling a sense of relief from the absence of malevolent disturbances. He opened his phone to find a recording. Thanks to modern technology, he had captured Wan Qingyang's final song. Wei Yuan registered a new account and uploaded the audio to several major Chinese websites. Within moments, comments began to flood in, potentially due to the platform's algorithm promoting the short clip to a prominent position. Many were captivated, leaving messages of astonishment and admiration, while a few disparaging remarks quickly vanished. "Who is this singing?" one commenter inquired. "This pitch is simply impeccable." Another joked about kneeling in reverence to the music. Wei Yuan smiled wryly, noting the vast audience appreciative of the art. His account was inundated with private messages, ranging from accolades to inquiries from music companies, but he chose to ignore them. Closing the app, he then pulled up a chair and settled on the doorstep, listening to the pristine melody of the last song from Jiangnan's final courtesan. As the local residents went about their morning routines, some paused to glance curiously at the reopened folk museum, their expressions a mixture of intrigue and skepticism. A woman, unable to resist, approached and remarked, "Young man, do you live here?" Wei Yuan removed his headphones and nodded with a smile. "Yes, Andy, how can I assist you?" She hesitated, glancing around the museum before finally saying, "This place, it doesn't seem very clean. If I were you, I would consider moving." Grateful for her concern, Wei Yuan replied, "Thank you, but in our modern society, we rely on science. There are no ghosts or monsters here. Besides, I'm young and strong. I fear nothing." After bidding farewell to the elderly couple, he reclined in a sunlit chair, his eyes closed, enjoying the warmth. He had yet to open the dossier associated with the Hu Wei's token, and from its title, he sensed it might not be straightforward. Presently, he lacked the inclination to delve into it. Only through loss do we realize the value of peace, and after his experiences in Jiangnan, he now cherished tranquility above all. Unless absolutely necessary, he had no intention of involving himself in the affairs of the supernatural. As he basked in the sunlight, eyes closed, listening to the operatic melodies, he softly tapped his palm against the armrest, humming along. Just as the last note lingered in the air, a distant roar of an engine echoed like the growl of a beast. A motorcycle came to a halt before the museum, and a woman clad in leather dismounted, removing her helmet to reveal a strikingly beautiful visage with short, sharp hair. Wei Yuan opened his eyes, recognizing the figure who should have been a Taoist priest. "Officer Zhou?" Zhou smiled and nodded. "Director Wei." Though he intended to clarify that he was not the museum's director, the sight of her rendered the explanation trivial. With a smile, he invited her inside, saying, "I didn't expect you, Officer Zhou, to visit my humble museum." Zhou replied, "I came to thank you, and to bring you a gift." From her motorcycle, she retrieved a 3-foot-long wooden box and handed it to Wei Yuan. "I've inspected your sword. It is no longer usable. Consider this a token of gratitude." Upon opening the box, he found an 8-sided Han sword, its scabbard intact. The sword felt heavy and exquisite in his hands. Even without the ability to wield the soldier's spirit, its quality was undeniable. He couldn't help but exclaim, "What a fine sword." Zhou responded, "I'm glad you like it. This is a masterpiece crafted by the Longquan lineage last year. Its artistry and focal point rivaling those of swords wielded by ancient warriors. Such items are seldom found in the market, however. A particular one is conveniently available within the Special Operations Unit. I have exchanged it as a token of gratitude for your life-saving assistance." Wei Yuan lightly flicked the sword's edge with his finger, listening to the melodious resonance of the blade. His hand glided over the sword's surface before he returned it to its scabbard, setting it aside. He then turned to Officer Zhou. "Officer Zhou, you must have more to discuss than just this matter, am I correct?" Chapter 17. Recruitment. Wei Yuan's directness rendered Zhou momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, she regarded Wei Yuan and candidly expressed her desire for him to join their ranks. Zhou produced 2 documents, sliding them across the table towards Wei Yuan. Upon inspection, he noted that one bore her name, while the other remained blank, both belonging to the Special Incident Investigation Bureau of Shenzhou. Wei Yuan had anticipated this conversation, having sensed something amiss during his time in Jiangnan. He retrieved 2 cans of cola, offering one to Zhou Yi before inquiring, "Why?" Zhou Yi traced the rim of her cola can thoughtfully, explaining, "You are no ordinary individual, Wei Yuan. Let us speak plainly. Over a century ago, the long-dormant spiritual energy began to awaken after nearly a millennium of silence. Initially, it was the Taoists and Buddhists who discovered that their practices were bearing fruit. With the spells they safeguarded demonstrating unusual potency. Consequently, many sects sought to align themselves with the Ming Dynasty. She continued, however, alongside the possibilities of cultivation. Other anomalies began to emerge. Wei Yuan pondered, monsters? Zhou Yi nodded, to be precise, all recorded mystical events. At that time, the populace had scant knowledge of demons and spirits, leading to considerable chaos and casualties. In an effort to mitigate the impact on ordinary citizens, a division of the Jinyui was tasked with suppressing these entities. Later, following the outbreak of the Sakurajima demon incident, and for various reasons, the Ming Dynasty was renamed the Hu Dynasty, and the Jinyui was disbanded, leaving only this lineage, the predecessor of the Special Operations Group. She continued, initially, we could manage the aberrations. Yet now, the rate of spiritual energy resurgence has accelerated, and the frequency of demonic appearances has surged. Wei Guanzhu, your strength is formidable. We hope you will join us. She extended her hand. Together, let us vanquish these demons. Meanwhile, as Zhou Yi and Wei Yuan engaged in their negotiation, others were discreetly assessing the situation through a device affixed to Zhou Yi and Appo's jacket zipper, as the organization charged with suppressing all manner of specters across Shenzhou. The Special Operations Group wielded considerable authority, and their membership criteria were exceedingly stringent. Many of the supernatural beings possessed the ability to alter their appearances, and should they infiltrate the Special Operations Group, the consequences could be catastrophic. 5 individuals sat before a projection screen, 2 men and 3 women, with a venerable elder from the Tianshi mansion at the center. Their agreement to Zhou Yi's proposal to incorporate outsiders into the organization hinged upon a photograph in the elder's possession. When Xian Yi fell unconscious amidst the collapse of the ghost realm, his device had fallen to the ground, still activated. It was a spiritual imaging device, a product of the fusion of technology and spiritual essence, capable of capturing ethereal entities. The elder lowered his gaze to the photograph, and regardless of how many times he had seen it, it always evoked a sense of awe. The image depicted a dilapidated theater, a parched lotus pond, and decaying trees. A young man clad in modern attire sat cross-legged, plucking a sword, while a ghostly girl in a red dress cast her gaze downward, her sleeve swirling. The interplay of man, spirit, past, and present was rendered in a striking tableau. Anyone encountering this image for the first time would find themselves momentarily entranced. The elder set the photograph aside and turned his attention to the projection screen. Each of them had a dossier at hand, Wei Yuan's life history meticulously documented. After scanning the faces of his companions, he declared, I believe this young man poses no issue. He is fit for inclusion. The remaining members exchanged glances, voicing no dissent. Agreed. Accepted. Good. A middle-aged man, sword in hand, regarded Wei Yuan with an unusual glint in his eyes, stating, once he is admitted, I shall personally teach him the art of swordsmanship. The elder stroked his beard and chuckled. If you are willing to take him as your disciple, that would be splendid. Wei Yuan turned to Zhou Yi and asked, the Jinyui? Zhou Yi nodded affirmatively. Our lineage incorporates disciples from both Taoism and Buddhism to oversee the realm and eradicate demons. In the Ming Dynasty, we were known as the Jinyui, in the Song Dynasty as the Huancheng Division, in the Tang Dynasty as the Buliangren, and in the Sui Dynasty as the Silitai. Tracing back 2 millennia, since the era of the Han Dynasty as Wahu Xiaowei, wherever there are supernatural disturbances, individuals like us will be present. With a playful smile, she added, of course, the Jinyui's authority is unparalleled. Wei Yuan set down his cola, grasping the sword beside him and extending it towards Zhou Yi. Her expression shifted slightly. It seems you have gone to great lengths, Officer Zhou, he remarked with a smile. Regrettably, I am but an ordinary person who enjoys visiting museums. As for joining the Special Operations Group, I think I shall decline. Zhou Yi momentarily found herself at a loss for words. The 5 observers were similarly taken aback, astonished at the rejection. A practitioner turning down an invitation from the Special Operations Group? The middle-aged man with the sword let out a cold laugh, incredulous. What ordinary person can repel a demon king? Do they think everyone else is a fool? Returning to her senses, Zhou Yi did not accept the sword, but instead pushed it back toward Wei Yuan. This is merely a token of gratitude for the life you saved. Unrelated to my invitation for you to join the Special Operations Group. Please accept it. I did not anticipate your refusal. Wei Yuan reflected on Qinyang's experiences and the necessity of personally guiding her on her final journey, along with the anxiety he felt during the incident with the red embroidered shoes. He smiled gently. I suppose I prefer a tranquil, ordinary life. The life of traversing Xinzhou and vanquishing demons is not suited for me. Zhou felt a tinge of disappointment but quickly regained her composure. She collected her credentials and handed the other document to Wei Yuan. This grants you permission to use cold weapons. With your abilities, it would be a pity to encounter demons and be unable to draw your sword due to worldly regulations. Of course, if you misuse this privilege, the penalties will be more severe than for ordinary citizens. She presented him with a succinct business card. This is my number. Should you find yourself in any predicament, do not hesitate to call me. After a casual conversation, Zhou departed on her motorcycle, its mechanical beauty and raw power roaring to life as she sped onto the road. Pressing her earring, she exhaled calmly, stating, "He has declined. That is acceptable. Based on our previous encounter, he appears to belong to the harmless category." The cold weapon usage permit is a legitimate certification that can be applied for by those who have made significant contributions to repelling Demon King disasters. It is fully compliant with regulations. We shall discuss other matters upon my return. Has the search and rescue team brought the individuals back? Very well. I will await their arrival. The roar of the motorcycle intensified as she accelerated. At the Quancher police station, within the office of the Special Operations Group, two individuals sat wrapped in blankets, their faces weary and their eyes somewhat vacant, clearly still reeling from recent events. The rumble of a motorcycle approached and halted. Moments later, Zhou strode in with purpose, clad in leather and holding a dossier. She had departed from the capital with the intent of resolving a particular task, and fortuitously, the victim was from Quancher, an unexpected twist of fate. She perused the documents, gaining insight into the missing person case. Gazing at the two individuals across from her, one was a man in his 40s, while the other appeared to be in his 30s. His fair and delicate complexion complemented by a pair of glasses that lent him an air of sophistication. Zhou withdrew her gaze and introduced herself. Greetings. I am Zhou, the officer in charge of this case. May I ask for your introductions and details regarding the matter at hand? The man in his 40s, somewhat taken aback, finally responded, I am Wu Shan. It was I who organized this mountain climbing expedition. Meanwhile, the more refined man, with his flawless skin, remained fixated on Zhou's face, utterly still. Sensing the tension, Zhou frowned and inquired, And you, sir? The man, abruptly roused from his reverie, became aware of his lapse in decorum and quickly averted his gaze, apologizing, I beg your pardon, officer. I was momentarily lost in thought. Your complexion is truly remarkable. He then adjusted his glasses and added with a smile, By the way, my name is Feng Qing, which translates to achieving nothing. Chapter 18. Beyond control. Wei Yuan watched as Zhou departed on her motorcycle, his hands tucked in his pockets. He remained in a daze for a while, self-deprecatingly smiling as he realized he had failed to inquire about the possibility of a formal position. Yet, even with the most favorable conditions, Wei Yuan had no desire to immerse himself in the perilous world of demons and spirits. The selection by the Huahu Waste Badge was perhaps the most regrettable decision it could have made. Even the scroll titled Monstrous Forces and Divine Beings opened by Wan Qinyang after shedding her ghostly form was dismissed by Wei Yuan after just a fleeting glance. Was it not better to lead a simple life? What reason did he have to willingly entangle himself in such matters? Shaking his head, he turned around, nearly startled by the sight before him. The previously empty room was now filled with a horde of restless spirits crowded around the refrigerator, their presence heavy with an aura of despair. One spirit, resembling a disheveled man, thrust his head through the refrigerator door, emerging with vacant eyes, murmuring, It's all gone. What is gone? The meaning of existence, Wei Yuan replied, exasperated. Speak plainly. The cola is gone. Wei Yuan opened the refrigerator, revealing a few cans of cola that had been consumed over the past days. He had just offered the last 2 cans to Zhou. These wandering souls seemed trapped within the museum, their greatest pastime being to congregate and indulge in cola. With their primary source of enjoyment now extinguished, the 3 spirits and 2 paper figures turned their forlorn gazes upon him. Drip, drip. Water began to leak from the bathroom, a trade of water spirits. Rubbing his temples, Wei Yuan muttered, Enough, enough. I will visit the market this afternoon to buy more. Having recently moved in, this was his first visit to the local convenience market. It was quite spacious, divided into sections for vegetables, fruits, seafood, meat, dried goods, and spices, with a supermarket in the center. Most stalls were modest, showcasing various wares. As Wei Yuan pondered whether to purchase some meat, a frail old man suddenly intercepted him, cheerfully suggesting, "How about some spices? Homemade. They add flavor to everything and whet the appetite. Come, take a look." Noticing a few small jars on the nearby stall, Wei Yuan politely declined, "Thank you, Grandpa. But my appetite is fine without any special seasonings." The old man, disappointed, returned to his seat. Wei Yuan approached the butcher, selecting some pork just as a man stumbled past, spilling the contents of his arms onto the ground. Wei Yuan crouched down to assist, noticing that it was primarily meat and bones, despite the man's thin frame. The man repeatedly expressed his gratitude, quickly gathering his belongings as if he were in a hurry. He even stopped the old man to promote his appetite-stimulating spices. The butcher, chewing on a cigarette, glanced over and remarked, "That's the brother Zhang again. You know, he really could use those spices. They might actually be beneficial." "Beneficial?" Wei Yuan inquired, intrigued. The butcher continued as he chopped the meat. "Indeed, for his food broadcasts. He needs a good appetite for that." Wei Yuan, curious, responded, "But doesn't he seem like someone who could eat much?" The butcher extinguished his cigarette, saying, "Oh, he definitely can't eat. I could finish double his meals. But what can he do? His daughter is ill, and the medical bills are steep. His wife left him, and he is barely holding it together. By day he works, and at night he cares for his daughter, only to return late and film his food broadcasts for a couple more hours. If you ask me, he is just torturing himself. But what choice does he have? In this life, poverty is a burden everyone must bear. As for illness, one either sacrifices their conscience or finds no cure. Here is your pork." The butcher handed the meat to Wei Yuan, who noticed the man named Zhang hastily accepting the spices from the old man before rushing away. Glancing at the time, he realized it was nearly time to pick up his child from school. Sighing at the struggles of life, Wei Yuan turned to leave when he collided with another man. This man appeared refined, his skin smooth and adorned with gold-rimmed glasses. He repeatedly apologized, and Wei Yuan waved his hand dismissively, signaling that it was of no concern. The man smiled and nodded, quickly resuming his pace. Meanwhile, Fang Chung ambled forward, having just exited the police station. With an ordinary yin-yang eye capable of perceiving spirits cloaked in human skins, he was undetectable to the average police officer. His gaze flitted across numerous individuals, critiquing their appearances. The elderly were weathered and coarse, men too rugged, and most women had ruined their youthful beauty with excessive cosmetics. Frustration simmered within Fang Chung. He felt as though a fire burned in his stomach, hungry for sustenance, yet faced with unappetizing options. This skin was deteriorating, and he needed materials urgently to patch it up. Scanning for targets, his eyes landed on a perfect specimen, untouched by sun or hardship, smooth and unblemished, lacking the callousness of most adult men and untouched by makeup. "Goodbye, teacher. Goodbye, children. Remember to listen to your parents," a child chirped as they exited the kindergarten. Fang Qing retracted his gaze from the group, adjusting his bow tie and glasses, presenting himself as a gentle, amiable figure heading to collect his child. There were still a few children remaining, waiting for their guardians. He could hardly contain his eagerness to touch that soft skin, to peel it away and immerse it in his spells, applying it to himself. His pace quickened, closing in on the alleyway. At the alley's entrance, a figure leaned against the wall. Unnoticed by Fang Qing as he briskly passed, the individual straightened and, in a swift motion, seized Fang Qing's neck with tremendous strength. The force was overwhelming. Fang Qing stumbled backward, clutching his throat as he coughed violently. His neck had been crushed into a grotesque shape. Gasping, he lifted his gaze, his eyes filled with resentment toward the person who had thwarted his intentions. He recognized this figure as the man he had just collided with. Wei Yuan observed the man's condition, and the Huahu waist badge trembled slightly, resonating with an ominous energy. Words formed in his mind, monstrous skin peeler. Chapter 19. The painted skin. The transformations occurring in the alley could hardly be concealed from others, although Wei Yuan had obstructed the man's metamorphosis, preventing the children behind him from witnessing the change. The man's determined strides towards their direction made the situation quite apparent. With a swift motion, Wei Yuan produced the identification bestowed upon him by Zhou Yi and, turning his back to the kindergarten, declared, "Police, escort the children back." "Oh yes, yes." The kindergarten teacher, a young woman of about 21 or 22, quickly grasped the gravity of the situation, her complexion paling as she urged the remaining children back into the safety of the kindergarten. Wei Yuan closed his eyes briefly. He had initially intended to follow the disguised painted skin creature amidst the crowd to discern its intentions and subsequently alert Zhou about the emerging peril. However, he did not anticipate that its destination was the kindergarten. Exhaling deeply, Wei Yuan discarded the bag containing the pork he had brought aside. Though he did not carry the 8-sided Han sword, the broken sword, a relic of the Q family army, was always by his side. Gripping the hilt of the broken sword with one hand, he clenched his fist with the other, positioning it protectively near his temple. The painted skin creature let out a low growl as it lunged towards him, yet Wei Yuan remained steadfast, refraining from striking with either his fists or his sword, instead gathering his strength to deliver a powerful kick to the creature's face. The refined man's visage crumpled under the force of the blow, causing him to stagger to the side, yet his eyes remained twisted and a gaze fixed on Wei Yuan. With a swift motion, Wei Yuan reversed his grip on the sword and advanced with agility. The painted skin creature roared, firmly planting its left foot on the ground to stabilize itself before twisting its waist. Its right arm lashed out like a whip, accompanied by a whooshing sound aimed at Wei Yuan. Unfazed, Wei Yuan executed a forward roll to evade the creature's wide-open attack. Rising swiftly, he plunged the broken sword into the creature's armpit, twisting it sharply, a move renowned for its ruthless precision within the Q family's military techniques. Yet, astonishingly, the painted skin creature appeared unharmed, its arm joint bending unnaturally as it retaliated against Wei Yuan with a powerful strike. The speed was blinding, the force overwhelming, and its skin grotesquely rippled. Wei Yuan raised his hand, angling the broken sword upward to deflect the incoming blow, retreating swiftly as his right foot stomped down on the creature's knee. Having undergone a physical enhancement following his ability to channel spiritual energy, the impact of his kick was forceful enough to send the creature staggering to the ground. Wei Yuan knelt upon the creature's back, pinning its arms beneath his knees. His fingers swiftly glided over the blade's edge, activating the inscription on the Huahu waist token. Wei, the great Han's district commander. The blade then shimmered with a soft golden hue, radiant as sunlight. With a sudden motion, he executed a horizontal slash. The painted skin creature, struggling and howling as it lifted its head, felt the blade slice through its neck, revealing an emptiness within. Yet under the influence of the spiritual energy-infused sword, something seemed to shatter within the creature. It cast a resentful glance at Wei Yuan, opened its mouth to speak, and then deflated, transforming into a complete human skin, clothed and lying on the ground, with eyes, hair, and facial features intact, a sight that sent chills down one's spine. Wei Yuan, rendered silent, rose and brushed off the dirt from his clothes, stowing the broken sword away. He retrieved his phone and scrolled through the contacts. Zhou. He had not anticipated needing this number so soon. Looking up, he noticed that police officers were already arriving at the scene. Wei Yuan dialed the number. Officer Zhou, I am Wei Yuan. My situation here is somewhat peculiar. Could you come over? The anonymous special investigation team credentials in Wei Yuan's possession proved to be immensely powerful. Although the police exhibited some hesitation, they ultimately dispersed the pedestrians surrounding the alley and cordoned off the area. Wei Yuan sat on a stone step nearby, observing from a distance as the children from the kindergarten were picked up by their arriving guardians, most of them wailing loudly. Only one pale-faced little girl remained seated in silence, left as the last one. Leaning against the wall, Wei Yuan took out a tissue to wipe the blade of the broken sword. Amidst the roar of a motorcycle, a steel beast came to a halt beside him. Zhou approached briskly, glanced at the lifeless body, then turned her gaze towards Wei Yuan, her expression grave. What has happened? Wei Yuan provided a brief explanation of the impending events. Pointing at the pile of human skin, he remarked, "These are the skins of the painted ones. Humans consumed by malevolent spirits, their hearts, livers, spleens, lungs, and kidneys utterly devoured, leaving not a single bone behind. Only a layer of human skin remains, with the 3 souls and 7 spirits reduced to a mere soul and a spirit concealed within the skin." Zhou crouched down, daring to touch the human skin that even the surrounding police officers hesitated to approach. As she peeled back the facial portion, her expression shifted dramatically, and the words escaped her lips. "Fangcheng? Do you recognize him?" Zhou Yi's expression darkened. "Yes, I am one of the survivors from the previous mountaineering incident." Wei Yuan, realizing the implication, also exhibited a change in demeanor. "One of the survivors?" Zhou, her face taut, nodded slightly. "The other one is called Wu Shan, the initiator of that mountaineering excursion." She promptly retrieved her phone and dialed swiftly, commanding, "Xian Yi, immediately investigate Wu Shan's current whereabouts." After stowing her phone, she mounted her motorcycle, which roared to life, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust as it halted before Wei Yuan. Zhou Yi tossed a helmet to Wei Yuan, instructing, "Get on." Wei Yuan was acutely aware of the threat posed by another skin-wearer in the city. He nodded and settled in behind Zhou Yi. The motorcycle sped away, and as they departed, Wei Yuan caught a glimpse of the little girl being taken away. The person who picked her up was the emaciated man surnamed Zhang, who hurriedly approached the child, scooping her into his arms. His shoulders trembled, clearly shaken, while the girl gently patted her father's back, offering him comfort. Noticing Wei Yuan, she turned her pale face towards him, breaking into a pure, radiant smile as she waved. Her lips formed the words, "Thank you, police uncle." Wei Yuan smiled back in acknowledgement. The motorcycle swiftly traversed the road, and he withdrew his gaze, finally comprehending why the little girl had remained until the end. It appeared that the man had been engaged in other activities prior to this. Upon arriving at the police station, Zhou Yi and Wei Yuan learned about the so-called missing persons case. Over 30 individuals had vanished in this time. Fang Cheng and Wu Shan were the first survivors discovered by the local police and sent to Quan City. Due to the concealment provided by the skin-wearers, conventional spiritual detection methods had failed to identify them promptly. As they entered, Xian Yi and the local police had already expended all their efforts in gathering surveillance footage. Eventually, they located Wu Shan, but it was merely an empty, hollow skin. On the surveillance footage, in a deserted blind spot, the man named Wu Shan stripped off his clothing, turned to face the camera with a smile, and gingerly removed the second layer of skin, revealing a horrifying display of bare bones. Finally, with a swift motion, he tore off his facial skin, the action delicate and gentle. Nearby, an officer could not suppress a wave of nausea, rushing outside to retch. Wu Shan discarded the human skin and promptly vanished. This was not a skin wearer. Beneath the skin of a skin wearer lies merely a layer of soul. This was a true skin. Wei Yuan gazed at the map of the surveillance area, noting that Quan City, with its 5 districts and over 7 million residents, was a modern metropolis where a creature capable of easily altering its appearance and identity could blend seamlessly into the throngs of people. The potential consequences far exceeded those of ancient legends. In the most terrifying scenario, the entire Quan City could transform into a dread-filled city of human skins. Unlike ancient times, when a city might host only a few tens of thousands, now there were millions, elderly, children, and youth alike, equipped with a mobility unmatched by anything from the past. Particularly, the creature's gaze towards the surveillance camera indicated a certain comprehension of modern technological creations. A demon capable of swiftly traversing distances using contemporary means of transport? Zhou Yi turned to Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan exhaled deeply. Such matters could not be overlooked. He nodded decisively and said, "I understand. I will do my utmost to assist with this situation." Chapter 20, Supernatural Powers, Divinity Part 5. Wei Yuan's prompt agreement took Zhou Yi somewhat by surprise. She opened her mouth, unsure of what to say, and gratefully expressed, "Thank you." Wei Yuan shook his head. "You're welcome." Zhou Yi hummed in acknowledgement. After a moment, she turned to answer a phone call and returned with several specialized items: a Bluetooth earpiece, a temporary identification card, and a white bottle filled with capsule-like pills. "These are provisions from the Special Operations Team," she indicated, placing the items before Wei Yuan. "This phone, when this button is pressed, directly connects to the team's internal frequency. If you venture out on a mission, a dedicated intelligence analysis team will support you, providing comprehensive citywide surveillance, target localization, information retrieval, and limited police assistance. This is your temporary identification, granting slightly higher clearance than your previous one. And this," Zhou Yi handed Wei Yuan the bottle, "is a medicinal preparation from Dragon Tiger Mountain. It has undergone nano-level processing to rapidly affect cultivators. The capsules contain a high concentration of spiritual energy, ensuring a state of meridianal repletion for 3 hours post-ingestion. Testing indicates it can enhance endurance and strength by 20 to 30%, varying with individual constitution." Wei Yuan's face registered surprise as he accepted the items. The tiger-wielding waste token didn't offer anything like this. He indeed possessed a certain degree of Taoist cultivation, stemming from the supernatural powers of spirit infusion and ghost exorcism. The talismans derived from these powers had altered his physiology, imbuing him with a rudimentary foundation in Taoism. This transformation was complete, even if the talismans dissipated. The cultivation would persist. He wondered, however, if these modern pharmaceuticals would have any effect on him. Seeing Wei Yuan accept the items, Zhou Yi nodded. "Unfortunately, We lack specific information on the characteristics of the painted skin demon. Past records don't mention such a creature capable of generating painted skin thralls. Thus, we couldn't request targeted talismans from the armory, but you can request according to the special situation you encounter. To think they can even apply based on specific circumstances. Truly befitting of the former embroidered uniform guard. Wei Yuan's thoughts drifted to the Grand Han treasury mentioned by the tiger-wielding waist token. Alas, my merits were exchanged for basic supernatural powers and that inexplicably activated scroll record. Spirit infusion is understandable, a power every tiger-wielding commandant must master. But why that scroll was activated remains a mystery. He banished these thoughts and turned to Zhou Yi. You mentioned their disappearance was linked to climbing a mountain? Zhou Yi nodded. Yes. My research indicates no such mountain previously existed in that location. It seems to have materialized out of thin air. All the disappearances are connected to this mountain in some way. Zhao Xian and some officers have already gone, equipped with drones, so photos should arrive soon. She tapped a few keys on the keyboard. A notification arrived, displaying drone footage and a series of mountain range images. This is a very peculiar mountain. From the front, it doesn't appear particularly tall, but it's exceedingly steep. When the drone camera zooms out, it becomes clear that the mountain stretches out like a slumbering tiger. The first peak forms the tiger's head, the continuous ridge its powerful spine, and the final peak its tail. Zhou Yi continued, detailing their findings. Soil samples from the mountain were being analyzed. The spiritual energy near the mountain was higher than the surrounding area, and within a 70-mile radius, the energy was generally elevated. Wei Yuan stared at the mountain, his expression hardening. It was evening when Wei Yuan was driven back to the Folk Customs Museum. Carrying a document bag in one hand and a bag of pork belly in the other, Zhou Yi glanced at the mate. Looks like you won't have time for your braised pork today. I'll treat you next time. She smiled, started the car, and drove off. Wei Yuan turned to unlock the museum, finding several ghosts staring expectantly at him. He nonchalantly pulled a can of cola from his pocket, placed it on the table, ignored the ghosts and oppos, revelry, opened the door to the inner room, and closed it firmly behind him. He opened the document bag, revealing the details of the disappearance cases. He tossed it aside and retrieved several photographs. They depicted the mountain that had suddenly appeared near the Jiangnan Road, its ridge resembling a crouching tiger. Wei Yuan took out the waist token, exerting slight force. Instead of directly extracting text, he placed a blank sheet of paper beneath it. A low hum filled the room as black lines appeared on the paper, eventually forming vertical lines of seal script. Supernatural Powers, Divinity Part 5. This was a scroll from the tiger-wielding Commandant archives, documenting information and case histories of powerful demons captured by generations of commandants since the reign of Emperor Wu of Han. Now, the lines on the paper coalesced into a mountain range, mirroring the shape of a crouching tiger. Wei Yuan compared the paper to the photographs. They were nearly identical. The sole difference was that the photographs showed only the mountain, while the scroll depicted a temple dominating the scene, with a dignified man seated in the center. Attendants lit lamps, and officials bowed respectfully behind him, while the front was laden with fruits and delicacies, creating an atmosphere of solemn harmony. Mountain God Temple. Wei Yuan was engrossed when he suddenly cried out in pain. The scroll began to emit a violent, blood-red light, and the heat against his palm was almost unbearable. Creak, creak. The fluorescent light flickered and dimmed, accompanied by the crackling of electricity. As the light faded, the room plunged into darkness, and starlight streamed through the window, illuminating the scroll. In the dim light, the mountain remained, but the stones transformed into skulls. At the peak of the skull mountain stood a temple constructed from human and animal bones. The face of the man seated within was obscured, and the officials behind him sprouted wings and pointed ears. The attendants holding lamps had human skin stretched over bone. When the light returned, the scene reverted to the normal mountain god temple. Creak, creak. The light flickered, alternating between the serenity of the deity and the ferocity of the demons, merging into one. This time, the scroll opening was entirely different from the last. Simultaneously, words appeared, Mountain Lord, enshrined during Emperor Wu's second year of Jian Yuan. When mountain and river deities were canonized. Later, he tasted blood offerings and became uncontrollable, subjugated by the silly commandant and the first celestial master, Zhang Daoling, who felled the mountain and destroyed the temple. Seal broken. The words seal broken were written in blood-red ink. Wei Yuan stared at these words, feeling a sudden chill down his spine, as if he were being watched. He whirled around. The light in the room went out completely. On the glass, a distorted, ghostly face stared intently at him. Zhang Yu wearily returned home. A customer had complained about his ride-hailing service, and his boss had scolded him at work, leaving him in a foul mood. He parked the car in the garage, quietly opened the door, and went to his daughter's room. She was already asleep. Zhang Yu knelt by the bedside, gazing at his sleeping daughter. His expression gradually softened as he reached out to adjust the blanket for the child. "I will never abandon my daughter," he whispered softly to himself. Turning away, he stepped outside, exhausted after a long day. Dinner remained untouched. And although fatigue weighed heavily upon him, his appetite had vanished. In order to indulge more during his eating broadcasts, he habitually regarded dinner as his main meal. Each night, he commenced his feast at dawn, resulting in his stomach developing issues. He had prepared a lavishly greasy roasted meat dish, yet he felt no inclination to eat. As he prepared for the live stream, a sudden thought struck him regarding the seasoning he had purchased earlier that day. Curious to experiment, he poured a small amount. An unprecedented, alluring aroma wafted forth. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down. So fragrant. No, it was not merely fragrant. It was hunger, an insatiable hunger. A profound hunger, an overwhelming hunger. Chapter 21. The Great Han Armory, a grotesque, twisted visage pressed against the window, its eyes fixated on Wei Yuan. For an ordinary person, the sudden sight of such a specter during a blackout might induce sheer terror. However, having acquired the Wohu Waste token, which afforded him certain experiences with the supernatural, Wei Yuan's initial instinct was not to flee, but to grasp the hilt of the broken sword at his waist. The blade scraped against the leather scabbard. And in that fleeting moment, the ghastly face contorted into a more sinister form, unleashing a shrill wail. Glass shattered into fragments, accompanied by a flicker of flame as a shadow lunged forth, the shards glinting in the light, reflecting phantoms that seemed to swirl around Wei Yuan, as if yearning to escape their confines. Maintaining his composure, Wei Yuan stepped back slightly and swung his sword down with ferocity. This was merely a minor specter, far inferior to the likes of Qin Yang. The sword in Wei Yuan and Appo's hand entwined with the ghostly essence of the specter, which, being humanoid, was no match for his seasoned swordsmanship. Within mere exchanges, he had cleaved the wretched being, reducing its soul to mere vapor. In a desperate bid for escape, the specter pivoted, but with a pointed gesture and a commanding incantation, Wei Yuan unleashed a translucent, pale blue talisman that struck the specter, binding it in place. It turned, reluctantly confronting him. Sheathing his sword, Wei Yuan sat before the subdued entity, poised to inquire. After a brief moment, the broken sword pierced the specter's heart. Twisting as it did so, the Wohu Waste token confirmed that this entity had caused harm, yet it had not taken any lives. However, it had siphoned the vitality of several individuals, leaving them potentially a year or more short of their natural lifespan. Having tasted the essence of life, the specter had awakened its ferocity, showing signs of evolving into a more malevolent spirit. Based on the knowledge recorded by the Wohu Waste token, Wei Yuan decisively dispatched the aggressive specter, sheathing his sword once more, though his expression remained grave. Under the influence of his ghostly powers, the recently vanquished minor specter revealed everything without reservation when questioned about its purpose. To his surprise, it confessed to wandering the streets, drawn by a disagreeable aura that, while not overpowering, compelled it to investigate and destroy, instinctively leading it to the Wohu Waste token and the accompanying document. Gazing at the chaotic imagery on the document, Wei Yuan felt an unsettling sensation, as if the depicted demons were mocking him. With a swift motion, he severed the document in two with his sword, then used his own blood to obliterate the spiritual essence of the images. The sinister resonance of the demons dissipated, and at that moment, the lights in the room flickered back to life. As he beheld the illuminated document, he saw an image of a mountain deity's temple, now stained with blood, giving it a somewhat ghastly appearance. Exhaling deeply, Wei Yuan settled onto the sofa, contemplating the document and the Wohu Waste token, his expression somber. It dawned on him why Qin Yang had sought him out so directly. The Wohu was meant to suppress the malevolence of demons, a task once executed in ancient times. The position of the Silly Xiaowei, a prestigious title within the Han Dynasty, came with a salary of 2,000 stones and command over 1,200 elite troops. In the capital, it exercised authority over all external prefectures. Now, however, he was the sole novice wielding the power of ghostly exorcism under the Silly Xiaowei title, with the Wohu Waste token having been lost to time for nearly a millennium. Its essence weakened. Once a formidable deterrent to malevolent spirits, it now threatened to provoke their ire instead. In essence, demons and the Silly Xiaowei were adversaries by nature. The Silly Xiaowei hunted down the myriad spirits of chaos, while the demons harbored resentment, ever ready to strike down their human foe. Moreover, there were ancient, powerful demons like the mountain deity, who had once been sealed by the silly Xiaowei but had since broken free, as well as those that had endured through the ages. Their sentiments toward the silly Xiaowei were unlikely to be favorable, perhaps even laced with blood vendettas. The previous silly Xiaowei had all perished, leaving Wei Yuan as the last remnant, burdened with the Wohu waste token and the indelible mark of using the silly Xiaowei's signature powers of ghostly exorcism. A glaring beacon in the eyes of the demons. Wei Yuan shut his eyes, refraining from harboring resentment towards the Wohu waste token for singling him out. It was an exercise in futility. In the current climate of spiritual resurgence, with the reawakening of ethereal energies, the spirits of chaos began to emerge. The specter he had just encountered was a newly birthed demon. As an ordinary person, navigating such perilous circumstances with little knowledge was fraught with danger. At least he possessed the means to confront his adversaries. Upon further reflection, he realized that both instances of attracting demons were linked to placing the Wohu waste token against paper, causing characters to materialize. It was evident that to maintain his anonymity, he could no longer engage in such actions. Grasping the Wohu waste token, he delved into contemplation. Earlier, he had vanquished a painted skin slave and dispelled a malevolent specter, earning 3 merit points. This time, he had not actively opened any specific documents, thus retaining those merit points, and could attempt to unlock the Great Han Armory. With no means of evasion, he resolved to enhance his strength to tackle the challenges that lay ahead. Upon careful consideration, he surmised that the document concerning the spirits of chaos had likely emerged due to his proximity to the mountain that had suddenly appeared in Jiangnan. Perhaps it had sensed the escape of the mountain deity, thus manifesting the document akin to a bounty notice, signifying the historical emergence of a formidable demon. Wei Yuan's thoughts momentarily halted as he focused on the waste token. It trembled gently in his grasp, emanating warmth. With closed eyes, words began to materialize within his mind. The Great Han treasure house has been activated. Wei Yuan felt his consciousness transported to an expansive realm, with most areas beyond his reach, as if an ancient bamboo scroll unfurled before him. Relief washed over him. He closed his eyes yet could still see the scroll and its accompanying illustrations. The armory cataloged various weaponry, beginning with the first category, the Heavenly Master's office, featuring the Twin Dragon's sword. One was short and thick, fierce as a tiger. The other was long and slender, sharp as a dragon. This sacred artifact, originally bestowed upon the first Heavenly Master, Zhang Daoling, had been passed down to the 17th silly Xiaowei. A flicker of astonishment coursed through Wei Yuan. He had learned from Zhou Yi that the Heavenly Master's office was the foremost authority of the Taoist sect in this era, a pivotal force within the Special Operations Group. The Twin Dragon's sword, a relic from the hands of the first Heavenly Master of the Eastern Han, Zhang Daoling, had always been enshrined in the Heavenly Master Hall. Yet, it was now documented in the Great Han treasure house. Could it be that the current Twin Dragon's sword was a forgery? If the Twin Dragon's sword truly existed, Wei Yuan felt a realization dawn upon him. The scroll before him began to flip rapidly, revealing a succession of texts detailing the armory's collection. Most of the weapons and artifacts had been lost to time. The Twin Dragon's sword likely bore an illegitimate origin, making it unsuitable for the previous silly Xiaowei to wield openly, thus preserved instead. However, aside from that, numerous texts remained intact. The secrets of the Heavenly Master's office, Zhang Daoling's direct teachings, including the Taishang Laojun's teachings on consuming vital energy and the Twin Dragon sword techniques, were all documented. In the 11th year of Yongping during the Eastern Han, when the monks established the White Horse Temple, they presented the original Buddhist scriptures, the foundational texts of Buddhism, including the Diamond Seal and Demon Subduing Seal, were also included. The celestial texts acquired by Zhang Jiao during the late Han were passed down to the Chancellor Zhuge Liang of the later Han Dynasty. This lineage extended all the way to the Tang Dynasty. The original treatises penned by the founder of the consciousness-only school, Master Xuanzang of the Tang, were among the preserved texts, along with the records brought back by the envoys from Sakurajima. From the reign of Emperor Wu of the Western Han to the discontinuation of the Wohu title during the Sui and Tang dynasties, an immense trove of knowledge from the vast expanse of the Divine Land and the civilizations that once interacted with it lay buried within history, encapsulating the teachings that their forebears had carefully transcribed. The inspector of the imperial capital, formerly known as the Crouching Tiger. The external prefectures are plagued by strange forces and chaotic spirits, leaving no matter unaddressed. After a prolonged silence, Wei Yuan exhaled deeply. This is the essence of addressing all that is amiss. Chapter 22. The Tale of the Painted Skin. The Great Han Armory is a repository of the legacy that has been passed down through over 1,000 generations of the silly cavalry commanders. Bamboo slips floated before Wei Yuan, densely inscribed with the names of various magical artifacts and texts. However, names began to vanish from the slips, representing lost artifacts. Others faded into obscurity, signifying items beyond his reach, unattainable despite his cultivation and merits. Ultimately, only a few entries remained, several talismans and records of various supernatural creatures, collected by the Woha cavalry commanders to enrich their arsenal of sword techniques. Wei Yuan was left to make a selection from these. After a moment of contemplation, he chose not to pursue the talismans he had long hoped to master, but instead opened the section on strange creatures, seeking the entries on the painted skin demons. This contained records of the majority of painted skin demons that had been captured and subdued by previous silly commanders, with 2 linked to the Mountain Lord. Among these, only 1 remained connected to the painted skin slave he had slain. While querying the records required no merits, accessing the moonlight reflection within the Great Han Armory to gain a more comprehensive understanding of this demon necessitated a merit. Mere records could not divulge the weaknesses and characteristics of the painted skin demon. Without grasping these traits, searching for such a demon amidst a population of 700,000 in Quanshur would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Thus, Wei Yuan opted to activate the moonlight reflection, and a merit dissipated. As the sound of the wind whispered, the moonlight reflection manifested. This ancient secret method of the moon cultivators allowed a message to be preserved. With the merit fading away, Wei Yuan found the surrounding environment had transformed. Even upon opening his eyes, he was no longer in the museum but in an unfamiliar place. Before him lay a narrow path, flanked by swirling black mist. Moreover, he himself was no longer in his former guise, clad in a black tunic and bearing the 8-sided Han sword on his back. Furrowing his brow, he proceeded along the path. Gradually, he arrived at an ancient street where passers-by donned archaic attire, appearing astonishingly real yet imbued with a faded quality that struck Wei Yuan as peculiar. This was the ethereal shadow of history, a record of demons. A realization dawned upon Wei Yuan as he found a small stall to sit at. The vendor busied himself preparing soup, dumplings, and tea, while the passers-by seemed oblivious to his presence. Directly in front of him stood a dilapidated courtyard gate, where a man in his 30s lamented loudly, mourning the death of his wife. Ah, she was fat and ugly, with one eye blind, yet she has passed. But one cannot speak ill of her. She was a spirit medium. And what of the spirit medium? Was she not also dead? The gossiping pedestrians entered the mist, vanishing from sight. Wei Yuan contemplated the current situation. According to the Woha badge's explanation, this was likely a memory of a past silly commander or an illusion conjured by sorcery to document an encounter with a demon for posterity. Not all demons were afforded such a privilege. The records he had seen indicated that not every demon could activate the moonlight reflection. Raising an eyebrow, he unsheathed his sword and placed it on the table, quietly observing the changes around him. Raindrops began to fall, the weathered stone walls displayed mottled hues, and a cup of tea appeared on the table. This is a story. The tale begins with the death of a man's wife in a small town. But the earlier events trace back to a certain incident where the woman, exhausted and famished, rested in a neighboring town. By chance, the young daughter of the Tian family encountered her and, feeling pity for her plight, sent someone to deliver food. The Tian girl was merely 16 at the time, beautiful and kind-hearted, with skin fair and delicate. Upon their brief encounter, the wife of Li could not shake the memory of the girl, filled with envy and self-loathing. Day and night, she lamented her fate until she fell gravely ill. In her fevered state, she recalled a small effigy her mother had given her, said to harbor a deity who could grant a wish if burned. Desperate, she incinerated the effigy, wishing to possess the beauty of the Tian girl. However, unbeknownst to her, the effigy contained a malevolent spirit, which, upon release, instilled terror. The wife of Li was so frightened that she succumbed to shock. In their customs, the deceased must be remembered for 7 days before burial. During this time, the wife of Li returned to life, but she did not recognize herself. The lazy husband, attempting to approach her, was met with screams as she insisted she was still a maiden, prompting neighbors to gather and ultimately confirm she was indeed alive, claiming her identity as the daughter of the Tian family. As word spread, the townsfolk hurried to inquire about the Tian girl, who had recently gone missing while enjoying the spring weather. It was only on this day that she awakened. A gathering ensued to seek a resolution, with the grieving Tian girl hoping to be recognized by her family. However, the other and Apos, Tian girl and Apos, recognized her own family as well, and in a fit of despair, She wept before her parents, who recoiled in horror at the sight of the dark, heavy woman, pulling away and expressing their disgust. The officials, swayed by the circumstances, ruled that the Li couple should return to their lives together, leaving the Tian girl in a state of perpetual sorrow, forced to endure the cruelty of her husband. Despite her discontent, she was bound by her childhood nature to the lazy man, leading to incessant conflicts. As their animosity grew, one fateful night, the drunken husband struck her too forcefully, ending her life. In panic, he disposed of her body in the mountains, claiming she had run away. Due to her previous death and her unfortunate appearance, the incident was quickly forgotten, with the lazy man believing the wolves would consume her. Yet, to his shock, the Tian girl awakened following the rain, the cool droplets reviving her. Seeing her reflection in the stream, she was horrified by her grotesque, corpulent form, her skin rough and dark. Overwhelmed with sorrow, she began to weep. At that moment, laughter echoed nearby. She looked up to see a pair of ethereal lovers, surrounded by attendants bearing fruits and fine wine. The man was handsome, and the woman radiated beauty, their flawless skin evoking her deep-seated shame. In that instant, she remembered, this was her body, her visage, her skin. The Tian girl, in a frenzy of despair, yearned to tear away their skin and wear it as her own. But as she lunged forward, she stumbled and fell, only to realize that her former body had disintegrated, reduced to a mere pile of bones, ravaged by time and nature. Prostrate on the ground, despair engulfed her, yet she spotted a pair of white shoes and an umbrella, beneath which stood a figure clad in white. Wei Yuan, donning the black garb of the silly commander, stood abruptly, sword in hand, opposite the man in white. Between them lay the chilling remnants of despair. The man shielded the skeletal figure from the rain with an umbrella, bending down to observe the fingers of the bones tracing lines of resentment and indignation upon the ground. He remarked, what was intended as a benevolent act has unfortunately invited calamity. Alas, are mortals merely superficial beings, judging by appearances? The bones emitted a series of chilling sounds, resembling cries of sorrow. The man smiled and said, I reside upon the mountain. My surname is Wang. You may call me Mr. Wang. Do you seek vengeance? Without a doubt. Wei Yuan sighed deeply and closed his eyes. Just moments before, the day had been fair, but suddenly a gust of mountain wind arose. A couple, who had ventured out for a spring outing, returned home. The husband, an official, had to attend to some matters, leaving his wife alone. She gazed into the mirror, admiring her own features, and lightly touched her skin, finding it delicate and pleasing. Ah, how splendid my skin is, she mused. Then, she heard a faint sound coming from behind the screen. Curiosity piqued, she glanced over, and in that instant, her blood ran cold. Behind the screen stood a menacing skeleton, which lunged toward her, brandishing a pair of tattered scissors. The scissors plunged into her abdomen with a sickening crunch, tearing through her garments and flesh. The lady succumbed instantly, voiceless, as only the sound of fabric being cut echoed in the room. Outside, a maid heard the noise and knocked on the door. Madam, is there something amiss within? The sound of bones clashing resonated, mimicking a woman's laughter. No, I am merely cutting fabric. Cutting fabric? The maid replied, Indeed, it is a garment I hold dear. The skeletal figure emitted an eerie sound, and the scissors clinked sharply as the woman's haunting tune reverberated throughout the room. To sever human skin and weave threads. To extract entrails for crimson threads. To consume your heart, liver, spleen, and kidneys. To dismantle your bones and dissect your belly. To don your skin as my attire. In the end, the skeleton enveloped itself in the human skin, transforming once more into the elegant and graceful Miss Tian, the refined and dignified Madame Lu. She sat before the bronze mirror, her hand caressing her delicate skin. Adorned in my former garments, I sit upon my western chamber bed. With meticulous care, I shape my brows and carefully affix yellow flowers. The room, drenched in blood, vanished without a trace. When her parents returned, upon seeing their daughter, Miss Tian wept openly. Her astonished parents supported her, one gently reassuring her while the other steadied her arm. The scene suddenly darkened and stilled. At an unknown moment, another individual sat beside Wei Yuan at the tea stall, his voice hoarse as he spoke. Thus far, those she has slain are merely those who would harm her. The actions of the Li family have brought ruin upon themselves. I have traced the events to this point. The daughter of the Tian family beseeched for mercy, shedding tears as she claimed she had never harmed the innocent or loyal, but instead had suffered at the hands of treacherous individuals. This is all true. To the future generations. I pose this question. The prefect of the capital who orchestrated this illusion has left his inquiry here. He turned to Wei Yuan, his eyes bright with intensity. If you were in my position, would you slay her or spare her? Chapter 23. Lessons from the past. Wei Yuan pondered the sharp question before him. To slay or not to slay? Both choices bore rational justification. Yet each also harbored its own concerns. If one were to strike, then the maiden of the Tian family had already become a painted skin, a monster rather than a human, and thus the extermination of such evil was a moral obligation. Conversely, if one chose to spare her, it must be acknowledged that this creature had not harmed the innocent. Her actions were merely a response to vengeance. However, rationale remains merely rationale. Sufficient reasoning and the act of decision-making often bear no intrinsic connection. Many matters in this world, whether to undertake or how to proceed, are unrelated to the logic presented. Without personal experience or direct involvement, one's words and decisions are merely those of an observer, incapable of equating to those of the parties involved. As Wei Yuan gazed at the ethereal figure of the ancient district inspector beside him, he sighed inwardly. The fact that the painted skin demon could manifest in this realm suggested that the inspector had, at that time, faltered in his resolve to eradicate the demon. Wei Yuan hesitated to respond, and the inspector's apparition spoke calmly. It seems you are still a novice. It is quite natural to hesitate in such circumstances. He paused, his expression growing complex. I did not immediately slay her. Her parents were in poor health, with no sons to support them. Their eldest daughter had married far away, leaving only her to care for them. Should she perish, they would be left without anyone to tend to them, facing a lonely old age. She implored me for time, wishing to fulfill her filial duties before meeting her end. Reverence for one's parents is paramount. Her words were earnest. At that time, I was but a youth of 20, yet as the inspector responsible for demon hunting, I was headstrong and impulsive. In a moment of weakness, I acquiesced, placing a seal upon her. With her assistance, I subsequently uncovered evidence implicating that lazy Li in the murder of his wife, ensuring he faced justice. Soon after, I was summoned back to the capital, and I hastily rode to pursue leads on other demons. This back and forth spanned over a decade. As the inspector's tale unfolded, his apparition gradually dissipated, and the scene before Wei Yuan shifted. A decade and more had swiftly slipped by. The former demon hunter had now reached his 40s, gaining experience in suppressing evil, culminating in his promotion to district inspector. In a time of war, calamities abounded, and resentment simmered, birthing malevolent creatures. In the face of truly fearsome demons, the painted skin incident was nearly forgotten. Only occasionally, during the brief respite between vanquishing demons, would he recall the beautiful lady who once knelt before him, tears streaming down her face as she swore her oath. He had dispatched his subordinates to investigate. They reported that the Liu couple lived harmoniously, while the Tian maiden managed the household with grace and respect towards her ailing parents. In recent years, as her parents' health declined, she had taken them in, caring for them diligently. Their estate boasted vast fields and elegant pavilions, and her benevolent heart often extended aid to the suffering. Moreover, she had borne the Liu family a clever son. Suddenly, the inspector sensed something amiss. The Tian maiden had become a mere husk. Her flesh was no more, leaving only bones. How could she possibly bear a child? Unease gripped him, prompting him to abandon his pressing duties and hasten to the small town of Ur. Where were the fertile fields and grand pavilions? All he found were desolate wilderness and neglected graves. He rushed into town, bypassing local officials, and rode straight to the Liu residence, commanding the servants to disperse. He learned that the lady was in the backyard, tending to a child. Ignoring the maid's protests, he strode in, sword in hand, his eyes wide open. What he beheld nearly shattered his composure. Over a decade had passed, yet the Tian maiden appeared unchanged. Her skin as delicate as that of a young girl. With a pair of dark scissors, she was peeling a patch of slightly yellowed skin from her face. Advancing towards the bed, which was piled high with various items. At first glance, they seemed to be garments, but upon closer inspection, they revealed the skins of girls around 16 or 17 years of age. The woman meticulously cut a piece from one girl's face and affixed it to her own. On the bed lay a small boy of 6 or 7, swinging his legs as he used a small knife to slice open his chest. Glaring at the bones and rotting flesh within, he pointed at his white spine and pouted, "Mother, I must grow up. All the other students in school are taller than I am, and they mock me." The Tian maiden lightly tapped the boy's forehead, saying, "Very well. Today I shall take a bone from your father to add a segment to your spine." The boy clapped his hands in delight. Then he pointed at his abdomen, innocently exclaiming, and Mother, how's the magistrate's liver? The heart of the tutor has turned black and rotten. After 6 months, it should be rotting too. What shall we do? Fear not. There is a great official from the capital outside. His heart is even better. In a fit of rage and horror, The inspector turned to look. The maid, the cook, the old farmer, the tutor, and a man in official robes stood silently behind him, their expressions blank, filling the space to capacity. Within that abode of over 100 souls, they had all transformed into human skin. Standing beside Wei Yuan, the district inspector spoke softly. When I finally struck down the lady of the Tian family, I discovered that beneath her skin was nothing but emptiness, merely a shell. The true painted skin had long since vanished, perhaps sensing something was amiss and fleeing beforehand. The anomalies of the world give rise to demons. The essence of objects manifest as spirits, lingering souls become ghosts, and the aberrations of matter breed monsters. He murmured slowly, gazing at Wei Yuan, remember this. Future generations, if faced with spirits or ghosts, one may assess the situation and engage accordingly. However, as a district inspector, any encounter with demons shall result in execution. Particularly those who transform from human to demon or monster, none shall be spared. Abnormality is demon, peculiarity is monster. When beings become demons or monsters, they stray far from the nature of humanity. What we consider delicacies are to them akin to dried mud and withered grass, while human flesh and blood are exceptionally delectable. The benevolence they outwardly exhibit is merely the last vestige of their humanity. Yet this kindness, akin to a tree without roots or water without a source, will gradually dissipate over time. The malevolent nature of these demons will only intensify. If there are grievances, they should be presented for justice. But the ones deserving our protection and compassion are the wronged who have perished, not the demons born of obsession with corpses. They themselves. The inspector's voice faltered, locking eyes with Wei Yuan. Those not of our kin must be slain without mercy. Upon the edge of our blades lies the clarity of the mortal realm. Devoid of personal sentiment, the voice of the silly commandant faded. The lesson for posterity, conveyed by the lunar repairer, was complete. Wei Yuan, momentarily lost in thought, immediately felt a sense of urgency. The painted skin calamity had resulted in the consumption of flesh and blood from at least 100 individuals, leaving behind only empty human skins. This occurred in ancient times when cultivators were active. If such malevolent entities were to roam freely in modern times, after a prolonged period of dormancy, the threat would undoubtedly surpass that of the past. At that moment, Wei Yuan suddenly realized that the previously detached and unreal street had become palpably real. He found himself standing before the Liu family's residence. Before him stood the maiden Tian, her countenance unchanged, and the seemingly innocent child. Behind him were the 100-strong painted skin slaves. If Wei Yuan had previously been a mere observer, with the surroundings akin to a painting, he was now an active participant within it. Wei Yuan surveyed his surroundings, sensing the palpable hostility. With a sigh, he drew his sword. Lunar reflection, Sumeru illusion. With such potent tools available, the silly commandant would undoubtedly make use of them. In addition to imparting experience to future generations, adding a bloody battle was a delightful bonus. However, the commandant's good intentions were somewhat unwelcome to Wei Yuan. As the historically influential silly commandants, who had suppressed the supernatural, had likely never imagined that their successor would be even less capable than an imp hunter. Facing the two painted skins in the formidable lineup of 100 painted skin slaves, Wei Yuan swung his 8-sided Han sword horizontally and retreated, rolling backward awkwardly. As he rose, he brandished his sword erratically, employing a ground-rolling saber technique. His eyes darted around, seeking an escape route. He had been diligently studying the war tactics of the Qi family army's war souls, striving to master their life-or-death combat experience. Although he was not yet their equal, he had learned enough to survive on an ancient battlefield, barring extreme misfortune. Fighting multiple enemies simultaneously was unwise on the battlefield. He needed to control the tempo, create distance, watch his back to prevent encirclement, and avoid being attacked from multiple directions at once. These lessons, previously mere words, were quickly validated in combat. His 8-sided Han sword became increasingly sharp and concise. Wei Yuan mused that it was fortunate that the opponents in the lunar reflection were humanoid demons, as the skills of a soldier fighting humans might not be effective otherwise. Through constant, rapid movement and a fighting retreat, Wei Yuan killed 3 painted skin slaves and wounded an unknown number. The painted skin slaves, like puppets, felt no pain and continued their relentless attacks. Eventually, Wei Yuan was restrained, and his sword was knocked away. As he struggled, a white shadow flashed past. The painted skin lunged at him with astonishing speed. Wei Yuan bit his tongue, spitting out silly commandant's yang blood. The surrounding painted skin slave shrieked and recoiled. The painted skin Tian was also struck on the face. Emitting a shrill scream, Wei Yuan drew the short sword from his commandant's uniform and rolled backward on the ground. Simultaneously, He gripped the sword in a reverse grip and slashed horizontally. The sensation of the blade cutting through flesh was unmistakable. Wei Yuan felt a moment of relief, followed by excruciating pain. The short sword in his hand had severed Tian's head, but it was futile. Tian's arms wrapped around his neck, her supple body pressed against him. Her ribs, like white swords, pierced her own skin, impaling Wei Yuan's chest, heart, and lungs, protruding from his back before retracting, as if attempting to return to their normal state. Creak, creak. Wei Yuan's spine was pierced and shattered by the 8 additional ribs. His consciousness faded. In the real world, Wei Yuan groaned, staggering back and clutching his forehead. The stabbing pain gradually subsided after a considerable time. He finally recalled a previously overlooked detail. The painted skin was merely a disguise for Tian, whose true form was that of a bone woman. A woman who had suffered humiliation and abuse in life, dying with resentment, her lingering grievance manifested as a demon. However, the notoriety of the painted skin had overshadowed this fact. Wei Yuan had fallen prey to the painted skin and the lunar reflection. Had it not been for the lunar reflection's ability to preserve the experiences of predecessors for posterity, he would have faced a significant disadvantage against the resurrected Tian. Wei Yuan smiled wryly. This was a case of overlooking the obvious. The inheritance of experience was indeed crucial. The lunar reflection had concluded, and 2 merit points remained. Activating it again would require another merit point. Wei Yuan closed his eyes, contemplating the battle he had just experienced. Tian and Apos' abilities included controlling painted skin slaves and wielding the bone woman and Apos' bone spurs. He wondered how many painted skin slaves like Fang Qing were in Chuan City. The latter skill was characterized by its unpredictable and elusive nature. Wei Yuan considered the remaining 2 merit points and the items he could exchange for with his current cultivation and merit. He needed a nimble attack method to counter the bone woman's unpredictable bone spurs and a tracking talisman to locate her in close proximity, preventing her escape. He quickly selected the talismans. After the merit points were spent, the tiger tally emitted intense heat. Dragon Tiger Mountain, 1,000-mile tracking talisman. With a wisp of a ghost's aura, even the most powerful cannot escape. Those of Wei Yuan's cultivation level could only detect the aura of demons within 10 miles. The tiger tally directly imparted the talisman's creation method to Wei Yuan. For the other item, Wei Yuan chose a dual sword technique of the Dharma sword category, used for slaying demons. Passed down from Zhang Daoling, the founder of Dragon Tiger Mountain. It was an introductory technique to the twin Dragon Tiger sword art, encompassing footwork derived from Taoist use steps, dual sword techniques, and demon-slaying methods. Known as the Profound Origin Sword Art, because it was created casually by Zhang Daoling for his disciples to practice as preparation for advanced demon subjugation. The founder and Apos' casual creation meant that this sword technique only cost 1 merit point. The tiger tally placed a talisman-like object in Wei Yuan and Apos' palm, containing the cultivation experience of the Profound Origin Sword Art. With the exorcism skill, he could skillfully use the Profound Origin Sword Art, but this would gradually dissipate, lasting at most a month, as a means to assist the silly commandant in quickly mastering the method. Wei Yuan clenched his fist. With the 8-sided Han sword in his right hand and the broken ghost soldier's sword in his left, he drew both blades and stepped forward. He unleashed a sword strike. The Profound Origin Sword moved as easily as an extension of his arm. The long sword was sharp and swift, while the short sword was heavy and domineering. The attacks flowed seamlessly, and his footwork was perfectly synchronized. For a moment, the room seemed filled with cold light, chilling the bones. Then, with a sudden retraction, the sharp sword light vanished, and both swords returned to their sheaths. Wei Yuan exhaled a breath of stale air and pushed open the door. The chief family armies where Seoul was guarding the door. When Wei Yuan inquired, he scratched his head and replied, "There was a sudden surge of killing intent in the room, sir." I was concerned. Killing intent? Wei Yuan was slightly taken aback, then recalled being killed by the bone woman in the illusion. It must have been at that moment. He nodded and said, "Thank you." He then sought out the female painter who had died from poison. Using the exorcism skill, he gathered her remaining energy in his palm. While her memories were still relatively clear, he found some brushes and quickly sketched a portrait of a beautiful ancient woman with slightly upturned eyes, a beauty mark at the corner of her eye, and elaborate golden hair ornaments. It was Tian's original appearance. Wei Yuan's expression was solemn. In the illusion, Tian had continuously tried to repair her face until the very end, having lost her identity in life. The bone woman was a demon formed from her lingering resentment attached to her corpse, obsessed to an extraordinary degree. There exists an unwavering fixation on this visage that eludes the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Through this, perhaps one might engage in the art of waiting for a hare by the tree stump. In the city of Quan, with a population of 7 million, how many could possibly bear a resemblance to this woman? The water ghost leaned in, intrigued, and remarked, "My lord, is this young lady your mistress? She is truly stunning." Wei Yuan swatted the water ghost away and retorted, "Mistress? The remains of this one have likely been rendered to naught. Her heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys all stripped away, leaving only a layer of human skin. Why not give it a try? Perhaps, as fellow spectral beings, she might not mind your company? Ghost." The water ghost shuddered, chuckling nervously as he promptly retreated. Wei Yuan retrieved his phone, unlocked it, and was greeted by a video notification. Momentarily taken aback, he initially intended to dismiss it, yet recognized the figure of the man surnamed Zhang, whom he had encountered twice today. After a moment and Appo's contemplation, he opened the video, revealing a live stream where a gaunt man was engrossed in devouring a spread of greasy dishes. He uttered not a single exaggerated word. He merely ate, continuously feasting. Yet, this simple act conveyed a potent message. It was delectable, and he was ravenous. Even the water ghost beside him could not suppress a gulp. This broadcast was so enticing that even spirits felt hunger pangs. The popularity and viewer count of the stream surged steadily. It seemed that fortune was beginning to smile upon him. Wei Yuan glanced at the profile picture of the live stream, a radiant smile from a little girl, and smiled in return. Ignoring the water ghost's envious expression as he swallowed, he exited the live stream and dialed Zhou Yi's number. "Hello, Officer Zhou? I believe I have found a way to locate that painted skin." Chapter 25, The Night Road Symbol Brushes, Yellow Paper. In vermilion ink, superior materials from the Heavenly Master's estate were neatly arranged upon the table. Wei Yuan lit incense to calm his spirit, dipped the brush in the vermilion, and silently recited the incantation, guiding the brush with fluid strokes. The dazzling symbols took form on the yellow paper in an instant. Exhaling deeply, Wei Yuan carefully stored away the 1,000-mile tracking talisman. After an entire morning's effort, he had managed to produce merely 5 talismans, leaving him with a profound sense of exhaustion. The mystical powers he had acquired through his training as a magistrate had nearly run dry. In the era of the first heavenly master, Zhang Daoling, his abilities would have rendered him no more than an apprentice. To create 5 effective talismans was already a testament to the exceptional quality of materials sent by Zhou Yi, which had maximized the preservation of his energy. Otherwise, if even half of them proved useful, he would have to offer a grand sacrifice. After a brief moment of meditation, Wei Yuan selected one talisman, shook it lightly, and under the activation of his mystical energy, it ignited spontaneously. His senses sharpened instantly, rendering the surrounding world vividly clear. The colors, the flavors, the flow of air, all fell under his command. In this heightened state, any discordant elements incompatible with the mundane world would become glaringly apparent. This was the essence of the 1,000-mile tracking talisman. His mastery allowed the talisman to function effectively within a 10-mile radius, lasting approximately the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Curiously scanning his surroundings, Wei Yuan's attention was drawn to the southern direction of the city, where he discerned a spire of ominous black energy rising high. Indeed, this was the place from which the mountain lord had escaped, a distance surely exceeding 10 miles. Yet its ferocity was palpable. Wei Yuan's expression grew serious. He pondered whether the mountain lord remained on that tiger-watching mountain and what remnants of power he possessed after his escape. As a stick of incense burned down, the effectiveness of 1,000-mile tracking talisman was exhausted, turning to ashes. Wei Yuan carefully stowed away the remaining talismans in a specially designed pouch, which featured numerous compartments. Aside from the treasured 1,000-mile tracking talisman, it contained basic talismans from a special operations group, talismans for dispatching malevolent spirits, calming talismans to soothe ordinary citizens, and some modern medicinal pills with enhanced effects. Every time, Wei Yuan marveled at the strength derived from the imperial court's backing. The wealth was indeed formidable. If he were to create these talismans himself, his meager energy would likely be thoroughly depleted. He retrieved the 8-sided Han sword, slinging it across his back, and secured the spirit-possessed broken sword to his waist, awaiting Zhou Yi's notification. In the early hours of the previous day, Wei Yuan had relayed information to Zhou Yi, even sending a photograph of a certain image. Those supernatural beings are often elusive and enigmatic. Utilizing modern techniques to locate individuals is relatively straightforward. Comparison, filtering, and analysis, these tedious tasks, overwhelming in their volume, could be efficiently handled by a computer. However, pinpointing the exact individual among those with similar appearances whom the Tian family woman had fixated upon remained a challenge. After contemplating, Wei Yuan approached a wooden box within the museum, tapping it with his fingers. With a creak, the box opened. Inside lay a pair of gold-embroidered red shoes, one resting flat, while the other appeared to be peeking up on its toes, as if inquisitively asking a question. After a moment's reflection, Wei Yuan inquired, "Would you like to hear a tune?" The red shoes danced lightly within the box, mimicking the poised grace of a performer stepping onto the stage. Amused, Wei Yuan chuckled. "If so, you must assist me with a task." In no time, vast data was compiled across the entirety of Quan City, identifying individuals whose appearances bore resemblance to that of the Tian family woman from over a millennium ago, whether in the shape of their brows and eyes or the contours of their faces. Among the 7 million residents, there were a dozen individuals who bore some resemblance to her. Wei Yuan sent photographs of the red shoes to Zhou Yi, insisting that these individuals must see the image. Previously, aside from the allure of the tiger-watching talisman and Appo's immense attraction to supernatural beings, Wei Yuan had merely glimpsed the red shoes in an online forum, only to be visited in dreams by the vengeful spirit of Wan Qinyang that night. Though Wan Qinyang had returned to the earthly realm, her lingering essence resided within the embroidered shoes. Those who had come into contact with or glimpsed the shoes photograph might, within a certain range, be susceptible to dreams influenced by her spirit. This was why Wei Yuan sought to keep the shoes close at hand. Furthermore, as the range expanded, the red shoes could also sense whether their intended target was under any malevolent scrutiny. Yet, should a confrontation arise with a skin-wearing spirit, the shoes would possess no means of resistance. Nevertheless, Wei Yuan intended to exploit this characteristic to ensnare the skin-wearer. Amid the melodious strains of operatic music, the red shoes suddenly kicked Wei Yuan. He opened his eyes. Xin Wenlei closed her laptop, massaging her temples. She reached for her cup, intending to sip some coffee, only to find it empty. In the dim, chilly office, she was alone. The light flickered feebly, as if it might be consumed by the surrounding darkness at any moment. As a journalist, she was pursuing a 5-year-old missing persons case, but many leads had fallen apart. Her colleagues urged her to abandon this seemingly hopeless endeavor. Yet, she could not forget the aged faces of the parents. Restlessness gnawed at her conscience. Some said that journalists need not possess a conscience, while others insisted they must steadfastly uphold it. She glanced at the radiant smile of the girl in the document on her screen, sighed, and shut her laptop. The darkened screen reflected her visage, fair skin, slightly upturned eyes, and a beauty mark at the corner. After gathering her belongings, Xin Wenlei departed the office. Her residence lay on the outskirts of Quan City, not too far away, but today she was somewhat delayed. The streets were sparse with pedestrians and vehicles, and upon turning into a narrow alley, the solitude intensified. There was no one in sight, only the sound of her footsteps. Engrossed in thoughts of the missing case, Xin Wenlei paid little heed to her surroundings, but soon sensed something amiss. Step, step, step. A second pair of footsteps echoed behind her. Perhaps it was merely a fellow traveler, she reassured herself. Yet, even as she maintained her composure, she was still a young woman in her 20s. Traversing a dimly lit road alone, and her nerves began to fray. Gripping her bag tightly, she instinctively quickened her pace. Step, step, step. The footsteps followed her. Unhurried, yet unwaveringly close. Time seemed to stretch interminably, and what should have been a brief distance felt endless. In that cramped environment, her apprehension grew. Suddenly, memories of the missing girl flooded her mind, the details of the case causing her palms to sweat coldly. Panic surged within her, propelling her to walk faster. But the footsteps quickened in response. Xin Wenlei's complexion drained of color as she clutched her bag, desperately sprinting toward the illuminated area ahead. The footsteps hastened too. She was immensely grateful for her athletic shoes, as the alley was not long. Finally, she burst forth into the light, where the sounds of conversation filled the air, a chaotic yet comforting noise. Breathing a sigh of relief, she instinctively turned to glance behind her. The alley was eerily quiet, utterly deserted. No one. Xin Wenlei exhaled, a mix of confusion and relief coursing through her. But in an instant, her blood ran cold. A face loomed closer than she had anticipated, grinning wide. "Little girl, may I borrow something from you?" Xin Wenlei's blood turned to ice, her heart gripped by terror that nearly consumed her. She wanted to scream for help, but at that moment, her mouth refused to open, her fingers paralyzed. Tap, 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 tap. At that moment, light footsteps echoed from behind. Suddenly, The surroundings of Shun Wenlei underwent a dramatic transformation. As if stretched or viewed through the squinted eyes of someone peering out of a car at the swiftly passing lights, each beam transformed into a vibrant, flowing ribbon. Yet, she soon realized that she remained in that desolate alley. A distance of over 100 meters lay ahead. Just as she turned her head, she noticed a woman. Nearly 5 steps away, holding scissors and staring at her. Blood dripped from the scissors. However, the woman no longer regarded Shun Wenlei as her prey, but instead directed her gaze to the side. Instinctively, Shun Wenlei followed her gaze. The rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed. Light and lively. A pair of red embroidered shoes danced under the moonlight, reminiscent of a graceful maiden, while a young man in black leaned against the wall. A long sword at his back, and a talisman in his hand slowly burned to ashes. His voice was calm. Beware of the wall of ghosts. Beware of the obscured vision. A person bears 3 lights. When walking at night, do not look back. Remember this. The gaunt woman with the scissors fixated on the sword behind Wei Yuan, her expression turning wary. In a sudden rush, she lunged towards the trembling Shun Wenlei, paralyzed by fear. The sword, no longer than 3 feet, was too late to intervene. A crisp, deep rumble resonated, accompanied by an explosion of flames that erupted in the alley. The skeletal woman abruptly halted mid-air, losing her original sense of direction. A look of astonishment crossed her face, followed by the emergence of multiple bullet holes. In another direction, a sharply dressed Yue, with her short hair bristling, discarded the spent magazine and swiftly replaced it with a new one, a QSC-11 portable firearm made in Huahua. What are you waiting for? Wei Yuan exclaimed in surprise, then shook his head with a smile. My dear, times have changed. With determination in his expression, he drew the 8-sided Han sword from his back and surged forward. Xian Yuan sword technique, ghost-slaying style. Chapter 26. Exorcising evil. The 8-faced Han sword surged forth with a fierce thrust, piercing the heart of the battle. With a determined step, he steadied himself. As he exhaled, he executed a horizontal slash, the blade carving an arc of light. The dark, evidently sinister scissors in the grasp of the bone woman clashed with the 8-faced Han sword, emitting a hissing sound akin to something being seared. Mystical runes flickered across the sword's surface as Wei Yuan advanced, gripping the broken sword in his left hand. With a powerful swing, he aimed a decisive strike at the bone woman. A low, almost imperceptible howl echoed in the air. Even Zhou Yi and Shun Wenlei, in a fleeting moment of clarity, perceived the illusion of a ferocious tiger manifesting behind Wei Yuan. Drawing from the dual techniques of the male and female tiger swordplay, coupled with the enhancement of the hidden tiger token, Wei Yuan unleashed the full might of his short sword technique, a force that was both profound and weighty. The broken sword, already entwined with malevolent energy, became even more formidable with the recent application of the exorcising talisman, leaving the bone woman no choice but to retreat rather than meet his attack head-on. In the midst of their clash, the intangible atmosphere of dominance played a crucial role. With her retreat, the bone woman's momentum waned. Wei Yuan's right hand followed suit, striking with the 8-faced Han sword, its movements fluid and sharp, often manifesting 3 to 5 strikes in the blink of an eye, akin to a flurry of chilling snowflakes. Meanwhile, the short sword in his left hand exuded a heavy, domineering energy, compelling the bone woman to yield further ground with each calculated thrust. Seizing this opportunity, Zhou Yi managed to escort the paralyzed Shun Wenlei out of the haunted alleyway, where she had been rendered immobile by fear. While she could handle ordinary spirits, confronting such a malevolent entity proved to be beyond her capabilities. The talismans wielded by the Taoist priests could exert influence over the bodies of these malevolent beings, provided they were inscribed with precise incantations and gestures. There have been attempts by disciples of the Heavenly Master's Bureau to engrave talismans onto firearms, yet upon discharge, the inscriptions disintegrated under the force, rendering them ineffective. Thus far, no success had been achieved. Against such fiendish entities, conventional ammunition inflicted minimal damage, while high-powered firearms were ill-suited for urban environments, creating an awkward predicament. As Zhou Yi assisted the woman to safety, Wei Yuan remained engaged in a fierce combat with the bone woman, steadfastly refusing to close in too closely. Even when she exposed vulnerabilities, he would not step within a 3-step radius, maintaining a perimeter with his sword, continuously eroding the demoness strength. The talismans from the Heavenly Master's Bureau, crafted by highly skilled but non-combative Taoists, retained their potency for an extended duration. Whether the bone woman had recently broken free from her seal or her power was linked to the number of painted skin servants remained unclear. After a brief struggle, The bone woman began to exhibit signs of fatigue. Wei Yuan seized the moment, shifting his stance and executing a powerful diagonal slash. The eight-faced Han sword transformed from its previously agile and sharp trajectory to a more straightforward, lethal style, embodying the essence of battlefield swordsmanship. Caught off guard, the bone woman was pierced directly through. With a swift twist and a turn, Wei Yuan retreated to maintain his distance. Yet, the bone woman did not resort to her bone spike embrace. Instead, she released a low, resentful murmur, emanating a dense aura of black malevolence. Sensing the impending danger, Wei Yuan swiftly drew a talisman of exorcism from his waist, reciting the incantation urgently and launching the talisman at the bone woman. The black malevolence dissipated rapidly, revealing only a tattered piece of human skin beneath. She is escaping. Is this the technique taught by the Mountain Lord? Wei Yuan pondered to himself. He raised his hand, clutching a tracking talisman. Heaven and earth, disperse the foul energy in the cavernous void, illuminate the great origin, command. As the talisman dispersed, everything around Wei Yuan transformed into an incredibly vivid clarity, with a particular stream of black malevolence standing out starkly. He pursued with his sword raised, taking several steps forward before a booming sound interrupted him. Zhou's motorcycle came to a halt before him. Get on, the bone woman, in her long pursuit of the Mountain Lord, had clearly acquired certain benefits. Her escape techniques were intricate and elusive, almost evading the effective range of Wei Yuan's tracking talisman. Fortunately, Zhou's vehicle possessed sufficient power, and in a moment of desperation, she disregarded traffic laws, running several red lights under Wei Yuan's guidance, closely tailing the bone woman. Along the way, they witnessed a police officer injured while protecting a nearby girl. Thankfully, Zhou had already relayed the information. The Special Operations Team and police had collaborated to clear pedestrians from the path ahead and dispatched members of the Special Operations Team to attempt to intercept, preventing excessive chaos. However, since the bone woman needed to feed on victims to regain her strength, it was evident that she was nearing her limit. At the moment the third tracking talisman was expended, Wei Yuan finally laid eyes upon the skeletal form of the Tian family woman. Before her stood a young man, approximately 27 or 28 years of age, wielding a sweeping longsword, his attire reminiscent of a Taoist robe but more practical for combat. The young man's swordplay was remarkably fierce. The bone woman seemed bereft of the strength to retaliate, having been forced within 3 steps of the young man. At that instant, the white ribs of the bone woman suddenly arched upward, and her arms reached out to embrace the young man. Wei Yuan shouted for him to retreat. Drawing the scabbard of the eight-faced Han sword from his back, he struck the exorcising talisman and hurled it, the scabbard whirling with a gust of foul wind, crashing into the bone woman, producing a sharp crack. One of her bone spikes pierced through the scabbard, exposing her vulnerability. The young man recoiled in shock. Meanwhile, as Zhou slowed the motorcycle, Wei Yuan leaped off, dual swords unsheathed, their edges exuding a lethal precision. With the momentum of his descent, he lunged at the bone woman, his long sword piercing forth, its ringing sound echoing like a dragon's roar, while the broken sword was as heavy as a tiger, showcasing the unique characteristics of the profound element sword technique. Having exhausted her escape techniques, the bone woman was already at her limit. In mere moments, she had her leg bones severed, collapsing to the ground, unable to move. Wei Yuan paid no heed to the sudden change in the young man's expression beside him. With his left hand sheathing the broken sword and his right hand gripping the eight-faced Han sword, he pressed his fingers against the blade's edge, stepping forward with deliberate precision. The bone woman suddenly struggled, kneeling on the ground, her voice transforming into a hauntingly melodious tone, pleading, "Esteemed Taoists, please spare my life, I beseech you. I was merely a peasant girl, kind-hearted and benevolent, yet after being savagely slain by my husband, I fell prey to the Tiger Lord, becoming a puppet of fate. You, being transcendent beings, embody the virtues of mercy. I do not seek freedom, only a chance to atone for my sins by assisting you in subduing the Tiger Lord, seeking merely a rebirth in the next life." Zhou and the young man who had intercepted the demon both bore expressions of hesitation. It was not that they had softened their hearts and placed faith in a spirit, but rather the mention of the Tiger Lord sent a chill through them, leading them to momentarily entertain the thought of sparing the demon's life. Wei Yuan, however, remained unmoved, reflecting inwardly that indeed, over a millennium, even a wooden lump could attain sentience. Previously, he had persuaded the then magistrate with filial piety. Now, he sought to reason with her through logic and benefit. The bone woman continued to bow repeatedly, her words earnest. Wei Yuan observed the expressions of Zhou Yi and the young man, then turned his icy gaze upon the bone woman, stating coldly, "The Tian family is no mere peasant household. 1,000 years ago, I spared you," which resulted in a city's officials transformed into human skins, with hundreds of souls from the Liu family meeting untimely deaths. Do you still intend to play this card? The bone woman paused, momentarily stunned, as painful memories resurfaced. Were she still in possession of her human visage? Her eyes would surely widen in terror at the sight of Wei Yuan, who stood backlit, obscured in shadow, one hand clasping the eight-faced Han sword, the other at his waist holding a short sword, the low growl of a tiger barely audible, all too familiar to her. Suddenly, the bone woman thrashed in panic, her voice a mix of fear and fury. "No, it's impossible. This cannot be. You're merely a human. How could you have lived for over 1,000 years? This is inconceivable." Wei Yuan could only shake his head internally. The bone woman, in her fright, absurdly believed him to be the ancient magistrate, a notion both laughable and revealing of her utter disarray. He chose not to engage her further, instead focusing his energy, pressing his fingers against the sword's edge. He exerted a slight force, allowing a drop of blood to flow forth. With blood as ink, he inscribed the talisman of destruction and exorcism directly upon the edge of his sword. His blood contained innate magical power, complemented by his spiritual invocation, causing the talisman to illuminate brilliantly upon the blade. In an instant, he executed a fierce horizontal slash. The skeletal woman struggled in vain, her leg bones shattered, leaving her no time to flee before her head was severed. As the last remnants of her soul dissipated, Wei Yuan's ghostly control manifested, revealing a fleeting image of a woman consumed by resentment in her final moments, her fury directed at the lethargically man who had slain her, at the woman who had usurped her body, and even at her own parents. Is it true that mortal eyes can see nothing but the superficial? The woman's anguished cries gradually faded into silence. The past grievances, the vengeful skeletal woman, the frenzied demon, the slain, grotesque figure, ultimately vanished into the ether. Yet, Wei Yuan's mind was momentarily captured by the memory of the young girl from the Tian family who had once fed the Li woman, her face unblemished by the distortions of the present, such as the unpredictability of fate. Sheathing his sword, Wei Yuan sighed, contemplating a passage of the rebirth incantation. But lacking the knowledge of the words, he abandoned the thought. Zhou Yi looked up, noticing the fleeting expression of melancholy on Wei Yuan's face, as though witnessing a familiar figure approaching the end of their journey. Wei Yuan turned to explain, "I once encountered the tale of this skeletal woman in ancient texts. After pleading for mercy, she was spared, yet over the course of more than a decade, she wrought countless atrocities. As for the claims regarding the Tiger Lord, how much credence can be given to the words of demons?" Zhou Yi and the young man nodded in agreement. They then escorted Wei Yuan back to the museum, indicating that his assistance would not be required for the tasks ahead. As they parted, the young man respectfully inclined his head, expressing, "Thank you for saving my life, esteemed elder." It was the first time Wei Yuan had been addressed as Ndapos, elder Ndapos, by another, and he found it rather peculiar. Aware that they had matters to attend to, he refrained from inviting them in for a moment of respite. Zhou Yi and the young man turned to leave. "Why do you regard him with such reverence?" Zhou Yi hesitated, seeking an apt description. The young man fell silent for a moment before responding. "Do you recall the words of the skeletal woman?" Zhou Yi chuckled softly. "You truly believe her?" With a sigh of complexity, the young man replied, "I do not fully believe. Yet the sword technique employed by the curator is none other than my school and amp, Appos, Eshian Yuan sword art. Within our sect, only the diagrams remain. The methods of application have been lost to time for over 12 centuries. 12 centuries? Zhou Yi's expression froze as she instinctively turned to the young man, both of them gazing at the seemingly ordinary museum. They were momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 27, Mountain Village. After an extensive search within the museum, Wei Yuan finally procured a wooden box of suitable dimensions. Reaching for a pair of jet black iron shears, he meticulously wrapped them in red cloth before carefully placing them inside the box. He then affixed the apotropaic talisman obtained from Zhou Yi directly onto the box, sealing it shut. Finally, he dripped a drop of blood onto the yellow talisman, forcibly infusing it with spiritual energy to lock it, and exhaled a breath of relief. These iron shears were an inauspicious object used by the bone woman to inflict harm. Throughout history, at least 100 individuals had their chests and abdomens cleaved open and their skin flayed by these shears. By now, it was unknown how many lives had been claimed. The baleful aura emanating from them was extremely dense, unlike the red embroidered shoes, which had dissipated their malevolence. This was a truly malevolent entity capable of actively causing harm. Wei Yuan was unsure how to destroy this object. Entrusting it to Zhou Yi and the young man seemed unreliable. After much deliberation, he decided to bring it back. Relying on his own blood suppression of evil and the fact that the bone woman had perished by her own hand to confine the iron shears within the wooden box. After contemplation, he also affixed aperture-paic talismans to the doors, windows, and walls, securing the house on all sides. Only then did he retrieve the crouching tiger waist token and press it onto a blank sheet of paper, accompanied by a low hum. The mountain god scroll reappeared on the paper. The imposing divine lord, the subordinate officials behind him, and the two lantern-bearing attendants in front were all vividly lifelike. However, this time, an anomaly occurred. Visibly, the lantern-bearing attendant on the left side of the scroll suddenly manifested a texture and color reminiscent of paper consumed by flames, illuminating with a pale gold before abruptly dimming, losing its original color. It appeared as if a section of the vivid and realistic mountain god scroll had suddenly been left blank, creating a stark dissonance. Beneath the dimmed attendant, a line of clerical script emerged. Tian's daughter, a skin changer, has been executed. A stroke of crimson traversed the line of clerical script, signifying the monster's fate. This skin changer was far more formidable than the skin changer slaves in the imp that had previously spied on Wei Yuan. However, Wei Yuan received no merit. As he gazed at the scroll, a conjecture arose in his mind. Since she was a mountain god's attendant, perhaps the merits would be tallied together after several major demons on the scroll had been vanquished. Moreover, he imagined the reward would be exceedingly generous. Mountain god, subordinate officials, the attendant on the right. Wei Yuan's fingers traced across the scroll one by one. He was curious about the record of the attendant on the right. She had been executed, but why did her image still exist on the scroll? As the doubt flashed through his mind, Wei Yuan drew his sword and cleaved the scroll, its spiritual essence slowly dissipating. Only after its aura had completely dissipated, ensuring that it would not attract the prying eyes of ghosts, did he remove the talismans from the door and step outside. It was time to prepare a meal. The pursuit and elimination of the skin changer had been mentally exhausting. The battle, though brief, had been exceptionally strenuous and taxing. He was ravenously hungry. While chopping the pork into chunks and blanching it, he glanced at the sofa in front. A group of ghosts was gathered in front of the computer. Tap, tap, tap. Among the ghosts, the pair of red embroidered shoes danced nimbly across the keyboard, bringing up a video. Wei Yuan took a moment to watch. It was another familiar face, the food streamer surnamed Zhang. His online fans and viewership had increased exponentially compared to before. The table was still laden with various kinds of meat dishes. He remained silent, devouring the food ravenously. He crushed the tendons of the meat, ground the vegetables with his teeth, reduced the bones to fragments, and lifted a bowl the size of a basin. Drinking the food and broth together before slamming the basin down and grabbing a greasy pig trotter to continue gnawing. An emotion that transcended language was conveyed through the computer screen. Fragrant, so fragrant. Hungry, so hungry. The water ghosts in front of the computer swallowed non-existent saliva. Strange. Wei Yuan paused his actions and looked at the man on the screen. The food streamer's body and limbs were still thin and emaciated, resembling the refined man from before, but his stomach was extremely distended, stretching his shirt taut. His limbs were withered, his abdomen was swollen, yet he seemed perpetually unsatisfied, continuously eating. So hungry, so hungry, so hungry. And that's what happened. Zhou Yi and Song Xinghua, a young man from the Dragon Tiger Mountain, stood respectfully, facing the screen, recounting the events of the day. What was once the art of transmitting sound over 1,000 miles and preserving images of the moonlight, a feat achievable only by great Tao practitioners in ancient times, could now be easily accomplished with modern technology. On the screen in front were an elderly man and a middle-aged Taoist priest with a sword on his back. The Taoist priest frowned and asked, "What are your thoughts?" "Xinghua, you speak." Upon hearing his master call his name, Song Xinghua hesitated before answering. This disciple naturally does not believe the words of that demon, but the phrase millennial existence and the fear within it did not seem feigned. Furthermore, that curator Wei Yuan used the Xin Yuan swordplay, which has been lost from our celestial master's mansion for many years. This disciple observed that its moves were almost identical to those recorded in the diagrams. When wielding the sword, he also possessed the dragon tiger divine charm. Therefore, the Taoist priest frowned and shook his head, rebuking, "Preposterous. This, master, how can anyone live for over 1,000 years? Even the ancient Peng Zhu did not live so long. As for his blood-infused talismans, it only shows that he is deeply immersed in the art of talismans." And that Xin Yuan swordplay. Humph, our celestial master's mansion still has the swordplay diagrams. Which disciple in the sect cannot execute a move or two? How do you know that he was using the Xin Yuan swordplay's power-wielding method and not just possessing profound Dao skills? So that any random sword in his hand would have power? Dragon, tiger, divine charm. Our celestial master's mansion also has many techniques that can achieve that. Moreover, given the vastness of the divine land, even though our celestial master's mansion has lost the Xin Yuan swordplay, who knows whether there are still unruined copies hidden in some famous mountains and great rivers, just because of a swordplay and a demon's wild words. You let your Dao heart be shaken, truly believing that someone has cultivated to over 1,000 years? If that were the case, then that skin-changing bone woman would be a minor demon that he could easily destroy. Why would he need to use the Xin Yuan swordplay? After several questions, Song Xinghuai was left speechless and could only bow and salute. The Taoist priest shook his head and said, I sentence you to return to the mountain and seclude yourself for 3 months after this matter is resolved. This disciple obeys. The elderly man beside him stroked his beard and said, Now that the matter of the master and disciple is settled, let's talk about some serious matters. Joey, when the bone woman begged for mercy, did she say there was also a tiger lord? Joey nodded and said, Indeed. The elderly man furrowed his brow for a long time and said, It seems that there is also a fierce tiger spirit that has entered the divine path in that mountain. No wonder it would give birth to a skin-changing slave. A type of demon similar to the tiger's accomplice. Fortunately, since it is in the wilderness, among the mountains and rivers, modern fierce firearms can still be useful. However, we still need to survey the location to avoid the power being too dispersed. You arranged this matter. Yes. At dawn, the mountain was still shrouded in a thin mist. A vehicle struggled to move forward on the rugged mountain road, finally stopping with great difficulty. Xianyi, a disciple of the Wei Ming sect, and 3 police officers got out of the car, looking at the mountain mist with solemn expressions. This was the closest mountain village to the newly emerged mountain range. Drones would lose contact as soon as they flew into that mountain. To survey the terrain, they had to come in person. The mountain mist did not dissipate. Xianyi and the others walked forward with flashlights, stopping after only a dozen steps. In front of them, several men and women wearing clothes from the great Ming Dynasty stood silently in the mist, without saying a word. Chapter 28. The Lost Path of Ghosts and the Unchanged Hearts upon the Tranquil Mountain. A lingering mist refused to dissipate, and the sight of figures clad in archaic attire within the fog appeared somewhat eerie. 3 policemen drew their firearms, faces etched with vigilance, while Xianyi held a talisman delicately between his fingers. Suddenly, a hearty laughter shattered the atmosphere of caution and unease. You must be the esteemed officers from the city, as mentioned by Zhao Gur. Indeed, now you are referred to as police officers. Haha, I am the village chief of Dajin Village. Yesterday, Zhao Guo called back, and we have been eagerly awaiting your arrival along this mountain path. A man in Ming Dynasty attire, albeit wearing leather shoes and a watch, emerged from the mist. Around 50 years of age, Xianyi retracted the talisman and sword, his expression inscrutable as he remarked, So you are from Dajin Village. The officers, placing their trust in the leader of the special operations team, gradually lowered their weapons, though a flicker of curiosity and wariness lingered in their eyes. Xianyi and his companions followed the villagers of Dajin Village back, where the village chief was exceedingly talkative. Yet Xianyi noted that the other villagers seldom displayed any expression. Their faces, rather than appearing simple-hearted, bore a semblance of numbness. Dajin Village, hindered by inconvenient transportation, barely managed to acquire electricity in this era. The villagers still fetched water to drink and studied ancient texts, donning thick garments reminiscent of the Ming Dynasty due to the abundance of mosquitoes in the mountains. The quartet that ascended the mountain each bore their respective responsibilities. 2 were tasked with surveying the terrain, while another was an artillery expert. From the summit, high-powered telescopes afforded a clear view of the suddenly emerged mountain range, facilitating the determination of firearm parameters. Xianyi, as a disciple of the Ming sect, came to assess the feng shui flow and identify the locations of malevolent energy accumulations on the opposing mountain, planning a concentrated assault with powerful weaponry thereafter. The reconnaissance concluded after approximately 2 hours, and the information was transmitted back via personal devices. Initially intending to descend, the villagers of Dajin warmly invited the 4 to partake in a meal before their departure. After a moment of contemplation, Xianyi acquiesced. For the nearest town required a 3-hour drive, and provisions were scarce. The meal consisted of simple mountain dishes, featuring home-raised pork and chicken, rich in flavor and quite satisfactory. The village chief persistently urged Xianyi to drink, but he politely declined, citing his spiritual practices as a reason to avoid alcohol. The others echoed his sentiment, stating they needed to drive later. In the midst of their conversation, Xianyi noticed a woman serving the dishes who seemed to depart with some difficulty. The usually impassive Xianyi furrowed his brow and remarked, "That sister appears to have recently given birth. Why must she be the one to work?" The atmosphere at the table momentarily froze. Someone mumbled a comment about her not bearing a son. Xianyi's brows furrowed further, a hint of anger surfacing in his eyes. The village chief hurriedly intervened, chastising the speaker and addressing Xianyi with a smile. "The villagers lack awareness. Please do not take offense, Taoist. In this day and age, it matters not whether a child is a boy or a girl. It's merely a tradition in our village that when guests are present, women do not sit at the table. If you insist, I shall summon her to join us." This statement concealed a subtle sting. Should Xianyi insist on the woman joining, there would surely be gossip after their departure. The youth, who had practiced in the temple since a young age, wore a grim expression but could only mutter, "No need," harboring discontent. The already modest banquet soon concluded hastily, and the four prepared to leave, the villagers feeling the awkwardness surrounding them, while the village chief maintained a cheerful demeanor, bidding them farewell. As Xianyi regained his focus, he noticed the woman lingering nearby, seemingly wishing to see him off. However, before she could approach, she was pulled away by another man. Xianyi frowned, and the village chief intercepted, laughingly explaining, the couple is at odds over not bearing a son. Rest assured, Taoist, I shall counsel them later." Couples often quarrel but eventually reconcile. Indeed, it was a domestic matter between them, and as an outsider, he felt it inappropriate to intrude. Xianyi and Apos' displeasure deepened, yet he had no choice but to depart. That night, Dajin village. A scrawny man wielded a whip, mercilessly striking the woman kneeling before him while hurling insults. He berated her inability to bear a son, lamenting the money wasted on acquiring her, and scolded her for having the audacity to touch Zhao Guo's daughter, causing him months of anxiety. How could you dare to call her sister-in-law when you were so unwilling? And what does this note mean by "save me"? Are you seeking death? With a few more lashes, he grew weary and sat down to catch his breath. He had long-standing grievances with this purchased wife. Upon seeing her approach the policeman, he sensed something amiss. Pulling her back, he noticed she clutched a note tightly in her hand, scrawled with the words "save me" and a phone number. His anger flared further at this realization. He downed a bottle of liquor, emboldened by the alcohol, and lashed out at her again. Finally, in her presence, he burned the paper containing the phone number. "You are my wife for life. Where could you possibly run?" Breathing heavily, he drank more and sat in his chair, intending merely to rest a moment. However, he inadvertently fell into a deep slumber. When he awoke, the night had enveloped the world outside. He nudged the woman with his foot, demanding she rise and prepare a meal, only to find her staring blankly, lifeless, fueled by liquor. And in collusion with the village chief, he grimly resolved to dispose of her by throwing her down the mountain. "Mother, I can take care of myself. Please do not worry. I will return to see you and Dad this year. Goodbye." Fleeting memories surfaced, only to dissipate like phantoms. I am Dongyu, 23 years old. I was trafficked, sold into the mountains for 5,000 yuan. This amount might represent a graduate's salary. Yet it symbolized the entirety of a young woman's future: love, marriage, children, watching them grow, working, advancing in her career, pursuing dreams, and traveling. All dreams vanished after a hiking trip, lost upon the creaking of a wooden bed. I was imprisoned, shackled with heavy chains. Through flattery, I managed to escape. Yet, after walking a considerable distance until my feet blistered, I could not leave the mountain. I saw a vehicle and desperately flagged it down, kneeling to plead for a ride. They agreed, and I boarded the car, falling into a drowsy slumber. That day, I awoke in pain, confronted by a darker, lower wooden bed and the furious, red-eyed man before me. I understood. To exit this place would require a 3-hour journey, and everyone along the way belonged to this village. I could not escape. They say I belong here, yet I do not believe it. However, gazing into the mirror, I see my rough skin, marred by the wounds inflicted upon me. This is not who I am. I refuse to accept it, yet this is indeed me. I feel as though I have lost all hope. I saw the daughter of the driver that day, dressed in fashionable attire, her earrings glimmering, and wearing the fragrance I once cherished. She extended her hand, delicate and fair, reminiscent of my own from days gone by. With a smile, she greeted me as sister. In that moment, I glimpsed my former self. No, that cannot be right. This is truly me. This is my essence. You have stolen my original visage, robbed me of my identity. I do not belong here. I should not be this way. That should be my face. That should be my life. Return it to me. Restore it to me. I lunged forward, frantically clawing at that face. The girl was taken aback, and soon, the surrounding men and women rushed to restrain me. The pain surged, excruciating. The agony of memories intertwined with the pain of reality, flooding over me. Yet it felt as if separated by a thin veil, rendering everything unclear. The woman collapsed to the ground, her heart heavy with resentment, struggling to rise yet utterly powerless. When she turned back, she beheld her own lifeless body. A chilling despair enveloped her, her heart reduced to ashes. Ah, it turns out, she has already perished. The night rain had fallen. Yet the once stinging night rain of the mountains seemed to have lost its sensation. A single umbrella was placed atop her head. Beneath it stood a man, clad in white, his face obscured by the shelter, merely whispering, the shell, what of the outer appearance? Is it merely about superficiality? The art of sorcery may have faded, yet human nature remains unchanged, capable of stripping away one shell and bestowing upon you another. In this world, it still remains a realm that judges by appearance. The term shell echoed in Dong Yu's mind, her expression one of deep sorrow. Yes, indeed, the identity I once possessed. The life I was meant to lead, this is that shell. I have been robbed of my original form, replaced with another. The man leaned down, smiling as he uttered a single phrase. Do you seek revenge? To reclaim your true and amp, apos, skin and amp, apos. Chapter 29. The malevolent aura. A vehicle came to a halt at the entrance of a building. A somewhat gaunt man, evidently in good spirits, carried an assortment of food items as he made his way home. Surrounding him was a gathering of onlookers, all capturing his image with their mobile phones. This was the residence of Zhang Yu, the most renowned food broadcaster on the internet of late. Wei Yuan stood among the crowd, discreetly applying talismanic water to his eyes. Having acquired the divine ability of vision, he had gained some meager degree of spiritual insight, allowing him to perceive more than before without the cumbersome rituals of the past. He had obtained Zhang Yu's address through his contact with Zhou Yi, harboring suspicions about the man. A hearty appetite was not inherently suspicious. Yet the ability to render even the most spectral beings ravenous through mere imagery was clearly beyond the realm of normalcy. Upon opening his eyes, Wei Yuan detected the souls of various cats and dogs along the road, but when he turned his gaze to Zhang Yu, he found something peculiar. He was neither a ghost nor a demon, and there was an absence of any malevolent aura about him. After engaging with his fans for a moment, the man ascended the stairs with a light tread. Wei Yuan withdrew his gaze. His impulsive investigation yielded no meaningful conclusions, yet he remained undeterred. It was preferable that the man was not of the sinister variety. Returning to the museum, he found the midday hours devoid of visitors. He casually placed a satchel on the table, emitting a resonant thud. Inside lay the compendium of foundational talismans compiled by the Celestial Master's office, detailing the efficacy, sect affiliations, and methods of drawing talismans. It was worth noting that while acquiring talismans from the Huhu token required merit, the records within the Grand Han treasury only extended to the Tang Dynasty. With nearly a millennium passing since the Tang era to the present day, many newly emerged talismans were not included in the Huhu Wei's token. He perused the foundational talismans, including the Exorcism Talisman, the Tranquility Talisman, the Evil Breaking Talisman, the Home Guarding Talisman, the Seven Kill Talisman, along with Ritual Food Talismans and Protective Talismans. Wei Yuan contemplated selecting a few to prepare in advance, accumulating a stockpile to ensure he had ample strategies for unforeseen circumstances. Yellow paper, talismanic brushes, and cinnabar were still part of the Celestial Master's office's inventory. Although he was not associated with the Special Operations Group, nor listed among the disciples of the Celestial Master, he was still provided with these foundational talismans and elixirs. It seemed that his previous undertakings had earned the local Special Operations Group some merit, prompting them to reciprocate his assistance generously. Holding the talismanic compendium, he faced a considerable challenge in drawing talismans. The process differed from exchanging merit for ready-made talismans, which could be sustained for 3 months within the spirit platform, allowing the practitioner to effortlessly draw talismans thereafter with diligent practice. In contrast, drawing talismans required extensive preparations, including altars, footwork, and incantations, all indispensable. Some even demanded the establishment of a ritual altar, and unless Wei Yuan was willing to expend significant spiritual energy, it was an arduous and convoluted task. It took him an entire afternoon, and as dusk began to settle, he managed to produce a mere 5 simple talismans. As he closed his eyes in contemplation, a sudden sound interrupted him. 2 young women, seemingly in their early 20s, entered with curiosity. Visitors had arrived. Wei Yuan straightened and greeted them, mindful that this was a public museum. However, upon observing the two young women, he felt a subtle dissonance emanating from the girl on the right. Typically, the vital energy of youth radiated like a blazing flame, yet these two possessed a faint and listless aura, akin to ice cast into a bonfire. Utilizing the motion of raising his hand, he brushed talismanic water across his eyes. The surrounding environment dimmed momentarily, while the unseen realm before him sharpened into clarity. He turned slightly to scrutinize the two girls. He noticed flames of vital energy coalescing on their shoulders, and above their heads, 3 lanterns symbolizing life. As long as these lanterns burned brightly, ordinary spirits would find it difficult to harm them. However, the flames atop the right girl's lanterns were entwined with ominous black threads, and one was flickering perilously close to extinguishing. Wei Yuan pondered thoughtfully. Were they being targeted by recently emerged malevolent entities? "Excuse me, do you sell the items here?" A bright voice interrupted his thoughts. He noticed the girls had wandered around the museum. Shaking his head, he replied, "I'm sorry, but this is a private museum, open only for exhibitions, and the items are not for sale." The taller girl on the left displayed a hint of disappointment. Her gaze fell upon the talismanic book and the yellow talismans stacked nearby, piquing her interest. "What about these talismans? I assume you drew them yourself?" After a moment's consideration, Wei Yuan responded, "Yes, I did. If you wish, I can give you one." He extracted a protective talisman from the collection, originally intended for use during rituals to safeguard the practitioner, but it also offered some defense against malevolent forces. He handed it to the girl, who appeared somewhat listless and lacking in vitality, saying, "This protective talisman is for you." Pausing, he added, "Noticing the dimming light above her head, you seem to have a darkening aura. It would be wise to avoid solitude for a while. Stay in crowded places. And if you must walk alone at night, remember not to look back." Tao Siwen accepted the yellow talisman, momentarily taken aback. She had been plagued by a series of nightmares recently, always sensing someone trailing her, the footsteps growing ever closer. Just last night, she had awoken in terror, sobbing and unable to sleep, spending the entire night sitting up in bed. Today, her friend had dragged her out to shop for distraction, and now, in this unsettling place, her anxiety mounted. Upon hearing his words, she instinctively raised her head to meet the man's admonishing gaze. The wall behind them held a sheathed sword, which seemed to sway slightly in the breeze, causing the bell on the door to jingle. The museum bore the marks of age. With tables and display cases crafted from vintage green painted wood, the paint peeling slightly, exuding a nostalgic ambience reminiscent of the 1980s. Yellow talismans adorned the walls, doors, and beneath the sword. On 2 wooden boxes atop a display case, yellow talismans were also affixed, their cinnabar ink appearing a darker hue for some unknown reason. The tinkling of the bell persisted. She felt as though she glimpsed 2 paper figures. There was something unsettling about this place. Tao Siwen's complexion paled as she clutched the talisman and pulled her friend towards the exit. Wei Yuan watched the two depart, glancing at the encroaching twilight as day surrendered to night. He slung a sword across his back and placed the talisman in his waist pocket. Retrieving a broken sword, he secured it at his side. "I'm stepping out for a bit. Keep an eye on things here," he instructed, receiving a response from the empty museum. With that, he pushed the door open, and as it closed behind him, the bell rang softly once more. Chapter 30. Injustice. Tao Siwen hurriedly exited the museum, pulling her close friend along. Noticing her friend's genuine irritation, the tall girl quickly resorted to playful pleas for forgiveness, adopting a pitiable expression. Although Tao Siwen felt somewhat displeased, she found herself at a loss when it came to her friend. With a resigned sigh, she forgave her. Glancing at the yellow talisman in her hand, she initially contemplated discarding it, but ultimately deemed it inappropriate to toss such an item carelessly, so she decided to stow it away instead. As twilight descended, the modern city began to pulsate with life. The day's labors had come to a close, and the atmosphere became noticeably more relaxed. Tao Siwen and her companion meandered through the streets for over 2 hours, indulging in various street foods while strolling. Being young and modern individuals, they soon cast aside any thoughts of supernatural tales, treating Wei Yuan's warnings as mere ploys for business. It was akin to the fortune tellers in their village, who invariably declared misfortunes upon meeting to ensure their trade thrived. Due to the slight distance from her home, Tao Siwen and her close friend parted ways around 9 o'clock, each heading home independently. Taking the number 10 bus, she would only need to walk a short distance after disembarking. On the bus, Tao Siwen opened her phone to watch a film for a while, remaining oblivious to any peculiarities. However, once she stepped off the bus and began walking alone, The exhilaration from her earlier playful antics with her friend and the emotional stimulation from the film gradually waned, leading her to sense an unsettling atmosphere. The surroundings were eerily silent, with only the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves and the rhythm of her footsteps echoing in the stillness. Step, step, step. A growing sense of fear began to creep into Tao Siwen's heart. Suddenly, she recalled the words of the museum curator from earlier that day. Please refrain from being alone lately. If you must walk at night, remember, do not look back. Though she had dismissed it at the time, those memories now lingered vividly in her mind, the soft, yellow sunlight filtering through the window, the curator's gentle admonition. And the old wooden frame with its peeling paint suddenly became strikingly clear. Breathe, it is all a fabrication, a mere illusion. Surely, there are no supernatural beings in this world. Though such thoughts lingered in her mind, Tao Siwen found herself unable to suppress her pace, yearning to return home and bury herself beneath the covers. After traversing nearly 100 meters, she suddenly noticed a figure standing ahead, instinctively slowing her steps. It was a woman, clad entirely in white, her presence unsettling amidst the night. Tao Siwen slightly veered aside, continuing her forward journey. Her body taut as if the slightest touch might send her into a fright. As she passed the woman without incident, she exhaled a sigh of relief, only to realize she was drenched in cold sweat. Nonetheless, it felt as though she had surmounted a daunting hurdle, and her steps lightened, chiding herself for succumbing to her own fears. Yet, after merely 50 more meters, a casual glance revealed another white silhouette ahead, causing her complexion to drain of color. It was the same woman, dressed in white, her eyes vacant, fixated straight ahead without a flicker of movement. Tao Siwen's mind momentarily ceased to function. All she felt was an icy grip on her limbs. With a sudden bow of her head, she hastened her pace. Upon encountering the woman for the third time, having covered less than 20 meters, a chilling realization struck her. Should she turn back, she would see yet another woman in white standing 20 meters behind her. A tremor coursed through her body as an urgent desire to look back surged within her. However, she clung tightly to the words spoken by the curator earlier that day, resolutely refusing to glance behind. With her legs nearly giving way, she passed the third woman, tears brimming in her eyes as her psyche teetered on the brink of collapse from sheer terror. Someone, anyone, please help me, save me. A melodious and cheerful voice drifted from behind, echoing in the distance. Siwen, Siwen, wait for me, wait for me. I've decided. I'll escort you home. It was Tong Tong. She thought of that tall, passionate girl, almost overwhelmed with joy to the point of tears, and instinctively turned her head. There, she encountered a face that was cold and lifeless. The ghostly figure of Dong Yu stared at her prey with a chilling gaze. Fair-skinned, youthful, delicate, and innocent, just like she had once been. She yearned to claim this vessel for herself before returning to exact her revenge. Her original body had fallen from the mountain and was no longer usable. A new body was essential. As she gazed at that face, her eyes brimmed with greed and fierce malice, the short blade in her hand poised against the girl's brow. Just as she was about to strike, the girl suddenly broke down, collapsing to the ground and emitting a faint cry. Dad, Mom, save me. Whoa. Dong Yu's movements came to an abrupt halt as memories of her human life flooded her mind. Mom, I can take care of myself. Oh, please don't worry. Just wait for me to visit you and Dad this year, okay? A twisted expression of struggle appeared on Dong Yu's ghostly face. This is my vessel. No, it isn't. It cannot be. She looked at the girl, who was weeping uncontrollably, and saw reflected in her eyes the image of her own self when she had just been kidnapped to the mountain. Her vessel had been stripped away, her life taken from her. And now, was she to rob this child of her vessel, to seize her life as well? What distinguishes oneself from those individuals? The knife in her hand slowly descended. Yet the instinctual allure of flesh and blood began to influence her. The blade lifted slightly, only to be thrust down with sudden ferocity, trembling violently. As she struggled, a sound sliced through the air. A shadow from the left descended with formidable momentum. Dong Yu, originally an ordinary person, instinctively raised her hand to block the oncoming force. The assailing object veered off course, crashing to the ground. It was a sword sheath. Then, a clear voice rang out, followed by a flash of silver that lunged forward with astonishing speed. The initially raised blade, now transformed into a spectral weapon, collided with the silver light. The blade, imbued with dark energy, vibrated and emitted a resonant hum. The assailant, with a deft motion of their fingers upon the sword's body, abruptly halted the tremors, releasing a wave of scorching energy that pierced through the dark aura surrounding the knife, creating a gaping hole. Dong Yu let out a muffled groan, staggering back a step. Wei Yuan positioned himself between the malevolent spirit and Tao Siwen, relief washing over him for having followed. His left hand had already retrieved a talisman for calming the mind, which he swiftly placed atop Tao Siwen's head, soothing her from the brink of mental collapse. He then produced a talisman for dispelling evil, silently chanting the incantation while sweeping the talisman over the sword's body. In the darkness, the Han sword emanated a faint, searing glow. Tao Siwen gradually calmed, her tear-filled eyes lifting to behold the museum curator from earlier that day standing before her, wielding the very sword that had hung upon the wall. To her astonishment, the spirit opposite them seemed to recoil in fear, hesitating to advance. Her eyes widened in disbelief. This is suddenly. The Han sword in Wei Yuan's hand quivered violently as he stepped forward. Having encountered numerous spirits, most of which were far stronger than the nascent entity before him, he maintained his composure against the bizarre adversary. His swordsmanship flowed effortlessly, transitioning between the agile and fierce dragon sword technique and the weighty, lethal formation style. Within mere moments, the demon before him displayed signs of fatigue. Seizing the opportunity, Wei Yuan swiftly drew a broken sword from behind his waist, unleashing a powerful slash. The sound of the blade slicing through the air was deep and menacing. In the original fluid sword technique, an abrupt appearance of a broken sword sliced through the air with remarkable speed. Caught unawares, Dong Yu found her short dagger flung from her grasp. Simultaneously, Wei Yuan advanced, raising his sword at an angle, aiming directly for the throat of the ghostly entity. Instinctively, Dong Yu's remnants of her former self urged her to tilt her neck aside to evade the strike. At the same time, Wei Yuan retracted his sword into its sheath with his left hand, his fingers curling slightly to reveal a talisman, which he grasped tightly around Dong Yu's arm. This was a divine technique to expel spirits. Dong Yu had recently come into existence and was grappling with her own inner turmoil, her soul unstable at that moment. Wei Yuan experienced a fleeting disorientation as fragmented images flashed before his eyes, memories from the disintegrating soul. University days, parents, travel, abduction, the creaking of a wooden bed, a man's bloodshot eyes, and a hand raised menacingly. Ultimately, there was the pure hope engulfed in flames, followed by being cast down a precipice. This was the obsession of the ghostly entity, and it was Wei Yuan's first encounter with such a nascent spirit. He let out a muffled groan and instinctively loosened his grip, while Dong Yu was similarly forced to relive her past. She raised her hands to her head, emitting a series of piercing wails before suddenly disintegrating, her essence dissipating into the void. Wei Yuan lifted his head, enduring the pain throbbing in his skull, and retrieved a tracking talisman from his waist, shaking it vigorously. The surroundings sharpened into focus, and he could faintly sense Dong Yu's essence had already receded. Reflecting on the images he had just witnessed, his gaze turned icy. Human trafficking. Damn it. He sheathed his sword. Meanwhile, Tao Siwen appeared somewhat dazed. Wei Yuan guided her to a crowded area, and just a few steps away lay her home. It was only then that Tao Siwen regained her composure, stammering, You are Wei Yuan replied. I'm just someone who visited the museum. No need to dwell on it. Hurry back now. He turned to gaze in the direction where Dong Yu had vanished. A human-esque body felt heavy, while a spirit-esque essence was light, capable of riding the winds of the netherworld. To pursue a ghost with mere flesh and blood was a futile endeavor. In the land of the Bai clan, there were those skilled in riding steeds, one capable of covering 1,000 miles in a day, another 800, only then could they hope to catch up. With Wei Yuan's speed, the thought of catching up was utterly preposterous. He wrapped his sword securely in his belongings and hailed a taxi. Driver, I need a ride. Chapter 31. Slaying demons and exorcising evil. Two distant headlights illuminated the road ahead. The taxi accelerated smoothly, the streets on either side retreating into the background as the urban nightscape quickly faded away. Wei Yuan sat in the back seat, his long sword concealed within a bundle, remaining unseen. He had gathered enough insight to discern the destination of the nascent vengeful spirit. From its trajectory, it was heading towards a mountain village known as Dajin Village. The lingering souls had transformed into ghosts, and the events transpiring in that village were the very obsessions of this vengeful spirit. Wei Yuan closed his eyes, recalling the admonitions of the former magistrate from the moonlit reflections of memory. There was no need for mercy. Was it truly a matter of severing the unmerciful? Wei Yuan's hand rested upon the 8-sided Han sword of demon slaying, his expression gradually calming. As a magistrate, it was his duty to protect the human populace and eradicate demons. This was his divine obligation. The taxi driver finally brought the vehicle to a halt beside the road, feeling a sense of unease in this desolate area, devoid of any signs of civilization. As he ventured further along the path, his apprehensions grew. He worried he might encounter bandits. Being a man, he found it difficult to voice his concerns, stubbornly driving to this point. Upon Wei Yuan's exit, the driver felt a breath of relief, lighting a cigarette. His lips trembled slightly as he took a couple of deep puffs before swiftly turning the car around. With a heavy foot on the accelerator, the aging taxi spun around with a roar from the engine, rapidly descending the mountain, leaving behind only a fading red taillight in the night. As the vehicle navigated the winding roads downward, it showed no signs of slowing, the red light tracing an S-shaped path through the mist before vanishing from sight. Wei Yuan was astounded. Evidently, he had frightened the driver considerably. He withdrew his gaze and turned to face the mountain village. Unwrapping the cloth that concealed his sword, he extracted the 8-sided Han sword and drew forth a talisman of extermination, brushing it across the blade to imbue it with spiritual power for vanquishing demons. He also retrieved a protective talisman he had inscribed, gesturing to activate its power. Only then did he step into the village. An overwhelming aura of malevolence surged towards him. Repelled by the protective talisman on his person, the runes inscribed on the sword radiated a crimson glow, indicating that the village had been thoroughly engulfed by the realm of spirits. This was the birthplace of the vengeful ghost, a place where her resentment was most potent, enabling her to harness her full strength. Dajin village lay shrouded in an eerie silence, its surroundings encrusted in a thick, viscous layer of shadowy blood. As Wei Yuan walked upon it, he sensed its stickiness, faint echoes of male voices cursing and women weeping wafting through the air. He could not discern their origins. Turning his head would merely lead to the voices emanating from behind, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Wei Yuan's expression remained composed as he drew a broken sword from his waist. The tracking talisman had already been activated, significantly enhancing his perceptive abilities. However, rather than pursuing Dong Yu immediately, he chose to stroll leisurely through the village. As he passed by the low wooden houses of yore, he observed that the villagers had been ensnared by the spirit realm, enwrapped in malevolence. With 3 lanterns overhead nearly extinguished, the remaining 2 flickering precariously, they had succumbed to the spectral energy in their slumber. A single talisman could easily dispel the malignant forces, and a calming talisman would provide excellent reassurance in alleviating any after-effects. Yet, when Wei Yuan glanced at the villagers' pained expressions, he merely turned away, his steps unwavering, as if he had heard nothing, seen nothing, continuing onward with his sword drawn. However, when he approached one particular house, his pace faltered. The malevolent energy instinctively recoiled from the wooden structure. Inside lay a tiny infant, blissfully asleep. Wei Yuan paused, realization dawning upon him. This was the child born to the woman in life. Ultimately, it was his own flesh and blood. Despite the circumstances of abduction or coercion, this newborn was innocent. Every child, upon entering this world, has no choice in their arrival nor the family into which they are born. Yet, in typical instances, when faced with such calamities and transformed into vengeful spirits, they often succumb to their hatred, devouring their own offspring. The restraint exhibited by this spirit, not allowing her anger to corrupt her heart and harm the child, suggested that she had been a person of great kindness in life. Wei Yuan gazed at the child within, retrieving the last of his protective talismans, placing it at the door. A flash of golden light swept through, thoroughly dispelling the malevolent energy that would have otherwise invaded this space. The child continued to sleep peacefully. Even should battle ensue, this child would remain unharmed. He turned the blade and walked towards the heart of the village, where stood the only villa, grand and imposing, starkly contrasting with the surrounding dilapidated wooden homes. Come, drink. Drink. Brother Zhao, I raise my glass to you. Come, let us drink. In the villa and Appo's living room, a lavish banquet was laid out, far more sumptuous than the modest fare served to the police in Xianyi a few days prior, rivaling the offerings of the grandest hotels in the city. A thin, stooped man, who had committed the heinous act of murdering his wife, bowed and smiled incessantly. The village chief of Dajin sat at the opposite side. At the head of the table was a refined and elegant gentleman clad in a casual suit, adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles. His demeanor resembled that of a classical literature teacher or a university professor, yet he seemed utterly out of place in such a gathering. He sipped his drink and set the glass down, leaving the man beside him, who had been eager to refill his cup, feeling rather awkward. Lu Zhao picked up a piece of food and remarked, "Joair, let us not indulge in idle chatter. What troubles your wife? I am not concerned. If you wish to acquire another, this is the sum you must arrive at." He raised his palm. Joair grimaced slightly and replied, "Still 5,000? Lu Chao casually remarked, 50,000. Zhou Lauer shuddered, nearly spilling half of his drink, and with a grimace, he inquired, 50,000? Brother Chow, you can't be mistaken. Can you? You have sold me for far less than this amount. Lu Chaodao remarked. Who would desire a body reeking of decay such as yours? 50,000. A fixed price. This time, I shall find you a gentle soul from a humble village, suitable for the purpose of nurturing a son for you. What do you say? I have a selection of photographs here. Take a look and let me know which one catches your fancy, and I shall procure it for you. He produced a stack of images. After perusing for a while, Zhou felt that each one was appealing, yet his throat was parched. The thought of the 50,000 yuan left him feeling somewhat apprehensive, and he said, How about this, Brother Zhao? Could you perhaps lower the price a bit more? If this matter comes to fruition, you shall be like a brother to me, and I would heed your every request without question. Lu Zhao leisurely sipped his drink in silence. The more he remained reticent, the more Zhou found himself ingratiatingly submissive. Finally, with a smile, he spoke slowly. You are nearly a decade my senior. I am unworthy of such a brotherly bond. How about this? You have a daughter, do you not? I offer to take your daughter in exchange for selecting a fine item for you, at a modest price of 10,000. What do you say, daughter? Zhou Lauer contemplated his daughter, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face. Meanwhile, the village chief seized the moment to persuade him, saying, Old Zhou, have you truly considered this? A daughter and a daughter-in-law. Does one even need to choose? After having a daughter, there may still be opportunities for further progeny. If you miss this chance, who knows when you could amass 50,000 yuan? Do you still wish to carry on your family's lineage? Zhou face contorted in a struggle. After a firm clenching of his teeth, he declared, All right. However, 10,000 is excessive. Let it be 8,000. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lu Zhao erupted into laughter, rising from his seat as several individuals clinked their glasses, enveloped in a jovial atmosphere. Suddenly, the crystal chandelier hanging in the living room dimmed abruptly, plunging the room into darkness. The guests were momentarily stunned before the lights flickered back on, revealing an unexpected figure. It was a woman, clad in white, her eyes weeping blood. Her form was somewhat contorted, and despite her ghastly appearance, the delicate features from her former self could still be discerned. With a chilling crackle, all the lights in the villa extinguished. The faces of 3 individuals turned ashen. Wei Yuan stood before the villa, his right hand resting on the hilt of his sword, gazing upward. A palpable sense of resentment, malice, and the stench of blood intertwined within the villa, occasionally pierced by the harrowing cries of despair from within. Lu Zhao gasped for breath. Stumbling forward in a state of utter disarray, tightly clutching a jade amulet in his hand, he was acutely aware that the money he possessed was stained with blood, tainted. Yet, after experiencing the ease with which wealth could be obtained on numerous occasions, he found it hard to resist the temptation of honest toil. This was not his fault. He could not be blamed. However, excessive indulgence often breeds superstition. He had purchased this amulet, initially seeking only a semblance of peace, but today, it had miraculously saved his life. Indeed, there were spirits in this world. They were all dead, every last one of them. He witnessed old Zhou being relentlessly stabbed in the abdomen by the female specter, her blade drawing forth a gruesome string of entrails. He saw another villager attempt to flee, only to be seized by the ghost, the knife plunging deep into his neck, blood spraying high into the air. Am I next? No, please. I do not wish to die. I will abandon this line of work. I swear it. Once I escape, I will donate to the temple. I will perform good deeds daily to atone for my sins. Save me, please. The amulet illuminated his path, guiding Lu Zhao as he unexpectedly broke free from the ghostly labyrinth, finding himself before the villa and Appo's entrance. Elation surged within him as he dashed toward freedom. Upon spotting others outside, his heart soared, and he shouted in desperation, Help! Help me! He ran towards Wei Yuan, only to feel a sudden, intense pain in his abdomen. Wei Yuan's expression remained indifferent as the hilt of his heavy sword struck Lu Zhao's stomach with brutal force, nearly severing his life. In a fluid motion, he seized the amulet from Lu Zhao's grasp and delivered a powerful knee strike, thrusting him back into the realm of the vengeful spirit. Lu Zhao coughed violently, witnessing the door before him morph back into a wall. In defiance, he slammed his body against the door, relentlessly pounding against the unyielding surface. His voice a cacophony of desperate rage. No, you cannot do this. This is murder. Let me out. Release me. I will pay you. I have plenty of money. How much do you want? 3 million? 5 million? I will give it all to you. Save me, please. Silence fell abruptly. The woman behind him, clad in white, transformed into a crimson hue, her short blade dripping with blood. Outside, Wei Yuan slowly sheathed his sword, sensing a peculiar energy nearby. His voice calm and measured. Who goes there? An elderly man, donning an ancient Taoist robe, emerged, gazing at the ghostly realm with a sigh before inquiring. Why does the Taoist allow the spirits to kill? Allow the spirits to kill? Wei Yuan's tone was composed as he responded, You are mistaken. That which deviates from the norm is deemed a demon. That which is abnormal is considered monstrous. I am merely vanquishing the evil and exterminating the malevolence. In my eyes, Lu Zhao and his ilk are indeed demons. Chapter 32. Wishes. The old Taoist was momentarily taken aback, then sighed, What a fine assortment of demons and monsters. Indeed. The young Taoist's perception is quite clear. Indeed. If all the malevolent beings of this world were truly aberrations, they would be easily discernible. However, those that cloak themselves in human guise are far more insidious and, thus, pose a greater threat. The old Taoist had recently concealed himself nearby, refraining from intervening with Dong Yu. Wei Yuan could surmise his thoughts. Recalling the experiences of the Tian family girl, which stirred a complex array of emotions within him, he nodded in agreement, saying, You speak truly, Taoist. The malevolence of the human heart is difficult to guard against. It remains unchanged through the ages. Both fell into a contemplative silence. Wei Yuan lowered his gaze to the jade pendant he had seized from Lu Chao. The white jade emitted a spiritual aura. At present, the practice of spiritual cultivation was not widespread, and it was unclear where Lu Chao had acquired such a genuine artifact. The pendant bore an inscription of a talisman, which had enabled Lu Chao to escape from the ghostly wall earlier. The old Taoist recognized it and remarked, This is from the Baiyun Temple in Yingtian Prefecture. Although many Taoist temples share that name, the one in Yingtian is authentic. Its priests possess a measure of skill. Yet, in recent generations, they have succumbed to worldly ways, allowing anyone with money to obtain talismans from them. Baiyun Temple. Wei Yuan silently committed the name to memory. The old Taoist glanced at the sword in Wei Yuan's hand and inquired, I see your swordsmanship is formidable, reminiscent of the Qi-Ching lineage of the celestial master S abode. Furthermore, your talismanic techniques reflect the style of the dragon and tiger lineage. I wonder, which generation of true disciples do you belong to at the celestial master S abode? Have you received the Alliance Talisman or the Five Thunder Talisman? Wei Yuan shook his head, replying, You have mistaken me, Taoist. I am not a disciple of the celestial master S abode. What? The old Taoist was slightly taken aback. Wei Yuan raised his head. The final, anguished cries from the villa had long ceased, and the malevolent aura that had once encircled it had dissipated, restoring its original state. He ceased his conversation, nodded respectfully to the old Taoist, and sheathed his sword as he stepped inside. Blood splattered, nearly coating the floor. Lu Chao and his companions lay lifeless. In avenging the spirits, how could they not perish? Yet, Lu Chao's soul remained. Dong Yu had reverted to her original form, clad in white, her features fair and untainted, resembling her appearance before being abducted. The malice that had once clouded her countenance had diminished significantly. Lu Chao and Appo's soul was on the verge of dissipating. Yet she clutched it tightly in her grasp. Dong Yu looked at Wei Yuan, her ghostly form marred by tears, extending the soul towards him. Wei Yuan, having overheard their earlier conversation, realized that this was the human trafficker and understood Dong Yu's intention. She wished to glean the whereabouts of those who had been kidnapped from the soul, to rescue them. Thus, in her vengeful state, she had refrained from obliterating Lu Chao's essence. The old Taoist, upon understanding, sighed deeply, his expression filled with compassion, and offered a slight bow, saying, Miss, your compassion is admirable. Wei Yuan closed his eyes, raised his hand, and summoned a talisman to exorcise the spirit. He forcefully compelled Lu Chao's nearly shattered soul to reveal a stack of photographs. These were the targets they had been surveilling. He also procured a smartphone and a small USB drive containing extensive data and transaction records. Lu Chao was acutely aware of the nature of his deeds in his youth. He had been indifferent, but as he aged, the weight of his actions haunted him, often waking him in terror from nightmares. The sound of a knock at night could send his heart racing for long stretches. Paranoid, he dared not keep such incriminating evidence at home, opting instead to carry it with him. Wei Yuan meticulously memorized the password and unlocking method through his exorcism technique before releasing Lu Chao from his grip. The ethereal figure of Lu Chao appeared nearby. Before the old Taoist could speak, Wei Yuan drew his sword, not sparing a glance at the terrified ghost pleading for mercy. The sword's talismanic efficacy still lingered, and with a single stroke, he rendered the soul into nothingness, swiftly returning the blade to its sheath. The resonant sound of the sword still echoing. The old Taoist opened his mouth but refrained from uttering a word. Wei Yuan secured the items, which could be handed over to the authorities as irrefutable evidence, ensuring none of those involved could escape. He turned to glance at Dong Yu, who stood in a daze, seemingly at a loss after enacting her vengeance, and after a moment of silence, asked, "Do you have any unfulfilled wishes remaining?" Dong Yu lifted her gaze to Wei Yuan. The old Taoist closed his eyes, aware of Wei Yuan's intentions, feeling a twinge of reluctance. Dong Yu's lips quivered as she spoke. I wish for that child." Wei Yuan nodded slowly, assuring her, "Do not worry, I shall take her away. I can entrust her to your parents for their care, or I can ask a friend to take her to the Taoist community to become a little acolyte. Both arrangements would be suitable. You have my word. She shall not maintain any ties to this place." Dong Yu pondered for a long while before softly responding. "Please send her back to my parents. After I'm gone, at least she can keep them company. But I beg you, do not reveal her origins to them." Wei Yuan agreed once more. Then, looking at Dong Yu, his voice gentle, he asked, "Do you have no other wishes?" Initially, Dong Yu intended to say she had none. But the mention of her parents brought forth the image of two faces, no longer youthful. Her lips trembled, and before she could speak, tears began to flow uncontrollably. I wish to see my parents again. I want to talk to them once more. I long to taste my father's stir-fried pork with scallions, my mother's oil-braised shrimp, and to eat the dumplings they made by hand. I just want to see them one last time. Am I being too greedy?" She raised her hand to wipe her tears. Observing Dong Yu's tear-streaked visage, Wei Yuan sheathed his sword and extended his right hand. "Very well. What? Your wish, I shall fulfill." Wei Yuan arrived at the wooden cabin where the child was situated. The old Taoist produced a stack of talismans and applied them to the child to ward off any external malevolence. Wei Yuan secured his sword behind him, wrapping the original cloth around the child's garments. His sword had vanquished several demons and spirits, cultivating a chilling aura. The fabric enveloping the sword carried a peculiar sensation, causing the child discomfort. As Wei Yuan was a stranger, she began to cry. Dong Yu's spirit, shedding tears, reached out to touch the child's small hand, but could only extend her essence toward it. Yet the child turned her head, gazing at the void where nothing was visible, stretching out her hand and babbling towards that direction, ceasing her cries. The old Taoist observed the mingling of the child and Appo's hand and the ethereal fingers, sighing deeply. In his youth, he had wielded a sword against demons, yet in his old age, he found such scenes unbearable. He turned his gaze to Wei Yuan, asking, "How do you plan to proceed?" Wei Yuan replied, "I have already contacted my friends. They should be at the foot of the mountain by now. We need only wait a while longer for them to ascend. The malevolent energy in this place is too dense, even with talismans for protection. The child remaining here for too long would not bode well." The old Taoist nodded, retrieving 2 talismans and handing them to Wei Yuan. "Take these, young man." "What is this?" "The treacherous paths of the mountain are arduous. A winding road is necessary, consuming time. It is much quicker to return to the city from the foot of the mountain. You should have them wait below. My shrinking spell is not as swift as the vehicles, but this technique possesses its own mysteries. It can traverse 1,000 miles in a day, regardless of terrain. You may leap down this mountain as though walking on flat ground. The old Taoist will assist you with the incantation. Take the child and descend swiftly." He instructed Wei Yuan to bind 2 steeds to his legs and recite the spell of contraction. With each step, 100 steps are traversed, and the earth shrinks accordingly. Mountains flatten when met, and waters dry when crossed. I am commanded by the master of the 3 mountains and 9 lords. After bidding farewell to the old Taoist priest, Wei Yuan utilized his ghostly summoning abilities to gather Dong Yu, cradling the child imbued with numerous talismans. As he descended the mountain, he moved with astonishing swiftness. The treacherous and steep path felt as smooth as walking on flat terrain, showing no signs of faltering. Ultimately, this valiant officer stepped boldly between the mountain and the moon, each stride covering 10 or more meters, almost as if he were soaring through the air on the wind. At the foot of the mountain, a black sedan was parked. Beside the vehicle stood the sharp-featured Zhou Yi, clutching a lady's cigarette, accompanied by Xian Yi, a disciple of the Mingming sect, and Song Xinghuai, a direct descendant of Longhu Mountain. Xian Yi gazed at the mountain silhouette against the darkness, his expression somewhat grave. Song Xinghuai remarked, "Why has that curator suddenly instructed us to wait here?" Zhou Yi replied, "Perhaps it is because he has already descended." Song Xinghuai shook his head, saying, To traverse a few more steps on this mountain path is less efficient than waiting here. We should ascend to fetch him. He proposed. Let us drive slowly up the mountain. We might encounter him. As Zhou Yi contemplated this, Xian Yi suddenly exclaimed, He is coming. Zhou Yi and Song Xinghuai turned their gazes to the mountain path. It was eerily quiet, devoid of any presence. A voice tinged with astonishment emerged from Xian Yi. Above. Above. Zhou Yi and Song Xinghuai instinctively looked up, their expressions shifting dramatically. Amidst the rugged rocks and ancient trees, a figure swiftly emerged. Its presence undiminished as it stepped lightly upon the forest floor, advancing another 20 meters. Under the astonished gazes of the three, it followed a falling leaf as it drifted down. The moonlight shone brightly upon the figure clad in black, bearing a sword. Wei Yuan exhaled deeply. The old Taoist had spoken no falsehood. The efficacy of the contraction talisman was indeed remarkable. He glanced at the trio by the vehicle and nodded slightly. His voice was calm. Thank you for your patience. The vehicle from the Special Operations Group sped along the road. Inside, Wei Yuan, cradling the child, recounted the events on the mountain in concise and measured tones, including his discovery of Dong Yu's trail, his pursuit, and the irreversible moment when Dong Yu completed her vengeance, leaving Lu Chao and the others utterly destroyed. He also mentioned recovering the documents from Lu Chao's person. The old Taoist's appearance was omitted, as he had instructed before Wei Yuan's descent. A palpable gravity filled the car. Song Huaiwa murmured sutras, his face a mask of compassion. Xianyi, head bowed, remained silent. His fingers clenched tightly. Zhou Yi, having extinguished her cigarette long ago, felt a stifling pressure. She resisted the urge to light another, mindful of the child's presence, and stated, We will handle this matter appropriately. Wei Yuan glanced at the child in his arms, fast asleep, her small hand clutching his sleeve. He hesitated, then said, And her? I'll care for her for a few days. Afterward, I'd appreciate it if you could return her to Dong Yu's parents. Also, regarding her origins and Dong Yu's ordeal, she wished for it to remain a secret. Consider it her final request. Zhou Yi nodded solemnly, understood. The journey continued in silence. After dropping Wei Yuan back at the museum, Zhou Yi and the others hurried back to the police station with the recovered documents. It was evident that a significant operation was about to unfold in Quanzhou and possibly throughout the entire Jiangnan province. However, Wei Yuan was no longer involved. Life resumed its rhythm, caring for the child, drawing talismans, practicing swordsmanship, meditating, and managing the museum. Despite his desire to avoid entanglement in such affairs, they seemed unavoidable at times, so he prepared himself as best he could. 3 days later, Zhou Yi took the child away. They would devise a suitable explanation and arrange for her return to the Dong family. She would be presented as the child of Dong Yu and a man from an orphanage, both tragically deceased. The Dong couple would be her only remaining blood relatives. On the day the child was taken, Wei Yuan ventured out with his black umbrella. Lu Shi. Wei Yuan emerged from the high-speed rail station and hailed a taxi. He confidently provided the address, and the chatty local driver transported him to his destination, Garden District. Wei Yuan surveyed the surroundings, then confidently walked to the 9th floor of Building 3 and rang the doorbell of the left-hand apartment. Who is it? Auntie, hello. I'm a friend of Dong Yu's. I've come to visit you both. With a creak, the security door opened, revealing a somewhat aged face. The woman appeared to be in her early 50s, but her white hair made her seem older. The arrival of a guest, a friend of her daughter's, seemed to invigorate her slightly. Old Dong, we have a visitor, she called out, then stepped back to allow Wei Yuan to enter, saying, Come in, come in. Wei Yuan glanced at the weeping spirit of Dong Yu beside him, thanked the woman, and stepped inside. Dong Yu's father emerged from the back room. He also appeared aged, but his hair was neatly combed and meticulously styled. He seemed slightly stern. Wei Yuan placed the fruit he had brought on the table. Dong Yu's father was initially skeptical, but after Wei Yuan answered his questions with careful precision, he gradually became convinced that this man was indeed a friend of his daughter's. His expression softened. Dong's mother picked up the teapot, only to find it empty. Oh dear, I've been so busy chatting, I haven't even offered tea. I'll get some water. Wei Yuan stood up. Allow me, Auntie. The water dispenser was in the corner of the living room. Wei Yuan prepared 3 cups, one with jasmine tea, one with a spoonful of honey, and one with plain water for himself, following Dong Yu's instructions. Dong Tongwen, holding his teacup, finally asked, Xiao Wei, you're a friend of Ayu's. Have you been in contact with her recently? Wei Yuan shook his head. No, but she was a good person, and she deserved a good life. Dong Tongwen's face remained etched with regret as he habitually wrapped his hands around the cup inhaling the aroma of the tea. Dong's mother's expression grew even more sorrowful. She attempted to conceal her disappointment and tears by taking a sip of water, then paused, startled. It was honey water. Just the way her daughter used to make it for her. The water temperature was also perfect. It was as if Wei Yuan had prepared it herself. She held the cup, momentarily lost in reverie. Wei Yuan subtly raised his eyes, looking at Dong Yu, who was seated on the opposite sofa. Is there anything else you want to ask? Dong Yu wiped away her tears, gazing at her parents, who appeared far more frail than she remembered. She opened her mouth. But after countless thoughts, she simply said, Dad, Mom, I miss you so much. Please take care of yourselves. Your daughter may not be able to visit you again. Wei Yuan, holding his cup, turned to the Dong couple and said, Uncle, Auntie, Wei Yuan is thinking of you, wherever she may be. She hopes you'll both stay healthy. Dong Tungwen sighed. We hope she's doing well too. We're getting old. And all we want is for her to be happy and not suffer. Besides, I'm still in good shape. It's not time for her to worry about me yet. Dong Yu choked back a sob. You always say that, even though your back is injured. Mom, you need to take care of him and make sure he doesn't drink too much. Wei Yuan shifted his tone, conveying Dong Yu's words to her parents. The elderly couple responded, their faces expressing gratitude or astonishment that Wei Yuan knew such things. Dong Yu continued to express the words she had long wanted to say to her parents but had left unsaid. Wei Yuan relayed them. Gradually, Wei Yuan experienced a strange sensation. Although he was speaking, conversing with the elderly couple, he felt like a mere observer. He was a passerby, quietly watching the long-separated family. The daughter cared for her parents, complaining about their stubbornness. The elderly parents refused to admit their age, causing their child to feel anxious and exasperated. He took a sip of water and leaned back slightly on the sofa, his expression peaceful as he watched the scene unfold. The clock on the wall chimed, signaling that the conversation had come to an end. It was already past 6 in the evening, yet the conversation seemed to have only scratched the surface. Dong Tungwen and his wife both felt a peculiar sensation. They weren't the type to be so warm and welcoming to someone they had just met, but for some reason, they felt an urge to say more. They didn't feel like this young man was a stranger. It was as if they had known him for a very long time. Dong Tungwen stood up, urging, It's getting late, Xiao Wei. Why don't you stay for dinner? Wei Yuan smiled. That sounds wonderful. I've heard so much about Uncle and Auntie's amazing cooking from Wei Yuan. Stir-fried pork with scallions, braised prawns, homemade dumplings, sesame noodles. She's described them so many times. I've been craving them for ages. Since I finally made it here, I have to indulge. Dong Tungwen rarely displayed a faint smile, like a Yu. He had an insatiable appetite. Wei Yuan, or rather Dong Yu, accompanied his parents to the market to procure ingredients. Wei Yuan lent a helping hand. Dong Yu sat idly on the sofa, gazing at the 3 bustling figures. Eventually, the table was laden with an array of dishes, and although there were 3 diners, 4 sets of chopsticks and bowls were laid out. Habitually, Dong Tungwen placed an extra set before the oil-braised prawns, before pausing momentarily, rubbing his eyes, and whispering, It's a habit, Yu adored this dish. Let us remove that set. Wei Yuan shook his head and smiled. It's fine to leave it. Indeed. The 3 took their seats, with Dong Yu positioned before the extra set of bowls. The meal unfolded with casual chatter, reminiscent of countless ordinary days gone by. After they finished, Wei Yuan rose to take his leave, cheerfully packing a portion of each dish. Dong's parents escorted him to the door before returning to clear the table. Dong Yu stood at the threshold, wiping away tears with vigor, then turned to her parents, displaying a radiant smile, and waved. Dad, Mom, I'm leaving now. Dong and Appo's parents remained unresponsive, continuing their quiet conversation as they tidied up. The fleshbound, unless entwined with the divine, cannot behold the spectral nor hear their whispers. With reddened eyes, Dong Yu turned to depart. Inside, Dong's mother lifted her gaze towards the door. Old Dong, did you just hear our daughter's voice? Dong Tungwen hesitated briefly before responding. Perhaps it was just an auditory illusion. We are growing old. Wei Yuan leaned against the security door, observing Dong Yu beside him. Her grievances and obsessions nearly dissipated. He raised his hand, employing a technique to capture her spirit, glanced back at the Dong residence, picked up the black umbrella resting nearby, and stepped away, the umbrella lightly tapping the steps. The fleshbound cannot perceive the spectral nor hear their whispers. Yet, if it pertains to a beloved, Wei Yuan procured a large, insulated lunchbox, filling it with the meal. He then boarded the last high-speed train back to the museum in Quanshur, where he meticulously plated the still-warm dishes on the table. With blood as a talisman, he formed a gesture of the 3 mountains, softly reciting, cool, sweet dewdrops of sustenance. The flavor of the law is immeasurable, soaring amidst the 7 treasures. What hinders in the void? Accept this lawful nourishment, ascend to the celestial realms, blessed with great virtue. May the offering be pure. This was the incantation of the Taoist sweet dew food. Ghostly entities could only partake of food that had been consecrated. Wei Yuan took his seat. Opposite him sat Dongyu. Her grievances nearly vanished, her appearance reminiscent of her former self. She savored several oil-braised prawns and a selection of other dishes, rubbing her eyes and softly laughing. Indeed, the oil is quite abundant. Such cuisine cannot be found again in Jiangnan. The dumplings are filled with pork and celery, which is also delightful. Dear host, our family meals are rather ordinary. Aren't they? Yet, to me, nothing tastes better than this. The key to these sesame noodles lies in the sesame sauce, complemented by the fragrant pepper oil. After frying the good peppercorns, they must be removed, followed by adding a handful of dried shrimp, seasoned with soy sauce. Creating a generous bowl of sauce to mix with the cooked noodles, then topped with shredded cucumber and crushed peanuts. When tossed together, it is truly delectable. Wei Yuan listened intently as she spoke, lifting his teacup to sip delicately. The woman's voice grew increasingly ethereal, eventually fading into silence. A gentle clatter resonated as the chopsticks fell onto the table. Wei Yuan slowly set down his teacup. There was no one across from him. Chapter 34. A rare visitor. In the early closure of the museum, a water ghost sidled over, gazing at the spot where Dongyu had just vanished. His tone unexpectedly tinged with nostalgia. Is this what they call transcending the afterlife? Wei Lauda, do you think there truly exists an underworld? Along with concepts such as reincarnation? Wei Yuan replied, perhaps, though I cannot say for certain. The water ghost nodded solemnly. Indeed, after all, you have never experienced death. Wei Yuan jested, since you're so intrigued, why not give it a try? Perhaps you could visit this so-called underworld and return to enlighten us on its true nature. The water ghost pondered for a moment, then raised a hand and asked, is there cola down there? Wei Yuan couldn't help but chuckle, his spirits lifted considerably. He stood up and said, I don't know, there might be, or there might not be. Now, let us tidy up the offerings on the table. What would you like to eat? I'll prepare a fresh batch for you. The ghostly assembly erupted in delight. And the water ghost pressed down on the spirit of Qi family soldiers, exclaiming, I want instant noodles, 2 eggs, and a sausage. Wei Yuan was taken aback, but laughed heartily in agreement. As he prepared the offerings, the red-embroidered shoes sprang to life again, opening a computer and deftly logging into an account to access a live stream. A food broadcast featuring Zhang Yu. A throng of spirits watched avidly as Zhang devoured his meals. Resembling famished souls reborn, the ghosts watched, their mouths watering. Wei Yuan glanced over, feeling his resolve waver. Zhang Yu was undoubtedly peculiar. Yet he did not seem to belong to the realm of demons or ghosts. Perhaps he would investigate further when time permitted. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Wei Yuan sat in a rattan chair, quietly meditating with a book in hand. After resolving the incident with Dongyu, he had earned some merit. His skills primarily stemmed from the foundational abilities required of a sleeping tiger. Blending swordsmanship from the Longhu lineage with battle formations. The talismans provided by the Heavenly Master's office were sufficient to contend with most supernatural entities. Yet he lacked a fundamental heart method. In this quest through the Han Dynasty's treasure trove, he discovered the techniques belonging to the Inspector General of the capital. The initial sections of this technique were publicly accessible to the direct subordinates of the Inspector General without requiring merit. However, the previous Inspector General had not anticipated that future generations would neglect to cultivate the method, thus no incantations were prepared. The techniques in the Han treasury required merit for acquisition. Some of these techniques were designed to facilitate breakthroughs. Consequently, he had no choice but to expend some merit. Wei Yuan exchanged the merit gained from Dong Yu's affair for this sleeping tiger technique. This method was devised during the reign of Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty, a time when the realm was unified, and the influence of Huanglao philosophy had not yet waned. The Confucianism that later dominated was not yet mired in the pedantry of later ages. The arts of witchcraft and sorcery were still prevalent among the populace, and the sleeping tiger technique synthesized the strengths of various schools. Over the following millennium, the Inspector General eliminated demons and monsters while validating and refining his studies, supplemented by manuscripts from the founders of various sections. This technique gradually became more refined, yet it remained primarily focused on exorcising demons. Wei Yuan exhaled a cloud of stale air, feeling his meager cultivation remain unchanged, yet he did not dwell on it. The accumulation of spiritual prowess was a slow, painstaking endeavor, and one could not expect to perceive immediate differences in a day or two. Over time, the results would manifest, and at least this half-month had not been in vain. However, Zhang Yu still appeared unremarkable. Even with the talismans from the Heavenly Master's office, he was neither demon nor ghost. Could he be a spirit? Yet how does one transform into a spirit? The bells on the door jingled. A visitor had arrived. Wei Yuan's thoughts were interrupted as he lifted his gaze to see two familiar faces, Tao Siwen and her friend, who had visited previously. Master of the museum, I apologize for intruding again. Thank you for your help last time. I truly would not have known what to do otherwise. In the museum, Tao Siwen expressed her profound gratitude. Wu Wentong regarded Wei Yuan with a strange look. Perplexed by her friend's sudden change of heart towards the museum owner, who she had previously dismissed as merely using tricks, Wei Yuan inquired, did that talisman prove effective? Tao Siwen nodded emphatically. After returning home that day, she discovered the talisman in her pocket had turned ash. Reflecting back, she realized it had helped her maintain control in the beginning, preventing her instinct from turning back. The ghost had to resort to using Wu Antong's voice to deceive her into looking away. Wei Yuan smiled. That's good to hear. Tao Siwen, appearing slightly embarrassed, asked, Master, could you give me 2 more talismans? She quickly added, raising her hand, I'll pay for them. Wei Yuan assessed her. She was no longer under any malevolent influence. As long as she felt no fear, the 3 lanterns she possessed shone brightly, keeping ordinary spirits at bay. He retrieved 2 ineffective talismans and handed them over with a smile, saying, Here you go, but I don't have many of those talismans left. And these 2 won't be as effective as the last ones. Not effective. Tao Siwen felt a twinge of disappointment. Wu Wentong, however, grew increasingly convinced that this museum owner was merely using rhetoric to placate her friend, having found him somewhat agreeable the last time. She now felt indignant on behalf of Tao Siwen. Wei Yuan closed the book in his hands and gazed out the window, observing military green trucks rolling down the street. Soldiers clad in camouflage, their expressions solemn and composed. Wei Yuan recalled what Zhou had mentioned earlier, his expression shifting to one of mild surprise. Are preparations about to commence? Wu Wentong followed his gaze, saying, Those are soldiers from the Divine Mechanism camp. The unit still bears the imprint of the previous era. Recalling the morning news, she casually explained, It seems our Jiangnan military district is set to conduct a military exercise in the mountainous areas around Quanshi. They've mobilized nearly 2 battalions of Divine Mechanism soldiers, along with a substantial amount of heavy weaponry and fighter jets. It looks like they're gearing up for live-fire drills. 2 battalions? That's nearly 1,000 men? And heavy weaponry? Are they planning to literally plow through Wohum Mountain with gunpowder? Wei Yuan began to piece together what Zhou had meant by advising him to prepare. Tao Siwen asked, Are you interested in military exercises, Master Wei? Wei Yuan returned his gaze, smiling. Well, after all, I am a man. Tao Siwen nodded, then expressed her regret. It's a pity military exercises are classified. The exercise area is already secured. We can only glean information from the news, and even if there are visuals, they last mere seconds. Wu Wentong, sensing the conversation could continue, tugged at Tao Siwen's sleeve. Siwen, we've expressed our gratitude, and you've received your talismans. Let us go now. I know a newly opened restaurant where we can have lunch. Tao Siwen hesitated, reluctant to leave. Wei Yuan observed a military vehicle departing down the street, approaching the museum with a heavy and solid presence. 2 soldiers clad in special operations gear disembarked. Striding into the still-open museum, their weapons slung over their backs, exuding a chill. The 2 guests in the shop stood in stunned silence. The soldiers approached Wei Yuan. Having already seen his photograph, standing at attention, yet with a hint of skepticism in their eyes. With a decisive stride, another soldier emerged from a vehicle, Zhou, her short hair sharp and her demeanor assertive. Upon seeing the 2 guests in the usually quiet museum, she paused momentarily, offering a warm smile to the girls before placing a firearm on the table, sliding it towards Wei Yuan, saying, This was unexpected. Also, this is your gun. Firearms prove remarkably effective at obstructing and interrupting from a distance. Upon sighting the troops, Wei Yuan prepared himself mentally, uttering little, merely nodding before placing his talisman book aside. He rose to retrieve his sword, donning a black garb, with protective wristbands secured for ease of movement. The long sword was slung across his back, while a broken blade was sheathed at his waist. He then carefully stowed the firearm, removing the talisman and elixir compartments from the belt provided by the Special Operations Team, which also featured a concealed holster. An oppressive silence enveloped the atmosphere, punctuated only by the soft, resonant hum of the sword in its sheath and the faint click of the firearm being holstered. A chilling aura pervaded the once museum space. Turning towards his rare guests, Wei Yuan contemplated for a moment before stating, "I apologize, but we shall be closing early today." Chapter 35. The assault on the mountain commences. Military vehicles advance steadily. The soldiers driving remained silent, while Wei Yuan and Zhou sat in the back seat, quietly arranging their talismans and the firearm, a specially enhanced weapon developed by a military research institution for practitioners. Though it possessed significant recoil, its power was formidable enough to seriously injure or even slay minor demons at close range. With 6 bullets at their disposal, Wei Yuan was unfamiliar with this type of gun, having only tested it briefly over the past half-month. His proficiency was merely sufficient to fire the bullets. Where they landed was left to chance. He secured the firearm and drew the sword from his back, resting it across his knees. "When do we begin?" he inquired. "Tomorrow morning," Zhou replied. "The area surrounding Mount Hjn will be completely sealed off. So we need to enter the restricted zone in advance and rest there tonight. After all, this mountain is not a true wilderness. The firepower we can mobilize has its limitations. If we were in a testing area, it would be simpler, even against a demon king of ancient times. Launching 5 nuclear warheads from the Dongfeng series would suffice. The Dongfeng night flowers bloom like 1,000 trees, scattering stars like rain." Wei Yuan envisioned that scene and asked, "So how will we proceed this time?" Zhou lit a cigarette and explained, "The maximum firepower we can deploy is the Fire Dragon grade rockets, with a destruction radius of 300 meters. While their effective power is sufficient within this range, we face limitations in their quantity and cost. We cannot simply obliterate the mountain. The individual cloud explosive can inflict severe damage within a 50-meter radius due to its high temperature and shockwave. Air support will come from cruise missiles, which have a limited kill radius but are quite flexible." Wei Yuan interjected, "Support means we need someone to enter the mountain range?" Zhou nodded. "Indeed. Demons are not ordinary foes. Shrapnel damage has limited effects on them. We cannot ascertain the level of power they might wield within the mountain. Since we are dealing with the mountain god of Hjn, there must be a temple dedicated to it. We need to concentrate our missile and firearm attacks on that temple, as destroying it will significantly weaken the mountain god's power and may even rebound on its cultivation. The second phase of the operation will involve those who enter the mountain to eliminate the wounded Hjn. We cannot allow it to escape and hide within the mountains. If a mountain god chooses to conceal itself, locating it will prove exceedingly difficult, which is why we require personnel to venture into the mountains. Should the operation fail, we will have to resort to high-caliber weaponry, inevitably impacting the surrounding cities." Wei Yuan closed his eyes and stated, "Understood. Aside from myself, who else will ascend the mountain?" "Myself, along with members of the Special Operations Team and a squad from the Divine Machine Camp," Zhou replied. A moment of silence ensued as the vehicle turned slowly. Suddenly, Wei Yuan asked, "What about Zhang Yu?" Zhou frowned slightly. "That food streamer?" "Xian Yi and several team members are stationed nearby. And Wei also rented the house across the street. However, as you know, the Celestial Master's Bureau and my own Wei Ming Sect's talismans have shown no anomalies. The demon detection device has not reacted, and the health checks are all normal. According to protocol, we can only keep watch and cannot take further action. This is to prevent the team from overstepping their authority and using similar justifications to detain innocent civilians. Otherwise, any mention of potential hidden demons could serve as an excuse to apprehend individuals, leading to an inevitable expansion of authority and potential disaster." Wei Yuan nodded thoughtfully. The mountain god of Hjn was an adversary that the silly Xiaowei needed to suppress and seal anew. Moreover, with support and companions, he felt no resentment at the prospect of delving into perilous territory. Yet that night in the tent, he could not find rest. His dreams were filled with fleeting images of the young daughter of the Tian family, around 16 or 17 years old, as well as the final words of Dong Yu and the sight of a man in white holding an umbrella. The next morning, Wei Yuan stretched and had breakfast, preparing himself as the sturdy military all-terrain vehicle awaited nearby. There were 2 vehicles in total, each carrying 3 single-soldier rocket launchers. One vehicle housed special forces from the Divine Machine Camp, while the other was occupied by the Special Operations Team, comprised of former members of the Jinjui. Zhou opened the car door and called, "Wei Yuan, get in." With her sharp short hair and combat attire, armed and ready, she almost made him forget she was an elite disciple of the Wei Ming sect due to her talismans. As Wei Yuan lifted his sword, 3 Taoist practitioners from the Celestial Master's Bureau approached. One wielded a talisman for dispelling evil, another held a protective talisman, and the third invoked a cloud-creating spell beneath their feet. The effectiveness of these talismans synergized perfectly, enveloping Wei Yuan in an invisible layer of protective energy. He felt light on his feet, breathing deeply. He donned a special anti-demon combat outfit, entirely black, designed to shield vital areas and resist slashing and piercing attacks, as well as to ward off demonic energy. It even contained built-in talismans to mitigate the adverse effects of most ghostly domains, alongside an internal injector that would administer a restorative drug upon detecting lowered life signs, infused with adrenaline to invigorate his spirit. Wei Yuan marveled at the official resources, truly formidable. With substantial financial backing and deep-rooted capabilities, the presence of such equipment had a monumental impact on demon slaying, far beyond what a lone wolf could achieve. The practitioners saluted him respectfully as the surrounding soldiers stood at attention, rifles raised. Holding his sword, Wei Yuan boarded the vehicle. Zhou Yi silently handed him a Bluetooth headset, which he fitted for internal communication. The two armored military vehicles departed the camp, heading towards Mount HJN. They could only ascend part way. The path ahead grew narrower and more treacherous, rendering even these all-terrain vehicles inadequate. Exiting the vehicles, they took up arms, and Wei Yuan pondered before stepping forward with his sword. As they ascended, the mountain began to shroud itself in mist. The path became obscured, and one misstep could lead to a perilous fall. Countless souls had ventured up the mountain in the past, lost forever in the fog. Yet the special forces were equipped with devices akin to night vision goggles, rendering the mist ineffective against them. Wei Yuan raised his hand, brushing through the air before closing his eyes. Upon reopening them, he beheld the thick fog, now a shadowy gray-black. It was the miasma of demons. The mountain and Appos' scenery was not the lush greenery one might expect. Instead, it was a stark landscape of rugged stones interspersed with grim white bones, all shrouded in ominous gray fog that exuded a chilling aura. As they continued their ascent and turned a bend in the trail, their surroundings suddenly opened up. The group instinctively slowed their pace as the rocky path transformed into a well-maintained stone road. Ahead, white clouds drifted lazily, revealing pavilions and lotus ponds atop the mountain peak, exuding an ethereal quality that seemed almost otherworldly. Beneath one pavilion, a man dressed in white sat serenely, playing a zither, the music flowing effortlessly and exuding confidence. With a sharp crack, weapons were aimed at the man in white. Meanwhile, in the mountains, events were captured by miniature cameras and transmitted back. The report stated that the action team had made contact with the target, who appeared to show no signs of concealment. The officers from the Divine Machine camp frowned, remarking, "It seems they do not regard us as equal adversaries." Chapter 36. The destruction of the mountain and temple. 7 ominous black muzzles were aimed at the man in white. Yet he remained unfazed, leisurely playing his instrument. This calmness cast an indelible shadow upon the hearts of those present. The soldiers exchanged subtle glances, preparing for a tentative attack. At that moment, the music subtly shifted. Without any visible movement, the specially modified firearms in their hands emitted a series of crackling sounds, twisted into heaps of scrap metal. The gun barrels were effortlessly severed by invisible sound waves, falling to the ground. The use of external objects was indeed formidable. However, once these lifeless items were destroyed, what reliance would remain? The expressions of Zhou Yi and several others, along with the soldiers in the camp, darkened. The firearms contained incendiary rounds capable of harming the demonic entities, as well as signal flares to pinpoint the coordinates of the mountain god temple. Before they could be utilized, they were obliterated, revealing the unexpectedly formidable power of this particular demon. The ability to shatter firearms without any reaction from the crowd indicated it could undoubtedly rend human flesh as well. A thick fog enveloped the mountain, infused with demonic energy, rendering the precise coordinates of the mountain god temple untraceable from outside. Thus, concentrated fire attacks were impossible. Wei Yuan's eyes were filled with an overwhelming aura of demonic energy emanating from the man in white, subtly morphing into a crouching tiger, surrounded by kneeling phantoms. To the human eye, it appeared as an isolated recluse serenely playing the guqin. Yet in Wei Yuan's perception, he was a great demon king encircled by a horde of spirits. The surrounding soldiers were momentarily paralyzed by the suffocating demonic aura, their movements sluggish. Wei Yuan felt the flow of spiritual energy within his blood, yet it was not debilitating. Aware that to subdue this unsealed great demon, support from the rear was essential, and the ability to ascertain accurate positioning depended on the soldiers of the Divine Machine camp nearby, he could not afford to hesitate. He raised his sword slightly and struck downwards at an angle, the blade howling fiercely as it cleaved through one phantom. The man in white regarded Wei Yuan, who still moved with ease. Sheathing his sword, Wei Yuan spoke, "Mountain King, before we engage, I wish to inquire about something." Wei Yuan was taking a gamble. Since the Mountain King chose to play the Guqin here, he surely fancied himself cultured and was waiting for engagement out of pride. The man in white furrowed his brow, his hazel eyes locking onto Wei Yuan. This delay was meant to buy time, but at this moment, he truly had a question. He recalled the figures that had appeared in his dreams and softly asked, the recent incident involving Dong Yu, was that also orchestrated by the Mountain King? Given her tragic fate, did you have a hand in it? In the case of the Tian family's bone girl, the soul-switching methods employed by that Li woman do not seem typical of a peasant. Was that also your doing? The Mountain King suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, "What did I think? You believe I orchestrated their downfall? Do you still think that such matters stem from my kind, rather than your own human race?" He chuckled heartily. "You are mistaken. Witchcraft has always been a method by which your kind schemes against its own. After the calamity of witchcraft during Emperor Wu of Han and Apos' reign, countless practitioners went into hiding. The Tian family girl merely encountered misfortune. As for that unfortunate woman recently abducted and then brutally murdered by her family, there were no demons involved, only humans. I merely took a look, as it was on the border of my mountain, intrigued by the lingering resentment. For a millennium, I have observed that your human actions far exceed the evils you attribute to demons." Wei Yuan replied, "In that case, has the Mountain King not acted to punish wrongdoing?" The Mountain King, intrigued, responded, "Certainly not. Tell me, do humans possess compassion for one another?" "Naturally," Wei Yuan affirmed. "I, too, am considered an anomaly, able to empathize with those similarly ostracized. Moreover, all mountains and rivers possess sentiment. I take joy in witnessing the satisfaction of vengeance. I felt pity for what she endured. Thus I assisted her in achieving her desires, an embodiment of the so-called compassion you speak of." Wei Yuan pressed, "Then why did the Mountain King not intervene earlier?" The Mountain King laughed heartily. "I am, after all, a creature of the mountain." He gazed at Wei Yuan and posed a question of his own. "Setting aside the matter of Dong Yu, the case of the bone girl occurred over 1,000 years ago during the 3rd year of Yongping of the Han Dynasty. How do you know such details?" The others present, including those in the rear camp, fell silent. In the stillness, Wei Yuan raised his sword and replied flatly, "It is merely from the texts I have encountered." "Oh? Which texts?" "I cannot disclose that." At that moment, a soldier finally managed to withstand the onslaught of demonic energy, his eyes fierce as he swiftly unlatched the single-person cannon from his back. Wei Yuan reacted immediately, stepping in front of him and swinging his 8-sided Han sword, the scabbard striking true. The sound of metal clanging echoed as the sword's sheath was punctured, the blade sliding smoothly to pierce 3 of the Guqin strings, embedding them into the ground. The Mountain King seemed taken aback that a mere mortal could withstand his strike. Meanwhile, the soldier pressed the launch button with all his might. Angling it slightly upward, the single-person cloud explosion round shot towards the area behind the Mountain King, which resembled a celestial realm. The latter abandoned the crowd, positioning himself before the structures as though he were only aware of standard firearms, while a wave of demonic energy slashed at the cloud explosion round. Wei Yuan's expression shifted, and he quickly withdrew his sword to evade. The remaining soldiers also struggled to break free, retreating hastily. The effective lethality radius of the cloud explosion round was 50 meters. Wei Yuan had barely taken a few steps when an immense explosion reverberated, followed by a muffled groan and a surge of heat. Fierce flames blazed, only to be sliced apart. The man in white remained unscathed, and the structures behind him were undamaged, though his hand trembled slightly, his expression darkening. All individual weapons contained corresponding positioning devices. Their objective was to discover the mountain god temple and confirm its exact coordinates. A clear, authoritative voice crackled through their Bluetooth headsets. "Retreat." The Mountain King's sudden appearance signified the rapid completion of the first phase of their mission. Now, they needed to withdraw a certain distance, drawing the enemy away while ensuring their firepower would not be intercepted, allowing for a concentrated bombardment of the mountain god temple. This was the most perilous phase of the mission. The adversary was clearly enraged. At the command, everyone retreated at the quickest pace, simultaneously firing their handheld grenade launchers to hinder the legendary demon. The elite members of the Special Operations Team began to channel their spiritual energy, employing talismans. Wei Yuan, with a sudden surge of determination, flung his sword sheath aside, bit his finger, and rapidly inscribed symbols upon the blade. Just as he felt a slight release of tension, an overwhelming sense of dread washed over him. Could a human outrun a tiger on the mountain path? Wei Yuan glanced back as the smoke from the explosion dissipated. He saw the man in white and scathed, motionless, while the mountain path grew increasingly treacherous. The entire Wohu mountain seemed to tremble, coming alive, with strings from the guqin suspended in the air, like feathered arrows hurtling towards the ground below. Wei Yuan hastened his steps to evade, but then realized that behind him were soldiers burdened by equipment, their slower speed rendering them vulnerable. He could escape, but those encumbered by their individual weapons would undoubtedly perish. Gritting his teeth, Wei Yuan pivoted, reversing his movements. He thrust his eight-sided Han sword violently, striking the strings. His chest heaved with energy, and as he adjusted his wrist, he forcefully activated the Wohu technique, accelerating the speed of his sword. He advanced and retreated, using the momentum of the dragon's sword to intercept each descending guqin string. Sparks erupted amidst the flashing sword light, resembling a blizzard beneath the scorching summer sun. The final string of the instrument was detached, piercing through the mountain rock. Wei Yuan had no time to catch his breath as the figure of the mountain lord loomed closer. In the haze of illusion, a colossal phantom of a tiger's tail, accompanied by a fierce gust, lashed out towards Wei Yuan. With a firm stance, he advanced rather than retreating, shifting his position and bending low to appear on the left side of the mountain lord. The eight-sided Han sword was at hand, and with a determined grit of his teeth, he viciously slashed towards the mountain lord's waist. The blood-red talisman on the sword erupted in a burst of light. The formidable demonic energy, recently subjected to a violent impact, seemed to falter against this blade. The mountain lord, lacking defense, had a section of his garment severed, revealing a shallow wound on his abdomen. Wei Yuan's grip was shattered, blood gushing forth, presenting a scene of grim despair. In an instant, the mountain lord's wound healed. Yet his expression shifted abruptly to one of mixed fury and a hint of fear, for he had finally sensed the faint aura of the tiger emblem on Wei Yuan. So it is you. Wei Yuan exhaled, feeling a pang of pain in his chest, while the remaining members had retreated to a safe distance. Not hesitating to linger, with a smile, he inquired, "Have you noticed, Mountain Lord? How far have we withdrawn?" Originally, they were already over 100 meters from the mountain god temple, and after retreating for quite some time, they had long surpassed a safe distance. The mountain lord frowned slightly, puzzled, for the beings in this mountain posed no threat to him. "What do you mean by this?" In the rear camp, orders were relayed swiftly. "Our members have evacuated to a safe zone. We have requested authorization to open fire from the military district." Authorization granted. A bespectacled girl, seemingly delicate and refined, pressed a button. Fire. 30 kilometers away, the Fire Dragon series of rockets began to launch, with cameras capturing the military training scene, broadcasting it to other television stations where military personnel elaborated on the power of these rockets. In an instant, 12 mother warheads can be launched, covering a radius of 300 meters with a maximum deviation of no more than 10 meters. Of course, these are rockets, not ballistic missiles. Certainly not. The destructive power. As the explanation continued, Fire Dragon-like rockets ascended rapidly, utilizing the pinnacle of Blue Star's rocket positioning systems, momentarily darkening the sky. These modern weapons, laden with vast quantities of explosives, descended upon the mountain god temple of Tiger-Lying Mountain, engulfing a 300-meter radius in flames and searing heat. The shockwave, intertwined with intense heat, swept forth, thick black smoke billowing skyward. The once ethereal architectural area transformed into ruins, submerged in a sea of fire. The previously composed mountain lord in Apos, as complexion turned ashen, his overall essence noticeably weakened, as if a vital force had been siphoned from him. No longer was he an insurmountable adversary. Wei Yuan, taking the initiative, pressed a button on his special operations suit, injecting a bespoke potion into his system, rapidly replenishing his expended magical energy. The mountain lord was enveloped in mist, his voice low and laced with the growl of a tiger, filled with unbridled rage. "Indeed, it is you, the Sishi cavalry. No wonder you know of the events from years past, and why you address me as Mountain Lord rather than Tiger Lord. Only you would refer to me thus. It was your ancestors who sealed me within this mountain. Zhang Daoling is dead, and his disciples are too far from here. This grudge of a millennium, along with today's enmity, shall be settled with you." Down in the camp, the onlookers finally witnessed the destruction of the mountain god temple and collectively sighed in relief. The tiger demon's power had withstood the frontal assault of individual missiles and cloudburst bombs unscathed, demonstrating an ability to manipulate the very mountain itself. Their expectations had been exceeded. After all, in this world, not everyone has the opportunity to confront such ancient demon kings. They had previously feared that the mountain god temple could withstand the impact of the rockets, if he could indeed resist the cloudburst bombs. While the temple could endure the rocket barrage then. However, it was a relief. The previously solemn officer sank into his chair, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. After a moment of composure, he inquired, "Identify the positions of our members. Who is closest to the Tiger Lord? The Special Operations Team or our soldiers?" A communications officer promptly responded, "It is that external member." The officer paused, recalling the Mountain Lord's words, and slowly nodded. "It is that well-read individual, the museum curator. Connect him to the communication." A voice interspersed with tiger roars emerged, the clarity of communication diminishing due to the influence of demonic power, yet the growls stirred an uncontrollable tremor within, sending chills down the spine. One could only imagine the intimidation of facing this demon king. Despite efforts to adjust, the voice, heavy with hatred, continued to intermittently resonate. "Indeed, it is you. No wonder you know to call me Mountain Lord. It was your kind who sealed me in this mountain. Zhang Dowling is dead. This grudge of over a millennium, along with, I shall reclaim it from you." Accompanied by the last roar of the tiger, a cracking sound followed, and the equipment transmitted a series of static noises, indicating it had been damaged. A profound silence enveloped the atmosphere. Wei Yuan, too, heard unstable sounds in his ear, removing the broken headset and tossing it aside, raising his sword. Since the adversary sought vengeance against the Sishi cavalry, the first-generation celestial master Zhang Dowling who would seal them. As the successor of the Sishi cavalry and a practitioner of the celestial master's swordsmanship, it was only natural to accept the challenge. With his left hand gripping the broken sword and his right hand holding the long sword at an angle, he declared, "Sishi cavalry, Wei Yuan. By decree, I shall eradicate the demons." Chapter 37. The Slaying of the Tiger. What a remarkable officer of the imperial court. What a valiant exterminator of demons. A mere remnant of a once great tiger, possessing feeble powers yet speaking with audacity. Accompanied by the resonant roars of tigers, the fog on the mountain thickened abruptly. Wei Yuan took a half-step back, crossing his twin swords, biting his tongue to draw blood, infusing his essence into the blades. The swords radiated a visible crimson aura. Utilizing the profound essence of the Xian Yuan sword technique, the swords seemed to be enveloped in a whirlwind of sword energy. The destruction of the mountain deity's temple had lifted the seal, marking the moment of the mountain lord's greatest vulnerability. Emerging from the swirling mist was not the young man clad in white, but rather a formidable creature, a colossal striped beast, a harbinger of peril, with piercing fangs and claws. Its size dwarfing that of any ordinary tiger, towering like a building. Its bristling fur and indifferent yellow eyes locked onto its prey with the calmness of a feline predator. Advancing slowly, its massive claws touched the ground with eerie silence, demonstrating an impressive blend of power and agility inherent to the true form of the mountain deity. Wei Yuan's countenance shifted slightly. He no longer feared ordinary tigers, for with a sword in hand, he felt invincible. However, the sheer enormity of the mountain lord before him was overwhelming. He realized he could easily be devoured whole, and his sword might not even reach the creature's belly. He had long understood that he was facing a demon, a former mountain god. Yet the oppressive presence of such a massive entity instilled a primal fear that seeped into his very bones. This was a being that had been suppressed for nearly 2 millennia, and he pondered what tremendous forces the ancient officer had sealed away. In the twilight years of the Zhou Dynasty, what manner of world did the Middle Kingdom behold during the Qin and Han eras? With his twin swords firmly in hand, Wei Yuan retreated cautiously. The mountain lord emitted a low, rumbling roar, and before any attack could be launched, fierce winds transformed into torrents, assailing Wei Yuan from all directions. Debris, remnants of weaponry, and splintered branches were swept into the fray, creating a cacophony of ominous sounds as they tore through the air towards him. The violent, tempestuous winds bore down upon Wei Yuan like a typhoon. His expression shifted as he attempted to evade the onslaught, but the gale hindered his movements, rendering him sluggish. To turn his back to the whirlwind would be to court death, as the swirling debris could easily claim his life. With a steely resolve, he widened his gaze, recognizing the spirals of wind coalescing from the demon's power. The sanguine energy from his swords surged dramatically. The technique of the sleeping tiger was inherently potent against the malevolent forces of demons, though he could not cleave through mere winds. The vortex of demon energy was not beyond his reach. Wei Yuan steeled himself, grounding his feet, and with his swords crossed at varying angles, he slashed through the tempest. The blades cut into the storm's heart, dispersing the debris before plunging into the core of the demon's power. A fierce tremor reverberated back through the blades, sending shockwaves through his hands, fracturing the skin of his palms. Gritting his teeth, he drove the swords downward with fierce determination. A sharp crack echoed as the tempest began to dissipate. The violent winds retreated, yet shards of debris had already found their mark, drawing blood from his cheek. Before he could gather his breath, a menacing roar erupted. The titanic shadow loomed over him. The Tiger Lord had leapt in for the kill. Wei Yuan rolled backward to evade, nearly tumbling down the mountainside. The beast's claws struck the ground with devastating force, shattering the earth as if it were mere tofu. The tiger's hind legs propelled it forward, claws poised to shred him as the air filled with the sound of slicing blades. Wei Yuan dropped to the ground, evading the lethal strike, then summoned all his strength to dart beneath the tiger's belly. He rolled to the side just as the creature's tail swept through the air, transforming the surrounding rocks and trees into mere splinters. The energy of the attack carved a deep scar into the earth, yet as he narrowly avoided the brunt of the assault, something felt amiss. The Tiger Lord's movements, while powerful, exhibited an unwieldy rigidity, betraying the instincts of a true feline predator. There was no time for contemplation. The moment was fleeting. In a flash, Wei Yuan reversed his grip on his broken sword, tearing at the tiger's Achilles tendon with all his might. The essence of the Qijia army's spirit fused with the power of his blood and the dark energy of the Yin spirits, resulting in a swift arc of light that latched onto the beast's hind leg. The recoil sent tingling sensations through his hands. With a fierce exhalation, he unleashed a low growl from the sleeping tiger talisman. The beast whirled around, its claws poised to strike. A glimmer of ferocity flashed in Wei Yuan's eyes. Instead of dodging with the tiger's movement, he countered with equal force, merging his energy with that of the tiger's, ripping open a savage gash in its hind leg. The tiger's claws descended with lethal intent, yet Wei Yuan's senses were heightened, his body reacting with remarkable agility. With the aid of the potent medication coursing through him, he deftly dodged the oncoming onslaught, the claws crashing down and obliterating a section of the cliffside. The swirling demon energy swept over him, and he grunted under the strain, feeling the protective magic of the sleeping tiger technique falter. Blood surged in his throat as he steadied himself, his twin swords unwavering, slicing towards the tiger's vulnerable tendon with forceful conviction. The broken sword, however, fell short, but with the power of the eight-sided Han sword, he widened the wound significantly. The tiger roared in agony, its movements becoming erratic as it leapt. The sweeping tail lashed out, forcing Wei Yuan to drop to the ground to evade the strike. The formidable physique of the demon was undeniably powerful, its strength and defense surpassing those of its human form. Yet, its size also hindered its agility on the rugged terrain. Firearms struggled to penetrate the thick hide of such a beast. But the essence of the imperial court and Apos' infusion was specifically designed to counteract malevolent spirits. As the mountain lord landed, the injury caused it to stumble. A tempest surged forth, creating a barrier of violently swirling winds. Wei Yuan, with a swift motion, infused his swords once more, his pallor slightly waning. He raised the eight-sided Han sword, cleaving through the raging winds, moving with newfound speed to reach the wounded area before the tiger could react. With his right hand holding the sword at an angle, he swiftly drew a powerful firearm from its holster, pressing the barrel against the wound and pulling the trigger with ferocity. In an instant, 6 armor-piercing incendiary rounds were unleashed. The projectiles erupted from the barrel at high velocity, igniting with explosive force upon impact. While these small armor-piercing rounds were not designed for heavy artillery, aimed directly at the wound, they proved effective, burrowing into the creature's flesh and igniting a maelstrom of pain within. Though not fatal, the agony was sufficient. Wei Yuan hurled the empty weapon at the mountain lord and retreated hastily. The tiger let out a thunderous roar, rising to its hind legs as a tempest swirled around it, transforming into a veritable eye of the storm. The destruction of the mountain deity's temple had severely weakened the creature, and after over a millennium of confinement, it was unable to unleash even a fraction of its former might. Otherwise, how could this young challenger dare to act so brazenly? A tempest more ferocious than before enveloped the entire mountain, as the storm dragged the clouds low and stirred up a whirlwind of dust. Thunder rumbled ominously in the distance. Wei Yuan's expression shifted. The demon was desperate, intent on ravaging the mountain anew. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his sword, and perhaps through practice, he cleaved through the wind barrier that surrounded him, deftly retreating from the heart of the chaos. He soon discovered that Zhou Yi and others had gathered during this time. Though their faces bore expressions of shock and disbelief, it was rare for modern cultivators to witness such prowess. Engaging a tiger single-handedly, entering a formidable demon shrouded in malevolent energy, and effortlessly cutting through the howling winds to retreat unscathed. The perilous nature of the battle rendered onlookers breathless. A single misstep could lead to immediate demise. The swordsmanship, bravery, and techniques displayed were reminiscent of ancient sword masters, a stark contrast to the styles of contemporary demon hunters and practitioners. A member of the special operations team from the Shu Dao sect murmured in astonishment. Zoe quickly regained her composure, applying a spray-like potion to staunch Wei Yuan and Apos' bleeding while cautiously retreating from the demon engulfed in tempestuous energy. The creature and Apos' defenses are formidable. Our current firepower is insufficient. We have just requested aerial support, deploying aircraft armed with heavy armor-piercing shells, she explained. Though the tiger demon's defenses are high, these types of shells should penetrate effectively. Wei Yuan nodded, an incongruous thought crossing his mind amidst the urgency of the moment. This weaponry for demon extermination must have been exceedingly costly. At that juncture, communication crackled through their Bluetooth headsets. The mingled energies of the fog and sandstorm severely impaired visibility, making it difficult even for seasoned warriors to assess their surroundings. Wei Yuan inquired about the required visibility, receiving a prompt response. He rose, sword in hand, declaring, "Prepare to strike in 10 seconds. Having infused his essence with blood multiple times, his complexion was pale, yet as the moment of battle approached, a surge of crimson vitality coursed through him. Gripping his sword with a hand that trembled from the strain, he chuckled lightly, "Just in time, it saves me the trouble of bleeding out," and dipped his finger in his own blood to inscribe a talisman for dispelling evil. Approaching the heart of the tempest, the raging winds caused his garments to ripple. He raised his 8-sided Han sword, the dispelling talisman glowing brilliantly. With all his might, he thrust it into the core of the demon's power, a tremendous shockwave erupting that left his hand bleeding profusely. Exhaling softly, he angled his sword sharply, tearing through the winds and revealing the true form of the Tiger Lord preparing a spell. Behind him lay an expanse of deep azure sky, as fighter jets streaked overhead, dropping armor-piercing munitions that obliterated the Tiger Lord's temple. The Tiger Lord, though formidable, needed time to unleash its vast powers. Aware of the descending ordnance, it regarded them with trepidation, treating them as yet another explosive assault akin to the prior attack on the mountain deity's temple. The tiger's claws, fierce as iron, lashed out against the armor-piercing shells with a thunderous crash. These heavy munitions, designed to combat colossal sea beasts and even aircraft carriers, shattered the demon's defenses and penetrated its massive form. The dense metal core of the shell surged into the creature's innards, igniting a violent blaze within. The spell was disrupted, and as the fighter jets soared through the sky, the pilots observed the storm dissipating before the swordsman. In the far distance, a drone captured the scene, while the observation machines in the camp below transmitted the images. Joey and the others were momentarily entranced, the armor-piercing shells vanishing into the sandstorm, leaving an illusion that the swordsman had shattered the storm itself with a single blow. The Tiger Lord, though still alive, appeared increasingly dimmed, its voice a low murmur. "Is this the Five Thunder technique of the Celestial Master S. Hall?" "No," Wei Yuan replied, gripping his sword firmly. "It is our armor-piercing shells." Chapter 38. The second type of solution to the story struck head-on by a heavy armor-piercing round. Even the once mighty demon, sealed away for nearly 2 millennia, could not withstand the onslaught under the circumstances of the mountain god temple being breached. The vibrant tiger's aura, caught in a mix of a deep, rumbling growl that was neither a sigh nor a roar of anger, began to dissipate slowly, its enormous yellow-brown pupils losing their luster. Upon witnessing the mountain lord close his eyes, Wei Yuan's legs weakened, and he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. The sword he held slipped from his grip, trembling slightly as he glanced downward to see the wound he had desperately carved, now miraculously healed. A sardonic smile crept across his lips. A feeling of being at a loss for words washed over him, with numerous charms enhancing his abilities. The tiger lying down technique had merely exchanged his early insights for a momentary gain, augmented by blood sacrifice. It was as simple as that. The fierce battle he had just fought, in retrospect, had served more to irritate the Mountain Lord than to inflict actual damage. The only outcome was that the enraged Mountain Lord opted to resolve the issue with a large-scale spell. Furthermore, his unfamiliarity with modern weaponry had led him astray. Nevertheless, it had ultimately been resolved. Wei Yuan closed his eyes. The tiger lying down command talisman trembled and hummed, revealing an ethereal scroll before him, titled Monstrous Powers and Divine Beings, Volume 5, where the figure representing the Lantern Bone Woman had been crossed out. leaving only the mountain lord seated in a high position. Wei Yuan's thoughts froze. A crimson light flickered again on the screen, burning fiercely. Yet it was not the mountain lord who was ablaze, but the respectful officials behind him, their feathered wings slowly consumed by flames, before being erased from the image in a vivid scarlet. Only the mountain lord and the fair-featured maiden remained in the frame. Shadows hung over the mountain god temple, where the mountain lord wore a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown, appearing increasingly real. A chill ran down Wei Yuan's spine. Something was amiss. Joey and the others gazed in awe at the colossal tiger when they suddenly saw Wei Yuan leap up, rushing towards the vibrant tiger in hurried strides. With his right hand, he pointed, unleashing a talisman that swiftly grasped the remnants of the soul above the tiger's head. Divine art, ghost exorcism. Wei Yuan witnessed the mountain lord's perspective. The tiger of the mountains, once sealed and consecrated as a deity, grew ever more profound in power. Ultimately, it awakened to the allure of blood and flesh, indulging in excess, leading to uncontrolled behavior. Yet, these experiences felt vaguely nebulous. Wei Yuan strained to muster the dwindling remnants of his magical energy, the talisman in his hand becoming increasingly vivid. Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out, as if a thin membrane had been broken, causing the memories and illusions before him to sharpen abruptly. In the mountains, a splendid feathered bird and a carefree traveler once witnessed Emperor Qin's procession. Later, in the year of Xiong Yu's demise, it attained enlightenment and wandered the world. Returning to a mountain, employed by the Lord, it transformed into an official. After a century of delight in the human realm, it was ultimately suppressed and sealed, sleeping for an unknown number of years until finally awakening. In his vision, a dignified man clad in black attire and armor invited him to drink. A joy unlike any before surged within him. Eagerly, he accepted the invitation. The Lord persistently urged him to drink. Overjoyed and half inebriated, he proclaimed his willingness to sacrifice everything for the Lord, his heart and brain laid bare. The Lord laughed heartily, dismissing such sentiments, and poured him another drink. As he tilted his head back to swallow, confusion flooded his mind. The scene before him blurred, and soon Wei Yuan collapsed, losing consciousness. In the reflection of a mirror, he saw a refined man in white clothing. While some awareness lingered, still perceiving the external world, the vision had not fully dissipated. The man in black raised his cup and declared, "Upon our revival, the inspector must take heed. The next generation of tiger lying down will come hunting. You spoke of dying for me. I trust you will serve." The man in black stood, bowing respectfully to the man in white, then transformed into a majestic, vibrant tiger. With a single gulp, he swallowed the man in white, leading to a surge of excruciating pain as the body seemed to dissolve, leaving a bewildered, wandering soul desperately seeking refuge. And then it found it. More fragments of memory surged forth, washing over the eye of existence. In the mountains, a splendid feathered bird. A carefree traveler. No, that was incorrect. A living bird-like source sprouted from beneath the tiger's armpit, which then closed its eyes. The tiger opened its own eyes wide, revealing murky yellow-brown irises, and the memories in its mind became painfully clear. I am the mountain lord. The body shifted, transforming into a figure in white playing the zither. Unrestrained, it began to wreak havoc, leading to disappearances in the mountains as the bone woman descended to wreak havoc. Gradually attracting attention, Wei Yuan slowly released his grip, his expression tense as he turned the tiger over, discovering a massive wound resembling a bird and Appo's face. Its eyes tightly shut and silent. Wei Yuan had already deduced the truth within his heart, though he felt it was too delicate to disclose. A painted skin. No, it was a one-sided exchange of souls, a substitute corpse, a wandering spirit, a human face sore. The events concerning the Tian family were no coincidence. He looked up at the lifeless, closed-eyed tiger. Here, there was nothing but a mere shell. No wonder. It was overly irritable and aggressive, easily targeted. The true mountain lord had forsaken the shell, relinquished the position of the mountain lord, and now appeared weakened, akin to a hidden dragon in the depths of the sea. Impossible to trace. At the head of Jiangnan Road lay a place known as Yingtianfu. This area was once the royal capital in ancient times and remains a rare hub of prosperity, dotted with temples and Taoist shrines. In this era, with the revival of spiritual energy over the past century, Yingtianfu has become home to several genuine practitioners, among them, the foremost being Baiyun Temple. It occupies a vast expanse, unlike any secluded retreat. In addition to venerating the three pure ones, the temple houses side halls dedicated to the mountain god and the earth god. A century ago, a master, following ancient texts, engaged in rituals filled with sincerity at dawn and dusk, along with monthly grand ceremonies, thereby cultivating some ethereal soldiers within Wei Yuan Temple. In ancient times, these could serve as the local deities and city gods. With this legacy, what would be a laborious endeavor for ordinary Taoists became a simple task regarding the jade talismans. Under the leadership of the previous temple master, these talismans gradually began to circulate. Transitioning from frugality to luxury is easy, yet the reverse is challenging. Now, after merely a decade of explicit pricing, the boundaries have gradually loosened, becoming increasingly ambiguous. Zhao Xiao, clad in a Taoist robe, faced the softly sobbing maiden before him, struggling to refuse her. What made refusal even more difficult was the price she offered, 3 million for a single offering plaque. Such a temptation could still be resisted by the masters of Wei Yuan Temple. Yet Zhao Xiao felt his resolve wavering. He gazed at the delicate-faced maiden, his heart stirring with other thoughts and feigned reluctance, saying, Miss Wang, I am a practitioner of purity. This matter. The maiden lifted her gaze, her tear-stained eyes accentuating her beauty, and implored, I beseech the Taoist priest to show compassion. My grandfather originally resided in the mountains, but came down due to disaster. When he descended, he brought the village's mountain god with him. He believed that his ability to earn a living was due to the mountain god's blessing. His final wish was to have the mountain god worshipped once more. I offer 5 million, hoping the priest will grant me this favor. 5 million? Zhao Xiao's heart raced. With righteous indignation, he retorted, Miss Wang, I am a practitioner of purity. Naturally, this responsibility cannot be shirked. The maiden expressed her profound gratitude, and Zhao Xiao, having gained an advantage, accepted the mountain god statue covered in crimson fabric, smilingly inquired, Many mountain village deities are tiger lords. Is this statue of a tiger lord as well? Would you like a pair of ghostly maidens or officials to accompany it? The maiden shook her head, replying, No. She lifted her gaze slightly, smiling. It is the true and orthodox mountain lord. The mountain deity in question was consecrated during the second year of the Jianyuan era under the reign of Emperor Wu of Han. Zhao Xiao misjudged the conversation, feeling somewhat awkward. As for the imperial decree of Emperor Wu, the mountain deity often sought reasons for its existence, a notion to which he had grown accustomed. After a brief exchange, the maiden took her leave, while Zhao Xiao, cradling the divine statue, stealthily slipped into the shrine dedicated to the land deities and mountain spirits throughout Jiangnan, which was, in essence, an abode for the ancestral spirits nurtured by his forebears. He found a secluded corner and placed the mountain deity statue upon the ground, ensuring that his master would not discover him. He reverently offered a few sticks of incense to his ancestors, then turned to exit, muttering to himself about how splendidly easy it was to earn money. With this, he would be able to acquire the desired residence unbeknownst to him. The entire shrine seemed to grow dim. The crimson and gold cloth atop the new mountain deity's head gradually slipped away, revealing not a tiger's visage, but rather a distinctly masculine countenance, which then appeared to slowly open its eyes. Suddenly, the door slammed shut. The 3 sticks of incense he had just lit extinguished silently. On the countenance of the venerable ancestor of the Wei Yuan Temple, 2 streams of blood tears began to flow. The previous chapter hinted at my observations. Any poorly handled sections will be refined further. However, in terms of combat, Wei Yuan is indeed capable of engaging in a tussle. This adversary is of the same caliber as the Bone Woman. Even if he were to obtain the skin of the Mountain Lord, he would merely be a subordinate. This tale commences and concludes with the theme of skinning. Though the earlier parts failed to underscore this theme, it is indeed my oversight. Chapter 39. QA The momentous operation of the godly machine camp, aimed at vanquishing the Tiger Lord, has come to a close, with the Tiger Lord meeting his demise. However, Wei Yuan's heart remains tumultuous. The mountain god temple has been ravaged by a relentless barrage of rockets, and following the demise of the mountain lord, the final remnants of the temple structure collapsed with a thunderous crash, revealing beams that were visibly decaying. The rear troops swiftly ascended Sleeping Tiger Mountain, discovering a mass grave behind the temple, where the missing individuals, numbering over 100, had perished at the hands of malevolent creatures. Such a sight, in a land that has long enjoyed peace, is truly harrowing. As the soldiers began to clear the ruins of the temple, Wei Yuan beheld the massive corpse of the fierce tiger, the sleeping tiger insignia still radiating a searing warmth. He drew his broken sword and, guided by the sensation emanating from the insignia, sought out the area of greatest resonance. It was the bird-face sore. He plunged the broken sword into the sore, forcefully slicing it open. A deep, resonant roar echoed in his ears, followed by the desperate cries of a bird, a torrent of resentment and fury coalescing within the soar, summoning a fierce wind that ultimately transformed into a delicately textured feather, which gently drifted into Wei Yuan's palm, exuding a faint, frenzied aura of a demon poised to devour. The feather was then enveloped by the sleeping tiger insignia, absorbed into it. What transpired? Zhou Yi inquired from the side. Wei Yuan, having sheathed his broken sword, found himself at a loss for words. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, the Tiger Lord bore the bird-faced sword. There are still uncertainties surrounding this matter. I suspect the true Mountain Lord may still be alive. At the command post, Wei Yuan and the first batch of Special Forces soldiers, members of the Special Operations Group, had returned. Yet, he sensed the gazes of those around him were peculiarly scrutinizing, akin to observing rare creatures in a zoo. A composed officer cast a complex glance at Wei Yuan and, after hearing his assertion regarding the potential survival of the Mountain Lord, fell silent for a moment before speaking. First and foremost, we need to clarify your identity, Mr. Wei Yuan. Identity? The officer nodded. This was a military camp, and he wished to address his doubts. The Tiger Lord indeed claimed as much, but his rational mind insisted that even the most adept beings could not exist for such an extended duration. Contemplating the situation, he opted for the most straightforward approach a soldier could take and pressed a button. The last recorded transmission echoed within the room, and the Tiger Lord's words reverberated, causing the communications officer, who had already endured one shock, to maintain his composure, while Zhou Yi and the others who had ascended the mountain turned pale, glancing at Wei Yuan as if they had encountered an ancient monster. Several Taoist priests from the Heavenly Master's estate fixed their unwavering gazes upon him, seemingly prepared to carry him back to the mountains should he admit to his identity as a living ancestor. Wei Yuan, taken aback, exclaimed. This information must have been interfered with by demonic forces. He explained, half amused, what the Tiger Lord conveyed was, so it is you. Not me. The subsequent words were, your ancestors have suppressed me here. As for the mention of Zhang Daoling, Wei Yuan paused, then continued. It is likely because the talisman I employed was cast by a priest from the Heavenly Master's estate, leading him to mistake me for a disciple of theirs. He claimed that Zhang Daoling had passed, and thus sought to exact this vendetta upon me, his junior. Do you truly believe I am an ancient cultivator from 2 millennia ago? The original Zhang Daoling has long ascended to immortality. How could I possibly have survived to this day? Furthermore, my domicile and records should be verifiable within the ministry's archives. Surely, there can be no deception in this regard. Wei Yuan spoke with a calm demeanor, his assertions entirely coherent. Moreover, this explanation, compared to the notion of him being an ancient peer of Zhang Daoling, was far more palatable and aligned with modern understanding, making it easier for the assembly to accept. The officer exhaled slowly, acknowledging, I see. It appears to be a mere misunderstanding. However, Mr. Wei, what do you mean by stating that the Tiger Lord is not dead? Wei Yuan pondered briefly before responding. While clearing out my ancestral home, I discovered a fragment of an ancient text depicting the mountain god temple's demonic illustrations. I have kept it with me. When I vanquished the painted bone woman previously, a portion of the illustration dimmed, and upon slaying the Tiger Lord, it was not the Tiger Lord who darkened, but rather his subordinate. The Tiger Lord bore the bird-faced sword. I suspect we have merely slain his decoy. As Wei Yuan descended the mountain, he had discreetly pressed the sleeping tiger insignia onto a sheet of white paper, causing images imbued with a trace of spirit to emerge. When he eradicated 2 demons, the paper exhibited a withering, ancient appearance akin to that of charred parchment. He submitted this document of strange and supernatural occurrences to the military. After witnessing a video call with a white-haired elder, Wei Yuan's expression soured. The elder smiled faintly in his direction before concluding the call. The Taoist from the Heavenly Master's estate who had previously bestowed a talisman upon Wei Yuan remarked, according to my elders, such methods do exist, however. They are typically employed after the defeat of a demon when, for various reasons, it cannot be slain but must be sealed instead. This serves as a warning to the guardian should the demon exhibit any unusual movements containing a fragment of the demon and Apos' soul. Thus, the Mountain Lord is indeed still alive, though his whereabouts remain unknown. The expressions of the crowd grew somber. Wei Yuan recalled the words of the bone woman when she pleaded for mercy. An ordinary wealthy woman from ancient times had become cunning and treacherous over a millennium. What then of a mountain tiger imbued with unfathomable power? The ancient fiends, the adversaries of the original Zhang Daoling, were certainly not to be trifled with. Nevertheless, the heavens would not collapse without a tall figure to uphold them. One must eat only as much as they can digest. His current prowess sufficed against minor demons. Yet such formidable fiends were best left to this generation's Taoist priests and Zen masters to contend with, even with an array of talismans at hand. Facing a weakened version of a counterfeit would yield little more than a minor skirmish. True great demons were beyond his capacity to confront. Seeing that no further matters required his attention, Wei Yuan took his leave. After his departure, the officer sipped some water. While the communications officer removed his glasses and spoke in a familiar tone, "Oldly, do you truly believe what Wei Yuan has said? His records are unblemished, quite ordinary. Yet when considering his abilities, they are anything but. Moreover, there are numerous coincidences in his narrative. I can ascertain that it is not so simple." The officer shook his head, interrupting him. "Enough, enough. Everyone has secrets. He has aided us, and there is no need to delve deeper. What if he truly is an ancient fiend? Would you have our sect gain an additional living ancestor? A friend of Zhang Daoling? What then for the current Grand Master? The Grand Master may not mind, but what of his disciples? What would they think? It is better to avoid unnecessary complications if he claims to be an ordinary person. Then let it be so. Our vast land of Xinzhou can certainly accommodate these so-called extraordinary individuals." Zhang Yu concluded a day of live streaming. With his rising fame, he had resigned from his previous job, no longer needing to drive for a living or stream at the break of dawn. Today, a wealthy fan made a lavish promise, declaring that should he consume an entire sheep the following day, there would be a substantial reward. This was a figure that Zhang Yu eagerly anticipated. Yet he was acutely aware of his own appetite, even with the addition of that seasoning. Consuming an entire sheep was beyond his capacity. What should he do? As Zhang Yu contemplated this dilemma, he arranged the dishes on the table. His daughter sat obediently across from him, though her little face seemed slightly paler. Zhang Yu served her some food, and while he ate, he pondered the conundrum. The little girl cautiously glanced at her father and inquired, "Papa, why are your teeth becoming sharper?" Zhang Yu chuckled and replied, "If my teeth aren't sharp, how can they crush bones and tear through flesh to be consumed?" The girl nodded thoughtfully and then softly continued, "Papa, why are your eyes getting redder?" Zhang Yu responded, "It's likely from staring at the screen every day, causing the corners of my eyes to redden." She persisted, "Papa, if you eat so much, why does your complexion seem more pallid?" Zhang Yu laughed and replied, "Perhaps it's simply because I haven't consumed enough? How else can I cure your ailment?" He contemplated how to manage to eat an entire sheep, thinking that perhaps adding more of that seasoning would suffice. Meanwhile, the little girl lowered her head and murmured, "But, Papa, I'm not sick." Chapter 40. Bringing a sheep for meat. Zhang Yu and his daughter were dining at home. Across from them, several members of a special operations unit were having their boxed meals. The circumstances of the family across the way, particularly Zhang Yu's movements, were under their scrutiny. According to their experience, Zhang Yu's situation undoubtedly harbored secrets and issues. Yet, despite such concerns, the supernatural detection device remained unchanged, and their means of probing for ghostly entities failed to reveal any anomalies in Zhang Yu. One member, using binoculars, observed Zhang Yu and Appo's face and actions, meticulously recording a series of data. 3 days prior, Zhang Yu's appearance seemed to have undergone subtle changes. His teeth had sharpened, resembling those of a canine or feline predator. His pupils had turned red, and his complexion had gradually taken on a pallid hue. However, compared to normal pathological changes, this still fell within the realm of potential human afflictions, not reaching the level of supernatural transformation. Nevertheless, this prompted the Special Operations Unit to heighten their vigilance, and upon request, they received permission to conduct further surveillance on Zhang Yu. Xian Yi, responsible for this task, documented the characteristics: pale face, sharp teeth, sparse brows, red eyes, and an insatiable appetite. An unsettling feeling lingered in his heart. At that moment, based on experience, it would have been prudent to maintain a distance while observing the changes, to avoid alarming the target or putting themselves in danger. Yet, Xian Yi, upon seeing the pale little girl, recalled his experiences in Dajin village, thinking of Dong Yu, who was merely a few steps away. He lamented that had he acted a bit more decisively back then, Dong Yu's fate might have been entirely different. The endless self-reproach had tormented him during this period. Even nightly recitations of calming scriptures could not quell his restless heart. Xian Yi closed his eyes, set down his notes, and resolved to follow this suddenly notorious food broadcaster more closely the next day. He could not allow innocent lives to be harmed before his eyes. He owed it to the uniform he wore. If he were afraid of death, he would not have descended the mountain years ago. Early the next morning, Xin, dressed in black civilian attire, had already settled into his car, hidden near the kindergarten. Every morning between 8 and 8:30, Zhang Yu would drop his daughter off at the kindergarten and then head to a nearby market to procure ingredients for his food broadcasts. Xian nibbled on a fried dough stick, driving a white van, leisurely following Zhang Yu's vehicle. After 3 minutes of Zhang Yu entering the market, Xian parked and entered, blending in with the ordinary residents shopping for supplies. Zhang Yu purchased some vegetables and common seasonings like oil, salt, and vinegar. He then acquired a substantial quantity of meat, filling the back of his vehicle to the brim. He adeptly approached a frail old man who was setting up his stall. The old man's stand was relatively empty, as if Zhang Yu were the only one to discover this extraordinary place. Unlike before, he spent a considerable sum, purchasing all the condiments from the old man's stall. The old man, examining Zhang Yu's eyes and teeth, remarked, "It seems you've been eating quite a bit lately. I'm curious, why are you so desperate to eat? You're consuming more than a tiger at this rate. Your body will be ruined." Zhang Yu squatted in front of the stall, lit a cigarette, and replied in a muffled voice, "I have no choice. My daughter is gravely ill, and it takes a fortune to keep her alive. My wife has left. I can't just abandon my child." The old man nodded slowly, saying, "That's true, however, in business, it should be mutually agreeable. I promised someone that I would act fairly. You've bought my goods, but I must advise you. You can't eat too much of this. Excessive consumption is harmful to your health, you know?" Zhang Yu smiled faintly but did not respond. He placed the bag he was carrying on the old man's stall. The old man glanced at the bag, opened it to reveal a significant amount of large denomination bills, and shook his head, saying, "You've given too much." Zhang Yu extinguished his cigarette, stood up, and said, "Consider it my gratitude. Without your appetizing seasonings, I wouldn't have today. One must always show gratitude." The old man continued to shake his head. "No, I believe in fairness in business." Seeing the old man's refusal, Zhang Yu pondered for a moment and said, "Then consider it my purchase of your goods. What else do you have? I'll buy it all." Finally, the old man accepted, gazing at Zhang Yu, and said slowly, "I have quite a few sheep at home. If you want one, I can offer you one, but you don't have enough money. Consider it a deposit." The money inside was more than sufficient to buy a sheep. But Zhang Yu nodded enthusiastically, "That's fine. I need a whole sheep. Where are your sheep? Let us go get it now?" The old man shook his head. "Come tomorrow. My sheep aren't kept in a small pen like ordinary meat sheep. They are free range on my land, so I need to prepare in advance. But don't worry, these sheep are raised on the finest delicacies, and their meat is tender, definitely better than any mutton you've ever tasted." Zhang Yu, whose appetite had surged during this time, felt his mouth water at the old man's description, yearning to taste that mutton immediately. After arranging a time and place, he departed. Xian observed Zhang Yu intently. He saw him bow his head, sometimes smiling, sometimes sighing, as if conversing with someone. Yet, there was no one in front of him, and the surrounding people seemed to navigate around Zhang Yu as if he were invisible in eerie sight. Then, Xian saw Zhang Yu stand again, producing something in his hand, seamlessly blending into the crowd, with the passers-by and vendors behaving as if nothing was amiss. Xian felt a chill in his heart. Zhang Yu was undoubtedly problematic, seriously problematic. He had finally found evidence. It was imperative to report this immediately. He retrieved his encrypted phone, suddenly pondering a question. Why had no one else noticed Zhang Yu's strange interactions with that eerie presence? Why could he see it when others could not? The people passing closely behind him seemed oblivious, yet he was able to perceive it. Why? A cold shiver ran down his spine, and he dared not dwell on it further. He turned to leave, but was startled by a frail old man standing quietly behind him, as if he had been there for quite some time. Indeed, Xian heard this final assessment. Instinctively, he pressed the quick send button, and the video he had recorded was transmitted in an instant. Then, Xian completely lost consciousness. A tall young man collapsed to the ground, surrounded by a bustling crowd, yet no one noticed anything amiss. The frail old man pulled out a piece of white sheepskin from seemingly nowhere and wrapped the unconscious member of the Special Operations Unit, whose origins were from the Ming sect. Visibly, Xian's body merged with the sheepskin, fine white hair sprouting on his face, his once robust physique shrinking unnaturally. His fingers fused together, transforming into a hoof. The old man struggled to lift the unconscious sheep and placed it onto an electric tricycle. A few kind-hearted young men nearby lent him a hand, and the old man graciously thanked them. Then, he blended into the crowd like an old farmer heading to market. Time passed. How long, he could not tell. Gradually, Xian Yi regained consciousness. No, Zhang Yu was a problem. He quickly came to his senses, realizing he was lying on a pile of foul-smelling dried grass, the sunlight glaring down upon him. The elderly man, who was last seen smoking a dry tobacco pipe, gazed at him, with Zhang Yu standing beside him. Xian Yi, startled and enraged, attempted to voice his protest but only emitted a series of bleeding sounds. This sent a chill down his spine, and when he lowered his gaze, he discovered that his hands had transformed into hooves covered in white fur. The old man, leisurely puffing on his tobacco, remarked, "What do you think of this fine creature?" Zhang Yu scrutinized the beast intently, then gradually nodded, swallowing hard. "Indeed, it is splendid. Truly a magnificent sheep, with exquisite meat." Chapter 41. The live stream audience. Xian Yi has gone missing. The news was relayed to Wei Yuan by Shou-Yi. Prior to this, Wei Yuan had already received an encrypted video file on his phone. The perspective swayed slightly, revealing a nearby convenience market. The bustling crowd moved about, and amidst the throng, Zhang Yu squatted on the ground, conversing with the air, smiling at times and sighing at others. The passers-by hurried in their steps, either furrowed their brows or murmured softly, yet they all consistently ignored Zhang Yu. The perspective wobbled again, seemingly disrupted, accompanied by a rustling sound. This scene exuded a chillingly eerie atmosphere. Zhang Yu stood up and seamlessly blended into the crowd. As the video ended, just as Zhang Yu turned, Wei Yuan caught a glimpse of an expressionless elderly man before the screen abruptly went black. Wei Yuan exhaled deeply. There was no doubt that Zhang Yu was entangled in something serious. He recognized that final face. It was the same man who had once tried to sell him spices. Did this imply that the old man had initially set his sights not on Zhang Yu, but on him? Had he engaged with the old man back then? It could very well have been Wei Yuan who had transformed into a demon. However, it was equally possible that the hidden dangers from the past could have arisen unexpectedly. Yet, the Wei Yuan of that time, faced with such a sinister practitioner of dark arts, would have met a fate akin to that of Xian Yi, overwhelmed and left unaware of his own mortality. Xian Yi was an acquaintance, having interacted a few times, and could be considered a friend, albeit a tenuous one. Furthermore, Xian Yi had been monitoring Zhang Yu because he suspected something amiss, reporting it to the Special Operations Team. Thus, for both emotional and rational reasons, Wei Yuan could not remain passive. He proactively contacted Zhou Yi to inquire about Zhang Yu's current situation. As he was preparing for a live stream, Zhou Yi's voice sounded fatigued yet remained coherent. It was supposed to be at this hour. But one of the viewers mentioned he has a villa in the suburbs that he can lend to Zhang Yu for the live stream. They are supposed to be there now, preparing to slaughter a sheep and cook lamb. Wei Yuan silently nodded. He then drew his sword, slinging it across his back, his right hand gliding over the Hu tiger waist. The feathers previously consumed by the Hu tiger waist materialized. These remnants belonged to a Jinyu bird, remnants of his own demon body consumed by the tiger lord, a treasure formed from the amalgamation of immense demon power, resentment, and bitterness concentrated within a human-faced sore. The overwhelming malice contained within would turn any ordinary person into a mindless demon, stripped of reason by hatred and vengeance. When he had previously cut open the human-faced sore, he had been swallowed by the Hu tiger waist. After several days of suppression, he could leverage some of its demon power through the Hu tiger technique and waist. With the broken sword and a modified firearm secured on his person, various talismans were strapped to his belt. Wei Yuan succinctly stated, "You must find a way to terminate his live stream. Where is the villa located?" Xian Yi was administered a tranquilizer, and his consciousness gradually faded. Despite possessing the profound cultivation of the Xian sect, he found himself in a passive state against a ghost king opening the ghost realm, as though his very form was sealed by the wool of a sheep, rendering him utterly incapable of action. A chill coursed through him as he realized he had encountered a truly formidable practitioner of dark arts. The art of livestock creation, originally the domain of lowly traffickers, had been wielded with such mastery by this ancient being. Soon, Xian Yi lost consciousness entirely. When he awoke again, he found himself in a mountain villa situated in the suburbs, not far from the city. In the distance, he could see the majestic, layered mountain ranges, while looking back revealed the bustling modern metropolis, a scene rich in charm. Bound by coarse hemp ropes and thrown onto the ground, his limbs ached painfully. Zhang Yu cradled a child and pointed at the sheep, saying, "Little fish, look, this is what we will be eating today. It's rare to find such a robust sheep. We'll prepare it in 12 different ways, braised, stir-fried, handheld, boiled, you name it." Zhang Xiaoyu's eyes widened in awe, yet a hint of terror flickered within them. Zhang Yu remained oblivious, continuing to speak as he salivated, his pupils reddening as he fixated on the sturdy sheep, ultimately lamenting. It's a pity that old man doesn't he have lamb meat. Otherwise, handheld lamb would be delicious. Lamb meat? For a moment, Xianyi was taken aback, only to be engulfed in fury. The art of livestock creation could never reduce his strong physique to that of a mere lamb. To create such a lamb, a child would have to be sod. He nearly ground his teeth in frustration, his cultivated tranquility nearly slipping away as he struggled violently against the ropes that seemed to have been specially treated, rendering him powerless. Exhausted from the effort and the effects of the tranquilizer, he collapsed onto the ground, consumed by cold rage. Zhang Yu used the villa key he had obtained earlier to unlock the door and began moving supplies inside. The villa's owner had not come today and generously lent him the key. He resolved to put on a good show. Zhang Yu reached into his pocket, retrieving a bottle of seasoning and placing it on the table, commencing the live stream. Initially, he engaged in the customary warm-up, glancing at the stream's chat, which was abuzz, likely due to the previous wager involving the sheep. However, he noted the absence of several familiar names, although he felt a twinge of regret. The increased viewer engagement and the generous donations from the big boss made him dismiss the thought. He deftly navigated the live stream, connecting with several viewers who had requested to join. At the bottom of the screen, a row of small images displayed the audience members he was interacting with. He began by consuming some other dishes to maintain the stream and Oppo's momentum before moving on to the live sheep slaughter. Zhang Yu produced a large basin of braised meat, sprinkling in a bit of seasoning. After contemplating the large head of sheep, he added a little more. Xianyi closed his eyes, waiting for death. Listening to the ruckus of the live stream, he felt a mix of anger and helplessness. Soon, however, he heard gentle footsteps. Opening his eyes, he beheld a pale-faced little girl with deep black eyes. Zhang Xiaoyu crouched down, gazing at the sturdy sheep. Her eyes filled with fear as she said, You're not a sheep." Xianyi widened his eyes, disregarding how this ordinary girl could discern the truth of the matter. He struggled to nod vigorously. Zhang Xiaoyu leaned closer, her delicate hands laboriously working to untie the coarse ropes binding him. The ropes were tightly secured, and given her limited strength, it took considerable effort to loosen them. As the ropes fell away, Xianyi swayed, nearly toppling over. Zhang Xiaoyu's hands bore red imprints from the ropes. She bowed deeply to Xianyi, murmuring, "I'm sorry. My dad probably doesn't realize you're not a sheep. You should run now, quickly." Xianyi regained a modicum of strength, but refused to abandon her. Neither the disciples of the Taoist sect nor the special operations team would allow this child to remain here alone, now in the form of a sheep. He could only tug at the little girl's sleeve, trying to pull her away. Zhang Xiaoyu took a couple of steps back, wrapping her arms around the sheep's neck, reassuring him, "Don't worry, Daddy won't hurt me. Please, hurry and run." Zhang Yu savored the last large spoonful of braised meat, feeling as though he hadn't quite had his fill, as if a fire were burning within him. He glanced at the unprecedented interaction and donations in the live stream, a surge of excitement rushing to his head. With an unstoppable grin, he exclaimed, "Thank you all for your generous donations. Now, let us move on to the main event, a whole sheep." In preparation for today, I took the time to learn how to handle an entire sheep, and I trust you will bear with me for any shortcomings. The live stream was inundated with rapid-fire messages. "Hurry, I can't contain my excitement. Quickly slaughter the sheep. If done well, the rewards will be plentiful. You are truly remarkable, host. I can hardly wait. I and Oppos, been longing for this feast of lamb for ages. It's been far too long." Zhang Yu adjusted the live streaming equipment, ready to capture the sheep. As he spoke of the rarity and unprecedented nature of this event, he moved forward, only to face the camera revealing nothing but a frayed rope and an empty space. The enthusiasm in the live stream froze alongside his expression. The sheep was gone. Anger flared within him, yet he glanced at his daughter, silently bowing her head. He opened his mouth, feeling helpless, and turned to explain awkwardly, There and Oppos. It's been a small issue, the sheep. It has disappeared." The lively atmosphere of the stream turned to an eerie silence. Time passed, and a voice finally broke through the stillness. "Isn't the sheep right beside you?" Beside him. Zhang Yu was taken aback. All he saw was his daughter. Before he could respond, the chat erupted once more. "Indeed, isn't that prime lamb meat? What a rare lamb. Two-horned sheep. Two-horned sheep." Zhang Yu felt beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He glanced at his daughter again, her dark eyes morphing into those of a sheep, her pale face sprouting soft white fur. She was no longer his daughter, She had transformed into a rare and exquisite lamb. He slapped himself hard, drawing blood from the corner of his mouth, rousing himself from this illusion. He struggled to clarify, that is not a sheep. One viewer connected to him through the stream slammed a fist on the table, exclaiming, I've tipped so much. I want to see you slaughter a sheep. Are you dissatisfied with the tips? Here, let me send you another. He then drew a fruit knife from the table, lifting his shirt, stabbing himself in the left side of the chest, blood spraying forth. Yet his expression remained unfazed. Is this enough? Zhang Yu felt his scalp tingle with terror, while the live stream erupted into cheers. Another viewer, a delicate girl of 17 or 18, blushed and shouted, Then I'll send you a tip too. She took a knife to her abdomen and pulled with all her might. Unfortunately, she lacked the resilience of the man before her and collapsed lifelessly onto her desk. The atmosphere in the stream grew increasingly frenzied. Tips poured in, varied and grotesque, as the room's ambience began to twist and contort. Zhang Yu's consciousness faded. His breathing grew labored, and he turned stiffly to gaze at the little lamb with tear-streaked cheeks. The chat was reduced to a relentless chant, Slaughter the sheep. Slaughter the sheep. Slaughter the sheep. Kill, sheep. What transpired? The live stream was abruptly cut off, officially stating that the host was unwell and unable to continue. Joey held a cigarette delicately between her fingers. The computer screen displaying Zhang Yu's stream now shrouded in darkness, with a large virtual figure bowing in apology, citing the host's illness. Yet even so, numerous viewers with tipping titles remained steadfastly waiting. The authorities intervened, producing significant results. Today, no one could enter Zhang Yu and Appo's live stream. Chapter 42. The 5 Roads of Rampant Spirits and Evil Ghosts as Soldiers Special Operations Group Archive, number 73. Codename, Gold and Silver Spirit. Recording method, audio. Have you ever heard the tale of raising little ghosts? In the borderlands surrounding the Divine Land, there exists a legend of the ancient spirit known as the Gomintong. It is said that one can adopt the souls of prematurely deceased infants, nurturing them upon a bone tablet, feeding them with one's own blood, thus bringing forth good fortune and enhancing one's luck and wealth. I merely sought to experiment. It yearns to retaliate against me. But the methods of raising little ghosts are merely remnants of our Divine Land's practices. Zhang Laolu, be honest. Honest, I am very honest. No need for rescue. Your people are doomed. You are from the Special Operations Group. It is normal for you to be aware of the Gumin Ba. But your path must surely be righteous. Allow me to enlighten you on how we, the left-hand path of the Central Plains, cultivate spirits. This spirit is known as the Gatekeeper Ghost, also referred to as the Gold and Silver Spirit. Within the treasury, the Gold and Silver Spirit is said to serve as an accomplice to the tiger. Money can compel ghosts to toil, so why can't money summon spirit companions? Gold and Silver Spirit, Gold and Silver Spirit. One must find a living person, either male or female, regardless of their purity, as long as they consent, and then seek a willing practitioner of the dark arts. Feed that individual raw meat, bowl after bowl, then poison them while they are still alive, coating their entire body with fresh lacquer, wrapping them in talisman cloth, and locking them in the treasury. Upon their death, they can never escape the confines of the vault. And anyone who enters thereafter will be besieged by vengeful spirits, doomed to perish. To acquire gold, one must first set up an altar before the treasury, burn incense, recite incantations, and ensure offerings of paper money and paper horses are abundant, culminating in the burning of fragrant incense in a crimson column, as per the agreement. Before one can retrieve the gold, what exactly do you wish to convey? What I wish to convey? I merely wish to state that your people are beyond salvation. The world has changed. Such sinister methods are far more effective than any bodyguard or security door. Then a cacophony ensued. It seemed someone was being dragged away, still shouting. What does this amount to? The Maishan Dao's 5 Roads of Rampant Spirits raise soldiers. Without generals, even soldiers cannot yield results. In this world, where are the generals who die in battle to serve as soldiers? Must they resort to cunning methods, seeking out those vengeful spirits filled with resentment? But in this age, even vengeful spirits are hard to come by. Then must they resort to the left-hand path's disdainful methods, conjuring a reluctant and indignant ghost? There are myriad affairs in the mortal realm. Do you think you can manage them? The voice faded away. Finally, the voice of the Special Operations Group investigator emerged. The Gold and Silver Spirit case has been concluded. The suspect has confessed to their crimes. Witnesses include officials from the Great Hua Ministry of Justice and the Celestial Master's office. Investigator, Wei Mingzong, Xiani. Suburbs of Quanshur Villa. The live broadcast screen was inundated with frenzied comments. It appeared as though countless voices were collectively chanting for the sacrifice of a lamb. In a daze, it felt as if hundreds or thousands surrounded him, brandishing torches, transforming what should have been a halted broadcast into some sinister ritual. The villa atop the mountain serving as a sacrificial altar, with specters performing a dance. Zhang Yu's eyes glowed a crimson hue, fixated on the lamb. His right hand slowly lifted a knife from the table. The lamb, seemingly sentient, shed tears, softly bleeding, stirring Zhang Yu's heart with reluctance. Yet, this was for his daughter, to heal the child's ailment. I can do anything. Simultaneously, his stomach roiled with a ferocity unprecedented. Zhang Yu gripped the knife, steeling himself to cut the lamb's throat. The lamb, seemingly paralyzed with fear, believed Zhang Yu would not harm her, standing motionless. Truly foolish, Zhang Yu mused, inexplicably feeling a searing pain in his heart. Just as the knife was about to pierce the lamb's artery, a shadow darted by, followed by a jolt of agony. As he was knocked to the ground, clutching his abdomen, the assailant was a robust sheep, none other than Xianyi, who had borne the heavy toll of past consequences and thus remained rooted this time. Through discreet observation, the essence of Zhang Yu's path was gradually discerned. Zhang Yu held his daughter dearer than anything, willing to sacrifice all for her. This was his obsession. The dark path demanded that Zhang Yu personally slay his daughter and consume her. The repercussions of this act would rank among the foremost of all known vengeful spirits' obsessions, rendering it impossible to dispel the spirit through mere resolution of obsessions or to compel it to dissipate willingly. Ultimately, the moment the spell was undone, Zhang Yu would undoubtedly shatter into madness. There exist two primary categories of vengeful spirits. One harbors resentment and clings to their obsessions, thus remaining as a vengeful spirit. The other, having been fierce and insane in life, naturally remains ferocious in death. This path seeks to gather both, then employ malevolent sorcery to mold him into an outrageously vengeful ghost. The method is wicked beyond measure, and the sight is wicked beyond comprehension. When Zhang Yu rose again, his visage had transformed, white wool sprouting from his body, beneath which lay hidden scales, his teeth sharpened, and white hair sprouted on his face, yet his hands remained human. Xianyi grasped Zhang Xiaoyu, whose eyes were swollen from tears, desperately pulling her away. Zhang Yu emitted a primal roar, intent on attacking. Xianyi felt a chill in his heart. A sword sheath flew forth from the void, striking Zhang Yu and forcing him back a step. A figure clad in black dashed in, still running, wielding an 8-sided Han sword that shimmered with light, striking down ferociously. The white wool and scales erupting from Zhang Yu were cleaved away, revealing a portion of his form. Wei Yuan rushed in without pause, not allowing himself a moment and Appo's respite before striking. The force of his blow was so great that the 8-sided Han sword nearly became ensnared, immovable. It seemed as though a gentle breeze swept by, and he executed a swift turn, raising a talisman of tranquility directly onto Zhang Yu and Appo's forehead. The yellow talisman ignited to ash, its efficacy magnified several-fold compared to before. Zhang Yu's eyes widened, his consciousness momentarily clarifying. The scales that had erupted from his body receded in an instant, yet his eyes had turned entirely crimson. Lowering his head, he beheld his tear-streaked daughter. Recalling the recent events, he could no longer grip the knife in his hand, which fell to the ground. He opened his mouth but emitted no sound, only tears streaming down his face as he let out a heart-wrenching, desperate cry and fled. Wei Yuan raised his sword, striking at Zhang Yu's back. Yet the scales obstructed his attack, sparking a shower of embers. He withdrew his hand to draw a gun. The energy surged through his right arm, briefly enhancing the strength of his muscles. A talisman appeared at his waist, and a gleam of azure light flashed in his eyes. The bullet discharged, striking Zhang Yu's right leg with precision. Zhang Yu stumbled to the ground. Despite sustaining such a formidable gunfire assault, he still managed to rise and move. Wei Yuan unsheathed his sword, intending to capture this man, who had yet to reveal any extraordinary traits. But suddenly, a chorus of bleating echoed behind him, as a multitude of ghostly figures emerged, clad in ancient military garb, charging toward Wei Yuan while simultaneously rushing toward Zhang Xiaoyu and the lamb in swarms. In overwhelming numbers, Wei Yuan had no choice but to withdraw, sheathing his sword. His left hand brushed against the blade. In that moment, he seemed to hear a melodious and soaring bird call, reminiscent of the Jinyu bird found in the mountains, a creature that could only be slain with armor-piercing bullets. Its lifelong obsession, fury, and the amalgamation of its demonic power coalesced into that feather, now summoned, causing a layer of thin, swiftly flowing wind to envelop the sword. A talisman to dispel evil was cast into the air, igniting in flames. Wei Yuan gripped the sword with both hands, striking forth. The wind expanded rapidly as the sword was unleashed. Then, amidst the howling winds, a tempest surged, engulfing the entire villa with the force of talismanic power. The numerous specters, which had posed little threat, were utterly dispelled by a single stroke of the sword. The few that remained fled in a state of panic. With a resounding crack, a jagged sword mark appeared on the villa's wall. Wei Yuan swiftly severed his connection with the Wei's token, leaning heavily on his sword, his complexion growing pale. This technique was reminiscent of the earlier moment when the false mountain lord shattered everyone as firearms. Currently, he could wield it with limitations. Yet it exacted a significant toll on his magical energy and meridians. Turning his gaze, Wei Yuan noticed that Zhang Yu had vanished in the brief moment. Outside, members of the action team were in hot pursuit, though whether they could contain the evidently transformed Zhang Yu remained uncertain. However, the scales he had just severed were still intact, and he possessed a 1,000-mile tracking talisman. There was no escape for him. At last, the Hu Tiger Wei's token finally responded. Wei Yuan grasped the seasoning, and the token trembled violently. Characters flashed before his eyes: Tao Tai Scales, Human Oil. The 5 Chaos Troop Talisman, Tao Tai Scales. A sense of absurdity washed over Wei Yuan as he beheld one of the materials, his expression darkening. He activated the 1,000-mile tracking talisman, glanced around, and then turned to the relieved sheep, crouching down hesitantly. Xianyi? Xianyi widened his eyes, nodding vigorously, then began to pace anxiously. Wei Yuan reassured him, "Do not worry, I have come to find you with some others." As for the culprit, fortuitously, after the matter of the Tiger Lord, 2 eminent figures have arrived in Quan City to suppress the situation. A master from the Heavenly Master's house, who possesses the talismans of the 3 caverns and 5 thunders, has already set out to confront him. Xianyi exhaled in relief. But then his thoughts crystallized as he recalled witnessing Zhang Yu conversing with the air. He stiffly raised his head to look at Wei Yuan, his eyes wide with disbelief. The culprit, that old fellow? He can see. Chapter 43, The Short Suffering of the World in the Distance. The sounds of fierce gunfire and the fluctuations of spells resonated. Yet, despite being influenced by dark sorcery, Zhang Yu's body had undergone a monstrous transformation, allowing him to break free against all odds. Fortunately, in his madness, he was oblivious to the act of killing. Although some were wounded, for the most part, no significant harm was done. It was astonishing that Zhang Yu, once an ordinary person, could withstand the fire of small-caliber firearms without any apparent injury. Wei Yuan collected the recently severed fragments of scale armor into a small wooden box before sheathing his sword. At that moment, a disciple named Zhao Yi from the Mingming sect entered. Upon realizing that the white goat was his junior brother, he was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. He circled around, baring his teeth, perplexed as to how his capable junior brother had fallen prey to such lowly sorcery. Generally speaking, the technique of animal transformation was easily countered. One merely needed to peel back the skin. Yet, after circling several times, he found himself utterly unable to lift it. The goat's skin seemed to be fused to Xianyi's body. When he attempted to crouch down to see if it could be opened from the belly, Xianyi, enraged and humiliated, kicked him in the chest, sending him tumbling to the ground. This was troublesome. Zhao Yi rubbed his abdomen and smiled wryly, realizing he might need to seek help from the elders. There was little he could do. Even his senior sister would struggle to unravel this method, as it was beyond the capability of those of their cultivation. Perhaps they could wait until the Tianshi mansion captured the practitioner of this spell, which would also allow them to break the enchantment. As he spoke, his gaze remained fixed on Wei Yuan, who had just stowed away his sword and was assessing Xianyi's condition. He discerned that this was merely a layer of goat skin over a human form and, with a thoughtful expression, said, "Follow me. I might have a way to dispel this spell." Zhao Yi was momentarily stunned, then joy surged within him. He stood straight, repeatedly clasping his hands in gratitude. "I must thank you in advance, Director Wei." Wei Yuan responded, "I am merely attempting to see if it can be done." He sighed, pulled out 2 tissues, and knelt down to gently wipe away the tears of the still sobbing Zhang Xiaoyu. His movements were tender, yet when his fingers brushed against the little girl's cheek, he momentarily froze. The Huahu waist token trembled slightly, and corresponding characters materialized in his mind. Regaining his composure, he finished cleaning the girl's face and said, "Let us go." They found themselves in the museum, where the wooden counter had aged to the point of peeling. Xian Yi and Zhao Yi guided the bewildered Zhang Xiaoyu inside. Wei Yuan offered them a glass of water and handed Zhang Xiaoyu a bottle of cola. He asked them to wait a moment while he retrieved the box from the museum's front, breaking the seal to reveal an ancient, dark iron scissors. Imbued with a sinister aura, an item belonging to the Tian family's female envoy. This iron scissors had been sealed here after the bone woman's painted skin was slain. Ordinary knives would only slice through both the goat's skin and the human skin, but this was different. It was a treasure specifically designed for skinning. Wei Yuan grasped the iron scissors and said, "I need you to do something. When the time comes, simply peel away the goat's skin without harming the human body." The scissors quivered slightly, emitting a sound akin to a sharp, mocking laugh, filled with disdain and resentment. Wei Yuan continued, "Consider this a favor. I will find a way to dissipate your malevolence, transforming you from a cursed object into a magical artifact, at which point you will naturally be released." The iron scissors opened and closed with a wild, triumphant air. Wei Yuan maintained his patience. "Give it some thought." The scissors remained unyielding. In a flash, Wei Yuan drew a broken sword from his waist and, with a resounding clash, pierced the wooden counter beside the scissors. As he dispatched the malevolent spirits, his sword radiated a chilling aura, filled with murderous intent. "Will you comply?" Returning with the obedient iron scissors, Wei Yuan instructed Xian to lie down. The cold scissors glided effortlessly across the goat's skin, easily severing the dark spell. Xian felt a sudden chill wash over him, followed by a sensation of enlightenment as the goat's skin fell apart, allowing him to roll out, limbs sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. Zhao Yi quickly helped his junior brother up, having prepared a yellow talisman that he ignited, mixing it into a bowl of talisman water, which he assisted Xian in drinking to expel the lingering evil from within. Wei Yuan exhaled in relief, grateful for the success, and stowed the obedient iron scissors back into the box. Evil spirits fear the malevolent. Even cursed objects react similarly. He turned to see Zhang Xiaoyu sitting quietly on the sofa, clutching her cola, yet still silently weeping. In the corner between the bathroom and the small living room, several spirits huddled together, their eyes fixated on the can of cola, fingers nearly embedding into the wall. Zhang Xiaoyu paused for a moment, then placed the cola on the coffee table, nudging it slightly towards the spirits. The ghosts recoiled in terror, crowding together in disarray. "Another one who can see us." Even Xian Yi and Zhao Yi, being disciples of the Tao, sensed the presence of Yin energy upon entering this place. However, as there was no malice, they merely assumed that the owner, Wei Yuan, had raised these spirits, a common lineage among many Tao sections. However, those following the righteous path would not incite malevolence or give rise to vengeful spirits. Out of courtesy, they refrained from prying. Wei Yuan sighed inwardly, sealing the scissors and applying talismans before approaching the living room to kneel beside the tear-streaked Zhang Xiaoyu. She was still in kindergarten, her young skin unnaturally pale, and there was a subtle instability in her soul, with wisps of her essence dissipating. Wei Yuan gently ruffled the girl's hair, closing his eyes momentarily. A blue talisman flickered in his palm, imbued with the power to drive away spirits. This technique had been developed after his last encounter with Dongyu. It could utilize the small soul's movements to glimpse some of its cherished memories. Nevertheless, regardless of how it manifested, this ability ultimately served as a method to command spirits. Zhang Xiaoyu was not a living person, yet she was not a mere ghost either. She was a living corpse. When a person dies, their soul lingers. According to legend, on the 7th day after death, the soul returns to visit the living before departing. However, many variables can arise. One is when the soul becomes trapped, unable to return to its body on the 7th day due to the body being cremated or buried. Unable to find its way home, the soul wanders aimlessly. Another scenario involves the soul being locked within the body, rendering it neither human nor ghost, neither alive nor dead. This method, in some regions, is referred to as prolonging life, a path that deviates from righteousness, summoning souls to extend life force. With my life, I extend hers. The memories unfolded before Wei Yuan's eyes. The child's recollections were vivid and colorful, resembling crayon drawings. There were her father, her mother, and herself. Every small detail in the world was filled with joy. Her father was a hero, capable of lifting her high into the sky, while her mother was a fairy, the most beautiful mother in the world. In those memories, even the night glimmered with brilliance. But suddenly, the blue sky darkened. She fell ill. Clouds of despair enveloped their home. Her parents began to argue night after night. Little Fish wanted to intervene, but she found herself powerless, growing weaker by the day. Her father wept, tracing a finger across his face. "Daddy, don't cry." But his cries only intensified. She felt so sleepy, wanting to fall asleep. It was so cold. So very cold. Then her mother left. Little Fish seemed to have slept for a very long time, and when she awoke, her father appeared to have aged considerably. Mother has vanished, and father claims she has departed from us. He holds Little Fish in his arms, weeping as he vows, I shall surely cure your illness. You will recover. Once you are well, I will take you to the grandest amusement park, where you may play for as long as you desire. But, father, dear father, Little Fish is not ill. Little Fish has simply passed away. Chapter 44, The Power of Fate Beyond Divine Arts and the Final Recollection of His Memories. A menacing Zhang Yu approached, brandishing a knife, as countless cracks emerged, each fragment revealing a man with bloodshot eyes. The scene shattered like a broken mirror, vanishing into oblivion. The memory ceased at that moment, and Wei Yuan instinctively recalled Zhang Yu's appearance in his 30s. Yet, Zhang Yu should only be around 28 or 29 now, appearing significantly aged due to the sinister arts he employed to prolong his daughter's life. Such forbidden practices are daunting even to seasoned cultivators, let alone an ordinary person who would never dare to risk such peril. But a father could. Wei Yuan lowered his gaze to see Zhang Xiaoyu looking up at him, her expression filled with unspoken words. As he withdrew his hand, she unexpectedly grasped his sleeve, raising her eyes to him and stammering, Uncle, are you going to fight Dad? He didn't mean it. Please don't hurt him. Wei Yuan found himself at a loss for words, as the little girl gazed at him with hope. Then, seemingly understanding something, her hand slowly slipped from his sleeve. Taking a deep breath, Wei Yuan crouched down, meeting her gaze directly. Xiaoyu, wait here. Uncle will bring your father back, all right? Really? She asked, her eyes brightening. Yes, I will definitely find your father. Zhang Xiaoyu's face lit up, and she lowered her head to remove a small pendant from her neck, featuring a cartoon character that could be opened to reveal a photograph of their family. She placed it in Wei Yuan's palm, saying, Uncle, you must bring Dad back. Just tell him Xiaoyu isn't angry anymore. He will come back. Wei Yuan placed the pendant in his pocket, smiled, and nodded before turning to leave. He dialed Zhou Yi's number, succinctly inquiring, what will the action team do if someone is forced to transform into a monster? Zhou Yi responded, will this transformed individual pose a threat to innocent civilians? Sharp teeth, sparse brows, bloodshot eyes, and a pale face, likely a man-eater. Silence lingered on Zhou Yi's end. Although he had anticipated such a situation, Wei Yuan felt an overwhelming silence within. The dark arts practitioners harmed others, and Zhang Yu had unwittingly become a monster for his daughter. While Zhang Xiaoyu hoped for her father's return, the special operations team, however, had to eliminate the monster for the sake of the majority of ordinary people. What was his stance? To eradicate demons. Yet, if one were to become a demon, should they be spared? After a long pause, he finally said, I understand. Have Zhou Yi send the coordinates obtained from the surveillance footage to my phone. Hanging up, he muttered a curse under his breath as he struck his fist against the wall. Closing his eyes for a moment and resting his hand on the hilt of his sword, feeling a sense of calm wash over him. Members of the special operations team parked their vehicle in front of Wei Yuan and handed him a box of talismans. Captain Zhou instructed me to give this to you. If the invasion of the external evil has lasted too long, these talismans may help dispel the malevolent energy. If we can expel it, there is still hope. Wei Yuan accepted the talismans and climbed into the car. The young member of the special operations team drove recklessly, nearly flooring the accelerator as they navigated through the city, only stopping when they reached the final stretch of their route. They had lost the trail. Zhang Yu had evaded detection in this area, having driven as a taxi driver for an extended period to gather the necessary items for prolonging Zhang Xiaoyu's life. Even in a state of despair and madness, his instincts would guide him to the most advantageous routes. What began as a clear day suddenly erupted with ominous thunder, echoing like a drum. The wind picked up, swirling dark clouds that dissipated quickly, yet the thunder grew ever more resounding, reverberating like the triumphant beats of war drums. Upon exiting the vehicle, Wei Yuan raised a tracking talisman, expending 3 of them before finally catching a trace of an unusual aura. He turned his gaze towards an abandoned factory's workshop, placing the dispelling talisman close to his heart as he dashed forward, channeling a fraction of the feathered serpent's demonic power to envelop himself in a swift breeze. Though not as effective as the previous teleportation talisman, his speed surpassed that of an ordinary person, silent and nimble. Wei Yuan effortlessly leaped to the second floor, standing on the windowsill beside the glass. He hoped he was not too late. A frail old man coughed, expelling black blood, and upon closer inspection, the blood was infested with dead, charred worms. His expression was fierce. Moments ago, he had been caught off guard by the Tianchi Bureau, ensnared by their rituals, and had suffered several blows from their orthodox spells. Individuals like Wei Yuan, who possessed some minor divine abilities, could rely on firearms and combat skills. Yet in the realm of magical arts, they were merely novices. True mastery required elaborate rituals and a high level of cultivation. Once executed, it could summon winds, rain, or even command heavenly retribution. His concealment technique had reached a level where he could hide 3 souls and 7 spirits, nearly invisible to the mundane. Yet the thunderous sounds shattered his defenses, leaving him vulnerable. He could only summon a protective barrier of 5 spirits. The old man stood, arranging the ground into a bagua, sequentially placing 5 bowls of water, murmuring incantations that transformed the clear water into blood. He then positioned them at the 4 cardinal points and one in the center, deftly inserting incense into the water, which ignited spontaneously without wind. The ritual intensified as he retrieved a golden bell adorned with a yellow talisman, raising it to invoke the Myriad 5 spirits incantation. Wei Yuan observed Zhang Yu collapsed on the ground, unconscious, while the old man intoned his spell and shook the bell. Accompanied by the ringing sound, Zhang Yu convulsed violently. Realizing the peril, Wei Yuan drew his firearm, enhancing his arm's muscles with magic to prepare for action when a crisp sound caught his attention. His expression changed as he saw a copper coin spinning in the distance. The old man's movements quickened, and Wei Yuan swore silently, raising his weapon and firing. 3 bullets shattered 3 bowls of water, and simultaneously, Wei Yuan charged into the workshop, leaping from the 2nd floor and landing with a rush, firing at the old sorcerer. The gunfire echoed like thunder in the vast space, reverberating as he summoned the dispelling talisman. A cut on his finger released a gust of wind, imbuing the talisman with spirit before he pressed it against Zhang Yu's back. The once violently convulsing Zhang Yu grew still. Wei Yuan exhaled lightly, yet the final bullet was evaded by an inexplicable magical force, leaving the old sorcerer panting and disheveled. He was, after all, a practitioner of the arts, reliant on spells rather than solitary combat. A murderous intent flickered in Wei Yuan's eyes as he prepared to strike down this scourge. The bell rang once more, and the previously tranquil Zhang Yu suddenly lunged towards Wei Yuan. Quick to react, Wei Yuan pivoted, positioning his sword to block Zhang Yu's advance. Witnessing his transformation as white fur enveloped his face, green scales spreading across his arms, with white fur sprouting between the scales. His eyes had turned entirely red, and his teeth were sharp, letting out a low growl. Wei Yuan could only watch helplessly as the dispelling talisman affixed to him rapidly burned away. From the very beginning, it was already too late. Chapter 45, The Killing Intended Deep. Resonant growl reverberated throughout the workshop. Zhang Yu's face was contorted with madness. Were it not for Wei Yuan's sword holding him at bay, he would have lunged forward to sink his teeth into the latter's neck. The once unremarkable figure before him was now suffused with an overwhelming aura of demonic energy that stung Wei Yuan's eyes. Zhang Yu had undergone a complete transformation into a demon, losing all rationality, leaving only instinct and an insatiable thirst for flesh. Reflecting on Zhang Xiaoyu's plea, Wei Yuan closed his eyes momentarily. When he opened them again, a cold determination had settled in his gaze. The blade trembled as he unleashed a surge of energy that sent Zhang Yu reeling. With a hefty stomp, he crushed Zhang Yu's chest, propelling the demonized figure several meters away with the sheer force of his kick. Seizing the moment, Wei Yuan pursued with his 8-sided Han sword, striking down without mercy. The true path to mastering swordsmanship lies undeniably in combat. Wei Yuan's skill had vastly surpassed that of his former self. Each strike was executed with lethal precision, aimed at life and death, far beyond the capabilities of the beleaguered Zhang Yu. The disheveled demon cultivator regained his senses, his expression shifting as he frantically summoned his golden bell, intensifying Zhang Yu's already frenzied assault. Wei Yuan swung his sword down, arms crossing with Zhang Yu, resulting in a shower of sparks. He immediately retreated in a series of swift steps, propelled by a gust of wind, appearing before the demon once more. He spun around, sweeping his blade with a fierce, mournful cry. The move was fraught with openings, yet its lethality was undeniable, forcing the demon, who was evidently unskilled in close combat, to retreat repeatedly. The Han sword cleaved through the air, scattering a series of talismans, inflicting a wound along the demon's waist. The momentum was unrelenting. Wei Yuan's left hand drew forth a broken sword, and after sweeping his blade, he lunged forward with ferocity. The broken sword aimed squarely at Zhang Yu's brow. The old priest, startled, found himself unable to evade the relentless barrage of Wei Yuan's dual swords. Before he could execute his next technique, A fierce wind howled from behind. Zhang Yu roared as he charged at Wei Yuan. Forced to roll aside, Wei Yuan braced himself, blocking the onslaught. A resounding clash echoed as he absorbed the blow, feeling a wave of metallic sweetness rise in his throat, but he pressed on, expelling a breath to push Zhang Yu back. Yet, Zhang Yu's clawing hand narrowly tore a gash in his clothing. Had his footwork faltered even a fraction, he might have sustained injury. The old priest, now thoroughly alarmed, staggered back while incessantly shaking the golden bell, his voice sharp. Kill him! Kill him! Where are the 5 path demons? Come quickly to protect the law. The workshop darkened ominously as malevolent spirits emerged from behind the old priest, clad in ancient military garb. Some in armor, banners fluttering, resembling elite soldiers. Wei Yuan sheathed his broken sword and, with his left hand, seized a talisman meant to dispel evil, imbuing it with righteous energy. Without a commanding spirit, the legion of ghostly soldiers lacked cohesion. Previously, they had fled in terror from Wei Yuan's sword energy, and now, confronted with the short-haired priest conjuring talismans and drawing swords, they hesitated, fear evident in their eyes. The old priest, growing increasingly frantic, urged Zhang Yu to take on the role of the ghostly commander. The artifact bore a yellow talisman inscribed with blood, not vermilion, binding Zhang Yu's 3 souls and 7 spirits to his corporeal form. 5 path demons, heed my call. Protect the law and slay the enemy. However, Zhang Yu remained motionless. 5 path demons, obey my command. Obey swiftly. The urgency in the old priest's voice intensified. Yet, Zhang Yu remained rigid. His gaze fixated on a pendant that had been exposed when the wind tore through Wei Yuan's clothing. Tears streamed down his face, even in his deranged state. The old priest noticed this shift. A flash of malice crossed his eyes as he spat blood, forcing the ghostly soldiers to charge at Wei Yuan. At that moment, a dark light flickered among them. Meanwhile, he rushed towards the struggling Zhang Yu, regretting his earlier retreat from the dual sword assault. Now finding himself further from Zhang Yu than before, Wei Yuan raised his broken sword, sensing the urgency, unleashing a horizontal strike. The sword energy mingling with a tempest that pushed the ghostly soldiers back. With a swift motion, a resounding clang echoed as a green needle struck the sword's blade, transforming into a verdant serpent that slithered around the sword, aiming for Wei Yuan and Appo's hand. In a flash, the broken sword severed the serpent in 2. At that moment, the cunning old priest reached Zhang Yu, biting his fingertip and inscribing a blood talisman on Zhang Yu's back, a dire curse for direct combat. The old priest was no match for Wei Yuan in a head-on confrontation, yet in the arts of talismans and sorcery, he far surpassed the young warrior. In the blink of an eye, the talisman was complete, ready to unleash its dark magic. Wei Yuan seized the pendant, hurling it towards Zhang Yu, commanding the winds to carry it forth, entwining it with a talisman meant to dispel calamity and evil, shouting fiercely, Xiao Yu is waiting for your return. The old priest executed the final step, declaring, Rise, demons. The talisman ignited into ash. Zhang Yu's aura thickened, reaching a suffocating intensity that weighed heavily upon Wei Yuan. Faintly, the growl of a tiger and the call of birds rose behind him. The old priest smirked, commanding the souls and spirits with a steady voice. 5 path demons. Seize that man for me. Zhang Yu roared defiantly, then abruptly turned. As if in a frenzy, he lashed out at the old priest, grasping the old man's arm. He bit down with razor-sharp teeth, accompanied by a chilling scream as the old priest's arm was severed. The golden bell clattered to the ground. In a fit of madness, Zhang Yu savagely tore at the old priest, who, with a frantic gasp, found his clothing deflate, leaving behind only a small, black, grass-woven effigy, imbued with malevolence. The malevolence dissipated, revealing a hollow center where the evil energy had vanished, a sacrificial spell. Wei Yuan recognized the technique, his blade still stained with the old priest's blood. With a tracking talisman in hand, the old priest could not escape far. Wei Yuan glanced at Zhang Yu, now a frenzied demon, voraciously gnawing at the severed arm, devouring it greedily. When clarity returned, Zhang Yu was left retching violently, collapsing to the ground. Inside the golden bell were traces of his blood and a fragment of his soul. Having rebelled against the old priest, the spell reversed, and Zhang Yu trembled, touching his face and the scales on his arm, tears streaming down his cheeks. Finally, he released a heart-wrenching wail. Wei Yuan, at a loss for words, bent down to retrieve the bloodstained pendant. Zhang Yu gazed at his hands, overwhelmed by the primal urge for human flesh, tears streaming as he looked at Wei Yuan. Xiao Yu. Wei Yuan reassured him. She is unharmed. Pausing, he added. She said she holds no grudge against you. Zhang Yu touched the pendant, a smile breaking through his tears. Wiping his face, he set the pendant aside and gazed at Wei Yuan, who had not moved from his position. Noticing the broken sword at his waist, "Brother, may I borrow your sword?" Wei Yuan, wordless, drew the blade and tossed it to Zhang Yu, who planted the broken sword into the ground. Zhang Yu withdrew his sword, thrusting it into his own arm with a grim pallor upon his face. With a fierce growl, he exerted force to pry the inhuman scales from his flesh, casting them to the ground, and scraped away the burgeoning white fur with the blade. His right arm, now a gruesome sight, was bloodied and mangled, and he proceeded to do the same to his left arm, removing the white fur from his visage as well. Though he appeared drenched in blood, he remained unmistakably human. Zhang Yu cradled the sword as he returned it to Wei Yuan, then staggered to his feet, crushing the golden bell beneath his foot, tears streaming down his face. "Brother, I am not a monster, am I? I am not a monster. I am a human indeed. I beg you, I implore you, save Xiaoyu. She is so young, so innocent, and knows nothing of this world. All I desire is for her to live, simply to live." The man, overwhelmed with sorrow, bowed deeply to the ground, gripping Wei Yuan's pant leg tightly. Wei Yuan raised his hand to assist him but hesitated. The life force had already ebbed away. Zhang Yu, unwilling to be seen as a man-eating monster, had willingly shattered the bell of his own fate, his breath extinguished, and his soul scattered by the backlash of dark sorcery. Yet, his hand remained firmly clutching the pendant. Wei Yuan bent down, retrieving the pendant and placing it against his chest. After a moment, he grasped the yellow talisman and spoke softly, "By the decree of the highest, I summon your solitary soul, banishing all malevolent spirits. May the fortunate ones ascend, those without heads shall rise. By blade or spear, by water or rope. In both light and darkness, in wrongful death or misfortune, creditors and foes alike, take back your life. I command the rescue of all, hastily delivering them to rebirth." Zhang Yu's lingering attachments gradually dissipated. His hand still clung to Wei Yuan, who reassured him, "Do not worry, Xiaoyu has not committed any wrong. I shall endeavor to find her a safe haven." With a final struggle, he indeed released his grip. Wei Yuan turned and stepped past Zhang Yu, raising his hand to draw his sword, a fierce aura emanating from him. Chapter 46. On the 3-foot sword, clarity prevails in the world. The efficacy of the method to ward off calamity through death was not extensive, at least, given the old Taoist's current level of cultivation. It extended only within a 10-mile radius. Particularly as he had just lost an arm to Zhang Yu, the stench of blood was unmistakable. Wei Yuan gripped his sword. Propelled forward by the 1,000-mile tracking talisman, his steps light as the breeze, moving with remarkable speed. In this state, his enhanced perception rendered him acutely aware of his surroundings. Just as he was about to catch up, he received a call from the Special Operations Group. "Master Wei, have you located the Taoist? If so, please escort him back. Such practitioners of dark arts must be handed over to the Celestial Master's office for prosecution, in conjunction with the Justice Department of the Great Hua. Despite the gravity of his crimes, the judicial process must be observed. After all, he is still a human." Wei Yuan paused momentarily, his expression unchanging. Responding with a simple he hung up the phone and placed it on a nearby stone. Proceeding into the desolate outskirts of Quan City, he found himself near a small mountain. There were remnants of a village, long abandoned. The youth had descended the mountain, and the elderly had gone to reside with their children, leaving the area nearly deserted. The old Taoist, having lost an arm, leaned against a stone, his face pale. Yet, upon seeing Wei Yuan, a flicker of composure crossed his features, and he managed to smile. "Have you come to see me off on my final journey, little one? You possess a good heart, but alas, I have already reported myself. A court date will be set. Whether I live or die is a matter of fate, but I will at least spend my life within those walls. In the meantime, as a righteous practitioner, you must ensure my safety, providing for my needs." Wei Yuan's voice remained cold as he nodded, slowly sheathing his sword and advancing. As he drew near, the old Taoist sensed something amiss and insisted. "I have turned myself in. According to the law, you cannot harm me." Was Wei Yuan's unhurried response. The old Taoist, seasoned in confrontations, sensed the danger. His expression shifted to one of urgency as he grasped a mobile phone with his intact right hand, hastily attempting to press the emergency button. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. The specialized bullet designed for supernatural beings piercing through his frail hand and the phone, eliciting a scream as he collapsed, pallid and trembling. Wei Yuan raised his weapon. "Unfortunately, I am not a member of the operations team." The old Taoist, now ashen-faced, prepared for one last gambit, hoping to strategize his imprisonment, but was caught off guard by Wei Yuan's menacing aura. Desperately, he cried out, "Stop. In the realm of spiritual energy, besides you and me, There are other mountain spirits and creatures watching. If they are summoned for questioning, all that has transpired cannot be concealed. You are still young. There is no need for both of us to perish. In a bid for survival, he coughed up blood, striking the ground forcefully. Land spirits, come forth, come forth. These land spirits were merely benign entities. Wei Yuan indeed sensed the emergence of numerous eyes around him, ancient spirits awakening as the spiritual energy revived. They could not harm him, yet were equally difficult to eradicate. Those with cultivation could summon inquiries about the events at hand. The old Taoist gasped, his visage resembling that of a dying man. Before he could utter another word, Wei Yuan squeezed the trigger once more, a penetrating round shattering the old man's right knee, prompting another agonized cry. A second shot followed, this time through his right leg, and as he raised his weapon again, his aim locked onto the old man's brow. The old Taoist let out a low growl. The hollow point bullet struck an effigy of straw instead. Yet this time the old man's form shifted to a short distance away, gasping heavily. The invisible mountain spirits observed intently. Should I perish, you shall not find peace. The old Taoist shouted, defiantly demanding, who are you? Which sect do you belong to? Do you not understand the rules? The mountain spirits murmured among themselves, some appearing to counsel Wei Yuan. He sheathed his empty firearm and retrieved the Hu Tiger waist badge, hanging it at his side. The air thickened with an aura reminiscent of a tiger and Appo's roar. The atmosphere in the desolate village, which had seemed to teem with Appo's people and Appo's moments ago, suddenly turned somber. Wei Yuan's expression remained neutral as he drew his sword. The sound of the blade scraping the sheath resonated coldly, as if echoing from the annals of history, rendering the awakening spirits motionless. Deputy of the Silly, conducting an investigation. Outsiders, please refrain from interference. In an instant, silence enveloped the area. Then, as if by magic, the spirits scattered in an orderly retreat. The land spirits burrowed into the earth, while the wind spirits hastily took flight. The old Taoist's complexion had turned ghostly pale. Wei Yuan inhaled deeply, channeling his power. Gripping the broken sword in his left hand and the eight-sided Han sword in his right, he surged forward with lethal intent. The old man unleashed his talismans in an attempt to defend himself, but they were swiftly cleaved by the eight-sided Han sword, while the broken sword tore through the air, delivering a chilling wound to the old sorcerer's arm. The right-hand sword followed, resembling a dragon, piercing through his left shoulder, emerging from the other side. The old Taoist grasped the blade in desperation, exclaiming, in this vast universe, you would slay me for a demon? Wei Yuan's expression remained stoic as he struck down with the broken sword, slicing through a layer of dark mist, embedding it into the old man's shoulder. He is not a demon. Blood spurted forth. Raising his arms, he crossed the dual blades, engaging in a fierce onslaught that intertwined the Xianyuan's sword technique with battlefield swordsmanship. The old Taoist, skilled in spiritual arts but not in the methods of demon slaying as Wei Yuan was, found himself at a disadvantage, compounded by his injuries and the disruption of his magical defenses. As he watched his last line of protection disintegrate under Wei Yuan's relentless swordplay, fear began to seep into his heart. With one final strike, the roar of a tiger echoed as the last straw effigy was shattered. The old Taoist, now pallid, retreated while pleading for mercy. Please stop. I acknowledge my mistakes. I too was coerced. Spare me. And I will surely perish in prison for the rest of my days. Is that not enough? I will impart all the arts and spells of our lineage to you. All of it. Wei Yuan offered no response, his hands unwavering as he continued his assault. With a fervor, he sliced through the old Taoist's protective talismans. Recalling the words of the silly deputy in the moonlit reflection, in slaying demons and banishing evil, mercy is unnecessary. Upon the edge of our 3-foot blade lies the clarity of the world. Who among us is the true demon? His right hand 8-sided Han sword pressed against the old man's right arm, while the broken sword reversed grip and swiftly severed his throat, tearing through the protective spells. Blood gushing forth. The old Taoist's expression froze, yet a glint of longing flickered in his eyes, tears spilling as he collapsed, uttering what seemed to be a name. Wei Yuan sheathed his long sword at his side. The badge on his waist shimmered, the feathers of the Jin Yu bird materializing. He summoned the maximum essence of demonic power. The 8-sided Han sword slashed out fiercely, the blade howling as a thin, rapid wind spiraled in reverse, enveloping the sorcerer's corpse, transforming it into ash midair, utterly obliterated. The lingering demonic aura dissipating, shattering Wei Yuan's own presence. His complexion turned pale as he gradually sheathed his sword. Yes, it is I, Wei Yuan. My apologies, Officer Zhou. I arrived a moment too late. Leaning on his sword, Wei Yuan gazed at the direction from which the fierce winds of sword energy dissipated. It appears he fled in fear of his crimes. Where could he have escaped to? I do not know. Chapter 47. The soul-rearing tree soon. Members of a special operations team arrived at the location where the suspect had vanished. Wei Yuan accompanied them up the mountain. Upon preliminary investigation, they discovered only a dense atmosphere of demonic energy, with no signs of a struggle. Several Taoist priests, hailing from the Taoist sect, set up a rudimentary altar to perform rituals in hopes of summoning local spirits for inquiries. Despite their considerable efforts, the spirits stubbornly refused to appear. Reluctantly, the three priests decided to increase the offerings, doubling both the variety and quantity. Only then did a spirit tentatively show itself. A flicker of hope appeared on the priests' and Apos' faces. However, before they could utter a word, the spirit darted out, for hands flailing, two covering its mouth while the other two grabbed the offerings, vanishing in an instant. The priest's smiles froze in place. Turning to Zhou Yi and Wei Yuan, one priest managed a wry smile, lamenting, "My Taoist skills are insufficient. I am powerless." These spirits, being the essence of all things, are typically bold, yet they refuse to show themselves this time. Coupled with the lingering demonic aura, it is likely that a powerful demon has intervened and taken the Taoist away. Zhou Yi sighed, glancing at Wei Yuan, who was resting with his sword. "Thank you for your assistance, curator," she said. Wei Yuan nodded, as the Huahu waist token trembled slightly, inscriptions emerging in the spiritual platform. Demon defeated. Merit earned. This was the most substantial reward since he had acquired the waist token. Wei Yuan exchanged it for the finest soul-rearing technique currently available. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi was tasked with addressing the disappearance of the rogue and the suspected emergence of a great demon in the human realm. It was the same team member who had previously escorted Wei Yuan to the factory workshop, where they discovered Zhang Yu's lifeless body. By the time they arrived, 3 special operations agents were already present, their expressions reflecting a mix of horror and complexity as they turned Zhang Yu's body over. The once rigid form relaxed slightly, yet Zhang Yu's eyes remained wide open, refusing to close. The young escort, Zhang Hao, sighed. Is he truly unable to rest? Wei Yuan crouched down, observing the pleading look in Zhang Yu's eyes, and gently brushed his fingers over them. Slowly, the unblinking eyes began to close. The onlookers were taken aback, recognizing Wei Yuan from their earlier expedition to the mountain. Although they had confirmed that the mountain spiritess claims were mere coincidence, they instinctively regarded this occurrence as normal. Despite Zhang Yu's death, the violent transformation he had undergone necessitated the team's efforts to expel any residual evil. After escorting Wei Yuan back to the museum, Zhang Hao hurried off to attend to other duties. As Wei Yuan returned, he spotted Zhao Yi and Xian Yi arguing in hushed tones at the entrance. "This matter is unacceptable," Zhao Yi exclaimed. "But she saved me," Xian Yi retorted. "Yet life and death have their boundaries. Are you willing to risk your life? It was she who saved me in the first place. How could you be so obstinate, Xian Yi? How were you granted your powers ahead of time?" Zhao Yi's anger was palpable, his brow twitching. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps interrupted their exchange. With a loud crash, the museum door was flung open by a small hand. Zhang Xiaoyu rushed out, looking up with bright black eyes, searching eagerly. After scanning several times without finding the person she sought, she turned to Wei Yuan and asked, "Uncle, where's Daddy? Where did he go?" Her voice trembled. Wei Yuan was at a loss for words. Zhang Xiaoyu seemed to grasp something, and her eyes dimmed. Taking a deep breath, she mustered her courage and asked quietly, "Daddy isn't a bad person, right? He will come back, won't he?" Wei Yuan found himself unable to respond. How did those who had once battled demons and returned to safety face such situations? What emotions did they harbor? Zhang Xiaoyu forced a smile, tiptoeing to pat Wei Yuan's arm as if to comfort him. Then she stepped back, bowing earnestly. "Thank you, Uncle," before rushing off. Wei Yuan did not immediately pursue her. Instead, he removed his sword, wiping away the remnants of spiritual energy and blood. After applying oil to the blade, he sheathed it, sealing it with a yellow talisman to suppress the accumulated malevolence from vanquished demons. He then approached the storage room door, where muffled sobs echoed within. Raising his hand, he initially intended to knock, but after a moment's thought, he simply pushed the door open. Zhang Xiaoyu sat on a small stool, clutching her knees with her face buried in them, her shoulders quivering slightly. Wei Yuan remained silent, placing a hand gently on her head, ruffling her hair. The little girl, who had seemed to hold back her tears, finally let them flow freely, biting her lip to suppress her cries. Daddy is a bad person. A bad person. After a moment of silence, Wei Yuan spoke earnestly. Your father is not a bad person. He is a hero. I have never encountered anyone with such courage as he possesses. In the end, he only wished to protect you. Using his spiritual powers, he sought to convey his feelings from that moment to Zhang Xiaoyu, who trembled violently. When she finally lifted her head, tears streamed down her cheeks. Wei Yuan gently embraced her. Zhang Xiaoyu shook with sobs, unable to contain her grief. Daddy is a bad person, a bad person. He doesn't want Xiaoyu anymore. Bad. Bad man. Wei Yuan opened his mouth, realizing this was the essence of what children perceived as a bad person. Zhang Xiaoyu, being a living corpse, had an unstable soul. Exhausted from crying, she eventually fell asleep. Wei Yuan activated the Huahu waste token, this time exchanging it for a spiritual material. He was curious to see how the token would respond, whether it would direct him to a location to uncover or simply teleport him. As the merit dissipated, it seemed to transform into a unique spiritual energy, causing the fierce tiger on the waste token to appear rejuvenated. It let out a low growl, its mouth agape, revealing a vortex within. A moment later, a flash of light revealed an object that fell into Wei Yuan's hands. It was a plant, approximately 30 centimeters tall, pale white in color, accompanied by an ancient pot. Wei Yuan felt fortunate, as one of the two divine abilities of the silly Xiaowei was indeed exorcism. Within the treasury, there were numerous items and materials related to soul rearing. This particular specimen was among those brought back by General Wei Qing after his conquest against the Xiongnu. And it was a relatively ordinary specimen. True soul rearing could reach heights of several dozen meters, a massive entity that required 10 people to encircle. The Xiongnu had many strange and esoteric sorceries, and their soul-rearing items far surpassed those of the Central Plains at that time. Regrettably, General Wei had a penchant for plundering the old, and so it came to an end. However, considering the current situation, it seemed that the Han generals had directly slain the great mountain spirit of the Xiongnu as a display of merit, leading to the dissolution of the Xiongnu Southern Court. With Zhang Yu deceased, Zhang Xiaoyu's physical and spiritual state was precarious. Wei Yuan held the pot, searching for a suitable place to set the plant, aiming to let its rearing potency permeate the entire museum before proceeding to the next step. Zhao Yi observed his junior disciple, increasingly agitated to the point of grinding his teeth. This is unacceptable. That little girl is a living corpse. Life and death have their boundaries. How can you still consider prolonging her existence? He exclaimed. It is merely a matter of repaying kindness. But that is necromancy. How many years can your skills prolong her life? What happens when your powers wane? Will you sacrifice your own life to extend hers? Despite Zhao Yi's fervent arguments, Xian Yi remained resolute. Zhao Yi paced back and forth, finally exclaiming, if it comes to that, we must seek the ancestral master and borrow his wooden tablet. Xian Yi was taken aback. But that tablet is a treasured relic of our ancestral master. Zhao Yi, exasperated, replied, saving lives is paramount. What do you propose? Shall we just stand by and watch you perish? Did the little girl who saved you truly transcend? The ancestral master crafted that from the soul-nurturing wood, a rare essence nurtured over 5 centuries, allowing the girl to sacrifice herself for the sake of nurturing a spirit. You, I, and our senior sister shall ascend the mountain to clarify matters. Even if the master treasures that object, he should not be unwilling to share the truth. Zhao Yi's voice abruptly ceased, casting a suspicious glance around. Junior disciple, have you noticed how the ambient yin energy here seems remarkably pure? Xian Yi, taken aback, nodded in agreement. The two Taoists, following the energy, turned to see Wei Yuan emerging with a potted plant. As they were about to greet him, their gazes fixated on the item in his hands. One focused on the jade-white wood, while the other was captivated by the antique flower pot. The soul-nurturing wood, 100 years black, 500 years deep black. After a millennium, it turns purple. 2 millennia transforms it to white, and after 3,000 years, it becomes akin to Kunyu jade. Wei Yuan, having just recently entered the realm of cultivation, was unaware of this common knowledge but noticed the two men's stares. Realizing he had acquired a spiritual material during his brief exploration, he paused and, in a tone that seemed perfectly ordinary and devoid of deceit, remarked, I just remembered that I had this at home. It happens to be useful, so I dug it out to take a look. Moreover, do not be deceived. The flower pot is a mere imitation, an antiquity. Chapter 48. The Xian Yi and Zhao Yi found themselves at a loss for words. They watched as Wei Yuan placed the soul-nurturing wood in a designated spot, the effects of which were perfectly capable of enveloping the entire museum. He had long since realized that this museum itself served as a minor gathering place for energies, which explained why it had accumulated a collection of harmless spirits prior to his arrival. In the wilderness, these entities would either transform into vengeful ghosts or dissipate into nothingness. They would hardly gather joyfully to indulge in refreshments. At this moment, the effects of the soul nurturing would envelop the museum, nurturing Zhang Xiaoyu's body while simultaneously providing considerable benefits to the spirits. Just as Zhao Yi was about to speak, he witnessed Wei Yuan deftly unsheath the broken sword from his back. A flash of sword light sliced through the air, severing approximately an inch from the white jade-like soul-nurturing wood. Zhao Yi felt a heavy pang in his heart, even though it was not his own. He couldn't help but feel a sense of loss, nearly calling out but managing to stifle the sound. Wei Yuan continued to wield the broken sword, meticulously carving out the inch of jade whitewood into a wooden token, inscribing Zhang Xiaoyu's name upon its surface. He also obtained her date of birth from Xian Yi, engraving it on the reverse side, along with the character Wei in the lower left corner. The entire wooden plaque was adorned with intricate patterns, forming a unique talisman, a technique Wei Yuan had exchanged for the soul-nurturing method. This maximized the properties of the soul-nurturing wood. Later, a drop of Xiaoyu's blood would be added, and infused with his own essence, transforming the wooden plaque into a potent charm. By harnessing the power of the soul-nurturing wood, wearing it would substitute for the deceased physical body, nurturing the soul, and allowing Zhang Xiaoyu and Apos' dissipating spirit to consolidate, appearing indistinguishable from an ordinary person, thus evading detection. Should anyone possess the means to perceive the truth, the patterns on the soul-nurturing plaque would reveal its authentic origins, indicating it was not a malevolent object. Wei Yuan raised his gaze, observing Xian Yi and Zhao Yi in solemn silence, their eyes fixed intently upon him, their words hanging unspoken, particularly as they lingered on the soul-nurturing plaque in his hand. The material of the talisman was not limited to the yellow talismans. Spiritually infused wood and superior jade could also serve as carriers for talismans. Such talismans, compared to basic yellow ones, were generally more complex to create. Wei Yuan's seamless execution stemmed from his prior experience in carving talismans for the plaque. After securing the soul-nurturing plaque, he set aside the remaining portions of the wood and pushed them towards Zhao Yi and Xian Yi, saying, "If you do not mind, please accept these portions of the soul-nurturing wood." Of course, it was not a gift without strings. He required their assistance in uncovering whom Zhang Yu had interacted with, particularly regarding any substantial monetary transactions in recent times. Wei Yuan paused before adding, "The art of prolonging life is not something the average person can touch. There might be individuals leaking these forbidden methods to the uninitiated." Xian Yi and Zhao Yi solemnly acquiesced to Wei Yuan's request. At this critical juncture, as the concentration of spiritual energy surged, allowing such malevolent practices to seep out was an immense risk. Zhang Yu had sacrificed his life to extend his daughter's. Yet there would always be those willing to exploit others' lives. While the art of prolongation was slightly more palatable, should it delve into the cruel and barbaric ancient sorceries, the harm would extend to many. Xian Yi and Zhao Yi departed from the museum in silence. After a prolonged period, Zhao Yi could no longer contain himself and, while driving, inquired, "Did you see the plaque carved by the museum owner?" Xian Yi nodded, his expression complex. "It is identical to the one belonging to our ancestor." Zhao Yi grinned slightly. "Not just identical, our ancestor's plaque has missing fragments, restored by someone later. Some areas are not perfectly smooth, considering it is an artifact from the Qin and Han dynasties. However, when I observed the museum owner carving the plaque, his hands moved with remarkable familiarity as if it were not his first time." The two fell silent once more. Xian Yi contemplated quietly the soul-nurturing wood. Zhao Yi nodded, lighting a cigarette. "It resembles the artifacts of my great-grandfather. It must be genuine. So, will you speak of it?" "Speak of it?" Zhao Yi vehemently shook his head. "Absolutely not. The museum owner has already given us a confidentiality fee. Why would we say anything?" He glanced at the soul-nurturing wood, which was no less than 2,000 years old, remarking, "There are only ordinary visitors in this folk museum." Wei Yuan instructed Zhang Xiaoyu to wear the wooden plaque. Since Zhang Yu and Apos' relatives and friends believed her to be gravely ill and beyond recovery, coupled with Xiaoyu and Apos' unique condition as a living corpse, Wei Yuan decided to keep her in the museum for the time being. After handling Zhang Yu and Apos' affairs, Zhang Xiaoyu gradually emerged from the shadow of her father's loss, at least on the surface. However, she encountered difficulties concerning her education. At her age, attending school was inevitable. Yet, Given her circumstances, the Special Operations Group could not permit her to attend a regular kindergarten. Thus, the only option left for Wei Yuan was to enroll her in a school for children of the Taoist sect. In this era, even those young Taoists were required to attend classes diligently. Aside from their morning and evening lessons, they had to study mathematics, science, and other subjects, alongside learning talismans, footwork, and swordplay. They also practiced martial arts for physical conditioning, and if they wished to learn the guqin or calligraphy from the Taoist priests, it was merely an additional opportunity. Should they have the time and energy? For a child like Xiaoyu, such an environment would be more suitable. During this time, under the influence of the soul-nurturing wood, Zhang Xiaoyu's physical and spiritual health had already improved. She no longer appeared pale, and with the protection of the wooden plaque, she could venture into the pure spiritual realm of the Taoist sect without issue. Having previously assisted in various matters, Zhou Yi took the initiative to help facilitate this arrangement, with Xian Yi and Zhao Yi contributing significantly as well, seemingly engaging in multiple arguments with the elders, who would glare at them in exasperation, chastising them for their lack of respect. However, this time, not only the typically carefree Zhao Yi, but even Xian Yi, after humbly apologizing, persisted in their efforts. Zhao Yi cast a glance at the elder, contemplating silently. Elder, in order to nurture the younger generation's cultivation, the children of the Taoist sect attend school in the mountains. The optimal choice would have been to enroll her at the nearby Baiyun Temple in Shunyanfu, which also housed true practitioners with a rich history and profound heritage. However, due to Wei Yuan's reservations stemming from the Jade Talisman incident involving Lu Chao, he held no fondness for Baiyun Temple. Moreover, he had acquaintances within the Wei Ming sect, thus opting for them instead. Having secured a place on the mountain's roster, they ought to have entered the mountain immediately. Yet, Wei Yuan believed that at this moment, what the child needed was companionship rather than being cast away again. So he refrained from sending her to the Taoist sect right away. He stayed with Xiaoyu for over a month before inquiring if she wished to return to school. Can I really go to school? Zhang Xiaoyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Wei Yuan nodded, saying, yes, but the place is somewhat far. You will have to stay in the mountains and can only return during the holidays. He reached out to Taozil Zhang Xiaoyu and Appo's hair, adding, I will come to fetch you then. Okay. Wei Yuan escorted Zhang Xiaoyu to the Taoist sect. Upon his return, life resumed its usual rhythm, albeit with an unsettling quietness that took some adjustment. Daily practices included swordsmanship and the Huahu Ju, along with talisman crafting. His own cultivation gradually progressed. It was during a breakthrough in his practice that he experienced a peculiar dream. The vast sky stretched endlessly, a single mountain rising above a bustling city below. Wei Yuan walked the mountain path, holding a lantern, and soon discovered a Taoist temple. It was difficult to fathom that such a temple still existed in this day and age. He illuminated the temple, calling out, Is there a Taoist priest within? Silence reigned. Raising his hand to grip his sword, he stepped inside cautiously. Upon entering the temple, a chilling and towering atmosphere enveloped him. Instead of the revered statues of the three pure ones, a formidable figure loomed, a stern man of great authority. As Wei Yuan leaned forward to gaze further, a sudden chill gripped his heart. The flashlight in his hand inexplicably transformed into a white lantern, emanating an eerie azure glow. Blood trickled down the temple walls, and the steps beneath him morphed into a mass of bones. The towering beams overhead resembled sharp, menacing teeth. A fierce roar of a tiger echoed through the air, revealing that the temple was merely the manifestation of the tiger and Appo's open maw. Alarm coursed through Wei Yuan as he swung his sword forward, but the tiger was too colossal. It tilted its head back, causing him to plummet downwards, with rows of sharp teeth gnashing, a foul stench assaulting his senses, and a torrent of blood rushing toward him. Suddenly, Wei Yuan jolted awake, his complexion pale. He sat up, gulping down a bottle of water to steady his nerves, splashing his face to regain composure. It was the Tiger Lord, or perhaps the Mountain Lord. Had he learned of the breach at his homeland and employed some sorcery to fixate on him? Or was it a warning from the dormant tiger medallion? The ancient famed sword hung upon the wall, said to cry out in the presence of foes. And it was not unusual for an artifact like the dormant tiger medallion to possess a similar capability. Yet, it was evident that the Mountain Lord was an unavoidable adversary. Raising his gaze, Wei Yuan resolved to lie down once more. However, barely closing his eyes, the water ghost knocked on the door, compelling him to rise. Upon opening the door, he was met with a pitiful assembly of spirits, their faces twisted in sorrowful expressions, pointing at the once-filled refrigerator, now glaringly empty. Clearly, the stock had once again been consumed. Wei Yuan felt an urge to curse, questioning whether they had drowned in cola before. Yet, the grotesque visages, each more ghastly than the last, gazed at him with a mournful intensity, an unsettling sight. Casting a glance at his bank balance, he mused that cola was not particularly costly. Yet, the relentless consumption by the insatiable spirits, who never feared weight gain and never grew weary of the drink, was astonishingly rapid. Resigned, he noted that although the sky had darkened, it was not too late. He dialed his employer, Fong Hongba, to request an advance on his salary and the promised funds for groceries. "Hello, is this Mr. Fong?" he inquired. Who are you?" Fong Hongba's voice crackled with an undertone of panic. Wei Yuan replied, "It's Wei Yuan from the Folk Museum." A terrified scream erupted from the other end of the line. Wei Yuan furrowed his brow. "Mr. Fong, are you all right?" Heavy, rapid breaths filled the air. And after a moment, Fong Hongba posed a question. "The museum? Wei Yuan, have you seen anyone? I mean, has my son visited you? That museum belongs to him." Surprised, Wei Yuan responded, "Your son? No. Has he been planning to come? If so, could you provide me with a contact number for future communication?" Silence enveloped the line, followed by a dry, fearful voice. "My son. He is already dead." Then, a rhythmic knocking echoed through the phone, imbued with a chilling aura, as though pressing down upon his heart. Knock, knock, knock. Wei Yuan turned his head slightly, glancing at the adjacent door. It had sounded. "Have you ever heard the tales of the dead arriving at your doorstep?" Chapter 49. Two reminiscences. The crisp, rhythmic knock on the door resonated steadily. Wei Yuan glanced at the clock. It was 10:00 and amp. Oppo's clock at night, and the outside world had succumbed to darkness. Having achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation earlier that day, he had succumbed to exhaustion and retired to bed by 9, only to be startled awake by a nightmare. This street was lined with old shops, and the emptiness enveloped him, making the knocking sound particularly unsettling. Yet, Wei Yuan felt no fear. Grasping the hilt of a broken sword, he strode towards the door. Upon opening it, he found a man in his 30s standing outside. Dressed impeccably, he exuded an air of cultured elegance. As he raised his hand to knock again, he paused upon seeing Wei Yuan and smiled politely, saying, "I apologize for disturbing you at this late hour. I had trouble reaching you by phone and thought it best to come in person. You must be Old Li, right? My name is Fong Yang, and this museum is essentially mine." With the operation of his hidden tiger technique, Wei Yuan perceived the man before him emanating a vibrant energy, confirming he was not a spirit. Intrigued, Wei Yuan stepped aside to allow him entry, while several curious spirits retreated to the shadows. Fong Yang surveyed the museum, a subtle, reserved smile playing on his lips as he took a seat. Wei Yuan poured 2 cups of water. Fong Yang held the cup without taking a sip, engaging in inconsequential small talk before stating his purpose with a smile. "I have come primarily to reclaim this museum. After all, I rarely have the chance to return to Quan City, and it has been 3 months since my last visit. I didn't have the opportunity to see the museum then, and it seems it may be time to close its doors. When I left, I told my father that this was my passion, my dream, and that it had to endure, which earned me a reprimand from him." Fong Yang chuckled, shaking his head. "Looking back, it seems naive. Let us not digress, Mr. Li. Please check the contract we signed. Let us settle matters like wages." He produced a document folder, indicating he had been too busy to open it previously. He casually extracted the contract and proposed, "Mr. Li, you came here half a year ago. Due to special circumstances, you terminated the contract, and I will pay the penalty fee. How does 7 months' salary sound?" Wei Yuan did not glance at the contract offered to him. Instead, he turned to retrieve another document, placing it before Fong Yang. The latter looked perplexed. Wei Yuan stated, "My surname is not Li, it is Wei." Fong Yang's expression shifted, his brow furrowing as he asked, "You are not Li Kai? Then how did you come to be here? Are you a friend of his, overseeing things on his behalf?" Wei Yuan remained silent, nudging the contract towards him, indicating he should review it. With skepticism, Fong Yang opened the document, revealing a recruitment agreement. Initially, he was taken aback by the generous compensation. However, upon reaching the concluding date and the signature of the first party, his complexion drained of color. "This is impossible," the refined man nearly shouted instinctively, his hand trembling. "My father passed away 4 months ago." Fong Hongba's eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on the doorway. The knocking had ceased. He gasped for breath, recalling the caller from earlier, memories flooding back. He remembered that the individual had been hired over 2 months prior. In the preceding 6 months, 3 previous hires had fled, claiming they could not endure the disturbances, incessant knocking at night, blood seeping from the walls, and the sound of footsteps that vanished when approached. They all insisted on leaving, even the one who claimed to have guarded a village graveyard at night. He had scoffed at their tales and taken it upon himself to watch over the museum, only to be equally frightened. Then he discovered this young man. "My name is Li Kai, a villager. Everyone says I am brave, with a fiery temper, and that even ghosts fear me. Unfortunately, I was unable to pursue my education. Not wanting to toil in the fields, I ventured into the city to work. I washed dishes, served as a security guard, and eventually secured a position at this museum. The pay was decent, and the benefits were good, although I had heard rumors of haunting. I was not afraid, as I had a strong spirit. The museum's owner was a courteous elderly gentleman who once shared a drink with me, expressing that the museum was his son's labor of love and dream, deserving of protection. The old man often visited. When I inquired why his son did not come, he mentioned his son was abroad, occupied with work, and unable to return. I felt a twinge of pity for the old man, and I considered whether I should visit my parents. But before I could mention it to the old man, he tragically passed away in a car accident on his way to the museum. I attended his funeral, sharing a meal there. 2 weeks later, the noise in the house became unbearable at night. I couldn't sleep. The faucet was inexplicably dripping, yet when I checked, it was fine. It was maddening. After finally dozing off, I was awakened by knocking. I assumed it was merely an illusion and ignored it, expecting it to subside. Yet, the knocking grew increasingly forceful. Knock. Knock, knock. It rattled my very core. Who could be knocking at this hour? I stormed out, determined to confront whoever was disturbing my peace, ready to deliver a beating if it were some drunken fool. Upon opening the door, my anger instantly evaporated, replaced by a chill that ran down my spine. It was the elderly gentleman who had recently passed, clad in a vest, smiling politely. "Do you know the tale of the dead knocking on doors? The living traverse the path of humanity, while the dead walk the shadowy road. When the deceased knock on the doors of the living, it is a summons for life." For the first time in my life, I was paralyzed with fear, my legs trembling. I could only scream that there was a ghost, abandoning everything, my clothes, my recently purchased food and drink, and fled in a blind panic, refusing to return to that museum, even turning off my phone. There are spirits here. Spirits. Meanwhile, within the museum, Fong Yang's face turned pale. His hands trembled as he abruptly tossed the contract aside, stammering, "This is impossible. You forged this. You are attempting to defraud me. My father is gone. Are you suggesting that there are indeed ghosts in this world? Where? Are you claiming that spirits are present right beneath my nose? There is a limit to jesting. You cannot swindle me. Do you believe I won call the authorities? Letting you rot in a cell for months?" His anger escalated with each word, and he truly reached for his phone to dial. Wei Yuan, swift as lightning, took a talisman and dipped it into the remaining talisman water, brushing it across Fong Yang's brow, startling him. Afraid of what he might uncover, Fong Yang wiped his face vigorously, only to open his eyes in a fury, his complexion paling instantly. The room became densely packed. Before Fong Yang stood a woman with a pallid face, her demeanor ominous, while behind Wei Yuan loomed a man in ancient military garb, a hand resting on his sword. His expression solemn, though a gaping wound in his chest oozed blood. A pair of embroidered shoes danced, and a box rattled ominously. A potted plant in the center seemed to emanate light. On the table, 2 paper figures twirled hand in hand. Fong Yang's thoughts froze as he stiffly turned to find a water ghost, swollen and draped in tattered fishing nets, lounging on the adjacent sofa, propping up its chin. When it noticed Fong Yang's gaze, it winked playfully. "Ghosts! Ghosts!" Fong Yang quivered in terror, tumbling off the sofa. Wei Yuan pushed aside the water ghost and the poison ghost, restraining Fong Yang. He produced the official identification bestowed upon him, managing to instill a modicum of calm in Fong Yang. Subsequently, he relayed the matter directly to the Special Operations Group, offering a thorough explanation before stowing his phone away. When he turned his gaze towards Fong Yang, memories of his first encounter with Fong Hongba, who appeared no different from an ordinary person, flooded his mind. However, at that time, he had not engaged in any physical contact with Fong Hongba, and lacking any spiritual insight, he had been oblivious to the underlying issues. Yet, with both Zhang Yu and Fong Hongba emerging within the confines of Quan City, and with the secret arts involved sharing striking similarities, Wei Yuan felt an unsettling premonition. He suspected that this might be connected to the individual who had previously informed Zhang Yu about the life-prolonging technique. Over the past month, Xian Yi and his companions had discovered the person who had transmitted the secret arts to Zhang Yu, only to realize that Zhang Yu had merely interacted with an intermediary. The true mastermind remained well concealed. Such disseminators of malevolent sorcery could not be allowed to operate unchecked. Wei Yuan glanced at the dazed Fang Yang, contemplated for a moment, and inquired, "Did you just drive?" In areas where strength was lacking, he implored for everyone's understanding, lying here like a corpse. Chapter 50, Two Tales. Li Gui and Li Kui Fang Yang indeed drove here. He surmised what Wei Yuan was about to propose, and as expected, Wei Yuan and Apos' next command was to drive immediately to the residence of his father. Fang Yang opened his mouth, glanced at the distant figures of several ghosts, yet found himself unable to voice a refusal. The Fang family was of substantial means, though most relatives were scattered far and wide. Fang Yang was the sole heir of Fang Hongba, who later settled abroad and ended up living alone. Trembling, Fang Yang started the car, his eyes unable to resist darting to the rearview mirror. In the back seat lay a pair of red embroidered shoes quietly resting in the corner. To the naked eye, there was nothing amiss, but Fang Yang had just witnessed the ghostly apparition of Lu Yi, who had opened his eyes, vividly recalling the swollen water ghost and the knife-wielding ghost with a gaping hole in its chest climbing into the vehicle. Yet, at this moment, the effect of Lu Ye's eye-opening method had reached its limit. To the naked eye, the back seat appeared empty. Nevertheless, Fang Yang still felt a chill creeping down his spine. Beside him, Wei Yuan plucked a sword from the wall and, in addition, retrieved a dark and menacing weapon, loading sharp armor-piercing rounds into the magazine. Having experienced previous encounters, Wei Yuan recognized the convenience of firearms. Not to mention, during their last confrontation, the method of forced sacrifice had proven perilous in close quarters. Relying on ranged firearms was decidedly safer. The founder of the Taoist arts could hardly have anticipated the conveniences of future weaponry. Fang Yang's car glided smoothly along the road. As Fang Hongba resided in an aging district, gradually succumbing to urban decay. Even though it was just past 11, the streets were eerily deserted. Fang Yang's attention was split between the empty back seat in the rearview mirror and a sudden alert from Wei Yuan that snapped him back to reality. He noticed an elderly man in a black, buttoned coat standing by the roadside, having appeared there without his notice. Instinctively, Fang Yang slammed on the brakes, a cold sweat breaking out. The old man extended his arm, making a gesture to halt the vehicle, seemingly seeking a ride. In such a location, encountering such an eerie figure sent chills down Fang Yang and Apos' spine. It was only the presence of the sword-wielding Wei Yuan that offered him a semblance of reassurance. Just as he contemplated driving around the man, Wei Yuan, observing the elderly figure's faint smile, pondered aloud, "Let him in." Fang Yang gazed at Wei Yuan in disbelief. Faced with such a bizarre situation, he felt a surge of panic, while Wei Yuan appeared to be adept at handling such matters. Overwhelmed, Fang Yang relented, allowing the old man to enter the vehicle. By the time he collected his thoughts, the elder had already opened the door and settled comfortably into the back seat. Fang Yang gripped the steering wheel and inquired about their destination. Upon hearing the answer, his mind erupted in chaos. The old man was headed to the very place where his father had lived alone in his final days. Fang Yang's heart raced, his grip tightening on the steering wheel, rendering him almost immobile. Wei Yuan, seemingly unfazed, nudged him with his arm, prompting him to regain his composure and start the car with a stiff motion. Streetlights flickered past as they entered the old city. The surroundings were lined with aging houses, their walls adorned with creeping ivy and other greenery. Old trees lined the road, casting a gloomy shadow, and the only sound was that of the car and Apos' engine, while the three occupants, two ghosts and a living man, remained silent. The atmosphere felt stifling. The old man glanced at the lights outside, smiled, and suggested, "How about I tell a story to lighten the mood?" Fang Yang clenched his teeth, hesitant to speak. Wei Yuan chuckled softly, leaning back in his seat, exuding an air of relaxation, and replied, "Why not? In ancient times in this land, not so long ago, during the Ming Dynasty over a century past, there existed some nefarious trades, with the most sinister among them being those who profited from the living while feasting on the dead, executioners, corpse handlers, and barbers for the deceased. In a certain region, a grave crime was committed, and the culprit awaited execution at noon. The man and Apos' uncle held a position in the court, and the family pleaded for his intervention to save their nephew. But how could one save a murderer? The uncle devised a plan, suggesting that since the execution was not set in a bustling market, perhaps he could bribe the executioner to make a feint strike, merely severing the rope and sparing the flesh. The nephew would then play dead and roll into a nearby thicket, potentially escaping with his life. However, A considerable sum of money was required. The entire family sold their possessions, and the uncle made numerous arrangements, finally setting everything in motion. On the day of execution, though the nephew was anxious, he remembered his uncle and aunt, Apos' words. As the blade flashed, he felt a slackening at his neck and promptly rolled into the ditch, remaining motionless. While the executioner proceeded to behead others, he crawled to safety and fled. Having narrowly escaped death, the nephew ran all night to his uncle's home. Upon entering, he bowed deeply, expressing gratitude for the life-saving favor. Yet the uncle was struck with terror, his face pale. It turned out that the executioner had been replaced at the last minute, and the blade had indeed struck true. Hearing this, the nephew's countenance shifted. He touched his neck and collapsed, lifeless on the spot. As the tale concluded, Fong Yang's face turned ashen. His father had passed 4 months prior. Yet here was a man who seemed as alive as any ordinary person. Could it be that he, too, was unaware of his own demise? In the rearview mirror, he caught sight of the old man seemingly smiling at him, who slowly intoned, "This is the crux of the matter. Some who have died remain oblivious to their fate, living alongside the living, believing themselves to be alive. Yet once the truth is revealed, they will collapse and perish instantly." Fong Yang felt a chilling clarity in the old man's words, his knuckles whitening as he gripped the steering wheel. At that moment, Wei Yuan chuckled, adjusting the position of his broken sword, and remarked, "Speaking of which, I recently encountered a story as well. Similarly, in ancient times, there existed unscrupulous trades, including grave robbing and tomb raiding, feasting on the dead. In the city of Han Dynasty, 2 brothers, lacking any skills, resorted to the trade of grave robbing. Unlike others, they divided their roles. The elder, strong and clad in black, would descend into the tombs under the cover of darkness, while the younger would pose as a ghost to deter any unforeseen events. Should they encounter trouble, he would don a white garb, pretending to be a vengeful spirit. Travelers, already unnerved by the graveyard atmosphere, would flee in terror at the sight of him, allowing the brothers to thrive in their trade. One night, under the cloak of darkness, they prepared to rob a fresh grave. Upon arrival, they discovered that someone had beaten them to it, dressed in identical attire. The brothers debated amongst themselves, concluding that they must be fellow grave robbers. In this profession, skill was the only measure of merit, regardless of who arrived first. After watching the grave for some time, they were unwilling to concede defeat. The brothers reasoned that all grave robbers harbor a fear of the supernatural, and perhaps a scare could send these rivals packing. Thus, they decided to approach disguised as ghosts. The elder took a few steps closer, scrutinizing the 2 figures. Although they wore black and white, their hats were tall, and they wielded chains and mourning staffs. A chill ran down his spine. These were no mere grave robbers, but the black and white messengers of death. Meanwhile, the younger brother, unable to contain his excitement, let out a ghostly wail. This cry proved fatal, as the 2 figures turned and charged toward him. The elder stood frozen, while the younger collapsed in terror, swiftly overtaken by the messengers of death. Their laughter echoed eerily. "We shall take him for our report." As he spoke, he ensnared his brother with a chain, pulling forth his spirit and vanishing in an instant. The elder hurriedly reached out, only to find his brother devoid of breath. It was then he realized that the grave was entirely empty, a ruse employed by the deceased to evade their fate, meant to confuse the emissaries of the afterlife. Alas, the 2 brothers, in their curiosity, had unwittingly become scapegoats. This second tale was equally sinister, causing Fong Yang to break into a cold sweat. At that moment, they approached the solitary dwelling of Fong Hongba, yet Fong Yang found himself unable to press the accelerator. The elder cast a glance towards Wei Yuan and remarked, "Young man, this story warns us to be wary of those who pretend to be dead. We should not draw near lest we become unwitting substitutes for the departed, correct?" Fong Yang's hand trembled slightly. Wei Yuan chuckled, "No, not quite. It merely illustrates how 2 brothers attempted to frighten others as apparitions, only to encounter true spirits themselves. They mistook the false for the genuine, insisting on colliding with fate." The elder, puzzled by his words, was suddenly ensnared by a fishing net that appeared from nowhere, enveloping him entirely. The mysterious old man was taken aback, struggling fiercely, yet he could not break free, soon becoming tightly bound. During Wei Yuan and Apos' storytelling, the water ghost and the ghostly warrior in the backseat had discerned that this elder possessed no real power, yet was evidently tied to Fong Hongba's affairs. Upon the conclusion of Wei Yuan's tale, the 2 spirits seized the opportunity and captured him. To their surprise, this was not an old man at all, but rather a man in his 40s, disguised to appear elderly. Wei Yuan had long sought the purveyor of malevolent sorcery. never anticipating that he would encounter him in such a manner. At that moment, Fang Yang finally brought the vehicle to a halt in front of the building, his palms clammy and pale. Wei Yuan led the man from the car, and Fang Yang stood at the doorway, slowly raising his hand to knock. Knock, knock, knock. Dad. In order to avoid a rather dry account of the current situation, I looked into its origins. The first tale is said to be from a story meeting, while others attribute it to the writings of Nan Huijin, with a similar scene in the film The Last Wish. The second appears to stem from Ji Xiaolan's notes from the grass hut, though this is not entirely rigorous, as I have not personally perused them. Everyone merely finds amusement in the tales. Chapter 51. Secrets. A knock resounded, echoing through the silence that enveloped the house. Fang Yang's hand trembled, and he found himself devoid of the courage to strike the door again. In Fang Hongba and Appo's current understanding, his son Fang Yang had long since perished. It was entirely natural for Fang Yang to hide in fear, avoiding the door. Wei Yuan raised his hand to press against it, preparing to knock once more. But at that moment, the firmly locked door creaked ajar. Fang Hongba's pale face, etched with fear, appeared behind the door. Upon seeing Wei Yuan, he visibly relaxed, gradually turning his head to face Fang Yang. His movements faltered as he whispered, "A Yang?" Fang Yang inhaled deeply, casting a glance at Wei Yuan before responding. "And Appo's. Me. Dad. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back." Fang Hongba's face flickered with a struggle, yet he ultimately opened the door slowly. With the cultivation he had attained, Wei Yuan discerned that no malevolent spirits lurked inside the house. However, upon observing Fang Hongba, he hesitated for a brief moment, sensing an aura of death emanating from him, though devoid of resentment or the malevolence typical of vengeful spirits. Wei Yuan patted Fang Yang's shoulder, discreetly placing a talisman on his back, then leaned against the doorframe, refraining from entering. Fang Yang and Fang Hongba stood awkwardly for a while, eventually taking their seats on the old sofa in the living room, facing each other in silence. Neither knew how to break the ice. Fang Yang was engulfed by fear, while Fang Hongba seemed to regain his composure, remarking, "I never expected to sit here and talk with you again. You used to love jumping on these sofas when you were little, never listening to a word I said." Fang Yang, lost in memories of his childhood, responded with a complex gaze, simply acknowledging his father's words with a hum. Reflecting on how infrequently he had returned home since venturing out, he paused before asking, "Dad, have you been well all these years?" In this peculiar encounter between the living and the dead, no harm transpired. The father and son engaged in a slow conversation. Wei Yuan, not intending to eavesdrop, remained close enough to observe, standing at the door with his sword drawn, watching the man ensnared by the two spirits. The man's facade had crumbled, revealing his true self, a man in his 40s, gaunt and displaying a look of panic in his eyes. Wei Yuan still grappled with confusion regarding Fang Hongba's situation. According to Fang Yang, Fang Hongba had passed away 4 months prior and was laid to rest according to local customs. Yet, it was evident that Fang Hongba possessed a corporeal form. Who had exhumed his grave? Fang Hongba firmly believed his son was dead. What, then, was the nature of this memory? The man who had flagged down the car had come directly to Fang Hongba's solitary abode, sharing a convoluted tale while insisting he had no connection to Fang Hongba, which seemed implausible. How did he know that Fang Yang would return? Was it possible that, regardless of whether Fang Yang encountered Wei Yuan at the museum, he would ultimately come back? In other words, had these individuals been targeting Fang Yang from the outset? What were their intentions? Did this matter relate to Zhang Yu's quest for life extension? Wei Yuan whispered to the water ghost and the knife-wielding ghost, producing a talisman of willow leaf water to unveil the man who had been feigning. The two spirits then dragged the quaking man aside, commencing their inquiries. As the man lacked any spiritual prowess, the ghastly appearance of the two spirits terrified him beyond measure. Before they could even pose many questions, he divulged everything in one breath. The man was named Wang Hongha, a down-on-his-luck villager whose parents had passed away early, leaving him alone. Though capable, he was exceedingly lazy, surviving solely on government welfare. He squandered his meager resources, raising a pig given to him by the state, only to slaughter it for meat by afternoon and trade the money for alcohol, becoming thoroughly intoxicated. When his funds ran dry, he would cause a ruckus at the local official's office, refusing to leave without some benefit. In the end, the entire village looked down upon such a waste of a man. Wang Hongha remained indifferent, living his life as he pleased. One day, driven by gluttony, he raided offerings at a cemetery, taking wine and food for himself. On his way home, he stumbled upon an unfamiliar restaurant, quaint and antique in style. Inside, Patrons bustled about, the atmosphere lively with laughter and clinking glasses. The tables overflowed with an array of delicacies, birds from the sky and beasts from the earth. Wang Honghe, well aware of his financial constraints, nevertheless succumbed to temptation. Fueled by drink, he thought that perhaps he could enjoy a free meal. Reasoning that a beating would be the worst consequence, and thus he swaggered in. Upon entering, all eyes turned toward him, their gazes unsettling. Liquid courage emboldened him, and he boldly demanded the signature dish from the proprietor. The owner replied, "Sir, the fare here is not meant for the likes of you." Wang Honghe, incensed, shouted, "Do you think I can't pay?" The owner, choosing not to argue further, simply said to wait, before soon returning with a lavish spread. Wang Honghe feasted heartily, reveling in his indulgence. However, when it came time to settle the bill, he adopted an air of superiority, declaring he had neither money nor life to offer, suggesting they could take whatever they fancied as payment. At that moment, he noticed an unusual glint in the owner's eyes, and the room fell silent, a chill creeping over him. Realizing that he could no longer hear any breath other than his own, Wang Honghe's mind cleared, awakening to the eerie realization that he might have encountered a ghost. Just as panic gripped him, a man pulled him aside, offering to cover his bill. With a grin, the stranger remarked, "You have some guts to eat for free in a place like this." Wang Honghe turned to look back, only to find the restaurant devoid of patrons or an owner, shrouded in an ominous gloom, adorned only with coffins and wreaths, leaving him trembling and unable to stand. Once he regained his senses, he hurriedly thanked the man. The man, surveying him, proposed, "You do possess some courage. Why not assist me in my endeavors? In return, you shall earn a substantial reward, ensuring you never have to dine with ghosts again." Subsequently, this man frequently contacted Wang Honghe, each time providing ample food and drink, ultimately entrusting him with matters concerning the Fong family. Upon completion of the tasks, a considerable sum awaited him, and without much thought, he readily agreed, pledging to comply with all instructions. As Wang Honghe recounted his tale, he lowered his head, trembling. He had indeed encountered a ghost, yet at that time, the figures he had seen appeared human. Now, confronted by the ferocity of the two spirits beside him, he regretted not having fainted. Wei Yuan pondered thoughtfully. It seemed this man had visited a ghost market-esque restaurant. The individual Wang Honghe described might very well be the one responsible for disseminating the bizarre arts of life for life and the living not truly living within the confines of Quanxi. Typically, the left-hand path merely involved practitioners employing clever means, akin to the initial methods of opening one's eyes. Such paths were perilous and yielded swift results, often carrying potential side effects, yet they seldom harmed others. This particular form of sorcery demands the lives of others during the practice, and its very existence inflicts harm upon those nearby. Zhang Yu's method of prolonging life involved sacrificing his own existence for his daughter. In truth, the same technique could be executed using the lives of others. After more than an hour, the conversations within the room gradually subsided. Wei Yuan entered, observing that the two individuals appeared more at ease. Fong Yang's eyes were red-rimmed, while Fong Hongba wore a complex expression of satisfaction. In his memories, it had been a long time since father and son had engaged in such heartfelt dialogue. Following his son's death, to have this experience was enough to bring him contentment. Wei Yuan settled down, resting his sword across his knees. He glanced at Fong Yang before turning his gaze towards Fong Hongba and inquired, "Mr. Fong, would you care to hear a story?" Fong Hongba paused, casting a glance at his son before nodding in agreement. Wei Yuan recounted the tale of Wang Hong in the previous narrative once more, intending to illuminate Fong Hongba and subtly awaken his awareness. His voice remained calm as he narrated. Fong Yang kept his head lowered, gripping his knees tightly, while Fong Hongba's expression shifted. As Wei Yuan delivered the final sentence, he looked at Fong Hongba and stated calmly, "Some individuals have already departed this world but remain oblivious. It takes the revelation from others for them to comprehend their fate. Yet, once that truth is unveiled, they are truly gone." He had not continued further when Fong Hongba suddenly erupted with fervor, rising abruptly and exclaiming, "My son is still alive. He is perfectly well. He has not died." With a thud, Fong Yang fell to his knees, bowing deeply, his voice resonating alongside the elder's words. "Father, you have already passed. Do not cling to this delusion." In Fong Yang's eyes, Fong Hongba had already succumbed to death. Chapter 52. The contract. Two sentences pierced the air. Fong Yang's face turned ashen. Fong Hongba, however, widened his eyes, opening his mouth in shock, rendered speechless. "Dead? Is it me?" It seemed that Fong Yang's words shattered a fragile membrane, causing a cascade of memories to surge forth. The speeding car, the scent of disinfectant in the hospital room, and ultimately, the realization that he never got to see his son one last time. Dead, is it me? Fong Hongba's once vibrant aura visibly withered, his complexion shifting to a ghastly shade of blue and purple, the aura of death enveloping him, transforming him into a wraith-like figure. Fong Yang snapped back to reality, grasping the dreadful implication of his father's words. His father believed he was already dead, hence refusing to acknowledge this truth, yet simultaneously, he had inadvertently revealed that his father had already departed. A wave of intense regret washed over him, his body trembling, his face pallid. Fong Hongba's voice was laced with sorrow. I remember now. It was I who died. I was struck by a car. I am the one who has perished. Wei Yuan pressed his palm against his sword, ready to prevent Fong Hongba from transforming into a vengeful spirit, but after a moment's hesitation, he sheathed it. Fong Yang stood frozen, paralyzed by either fear or remorse. Fong Hongba's visage twisted into a terrifying reflection of death, gazing at the son who had unwittingly unveiled the truth. Yet a smile crept across his face, his bluish-purple hand resting on Fong Yang's head. How wonderful! You are still alive. Tears streamed down the elder's face as he exhaled his final breath. You are still here. And then he collapsed to the ground. Fong Yang's heart felt as if it were being torn apart. He cried out and rushed to embrace his father, but Fong Hongba had already fallen silent. In that moment, Fong Yang comprehended the gravity of his actions. His body quivered, his mouth opened, but no words emerged, and after a prolonged silence, a mournful wail escaped him. Wei Yuan closed his eyes and rose, exiting without disturbing him. The two spirits beside him, carrying Wang Hong and also stepping forward, were expressions of mixed emotions. The ancient spirit of weaponry couldn't help but lament, had I known this would come to pass, why would I have acted otherwise? A son longs to care for his parents, yet they are no longer here. What a pity. The water spirit, however, scoffed. His father never got to see him one last time. He didn't hesitate when he revealed his father's death. Now he weeps here, feigning filial piety. I suspect he is merely shedding tears for our presence. Many devoted sons perform for the eyes of others. The two spirits continued their quarrel, while Wei Yuan remained an observer. Once Fong Yang's sobs grew hoarse and his emotions began to settle, he returned. He gazed at the lifeless Fong Hongba, sighed, extended his hand, formed the three-mountain seal, and softly recited the rebirth incantation. Supreme decree, liberate the wandering soul, dispel all malevolent spirits, may all beings receive grace. Simultaneously, a ghost-dispelling talisman flickered in his palm, not forcing the unstable essence of Fong Hongba together, but rather attempting to alter his perception and memories, leading him to forget his own death, instead believing he was the source of his son's demise. Vivid yet ephemeral scenes flashed before him. Ultimately, Wei Yuan perceived a man shrouded in a dark robe, sensing a chilling aura, and then, against all odds, the memory of Fong Hongba, who was supposed to be dead, opened his eyes once more, yet he could never discern the man and Appo's true identity. As the memory slowly faded, the final words of the rebirth incantation were uttered. Save all beings, swiftly deliver them to rebirth. Fong Hongba's lingering desires dispersed, and the signs of his impending transformation began to recede, fading away. On that day, Wei Yuan remained in Fong Hongba's solitary abode until dawn. No further unusual occurrences transpired. The night was tranquil. The following day, Wang Hong was directly escorted to the Special Operations Group office in Quan City, where the situation was meticulously recounted. Given the involvement of individuals disseminating dark arts within Quan City, the Special Operations Group treated the matter with utmost seriousness. After inquiring about the specifics from Wang Hong, they dispatched personnel to address the situation. Wei Yuan hesitated momentarily before mentioning to the members of the Special Operations Group, if any unforeseen circumstances arise or assistance is needed, please seek me out at the museum. The Mountain Lord from his dreams had stirred a sense of caution within him. He feared it was a warning from the dormant tiger insignia, suggesting that once the Mountain Lord was freed, he would not forget his past grievances, leading to great calamity. However, previous inquiries regarding the Mountain Lord's progress yielded disheartening information, as he seemed to have vanished from existence. This heightened Wei Yuan's vigilance, for it was evident that such a formidable adversary, once a rival of Zhang Daoling, could not be easily dealt with. These two matters instilled in him an urgent desire to enhance his own capabilities. Yet, he found himself in a slow and steady phase of improvement in both martial arts and swordsmanship, despite diligently practicing daily over the past 2 months. He could not achieve instant mastery. While the power of the Jinyu bird was formidable, it was merely a subordinate of the Mountain Lord. And Wei Yuan doubted that treasures birthed from its demise could contend with the Mountain Lord's strength. In such a scenario, the path to augmenting his power likely lay in earning merits to exchange for items from the great Han treasury. To gain such merits, he must vanquish the malevolent spirits plaguing the world. Thus, he issued that statement. If someone was willing to assist, the Special Operations Group members would naturally agree. Afterward, Wei Yuan returned to the museum, resuming his training in swordsmanship and the dormant tiger technique, regardless of any future methods he might acquire. Even those akin to the Jin Yu Bird's wind manipulation, swordsmanship, and Taoist rites remained the fundamental and most crucial elements that should not be neglected. Fang Yang had yet to return, but he learned that the Special Operations Group members had eliminated the malevolent energy from Fang Hongba and Appo's corpse before re-interring him. Wei Yuan could only reflect on how the elder had finally found a semblance of peace. 3 days later, Zhang Hao, who had previously escorted Wei Yuan back during the Zhangyu incident, unexpectedly arrived for a visit. Intrigued, Wei Yuan welcomed him inside and poured 2 cups of tea. Zhang Hao glanced around the museum's decor before averting his gaze. Accompanying him was a young man dressed in a suit, who introduced himself as a lawyer from the largest law firm in Quan City. He then retrieved a document from his briefcase and handed it to Wei Yuan with a smile, stating, "This is a letter of mandate from Mr. Fang Yang, who entrusted us to deliver it to you before leaving Quan City." Fang Yang? Wei Yuan took the document, opened it, and briefly scanned its contents, his eyes widening in surprise. It was a sales contract for the museum. The lawyer explained, "Mr. Fang Yang has some matters to attend to in the New World, and due to personal reasons, he could not present this contract to you in person, so he entrusted us with the task. All procedures have been completed. You only need to sign, and you will possess all rights to this museum." Sales contract. Wei Yuan perused the document, noting the required payment. The water spirit observed nearby, secretly whispering to the weapon spirit and others, could it be that Fang Yang saw us and felt the museum was too ominous? Hence he dared not come and instead labeled it a sale? Although the museum was located in an old district, it was precisely due to its age that there were plans for redevelopment, making its value quite considerable. However, upon seeing the figure written on the contract, Wei Yuan raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. Then a faint smile appeared. It stated, "The last hour with Father." Wei Yuan signed his name and handed the contract back. The lawyer chuckled softly and remarked, "Mr. Fang Yang has indicated that, while you may not have intended it, you have indeed offered a price far exceeding that of this esteemed museum. Mr. Fang believes that reducing the matter to mere monetary compensation is somewhat crass. Therefore, he has decided to entrust to you this museum, which holds great significance for both him and his father, believing that it will possess greater value in your capable hands. Furthermore, he wishes to convey his gratitude." Wei Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. The lawyer exchanged a few more pleasantries before excusing himself, claiming he had other matters to attend to. Zhang Hao, however, remained behind. Upon seeing the lawyer depart, he swiftly rose and closed the door, turning back with an expression of palpable distress. "Master Wei," he said, "this time I may need your assistance once more." He rubbed his temples and sighed, regarding that infamous establishment mentioned by that deadbeat. "It seems the spirits there are rather astute. When we law enforcement officers approach, they simply refuse to emerge. Meanwhile, Fang Yang, situated across the vast oceans, received word that the contract had been finalized. After a brief exchange with the lawyer, he placed his phone down and covered his face with his hand. Exhaustion etched upon his features. In China, the sun was still shining brightly, while night had already fallen where he was. After much effort, he had finally managed to lull his son to sleep, yet as he held the child, an inexplicable thought of his own father surfaced. Was it not the same when he was a child, cradled in his father's arms? A wave of anguish and intense self-loathing washed over him. Seated in his study, he appeared significantly aged. Time passed unnoticed. Drip, 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 the laptop screen illuminated. A new email had arrived. Was it news from a collaborator? Fang Yang perked up, only to discover it was from an unfamiliar address. After a moment's hesitation, he opened the email. "Do you wish for your father to accompany you?" The screen displayed a single line, causing Fang Yang's actions to freeze momentarily. Human desires do not fade. Human animosities are relentless. Affection lingers eternally, and guilt invariably entwines one's heart in the stillness of midnight. These are obsessions. Obsessions do not dissipate, and thus, sorcery is born from them. In the bustling city, a solitary soul wanders in silence, the computer screen casting a pallid glow upon his face. After an indeterminate time, Fang Yang's fingers moved, striking the keyboard. Click. Fang Yang's choice bore little significance. Whether perceived as a rejection or an acceptance mattered not to others. Chapter 53. The Resort in the Museum. Zhang Hao poured out his grievances to Wei Yuan. They had learned from that unscrupulous individual that there existed an eerie establishment known as the Suspended Coffin Restaurant at the outskirts of Quan City. They took this revelation seriously and set out that very night, following the directions provided by Wang Honghe. However, after a night of searching from the cemetery, a group of over 10 individuals failed to locate the so-called restaurant. This pattern persisted for several days. After much deliberation, they could only deduce that the members of the Special Operations Team might be carrying a trace of the divine punishment aura. The malevolent spirits, aware of the threat, had hidden themselves away, refusing to reveal their presence. To vanquish evil, one must first identify its source. Such elusive spirits were a rare occurrence in the past. If they could not even find the restaurant, it was futile to seek out the practitioners of dark arts. Even those with some degree of cultivation could only stare helplessly. Zhang Hao, at his wit's end, sought out Wei Yuan. Recently, Quan City had experienced several significant events. The female priestess from the Heavenly Masteress office, who was entrusted with the 5 Thunder Talismans, was now tasked with suppressing other anomalies rather than being part of the official system. She was the only one with sufficient strength available in Quan City. Given the circumstances, Zhang Hao had no choice but to implore Wei Yuan for assistance. Their personnel were already in the village, and once Wei Yuan located the target, they would handle the aftermath. Wei Yuan, who also needed to confront these malevolent entities to enhance his strength against the Mountain Lord, pondered briefly before agreeing. The village where Wang Honghe resided was quite distant from the urban area. Initially impoverished, most of the young people left to seek work elsewhere, leaving only the elderly behind. Eventually, a wealthy entrepreneur recognized the charm of the area, with its proximity to nature and distance from urban chaos, and developed it into a modest rural wellness center. Employing the villagers, those who were industrious gradually found prosperity. Sitting in a large tour van, Wei Yuan appeared as an ordinary person, quietly observing the scenery outside. Among the fellow passengers were a couple, a silent man in his 30s, seemingly successful, and a slender girl with large glasses, exuding an air of introversion as she typed away on her keyboard. However, Wei Yuan's heightened awareness allowed him to sense that this seemingly harmless girl frequently glanced in his direction. The driver, having been replaced, though not a member of the Special Operations Team, possessed some skills and was aware of the existence of such extrajudicial personnel. Thus, Wei Yuan, with his golf practice bag concealing his weapons, easily boarded the vehicle, and his hidden firearms went unsearched. Throughout the journey, Wei Yuan closed his eyes in contemplation. He felt uncertain about his arrival. If the Special Operations Team's aura, due to their police affiliation, was detectable by malevolent spirits, then his own Tiger badge might be even more conspicuous. Presently, the village's farms had ceased operations, and approximately 70% of the tourists were members of the Special Operations Team. Upon the vehicle's arrival, the tourists would be restricted in their movements and sent back on a later date. Since the spirits were already aware of the Special Operations Team's arrival, they had likely abandoned their concealment. At that point, Wei Yuan would be just another restricted tourist who inadvertently stumbled into the lair of the spirits. Ordinary spirits could not evade the scrutiny of cultivators, yet within their own territories, they behaved differently. Numerous ancient and modern tales describe ghostly realms hidden in the most unexpected places, perhaps within an ancient painting or a speck of dust, severed from the mundane world. Even skilled practitioners might only realize something amiss when they were ensnared by the supernatural. There was a suspicion that the restaurant Wang Honghe mentioned was also a ghostly domain. This time, it was Wei Yuan, together with the Special Operations Team, who would breach this ghostly realm in a coordinated effort. The couple in front playfully bantered, while Wei Yuan massaged his temples, focusing his mind. The middle-aged man in a suit bowed his head, resting his forehead against the seat before him. The girl in a large hoodie, seemingly docile, continued typing but cast glances towards Wei Yuan, pausing on the golf practice bag beside him before diverting her gaze. The bus gradually left the urban area, entering the suburbs. A solitary asphalt road stretched ahead, flanked by vast fields that offered little variation and quickly became monotonous. Even the playful couple fell silent, leaving only the sound of the engine. Suddenly, a thunderous clap echoed through the sky, startling the passengers and sending shivers down their spines. The girl screamed and instinctively clung to her boyfriend. In an instant, rain poured down, the earthy scent mingling with moisture filling the air. From a distance, the heavy rain resembled fog, obscuring visibility. The driver, now inexperienced compared to the former one, struggled along the road. Fortunately, they passed a bus stop where several locals waved to catch a ride. This vehicle, larger than a typical van, allowed for a bit of crowding to accommodate the villagers. After confirming their destination, the villagers eagerly led the way. The rain showed no signs of abating, but only those familiar with the route could navigate without straying off course. After an undetermined distance in the rain, they finally caught a glimpse of the village's outline. A stone archway stood at the entrance, inscribed with the village's name. The torrential downpour began to show signs of relenting. The village displayed an architectural style that was both ancient and remote, interspersed with modern buildings, restaurants, accommodations, and specialty shops, resembling a pedestrian street infused with contemporary charm within an ancient setting, creating a unique and enchanting atmosphere. It appeared even more delightful than the photographs had suggested, revealing a hidden gem around Quan City that Zhang Hao had been unaware of. Had he known earlier, he would have visited to take pictures. The girl from the couple gazed at the village shrouded in light rain, her eyes sparkling as she grabbed her phone to snap photos, pulling her boyfriend into several selfies. Wei Yuan, with his weapons concealed, descended from the van and surveyed the surroundings, searching for familiar members of the special operations team but to no avail. He checked his phone, no signal. Meanwhile, Zhao leaned against the wooden archway at the village entrance, frowning as he observed the dusty road ahead. They had not yet arrived. Zhang Xiaoyu had just ascended the mountain, and Xian Yi, concerned and still recovering from his previous injuries, remained at the Xinming Sect's mountain for recuperation. Zhao Yi was responsible for meeting Wei Yuan and another individual expected to arrive at the village by 4 o'clock that afternoon. However, half an hour had passed with no sign of them. He attempted to call his colleague responsible for driving, but could not get through. Anxious, Zhao Yi, more direct than the composed Xian Yi, decided to drive toward Quan City, maintaining a steady acceleration on the straight road until he sensed something amiss and slammed the brakes. The car came to a halt with a screech. Zhao Yi exited to inspect the road ahead. There had been no rain in Quan City recently. The road was shrouded in a thick layer of dust, and the vehicles that traversed it left behind distinct tire marks. Yet now, on that asphalt surface, a particular tire mark abruptly ended, revealing only the imprint of an approaching vehicle, with no sign of its departure. It was as though the vehicle had vanished into thin air. Zhao Yi once again dialed the encrypted phone in Wei Yuan's possession. This device was designated for internal communications within the Special Operations Team. The technology division had asserted that as long as one remained on Blue Star, connectivity could be established even in the most remote locations. Hello, the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. A new tale begins, as the narrative stagnates, leaving one in a state of limbo. Chapter 54. Awaiting the inevitable. Wei Yuan replaced the mobile phone, touted for its signal reception even in the most remote mountain valleys. Meanwhile, the couple preparing to post selfies and the young woman with a laptop discovered the internet outage. The man furrowed his brow and sought out the village representative, engaging in a heated dispute. The middle-aged man apologized profusely. "I am terribly sorry, everyone. Today's rain was exceptionally heavy, causing damage to some of the circuits. The location is quite remote, but we will repair it as soon as possible. Of course, our place is a well-known spot in Quanshur. We wouldn't dare overcharge our guests. Absolutely not. We will certainly offer a discount, without a doubt." The young woman with the laptop remained silent. The driver, an auxiliary member of the Special Operations Team, pulled Wei Yuan aside, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Curator Wei, there's a problem. This place doesn't seem to be the village we were headed to. The location and buildings are similar, but the people are different." He paused, lowering his voice. "No signal, no internet. We might have taken a wrong turn." Wei Yuan nodded slightly, surveying the village. Something was amiss, but he couldn't detect any immediate signs of demonic or ghostly presence. Whatever resided here knew how to conceal its aura. The driver, stealing his resolve, suggested venturing back along the original route to seek help. If he could find a signal, he would send a message. The driver got into the van and sped off, but soon returned. Rainwater streaked the vehicle. Wei Yuan knew from their initial journey that the location was far from the city center. Nestled in a remote area with picturesque mountains and rivers, which had attracted investment for a rural health retreat. Now, the river had changed course, breaching its banks and flooding the road. The water was and oppos, deep, but the driver looked ashen, shaking his head. Wei Yuan examined the tires and the front of the vehicle, noticing watermarks. The driver had clearly attempted to drive through the water, but had retreated. The lingering watermarks were difficult to remove. Wei Yuan touched them, feeling a burning sensation on his fingers, accompanied by a trace of deathly energy. The lingering resentment in the water indicated that more than one person had perished in the river. Their expressions turned somber. An old man, hunching over, walked past, chuckling. The river's flooded again? The road must be submerged. You might as well stay here for a few more days. It's not easy to travel when the road's flooded. Since we're here, let's make the best of it. With the road blocked and communication with the team impossible, there was no use in panicking. Wei Yuan calmly found a guest house. As a tourist spot, lodging was readily available. The couple checked into the most expensive hotel in the village center, while the driver, as an auxiliary member of the team, stayed at the same guest house as Wei Yuan. Surprisingly, the young woman with the laptop also checked into the guest house, her room adjacent to Wei Yuan's. The owner handed them the keys. As they opened their doors, the young woman nodded briefly to Wei Yuan before hurrying into her room, slamming and locking the door. Wei Yuan shook his head, entered his own room, closed the door, and decided against applying a talisman. He could handle any opponent that an exorcism talisman could subdue. In fact, he hoped some minor spirits would come knocking. The owner provided food and lodging at a reasonable price. The evening meal was simple. Wei Yuan, after confirming the absence of ghostly energy, ate some fruit. He avoided the meat and noodles. This was based on experience gleaned from the team's records. In most supernatural encounters, fruits remained fruits. But the true nature of the dishes was often unknown. Even if it was just paranoia, it was better to be cautious. The young woman, Shen Jifeng, observed Wei Yuan and followed suit, eating some fruit. The guest house had other guests, not just the three of them. The other travelers ate heartily. One jovial man asked Wei Yuan why he wasn't eating, praising the owner's cooking. Wei Yuan glanced at the smiling owner and said, "I'm on a diet." Back in his room, Wei Yuan retrieved his own food and prepared 2 packets of instant noodles, knowing that this trip was related to the haunted restaurant. He had brought his own provisions. Wei Yuan sat on the bed, unsheathed his sword, and laid it across his lap. He placed a yellow talisman on the scabbard to suppress the sword's malevolent energy. He practiced the crouching tiger stance as usual, knowing that cultivation regressed without constant effort. He meditated, his breathing becoming deep and rhythmic. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a room that was not the guest house, realizing he was dreaming again. This time, the dream's master was weak. He could easily wake up if he wished. In the dream, a woman in yellow robes, accompanied by a boy and a girl, knelt before Wei Yuan, tears streaming down her face. She pleaded, "I apologize for disturbing you, General. I beg your forgiveness. A great calamity is upon us, and we are desperate. My family resides in the waters of the Luo River, where we have lived peacefully and have never harmed anyone. But now, we face a deadly threat, and you are the only one in this village who can save us. I implore you to lend a hand and save my family. We will forever remember your kindness and repay you in any way we can. I would never deceive you." She continued to plead. Wei Yuan knew he was dreaming and wondered about the woman and Appo's identity. After her repeated pleas, the dream shattered. Wei Yuan opened his eyes, feeling puzzled by the woman he had seen in the dream. The window was closed, but the curtains were slowly opening. It was now completely dark outside, and the village was eerily silent. Wei Yuan couldn't sleep. He meditated briefly and faintly heard strange sounds carried on the wind. Kara, Kara. It sounded like someone was walking upstairs with a hint of steel beads colliding. The sound quickly approached Wei Yuan's door, the footsteps light and silent. The voices inaudible to normal ears, but to someone with Wei Yuan's cultivation, they were clear as day. Wei Yuan murmured, "They're here," and grasped the hilt of his sword. The crouching tiger stance circulated slowly, enhancing his perception. There was only one set of footsteps, but many voices. Wei Yuan counted 5. The guests stopped at the first door, and he could hear them sniffing. A voice asked, "What about this one?" Another voice replied, "No, this one is a virtuous person with connections." "Virtuous? How can you tell?" "Because he spent a lot of money on a jade talisman at a Taoist temple with powerful magic." The footsteps moved on, turning to the opposite side. A voice swallowed hard and said, "What about this fat guy? He and Appo's got plenty of meat." The previous voice replied, No, he and Appo's a government official. We and Appo's attract trouble." "No." After a few sighs, they moved to another room. The obstructing voice sounded anxious, repeatedly saying, "Oh no, this one is even worse. A notorious villain lives here. Looking for him would be asking for trouble." The other voices grew increasingly irate, clamoring in discontent. "This is unacceptable. That is unacceptable. We have languished in hunger for several days. Now that a rare visitor has arrived, must we continue to starve?" One voice, assuming authority, pondered for a considerable time before glancing towards the last 2 chambers, declaring, "These 2 newcomers, neither benevolent nor malevolent, possess neither fortune nor misfortune. They shall suffice." Almost immediately, The sound of salivating echoed through the air. They murmured that the man's flesh was more robust, while the woman's form was more yielding, and proceeded to push open Wei Yuan's door. Yet, to their astonishment, the space before them was utterly vacant. The spirits momentarily froze in bewilderment. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, a fierce and ominous sword light descended from above, striking down with relentless severity, aimed directly at them. Chapter 55. A night of stillness. A chilling sword light descended from above. However, before the ghost could push the door open, Wei Yuan had already taken to the sky. Standing above the entrance with the aid of his wind manipulation technique, once the ghost entered and glanced around, even Wei Yuan was momentarily taken aback by the gruesome sight of the several ghosts in his home, with this particular ghost appearing even more peculiar. There were 5 ghosts in total, the 4 following closely behind the first, moving in unison like shadows. Each had long, thin limbs and pallid skin, their bellies sunken, dressed in tattered, moldy garments. Among them, possessed only 2 nostrils, beneath which lay a grotesque mouth filled with jagged teeth, while above their noses was a barren expanse of flesh. The first ghost, however, boasted a single, large, protruding eye that was unsettling to behold. They were creatures that seemed neither human nor beast, and as they entered, the room grew even more oppressive, emerging from the dreams of mere mortals. They moved with a synchronized malice, having undoubtedly claimed countless lives. Seizing the opportunity, Wei Yuan descended swiftly, drawing his 8-sided sword, its blade shimmering with a cold radiance. With its talismanic power already imbued, he aimed directly at the ghost's solitary eye, which was fixed upon the bed, catching it completely off guard as the sword light approached. In a desperate attempt to evade, the ghost merely managed to tilt its head, but the blade grazed its neck, piercing through with a sickening ease. The ghost howled in pain. Wei Yuan, with a deft twist of his body, summoned a gust of wind beneath his feet, propelling himself forward. With his right hand, he sliced away a substantial piece of decaying flesh, while his left hand drew forth a broken sword from his back. As the ghost stumbled backward, it collided with the sightless specter behind, and the broken sword plunged directly into the eye that occupied most of its face. With a fierce kick, Wei Yuan struck the ghost in the chest, sending it crashing to the ground with a pitiful wail. The remaining ghosts erupted into chaos, shrieking and howling in confusion. What transpired? Why the blood? Have you begun to feast? No, it is rotting flesh. The smallest ghost at the back turned to flee. But Wei Yuan had already affixed a talisman to the door, trapping the creature within the confines of a ghostly maze, rendering it unable to escape. The 5 ghosts relied on the guidance of the one-eyed specter, and now that its eye was rendered useless, they were all effectively blind. In a frenzy of astonishment and rage, they screeched, their clawed hands tearing at the air, while others among them swelled with a grotesque inflation, gasping for breath. Wei Yuan felt a sudden lurch, nearly having his life essence siphoned from him. Had it not been for the foundational teachings of the hidden tiger technique, which emphasized fortitude, he might have succumbed to the overwhelming force. Resolute, he closed the door, relying on his nimble swordsmanship to engage with the 5 malevolent spirits, wounding but not killing them, gradually wearing down their strength and resolve until, in mere moments, he had dispatched each of the sightless fiends. With sword in hand, Wei Yuan seated himself upon a chair, surrounded by the wretched forms of the defeated ghosts, now sprawled upon the ground like discarded husks. The talisman on his waist began to shimmer, revealing the true nature of the ghostly beings. These were the plague spirits, known as One-Eye 5, whose collective gaze could inflict illness upon mortals. If even a few of them approached an individual, that person would fall ill, but should all 5 conjoin, even the strongest would succumb to death within 7 days. They were a classification of malevolent spirits, both ghostly and monstrous. Outside, the village remained eerily quiet. Wei Yuan, with his sword poised against the ground, feigned a nonchalance as he addressed the fallen spirits. I did not anticipate encountering a plague spirit such as you here. How long have you lingered in this place? Without mercy, he pressed the spirits for answers. The lead ghost, trembling with fear, prostrated itself, pleading, spare us, revered Taoist, spare us. Wei Yuan remained silent, his grip on the sword unyielding. Eventually, the frightened spirits divulged their truth. The entire village was ensconced within a ghostly domain, a formidable array of ancient origins that had fallen into the hands of these fiends, morphing into a grim realm of death. The entrance would open after 7 days, ensnaring any mortal who entered within a tempest of harsh conditions, either fierce winds or torrential rains, rendering escape impossible. Even the strongest would find their vitality drained, as the plague spirits feasted upon their life force, leading to a premature demise. The proprietor of this ghostly domain, as revealed by the plague spirits, was none other than the enigmatic Wang Hong, known for his establishment that catered to the dead rather than the living. Wei Yuan inquired. The proprietor? Indeed. The master of the ghostly realm, running a tavern that serves meals for the deceased, welcoming guests from all directions. And where is this tavern located? To this. The lead ghost hesitated, then implored for mercy once more. In a swift motion, Wei Yuan unsheathed his sword without hesitation. The sword's brilliance flickered as the spirits fell one by one. The final ghost, realizing its impending doom, let out a piercing scream and lunged at Wei Yuan. Only to be silenced as the broken sword pierced its throat, its life extinguished with a heavy thud. As the malevolent spirits lay vanquished, Wei Yuan remained unperturbed. Methodically wiping the green ichor from his blade with a nearby cloth, the talisman at his waist trembled slightly. He had slain the One-Eye Five, earning 3 merit points, a modest reward, yet significant enough to bolster his resolve against the unknown threats lurking in the shadows. With the village quiet once more, Wei Yuan sheathed his sword and turned to the sight of the defeated spirits. Though they were ghosts, they were also monstrous entities with physical forms. Disturbed by their presence, he unceremoniously discarded their bodies through the window, watching them plummet to the ground like stones. Surveying the village, now aware of the ghostly domain surrounding him, he resolved to rest amongst the fallen fiends, cradling his sword as he succumbed to slumber. In the depths of night, soft rustling sounds emerged. Other spirits drew near, puzzled by the prolonged silence of the One-Eye Five. One ghost, sensing a shift, exclaimed, "Curse be it. Could it be that he was tempted and devoured a mortal?" In this era of revitalized spiritual energy, the forces of the celestial masters remained vigilant, and soon, the congregated spirits hastened toward the site of the One-Eye Five. Under the moonlight, their faces turned ashen as they beheld the grotesque sight of 5 spirits sprawled upon the ground, their forms reduced to a putrid mush. The assembly of spirits halted, their eyes wide with horror, before retreating in terror. A night of stillness ensued. The following day, Wei Yuan awoke, stretching languidly as he opened the window to the sight of 2 individuals cleaning the streets, seemingly brushing away fallen leaves and debris. However, in Wei Yuan's eyes, they were clearing away the remnants of the One-Eye Five. A couple strolled past, oblivious to the remnants of decay surrounding them. "Ah, these leaves? They must have fallen during last night's fierce winds," replied a kindly old woman. Indeed, the winds were swift, like blades, and the rain cold, akin to swords, added another elderly woman, rather dull-witted. The young woman, laughing, tugged her boyfriend along, stepping on the leaves. The crunching sound beneath her boots was oddly satisfying, reminiscent of a languid autumn afternoon. Wei Yuan observed the graceful rise and fall of her high-heeled boots as they trod upon the decaying remnants of the malevolent spirits. With a sharp sound, the high heels crushed chunks of decaying flesh beneath them. The invisible blue pus and blood splattered onto the cream-colored dress and the hands that remained tightly clasped together. Laughter filled the air. 2 elderly women, engaged in cleaning, paused to regard the playful couple with gentle expressions. Their throats moved slightly, as if they were swallowing. Thud, thud, thud. Wei Yuan squinted at the scene, his hand gradually resting upon the hilt of a broken sword concealed behind him. A knock resonated through the space. Wei Yuan released his grip and opened the door. The gaunt, amiable shopkeeper stood expressionless at the threshold, surveying the room stained with the grotesque remnants of blood. He bowed slightly. "Good day. Do you require assistance in cleaning the premises? The buffer chapter, if I recall correctly, seems to be scheduled for release at midnight. A chapter will be posted at 12, followed by 3 more tomorrow during the day, I suppose." Chapter 56, an invitation to visit the proprietor of the folk customs shop bore no trace of malevolence or otherworldly aura. At least, with Wei Yuan's current level of cultivation, he could discern nothing amiss. Yet, there was certainly something unusual. Casting a glance at the broom the man held, Wei Yuan calmly remarked, "Please ensure the place is clean. It would facilitate a good night and Appo's rest." The shopkeeper, with a wooden expression, stared at Wei Yuan and slowly nodded. As he brushed past Wei Yuan, his lips moved. "The food here is a mix of cleanliness and uncleanliness. If the chopsticks point eastward, you may partake. It is best not to touch anything else. The rice pointing westward is not intended for guests." The taciturn man then entered the room, methodically sweeping away the invisible blood of demons and spirits from the floor. Wei Yuan glanced thoughtfully at the shopkeeper, offered a polite thank you, and upon exiting, he unexpectedly encountered Shen Jifeng, who wore large glasses and appeared to have had a restless night, evident from the dark circles under her eyes. Seeing the energetic Wei Yuan momentarily startled her. She opened her mouth, but ultimately could not restrain herself from asking, "How did you sleep last night?" Wei Yuan replied candidly, "Very well, indeed quite refreshing." Shen Jifeng regarded him peculiarly, grinding her teeth as she adjusted her glasses. She fanned her hand in front of her nose, seemingly unable to bear an unpleasant odor. Meanwhile, a couple roamed around taking photographs, while the driver who had brought Wei Yuan intended to explore the village. He had mingled with the earlier guests and soon found a local guide, who was quite eloquent, enthralling the visitors with captivating tales of the village's history. The guide warmly invited them to his home, cheerfully asserting, when traveling, one must dine at restaurants, but to truly savor authentic flavors, one must visit a local home. For each family has its unique taste that cannot be matched by any restaurant. The guide's words stirred a sense of excitement among the group. Seizing the moment, he continued. It is a rare occasion for you all to visit. Consider this a gesture of gratitude for choosing me as your guide. Besides, the meals prepared by my wife are not costly, so let it be my treat. The earlier concerns about being overcharged began to dissipate. And after exchanging a few more words, they set off together. Their journey was filled with light-hearted conversation, and after crossing a river that bisected the village, they arrived at the guide's home. However, the entrance was rather peculiar, a narrow door that only permitted one person to pass at a time. Painted black and resembling a city's security door, unlike the typical double doors of ordinary households. One man couldn't help but chuckle. Brother, I mean no offense, but your door is rather poorly constructed, wider at the top than the bottom. The guide smiled apologetically. This area is remote, and my family is poor. We only have this old house, hence the narrow door. My wife and children are inside. Please wait a moment while I fetch some food and drink. The group, trusting his words, nodded in agreement. But as the guide walked away, the driver, hidden among the crowd, felt a sudden unease and contemplated calling Wei Yuan. Yet, his body felt rigid and unresponsive. A slightly overweight man knocked on the door and cleared his throat. Hello, is anyone there? Please, open the door. We have visitors. After a third knock, this time louder, he called out, Please, open the door. With a creak, the door finally swung open. The group peered inside, their hearts racing. The interior was shrouded in darkness. From the shadows, a woman's face emerged, yet she remained just beyond the threshold, merely opening the door. Strangely, the door swung outward rather than inward, revealing a dimly lit space adorned with pine and cypress trees and clusters of white flowers. A woman in a flowing black dress extended her pale hand, beckoning them inward, her voice ethereal. Guests, please, come in after leaving the inn, Wei Yuan. With a bag containing his sword slung over his shoulder, headed westward. As he ambled along, seemingly lost in the beauty of his surroundings. He was secretly searching for the shop mentioned by Yi Wu, but to no avail. The villagers, regardless of their previous activities, halted and fixed their peculiar gazes upon him as he passed. Once his eyes swept over them, they resumed their conversations as if nothing had transpired. In this domain of spirits, a mortal wielding a sword walked with an air of tranquility, while the specters appeared somewhat apprehensive. The village was small, and Wei Yuan soon reached its western edge, yet he found no establishment resembling a restaurant. Instead, a mountain loomed ahead, with a tumultuous river rushing past it, the water surging violently. According to legend, there existed a treacherous waterway where all that fell in would sink. Not just flesh and blood, but even souls could not traverse it. This river could not be the fabled treacherous water, but it emanated a sense of death and resentment, which would bring misfortune to those who came into contact with it. Moreover, if Wei Yuan recalled correctly, this river was a tributary of the Luo River, which wound around Quancher. Its tributary should not be this broad. Curious, Wei Yuan observed the flowing water and, in a moment of distraction, heard a soft giggle. Frowning slightly, yet unafraid, he approached the sound, sword at the ready, and soon spotted a delicate girl with bare feet, playfully splashing in the water. It appeared that Wei Yuan's heavy footsteps startled her, as she gasped and covered her mouth with her hands, then waved him over. With a smile, Wei Yuan shook his head. The girl, seeing his reluctance, stepped further into the water, glancing back at him with her enchanting eyes. Her attire thin and somewhat translucent in the water, evoking an undeniable allure. Even if not for her beauty, any person with a semblance of decency would instinctively caution against entering the water. The girl beckoned again, her gestures graceful and inviting. Wei Yuan, with a hint of reluctance, replied, I cannot join you. It is precisely your innocence that has led you to such a fate. Her expression shifted to one of shock, her face flushing crimson with embarrassment. Wei Yuan noted her aura was faintly ghostly, devoid of any malevolent spirit's wrath, and he approached with genuine curiosity, inquiring, Pardon me, have you seen a woman dressed in yellow, accompanied by a boy and a girl, about this height? He gestured to indicate their stature. The girl appeared surprised that someone would ask her, pondered for a moment, then shook her head. Wei Yuan sighed with disappointment. I see he nodded to her in gratitude. Thank you. The girl, blushing, gave a slight bow before vanishing from sight. Amused, Wei Yuan reflected on the nature of spirits, noting that they too seemed to possess distinct personalities. This girl, who likely perished in the water, had not transformed into a vengeful spirit, instead embodying a hint of the essence of water. He refocused his thoughts on the meaning behind the yellow-clad woman's words about being saved. Why did she believe he could save her? Residing within the waters of the Luo River, Wei Yuan pondered deeply, when suddenly he caught sight of two large fish gliding beneath the surface. An absurd yet plausible thought crossed his mind. Author's note: the first chapter will likely be released just past midnight. As per tradition, I humbly request your support. Thank you for your continued interest. This marks the inaugural release at the beginning of the month, and with each unveiling, I find myself engulfed in a mixture of anticipation and anxiety, commonly referred to as the new book syndrome. This particular work evokes a semblance of that sentiment, as it delves into a genre I have never previously explored. Thus far, its performance has notably surpassed that of my earlier publications. I am profoundly grateful to editor Shada, whose invaluable guidance regarding thematic choices at the outset has been instrumental. And the promotional support has remained unwavering since the contract was signed. As of now, there have already been over 50,000 collections prior to the launch. In stark contrast to my last work, which garnered around 25 to 26,000 at the time of release, this naturally brings considerable pressure, especially as I do not possess an innate talent and my experience is somewhat lacking. All I can aspire to do is to narrate this story compellingly. Moreover, I aim to enhance my skills and accumulate experience in hopes of achieving greater proficiency in the future. After all, the lessons learned from this endeavor will undoubtedly be beneficial for subsequent projects. The overarching style will lean towards the genre of strange tales, encompassing not only apparitions but also various mythical creatures. The narrative structure will primarily unfold as a series of interconnected stories. I shall endeavor to craft them with care. I also hope for your support regarding the initial subscriptions, as this data holds immense significance for any book. It merely costs a couple of dimes. If you found my previous stories engaging enough to pass the time, I kindly ask for your assistance in subscribing. As for tomorrow's updates, there will be an initial release at midnight, followed by 3 additional updates throughout the day, totaling 4 updates. Admittedly, my writing skills are still developing, but I shall strive to make it more intriguing. Perhaps my prolonged idleness has led to some impatience among my readers, as several have gone to great lengths to rally support from prominent figures. Truth be told, I was quite taken aback, and I am immensely thankful for everyone's assistance, especially the esteemed individuals who have extended their help. My girlfriend is a content creator, and I initially aspired to be an actor. From the outset of my journey in comedic skits, I have embraced my identity as a performer. I look forward to sharing the first chapter at midnight today and humbly request your initial subscriptions. Chapter 57. Gratitude. The woman in yellow was a spirit of the Luo River, facing a perilous situation. As she witnessed 2 fish flick their tails and plunge into the water, Wei Yuan felt a surge of intuition. Without hesitation, he turned back towards the inn. Upon entering, he made his way directly to the kitchen, sword slung over his shoulder, and lifted the curtain. It was as if the curtain severed the connection between 2 worlds. A wave of metallic scent assaulted his senses. Clang, clang, clang. The stove blazed with fire, and the pot boiled vigorously, bubbles resembling eyes rising and popping, releasing clouds of white steam that filled the room. The rotund chef wielded a pointed boning knife, methodically chopping large bones on the table, blood and flesh splattering, forming a grotesque tableau of glistening blades, shattered bones, and minced meat. On the counter lay an enormous yellow fish, thrashing violently. Beside it, a basket contained 2 smaller yellow fish, which flailed even more desperately upon seeing Wei Yuan. Indeed, Wei Yuan mused as the chef paused at the sight of him. Slowly turning, his wooden gaze met Wei Yuan's, blood dripping from the knife in his hand. "What brings you here, guest?" he inquired slowly. Wei Yuan smiled and pointed to the yellow fish on the table, then to the smaller ones in the basket, politely asking, "Might I be able to acquire these 3 fish?" The chef grumbled, "They are the main course for tonight." Wei Yuan stepped forward, saying, "I have recently devoted myself to kindness and can no longer bear to witness the taking of life. I kindly request these 3 fish. If necessary, I am willing to pay." "Pay?" The chef's eyes roamed over Wei Yuan's figure, lingering on his vital organs with a hint of hesitation and greed. Wei Yuan raised his right hand, resting it on the long object at his back. The chef seemed to recall something, trembling slightly as he replied, Very well. I shall give them to you. He swept the large yellow fish into the bamboo basket and handed it to Wei Yuan. Grateful, Wei Yuan accepted the basket containing the 3 fish and turned to leave. The chef, after a brief silence, muttered, "You mentioned wanting to leave. Someone wishes to convey a message. Although the path you came by is no longer accessible, there is a small path to exit. However, do not expect to find your way back in." Wei Yuan nodded, saying, "Thank you for your concern. The scenery here is quite delightful. I wish to stay a few more days. I do not wish to leave just yet." The chef opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. Wei Yuan returned to his room, the traces of blood from his previous encounter thoroughly cleaned. He placed the bamboo basket on the table and asked, "Was it you who sent me a dream?" The yellow fish, seemingly sentient, bobbed in the water, nodding repeatedly. Pondering, Wei Yuan noticed the 2 smaller fish were on the brink of death. "Do you wish for me to return you to the river?" he inquired. The yellow fish nodded once more, resembling a person bowing in gratitude, as it swam gently around the 2 smaller fish, its fins brushing against them with tenderness. Wei Yuan lifted the basket and returned to the unusually wide tributary of the Luo River, tipping the basket over. The 3 fish sprang to the surface, swimming in circles and bowing before disappearing into the depths. Wei Yuan returned to the inn, leaning against the bed with his sword, closing his eyes in contemplation. Before long, he fell into a deep slumber. Upon awakening in his dream, he beheld the woman in yellow kneeling with her children, repeatedly bowing in gratitude. "Thank you, General. Your kindness has saved our lives. I would gladly sacrifice myself to repay this debt." Wei Yuan shook his head, replying, "There is no need. You are a spirit of the water. Do you know what is happening in this village?" The woman in yellow responded, "Allow me to enlighten you, General. I have resided in the Luo River for a century. One day, I inadvertently wandered into this village's waters and could not escape. No matter the direction I swam, I always returned to this village. I know little of the affairs on land, save for 2 matters. Firstly, in your carriage upon arrival, there are certainly ghostly beings present. They will attempt to invite you to their home over the next few days. You, with your cultivation, need not fear them, yet do not underestimate these spirits. There is a saying, even the strongest dragon cannot contend with the local snake. If possible, do not go. If you must, before entering their abode, acquire a large red umbrella. Once you reach their door, ensure they enter first. After they have stepped inside, unfurl the umbrella to shield the entrance. No matter what they say, do not respond or look in their direction. Only then will you remain unscathed." Wei Yuan pondered this advice, asking, "And what is the second matter?" The woman's complexion paled slightly as she bowed her head, saying, "Regardless, I implore you, General, to leave this haunted domain within 3 days. "Why is that?" "Because after 3 days, it will be too late. The Ghost King will be wed." Wei Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Will there be numerous evil spirits attending his wedding?" "No." The woman in yellow shook her head in fear. "The one he seeks to forcibly marry is the celestial maiden from the mountains. Have you heard the tale of the celestial maiden and the mortal?" She pressed. "Surely. You have heard it?" The maiden, weary of the heavens' austerity, descended to the mortal realm. While bathing, a mortal, enamored by her beauty, stealthily hid her feathered garments, preventing her return to the skies. Thus, she remained on earth, marrying the thief and bearing children. A life of bliss, envied by all. But did the celestial maiden, destined for the heavens, find joy in her fate? The woman in yellow's limited cultivation caused her dream to fade swiftly, leaving Wei Yuan to reflect on her final warning. Suddenly, he thought of the driver who had volunteered to investigate the village earlier that day, feeling a sense of unease. He pulled out his phone, only to realize there was no signal, rendering him unable to contact the driver. The afternoon was drawing near, yet the driver had not returned, indicating something was amiss. Wei Yuan frowned, wandering outside but finding no trace of anything red, let alone a red umbrella. Must he resort to drawing blood to create one? A pang of discomfort surged through him, and he briefly considered abandoning the idea. However, the method suggested by the woman in yellow seemed promising. It would be a shame to forfeit it so easily. Contemplating, Wei Yuan recalled the innkeeper, who might be able to assist him. He approached the innkeeper and inquired about a large red umbrella. "A guest seeks an umbrella?" The gaunt man replied with a blank expression. "We happen to have a black one." He turned slowly, rummaging beneath the table to retrieve a wooden box, which he presented to Wei Yuan, claiming it was a black umbrella. Upon opening it, however, Wei Yuan discovered a large red umbrella inside. Noticing the innkeeper's hand bearing marks akin to charred paper, Wei Yuan accepted the box and slung it over his shoulder as if he bore 2 sword sheaths. As he stepped outside, he was greeted by the couple who had traveled with him, their excitement palpable. Wei Xiaoga, do you have time now? Old Wu mentioned an old house across the river that we could explore together. Wei Yuan glanced at the couple, then at the middle-aged man who had also traveled with them, before surveying the outside world. The afternoon was upon them, and the weather remained gloomy and damp. With no sign of the driver returning, he nodded lightly and replied with a relaxed smile, "All right, let's go together. Since I want to sleep well anyway. It would be nice for everyone to rise early the next morning to see the next update." Chapter 58. The final encounter. Shen Jifeng acquiesced to the middle-aged man's invitation, clutching her laptop closely as she followed Wei Yuan, her expression a complex blend of reluctance and caution. It was as if remaining within a certain proximity to Wei Yuan was the only way to ensure her safety. Observing the girl who had steadfastly remained by his side since their arrival in this eerie realm, Wei Yuan pondered her identity, forming a vague suspicion. Although driver old Zhou was not part of the action team, he was privy to its internal affairs. Wei Yuan regretted not inquiring earlier, as it was likely that Shen Jifeng was also an unofficial member of the team. As they proceeded, the man led them along a path that mirrored the one described by the woman in yellow. After traversing a branch of the Luo River teeming with a sense of death, they arrived at a verdant bamboo grove, where a quaint dwelling lay nestled within. Exuding a certain charm, the man gestured towards a black door, wider at the top and narrower at the bottom, and courteously remarked, "It's a rare occasion to have guests today. Please, come inside and take a seat. My wife and child are here. I shall fetch some snacks and dishes for us to enjoy with our drinks." The couple surveyed their enchanting surroundings, with the river flowing gently and willows swaying gracefully, and were inclined to accept the invitation. However, Wei Yuan raised a hand to halt them, turning to the man with a smile. "That might not be appropriate. We are strangers, after all. What if we frighten your wife?" The man was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for such a response, and paused to consider his reply. Yet, Wei Yuan continued with a smile, "Let us enter together." The man opened his mouth to protest, waving his hands. "No, that's not right. I still need to buy some things. You all go ahead." The young man among the couple dismissed the concern, urging, "Wei Yuan, let us be polite. It won't lead to any misunderstanding, will it?" The middle-aged man nodded emphatically. Wei Yuan shook his head. "It seems I need not be so constrained." The man visibly relaxed, about to speak when Wei Yuan, with surprising swiftness, grasped his wrist with his left hand. Startled, the man heard Wei Yuan mutter, "Had I known, I wouldn't have sought an excuse. Deceiving spirits is no simple task." The man's expression changed dramatically, and he instinctively tried to struggle free, but Wei Yuan commanded sharply, "Go inside." With a deft motion, he hurled the man against the door. Strangely, despite the door appearing solid and sturdy, the middle-aged man tumbled directly through it. Wei Yuan raised the crimson umbrella behind him, positioning it to block the man from the narrow entrance. The couple stood bewildered as a chilling sound echoed, a sound akin to a burning iron rod plunging into snow. A harrowing scream erupted from within, and something lunged at the umbrella, causing the fabric to tremble violently, reflecting the distorted silhouette of a figure. A frantic voice cried out, "Let me go! Look at me! Open your eyes and see me!" The wails were haunting, reverberating in their ears. The couple felt a wave of terror wash over them as Wei Yuan stepped forward, shielding the three of them with his presence. His eyes narrowed as scratching noises emanated from the umbrella, indicative of a desperate struggle from behind the door. Despite the immense force exerted, Wei Yuan remained unyielding, his cultivation anchoring him firmly in place. Time seemed to stretch, and gradually the anguished cries subsided. Shen Jifeng, gasping for breath, opened her eyes to find the couple had fainted from the oppressive atmosphere. Wei Yuan stowed the umbrella, revealing its battered surface now marked with deep, ominous scratches. What lay before them was not a grand door but a pitch-black coffin standing upright, isolated from the ground and encased in red bricks, severing its connection to the earth. Shen Jifeng inhaled sharply, her complexion paling. "It's a standing coffin." "A standing coffin?" she confirmed. "Those who die unjustly, filled with resentment, cannot be buried and must be treated this way. Until the negative energy dissipates, they cannot be interred. Otherwise, they may give rise to a zombie." Wei Yuan observed the area surrounding the standing coffin, perhaps due to the veil of illusion being shattered. Thick fog had begun to manifest at the edges of the ghost realm, creating an environment that oscillated between the ethereal and the tangible. Furrowing his brow, Wei Yuan took 3 steps forward, yet the riverside scenery remained unchanged. Shen Jifeng hastily followed, still clutching the laptop, her other hand instinctively gripping the hem of Wei Yuan's clothing in nervousness. He glanced back at the couple sprawled on the ground, and then at the ghost realm. briefly open to them. The mists were slowly returning to normalcy. Wei Yuan inquired, "Are you a member of the action team?" Shen Jifeng nodded and then shook her head, whispering, "I study the flow of spiritual energy. This time, the action team requested me to investigate the village to determine if the patterns of negative energy could reveal the hidden ghostly restaurant." Pausing, she added, "I've seen your profile." Wei Yuan chuckled softly, recalling the rumors about those who studied cultivation techniques. He gestured towards the fog-laden ghost realm and asked, "Can you discern where this ghostly area is particularly vulnerable?" Shen Jifeng nodded slightly, conjuring 2 talismans and performing several hand seals before indicating a few directions. "Roughly here. But I cannot be precise as time is short." Wei Yuan unsheathed the 8-sided Han sword, pricked his finger, and traced it along the blade, channeling spiritual energy into it. He then slashed forward, empowering it with the efficacy of dispelling evil and driving away malevolence. The first strike fell without effect, and the second followed suit. Undeterred, Wei Yuan unleashed a 3rd strike, and suddenly, the shrouded fog and tranquil evening scenery were violently torn apart, as if the world had been cleaved in two. Ahead, the sky darkened abruptly, while the direction from which they had come remained bathed in twilight, delineating 2 distinct realms. The tributary of the Luo River surged forth, bridging the ghostly domain and the realm of the living. On the riverbank, rows of standing coffins, emblematic of untimely deaths and deep resentment, rose ominously. A chilling sight. It resembled a mass graveyard. They found themselves ensconced within this circle of coffins. Shen Jifeng could not help but take a step back, a shiver coursing through her. Were all these souls unable to find rest? Surrounding the coffins, visitors lay scattered, some seated, others reclined, their eyes tightly shut but with serene smiles upon their faces, as if they were enjoying a warm welcome in a guest's home, a sight both eerie and foreboding. A chill gripped Shen Jifeng's heart as she recalled hearing from action team members prior to their arrival that Wang Hong had previously been caught stealing food in a graveyard, which led them to discover the restaurant. Wei Yuan, contemplating the information extracted from the captured Emu Wushi, appeared thoughtful. Open an establishment, not selling tea or liquor. Serve meals for the deceased, welcoming guests from all directions. Where lies this establishment? For ordinary folk, it would be to the west. Wei Yuan turned his gaze westward. Advancing further into this graveyard-like terrain, he noted that the gentle flow of the river was where the negative energy coalesced. Suddenly, a brightly lit restaurant came into view. Chapter 59. Since we're here, clutching her laptop, Shen Jifeng followed Wei Yuan's gaze and spotted the restaurant. A tremor ran through her lips. It's a reverse bow evil. She immediately recognized the geomancy of the restaurant's location, situated on a gentle bend of the river. It was a convergence point for an excessive amount of malevolent Indian energies. For ordinary individuals, this would undoubtedly lead to continuous financial ruin. However, for those who made their living off the deceased, profiting from the netherworld, such a location could bring immense fortune and prosperity. As a researcher stationed at the rear, she possessed some cultivation but had never ventured into such a bizarre place. Surrounded by a dense array of coffins containing those who had met untimely deaths, and with a highly ominous and malevolent location ahead, she couldn't help but feel a prickling sensation on her scalp, her heart leaping into her throat. What do we do? Wei Yuan tapped the nearby coffin lids with his sword, producing several resonant sounds that indicated their emptiness. He jested, "It seems even the spirits have stepped out." Shen Jifeng looked at Wei Yuan in astonishment. Wei Yuan pointed to the tourists who had collapsed in a trance on the ground and said, "The entities are currently absent. We should awaken these individuals first." The phenomena of ghostly walls, obscured visions, and oppressive spirits were familiar to almost all spectral beings. These tourists had fallen victim to the veil of a ghost. Shen Jifeng, equipped with numerous calming talismans, pressed them onto the foreheads of the entranced individuals. With the original spirits nowhere to be found, the talismans effortlessly dispelled the lingering malevolence, rousing the tourists from their stupor. It was indeed a cruel test of their fortitude, as these individuals had previously believed themselves to be savoring tea and laughter in a quaint countryside retreat. Upon opening their eyes, they were met with the chilling sight of a chaotic burial ground, which elicited a chorus of panicked screams. Among them, the driver, Old Joe, remained relatively composed. Despite having been ensnared in a phantasmagoria, he struggled to extricate himself. Upon catching sight of the disordered graveyard and Wei Yuan's imposing figure, he tensed momentarily before exhaling in relief, drenched in cold sweat. Utilizing the credentials of the Special Operations Unit and the firearms not typically possessed by the general populace, the trio succeeded in calming the tourists. Notably, The slightly portly man appeared to have prior knowledge of the Special Operations Unit, though fearful and disoriented. He managed to regain a modicum of composure. The tall man, previously perceived as a nefarious figure, also behaved cooperatively, avoiding any further trouble. The tall man was slick with perspiration, barely able to maintain his balance. Just moments ago, he had been captivated by a stunning woman, rendered parched from his intense gaze. Now, awakening in a graveyard with a foreboding black coffin before him, he felt his legs weaken. Driver Old Joe consumed a restorative elixir, briefly revitalizing his energy. After a swift discussion, it was decided that he and Shin Jifeng would escort the ordinary individuals away from the burial ground. Theoretically, they had just breached one layer of the ghostly domain and should now be in the realm of reality. They needed to vacate the premises swiftly and find a way to communicate with the operations unit. Shin Jifeng instinctively turned to Wei Yuan and inquired, "And what about you?" Wei Yuan pointed towards the distant restaurant and casually remarked, "Since we are here, we might as well go in and sit for a while." However, his motives for venturing into this establishment were far from trivial. Not to mention that the man rumored to practice malevolent sorcery had been known to frequent this place. The presence of the immense, tangible realm of spirits, the coffins of those who met untimely ends, and the audacious ghost king who sought to wed the celestial maiden of the mountains, all compelled Wei Yuan to seek answers. Situated beyond the realm of spirits, this restaurant was a sanctuary where the entities of the ghost domain could not easily trespass. Thus, it was highly probable that no specters aware of Wei Yuan's presence lingered here. With caution, he believed he could blend in seamlessly, while also being prepared to retreat at the slightest hint of danger. Utilizing his ghost-repelling abilities, he drew forth the lingering essence left behind by the spirit within the coffin that had been ensnared by the crimson umbrella. Cloaked in a shroud of ghostly energy, he boldly approached the restaurant, which exuded a charming antiquity, with fluttering wine flags and lanterns hanging on either side. Yet, the wine flags were faded, and the lanterns were shrouded in a layer of white, emanating a dim azure glow that illuminated only a small area, as if guiding one towards another world. As Wei Yuan surveyed the interior, he observed a chaotic dance of spirits within, a place clearly marked as off-limits to the living. Unfazed, he pushed open the door and stepped inside. However, as he crossed the threshold, his footsteps hesitated momentarily. The tiger-watching waist token trembled softly, and a scroll unfurled in the depths of his consciousness. On the sepia-toned parchment, a few strokes depicted a roadside tavern, where a young proprietor smiled invitingly at patrons. On the second floor, a young lady gazed skyward, her demeanor one of solitude. A line of ink appeared before him, inscribed with the words, "Strange Forces, Chapter 17. Suddenly, a breeze seemed to stir, transforming the scene as time flowed like the tides. The youthful proprietor aged gradually, ultimately crumbling into bones upon the ground. Flowers bloomed and withered. Passers-by came and went, and a child grew into an elder. The once bustling populace along the roadside dwindled, eventually giving way to the clamor of war. The earth littered with skeletal remains. Yet, the young lady retained her youthful visage, sighing as if casting her gaze in Wei Yuan's direction. At last, the tavern began to emit an aura of peculiarity. The imagery slowly faded into darkness, and at that moment, an impatient voice reached Wei Yuan's ears. Hey, I'm talking to you. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. A specter with a pallid complexion scrutinized Wei Yuan with furrowed brows, drawing nearer to inhale the potent aura of the supernatural. However, it sensed something amiss and circled around Wei Yuan. Regaining his composure, Wei Yuan maintained a placid demeanor and remarked, I am a newcomer. During my previous visits, I have not encountered you, esteemed elder. Is that so? The ghost shook its head and lifted its gaze, inquiring, what manner of spirit are you? Or perhaps which kind of apparition? Ghost? Spirit? Apparition? Wei Yuan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. What an intriguing question. While it is true that one cannot be a ghost while alive, what then shall we call the monsters that have transformed from humans? Before Wei Yuan could respond, the specter seemed to sense the ghostly aura emanating from him, exclaiming in realization, So you are a river corpse, a water ghost. Wei Yuan smiled and nodded. The specter, observing Wei Yuan's dry attire, questioned with skepticism, Why is your water so insufficient? Wei Yuan casually pointed to his own abdomen and replied with a composed smile. Everything is right here. The pale specter suddenly exclaimed, So, it turns out you were well fed before your demise. He waved his hand dismissively and said, Move along, move along. Consider yourself fortunate to have arrived, though had you come a tad later, you would have gained nothing. Wei Yuan's eyes flickered. He remained cautious, aware of the peculiar presence amidst the throng of ghosts. Fear seemed futile in this realm, so he strolled leisurely forward. As he cast his gaze around, he was met with a haunting tableau: souls drowned, slain, poisoned, decapitated, some garbed in ancient attire while others donned modern clothing. A veritable gallery of phantoms. This raucous assembly of spirits was chattering boisterously, and seizing the moment amidst their bravado, Wei Yuan resolved to glean some information. Even eavesdropping would suffice. With a stir of curiosity, he approached a hanged specter. Where is the shopkeeper? The hanged ghost, with its tongue protruding and eyes drooping at the corners, cast a sidelong glance at Wei Yuan and mumbled indistinctly, "Youngster, you haven't married before your demise, have you?" He patted Wei Yuan, his face contorting into a mocking grimace as he remarked, "Otherwise, you wouldn't pose such a question devoid of substance. TSK, in merely 3 days, you'll be entering the bridal chamber. Naturally, the innkeeper is busy preparing for the grand wedding. So, are you here to keep us, these spectral beings, company?" The celestial maiden has become even more enchanting. One can't help but wish to consume her entirely. The implication elicited laughter from the assembled spirits. If a man were to utter such a statement, it would undoubtedly be considered a tasteless jest. However, the spirits might very well mean it in a literal sense. Wei Yuan then remarked, "I see, I have prepared a gift for the newlyweds that I intended to present to the proprietor. Yet, I had heard that a living person once ventured into our midst. Why was that individual not devoured?" A ghastly figure with a green face and sharp fangs chuckled ominously. "Living being, which ghostly Taoist are you referring to? Did he not accompany the innkeeper? What, do you still entertain thoughts of feasting on Taoist flesh? Cast aside such notions. If he were not truly capable, any ordinary soul entering here would have long been divided amongst us, leaving naught but bones and fat to fuel our fires. Moreover, he is a distinguished guest." The innkeeper's aspirations of marrying a celestial maiden were indeed facilitated by the Taoist prowess. Do you dare to covet such ambitions? Your audacity is remarkable. At that moment, as Wei Yuan pondered, a sudden commotion erupted. A ghost bellowed, "It's here, today's main course has arrived." The previously raucous assembly of spirits fell silent, turning their attention to a singular spot, their eyes fixated and their mouths watering, as a palpable aura of malevolence enveloped the atmosphere. Wei Yuan turned to see 2 robust specters pushing a cart, upon which lay the main dish, astonishingly, a human being bound and at their mercy. Chapter 60. Seeking the divine. Wei Yuan was being pushed forward by a throng of malevolent spirits, his expression shifting subtly. As he drew closer, he realized that the person who had been captured was none other than the proprietor of the inn he was familiar with. 2 ghastly specters, bare of their upper bodies, cast the innkeeper onto a stone platform. Originally, there were no fresh offerings today, but this individual had betrayed his own kind, daring to converse with living beings and hoarding red cloth. Today we shall feast upon him alive, and afterward, we will track down the one who killed the one-eyed man. Upon encountering a living face, remember to report back, for there will be splendid rewards in store for you." The demon leading the group bellowed, inciting a chorus of furious cries from the other spirits, who fixated their ravenous gazes on the innkeeper, their eyes almost glowing with greed, as they swallowed in anticipation. Upon hearing the latter part of the proclamation, the spirits instinctively turned their eyes towards the only living face among them, Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan's countenance remained impassive, yet within, he comprehended the reason for the innkeeper's abduction. Most likely, someone had witnessed his inquiry about the innkeeper earlier that day, leading to this unfortunate entanglement. The innkeeper, who had previously handed over the red umbrella to Wei Yuan with a stoic expression, now caught sight of him amidst the throng of spirits, momentarily stunned. Realization dawned, his eyes widened, and he suddenly began to struggle fiercely. Then, as if faced with imminent death, he broke down, abandoning his prior inertia to unleash a tirade. "Come on, you filthy spirits. You've left me in this wretched state. I've long wished for your demise. Devour me if you must. You may eat, but even in death, I shall curse you. May you all vanish without a trace, doomed to eternal suffering." He spat vehemently in the direction of Wei Yuan, his expression wild with hatred, as though he loathed the very specter before him. The surrounding spirits, curious and doubtful moments ago, shifted their focus away from Wei Yuan, dismissing their previous suspicions, convinced that this living face was not connected to the innkeeper, but rather held animosity toward him. As the innkeeper struggled, a multitude of spirits converged upon him. The emaciated man was pinned down by 2 of the fiends, gasping for breath, his body instinctively thrashing in vain. His gaze, once filled with hope, drifted from Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan understood the innkeeper's intent. He wished for him to flee. Lowering his gaze slightly, Wei Yuan observed the encroaching spirits. With a silent smile, he surveyed the crowd, decisively raising his hand to draw his sword. The blade sang as it was unsheathed, its glimmering light erupting like thunder, sweeping across the gathered fiends. The spirits, fixated on their prey, were caught unawares by the ferocity of his strike. By the time they reacted, anguished wails echoed through the air. In an instant, one spirit broke through the throng, having been wounded by Wei Yuan's sword. The demons, struck with terror, staggered back in disarray. Suddenly, that spirit leapt into the air, the sword's brilliance resembling a cascade of falling snow, tearing wounds upon the bodies of the surrounding fiends. This icy light erupted violently, transforming into a swift and merciless blade that cleaved through the air. The spirits, dazed, seemed to hear the roaring winds sweeping over the vast ocean. The two demons holding the innkeeper suddenly lost their heads. With a thud, Wei Yuan landed on the stone platform, slightly crouching to absorb the impact. His left hand pressed against the stone to steady himself, while the sword in his right hand hummed ominously from its rapid movement. The two severed demon heads tumbled to the ground. A ghostly figure, pale with astonishment at the unfolding scene, soon realized the gravity of the situation as the other spirits scattered like waves parting before a storm. He caught a whiff of the air, his expression shifting in alarm. A living being? Before he could finish his sentence, a blade pierced through his heart, plunging him into darkness as his soul fragmented under the power of the talisman. In the blink of an eye, Wei Yuan stood before the innkeeper, slicing through the ropes that bound him with a swift motion. "You." The innkeeper stared wide-eyed at Wei Yuan, as if wishing to voice something, but all that escaped him was a heavy sigh. Wei Yuan, sword in hand, regarded the menacing spirits around him with a calm demeanor. One must repay kindness with kindness, and enmity with enmity. It is as simple as that. Wei Yuan's sudden assault from behind left the spirits utterly unprepared. As they attempted to regroup, he swiftly hoisted the emaciated innkeeper onto his back. With his right hand wielding the sword, shimmering with cold light, he repelled the advancing demons, sending them retreating in disarray. Even the mightiest individual could succumb to the overwhelming grasp of numerous spirits. The memory of being besieged by the painted skin slaves during the moonlit encounter lingered vividly in Wei Yuan's mind. His agility, combined with the inn's modest size, allowed him to break free. Yet, just as he stepped out, he felt an insistent tugging force. Turning back, he saw the hanged ghost, its tongue coiling around his ankle like a noose, its face twisted in a terrifying grimace. The spirits erupted in glee, ready to pounce. Unfazed, Wei Yuan drew a pistol with his left hand, a weapon modified for practitioners. The first shot tore through the hanged ghost's tongue, creating a gaping hole, while the second aimed directly at its forehead. The ghost trembled, its grip loosening, allowing Wei Yuan to escape. As the spirits pursued him, upon exiting the inn, Wei Yuan turned back and fired once more. The armor-piercing round pierced the inn's sign, splitting the aged wooden board in half with a resounding crack, causing it to plummet to the ground. The second shot penetrated a lantern emanating an eerie blue glow, igniting a burst of flames that threatened to consume the sign. The spirits, horrified, scrambled to extinguish the flames, their hair standing on end, fearful of the destruction that could befall them. By the time they regained their composure and turned their gaze back, Wei Yuan's figure had vanished, leaving them seething with frustration. Only the hanged ghost, its tongue nearly severed, remained irate, muttering curses as it lamented, "What a swift human! If I ever catch you, I shall flay your skin and dismember your bones, and feast upon your heart and liver." Wei Yuan harnessed the power of the feathered demon, his steps akin to a tempest, propelling him forward with astonishing speed. The spirits, seemingly terrified of the inn's destruction, hesitated in their pursuit, allowing him to slip away effortlessly. Upon reaching a relatively safe distance, he set the innkeeper down, surveying the desolate landscape around them, and remarked, "I never imagined our reunion would unfold under such dire circumstances." The emaciated man shook his head, his expression devoid of emotion. "You should leave. In 2 days, the lord of this ghost domain is to wed. When that time comes, you will find it impossible to escape. If he forcibly marries the celestial maiden, this ghost domain will cease to be an illusion." "Cease to be an illusion? What would that entail?" Wei Yuan inquired, glancing towards the periphery of the ghost domain, where an exit seemed to beckon. Yet, once outside, re-entry would be impossible. The village was home to at least 20 or 30 unsuspecting tourists. Though he did not consider himself particularly selfless, he felt compelled to make an effort. Should he ultimately find himself unable to proceed, he could accept that outcome with a clear conscience. Moreover, having already entered the records of the district magistrate, it was likely that he had made an eternal enemy. If left unresolved, it would eventually seek him out. Wei Yuan shook his head, resolute. I shall not leave just yet. It is indeed a conundrum whether to retreat or advance. Behind me lie an array of furious spirits in the restaurant, while ahead lurk the malevolent entities of the ghostly realm, not to mention the unknown ghost king and sinister sorcerers lurking in the shadows. Wei Yuan found himself in a precarious predicament. After much contemplation, he realized that a lone hand could not produce sound. If there were those who might assist him in this dire moment, one would be the hope that Shun Jifeng could reach the action team for some guidance. The other possibility might be the celestial maiden, who was on the verge of being forcibly wed. Suddenly, Wei Yuan mused aloud, the celestial maiden. She must be a being of the pure essence of heaven and earth. No? The innkeeper, taken aback, inquired. What? Wei Yuan smiled gently and replied, Oh, it's nothing. A low tiger's roar echoed in his ears as words flowed before his mind's eye his previous exploits, including the slaying of the one-eyed fiend and his daring escape from a throng of spirits, surfaced vividly. Yet, he felt something was amiss. After a moment of thought, he turned to the innkeeper and said, Please, rest here for a while. I have a matter to attend to, but I shall return shortly. 30 paces from the inn, the hanged ghost vented his frustration with a tirade, not merely to release his pent-up anger, but also to display his wrath to the other spirits. After all, having been nearly silenced by a gunshot that almost severed his tongue, he could not afford to appear weak. As he concluded with a final curse, he declared, If ever I encounter him again, I shall devour him whole. Little did he know, just as he finished his cathartic outburst, he heard a voice that caused a jolt of fear to surge through him. Raising his gaze, he beheld a young man clad in black, wielding a sword. Instantly, a chill ran down his spine, and as he opened his mouth to shout, the youth smiled and, in an instant, unsheathed his blade. A tempestuous wind surged forth, and the ghost could barely register the flash of light before being plunged into eternal slumber. Wei Yuan sheathed his sword and swiftly departed, having exhausted all his merits, transforming them into a new divine technique, seeking the divine. This technique boasted grand claims, yet its efficacy might not necessarily match its illustrious title. It had the potential to locate those ethereal beings referred to as gods, but whether one could engage in equal discourse depended on the strength of the district commander. Should one lack sufficient power and encounter a volatile temperament, conflict was likely to ensue. Thus, while termed a divine technique, it was akin to a mere summons. The talisman materialized in Wei Yuan's left hand, and he gestured towards the void. A subtle ripple appeared and swiftly expanded. District Commander Wei requests an audience with the Celestial Maiden. Chapter 61. The unending desires of man give rise to obsession and craft. Where does the story commence? The passage of time has rendered it all but forgotten. In a pitch-black room, a solitary oil lamp flickers, casting a dim greenish hue that envelopes the surroundings in a spectral gloom. A gaunt hand absently adjusts the wick, lost in reverie. The only fragment of memory that lingers is of a destitute youth, residing by the banks of the Luo River, orphaned by the untimely death of his parents. Each day, he tended to a solitary cow. Yes, the cow. A smile crept upon his lips as he recalled this detail. His parents had passed away early, leaving him with nothing but a modest room and a cow, bequeathed to him by his elder brother and sister-in-law. There was little to lament. Rising early each day, he grazed the cow, plowed the fields, and though life was far from opulent, it was imbued with a tranquil simplicity. The impoverished lad deemed this existence sufficient. It was a commonplace life, marked by the rituals of marriage and procreation, yet the narrative began to shift the moment he encountered a maiden of unparalleled beauty. He had never laid eyes upon someone so exquisite, and the mere sight of her bewitched him, leaving him restless through the nights and dazed throughout the days. Thoughts of her consumed him during meals and invaded his dreams. He yearned for the chance to gaze upon her once more, even if only for a fleeting moment. As he led his yellow cow to the river, seated upon a blue stone while grooming its back, what once brought him joy now felt monotonous. He stroked the cow's sleek, shiny coat and sighed, "Oh, dear cow, when might I see that enchanting maiden again?" To his astonishment, the cow responded, "That is quite a simple matter." The bewildered youth stared in disbelief as the cow continued, "If you provide me with a handful of fresh, tender wheat sprouts, lay down a bed of soft grass for me, and feed me yellow beans and eggs come morning, I shall grant you the opportunity to meet her." Though it sounded absurd, the impoverished lad complied. He harvested wheat sprouts from his field and scoured the village for the softest fodder. The next day, The cow galloped with him across the Luo River and over high mountains, and amidst the fields and towns, he truly beheld that beautiful girl. Upon returning home, he treated the cow with newfound reverence, nearly regarding it as a friend. Yet, after meeting the maiden, the yearning in his heart grew stronger. He thought of her flowing black hair, her fair complexion, and her ethereal grace. One day, unable to contain his feelings while brushing the cow's fur, he sighed. "Oh, dear cow, my closest companion, how can I speak to that lovely maiden more often? She is like the bright moon in the sky. If I could converse with her, I would have no regrets." The cow shook its head and replied, "This task is somewhat challenging, yet not impossible. You must prepare a bed of fine silk, dishes of meat and wine, and tie a red cloth to my horn come morning. Climb upon my back with your eyes closed, and I will take you to her." The cow instructed him to tell the maiden that, to avoid being discovered by the celestial beings, she must remove her belt and feathered garments and don human attire, thus enabling them to forge a friendship. Silk and sumptuous feasts were beyond the reach of the impoverished lad, yet he endeavored to procure them. The following day, the cow feasted heartily, reveling in the meat and wine as if it were a brigand of the mountains. After indulging, the lad tied the red cloth to the cow's horn, and they sped off, faster than before, with the wind stinging his face while he kept his eyes firmly shut. Once more, he beheld the maiden, and though he was nervous and stammered, he spoke as the cow had instructed. The maiden, taken aback, graciously thanked him, and he felt a profound sense of satisfaction, believing he had no further regrets. Upon returning home, he shared meals and rest with the cow, their bond deepening like that of brothers. Over time, the maiden became a friend, visiting occasionally, her belt transformed into a delicate wooden box she carried with her. As the days passed, she remained polite and courteous, yet the impoverished lad's thoughts began to wander into darker realms, akin to a tangle of weeds suffocating his heart. He confided in the cow, "Brother, we are like kin. Tell me, how can I ensure a life together with that maiden? It is my sole desire, and if fulfilled, I would accept death without reluctance." This time, the cow shook its head, saying, "I regard you as a brother, so I must speak the truth. This is impossible. She is not of this world, but a celestial being from the mountains, curious about our realm but destined to return. Unless you wrap her belt in the skin of a demon, she will find it and be unable to ascend back to the heavens. By tainting her feathered garment with the blood and flesh of a demon and burying it at the threshold, she will be trapped here, unable to leave." But how could one accomplish such a feat? The impoverished lad sighed, seemingly relinquishing this unattainable hope. That evening, he invited the cow to feast on wine and meat, laying out a banquet of delicacies. He raised a toast, expressing gratitude to the cow for awakening him from the depths of obsession. "Here's to you, brother. Let us drink." The cow appeared content, feasting heartily as before, consuming half a pig and 3 barrels of wine until it succumbed to intoxication. In a fit of madness, the lad took an axe and severed the cow's head, skinning it with a saw, blood gushing, still warm, mingling with the scent of wine. He wiped his brow and murmured, "There lies the demon skin. Brother, aid me once more." He planned a feast with the fresh cow meat, inviting the maiden, and expressed a desire to see the wooden box. When she was distracted, he wrapped the box in the bloodied hide and buried it, thus ensnaring the celestial maiden destined for the mountains within the realm of mortals. Initially, he feigned a desire to help her search for her lost belongings, allowing her to stay in the loft of his home. However, the days turned into weeks, and the maiden remained elusive. As time wore on, the impoverished lad's true nature began to surface. He contemplated indecent actions, but the maiden rebuffed him with a cold demeanor. When he approached her, he was repelled by an unseen force, crashing to the ground. In a fit of rage, he locked the door, wrapping her feathered garment in the demon's skin and burying it at the entrance, ensuring she could never escape. He believed that, with the passage of time, she would change her mind. Yet, the maiden only gazed at the sky, silent and unyielding. No amount of anger, insults, pleas, or tears could sway her. She remained indifferent, fixated on the heavens. The flames of desire consumed him, transforming him into a madman. He opened a tavern, setting tables outside for patrons. The maiden neither ate nor drank, nor spoke a word. When questioned by onlookers, he claimed she was his wife. In his delusion, he even adopted 2 children, claiming they were the offspring of their union. However, he still could not approach the maiden. As time flowed by, he gradually aged, growing older and older, until one day he perished here, while the maiden remained as she was in her youth. He fell to the ground, gazing at the cold, unyielding gaze that had never graced him. Desire and obsession searing his heart and lungs, ultimately driving him into a furious madness. "You are my wife. You are mine. Even in death, even if I die, I shall not leave you. Never." The flickering blue candlelight cast eerie shadows around. A man clad in a Taoist robe remarked, "What a fascinating tale. A quintessential story of a celestial maiden and a mortal. Yet, there remains a question." He turned towards the man half hidden in darkness, saying, "Why have the brother and sister-in-law of that impoverished young man never appeared? They seem to have vanished into thin air." On the second occasion, from where did he suddenly acquire the precious silk? And from where did he procure the meat and wine capable of satiating demons? Those meats? So plentiful, are they truly just pork? Or perhaps, merely conjecture, for the demons seem to feast with such delight. The Taoist paused, observing the man, and with a hint of amusement in his voice, inquired, "And did you truly possess a cow? Was the one performing the ritual with meat truly a yellow cow?" The man in the shadows fixed his gaze upon the Taoist, who reciprocated with scrutiny. The atmosphere grew tense, silence enveloping them for a time, before the Taoist finally murmured, "This is merely a story." He turned his gaze towards the mountains outside, stating, "A tale that will conclude in just a couple of days." Amidst the desolate aura surrounding the mountain enveloped by the deathly waters of the Luo River, stood an ancient, quaint pavilion. Inside the pavilion, a maiden clad in white struggled against the encroaching turmoil of the outside world with a force distinct from the realm of spirits, yet she was gradually losing ground. Her defenses shrinking. When she ultimately succumbed, the realm of spirits would take its final form. The maiden's expression remained serene. She had slumbered for far too long. Her strength severely depleted. Alas, this era was no longer a domain for deities. Yet she still harbored the last vestiges of her power. Enough at least to perish alongside the specters. At that moment, a ripple emerged from the void, akin to the night as water, where a stone had fallen, stirring the surface. A look of mild astonishment graced the maiden's face as she extended her finger to touch the ripple. Searching for the divine, the message represented by the ancient seal gradually unfurled. "Silly cavalry guardway, please meet the celestial maiden." The ancient tiger. Chapter 62. The realm of spirits. Wei Yuan sat cross-legged on the dark, rugged rocks, taking a moment to rest. Before him stood the gaunt owner of the inn, who had at least revealed his name, Wu Lu. As for why he bore such a name, no further explanation was given. But it could be surmised that it stemmed from familial order. A sword lay across his knees, and he focused on his breathing, allowing the flow of the dormant tiger technique to gradually envelop him. Wei Yuan lamented the fact that he hadn't brought any food along. He possessed only a piece of special compressed biscuit, which required a knife to cut. All the more palatable options, such as instant noodles and bread, remained back at the inn, from which they could not return for the time being. Water was also a concern, though it seemed easier to resolve than food, as Wu Lu had managed to find some edible fruits to sustain them. Leaning against the stone, Wei Yuan endeavored to minimize energy expenditure. Yet an abrupt wave of drowsiness washed over him, as if his body were separating from his spirit. This sensation was not unfamiliar to him. He also sensed the goodwill emanating from the other side. Closing his eyes, he chose not to resist this feeling. When he opened his eyes again, the world around him had transformed. The previously oppressive ambience of the spirit realm had brightened. A pearlescent light filled the surroundings. A young girl gazed quietly at him, her beauty momentarily overshadowed by an aura that set her apart from mere mortals. "Whoa-hoo," she seemed to question, though her tone was assertive. Wei Yuan felt a connection. Noticing that Wu Lu remained silent, seemingly oblivious to the change. Glancing back, he saw that his own self still had its eyes shut. With a gentle smile, he cupped his hands and said, "I am Wei Yuan." The celestial maiden returned a bow, observing Wei Yuan with interest. "I did not expect to awaken and still see the imperial officer of Silly." Wei Yuan replied, "I, too, did not anticipate encountering a living deity in this era. After all, from various perspectives, modern society appeared ill-suited for the existence of such divine beings." He paused, suppressing stray thoughts, and with a slight bow, continued, "I have taken the liberty to reach out, seeking guidance from the celestial maiden on how to break through this spirit realm." The maiden regarded him thoughtfully and then said, "Forgive my candor, but your current strength cannot be compared to the few dormant tigers I have witnessed before. Ordinary spirits are no match for you. Yet the one here has undergone changes and is not so easily dealt with. I can offer you a thread of pure energy to guide you. It would be prudent for you to retreat for now and return when your cultivation reaches a higher level." Having come this far, Wei Yuan was unwilling to depart so easily. Instead, he inquired, "Changes? I would like to hear more." The maiden pondered briefly. Recognizing that they were in a state akin to a lucid dream, she waved her hand, conjuring a table and chairs upon which a scroll unfurled. With her fair fingers, she traced a line across the scroll, revealing a rushing river. The waters cascaded forth, flowing vividly before Wei Yuan and the maiden, as if alive. Pointing to the river, she explained, "This is the Luo River. It originally lacked the foundation to become a spirit realm, but many innocent souls perished within this water, accumulating resentment. Eventually, this resentment coalesced at this turning point. The river flowed away, yet the malevolent energy contained within surged forth here." Raising her finger, she indicated a nearby bend, saying, "After the spirits revived, they directed this malevolent energy to the opposite side of the mundane world, luring others to drown. As the malevolent energy accumulated, it ultimately evolved into this spirit realm. For over a century, it has attracted other malevolent entities, resulting in the current predicament. The spirit realm and the river were intrinsically linked, with the river's malevolence continuously accumulating in this place. Now, it could be considered a spirit king." Wei Yuan had not anticipated such a transformation. The terrain connected the river's malevolence to the spirits, creating layers of potency that clearly indicated a well-structured scheme, far beyond the simple presence of wandering souls. He shook his head and sighed, "This is indeed not an adversary I can contend with. However, esteemed maiden, surely you possess the means to resolve this?" The maiden replied, "I have only recently awakened, barely over a decade, and my feathered robe has been hidden away. Moreover, I am forced to remain at the farthest distance from this malevolent energy, barely managing to hinder the formation of the spirit realm. I cannot descend easily." Wei Yuan contemplated for a moment and suggested, "What if I were to retrieve your feathered robe?" The maiden looked at him with surprise, considering his proposal seriously. "But the spirit is always nearby the robe. Without it, I am no match for it. And facing it directly would likely prove futile for you as well, unless it is 2 days hence." 2 days hence, she implied, was when the spirit king would likely leave that place to ascend the mountain for a wedding. The maiden did not elaborate further, but Wei Yuan grasped her meaning. 3 days hence was the spirit king's wedding, and 2 days hence, he would ascend the mountain to fetch his bride. The maiden's acquisition of the robe would restore her powers, which the spirit king would undoubtedly wish to prevent. Therefore, it was improbable he would take the robe with him when he ascended. Wei Yuan understood that his only opportunity lay in seizing the robe while the spirit king was away, then finding a way to return the precious item to the maiden, enabling her to regain a portion of her strength to contend with the spirit king. Pondering these thoughts, Wei Yuan remarked, "I see. Given the circumstances, it may be worthwhile to give it a try." He paused, smiling, and added, "However, I must request a thread of guiding energy from you, celestial maiden." The maiden assumed he sought an escape route, and promptly bestowed upon him a thread of pure energy, which coiled around his fingers. With this energy, Wei Yuan felt a faint sense of the spirit realm's vulnerabilities. The realm could be likened to an extensive ghostly labyrinth, and with the guiding energy, he could navigate beyond its confines. As the maiden imparted the energy, her form began to fade, and the dreamlike world dimmed gradually. Wei Yuan secured the energy and suddenly recalled something. "Ah, there is one more matter I wish to inquire about. What did the spirit use to seal the feathered robe?" The maiden's expression shifted slightly as she replied, "It was done using the techniques of witchcraft and malevolence." The techniques of witchcraft and malevolence. Wei Yuan awoke from the dreamlike realm, lifting his hand to find a thread of what resembled a gentle breeze entwined around his fingers. In stark contrast to the oppressive darkness of the spirit realm, it felt distinctly out of place. Contemplating this, he tucked the breeze away, turning to the silent Wu Lu beside him, and said, "Please wait a moment." Rising, he headed westward, utilizing his demonic energy to move swiftly. Soon, he beheld the flowing Luo River, its width exceeding that of its earthly counterpart, filled with malevolent and deathly energies that mere mortals could not easily approach. Following the maiden's words, he understood that this river was the source of the malevolent energy, simultaneously flowing through both the human realm and the spirit realm. Wei Yuan slowed his pace, retrieving his mobile phone. His fingers danced across the screen, inputting lines of text while he moved upstream along the river, ultimately locating the soul of the woman he had encountered while searching for the lady in yellow. She appeared startled to see him again, hesitating momentarily before hastily bowing. Wei Yuan returned the gesture and said, "Miss, I have a matter I wish to enlist your assistance with." The woman seemed bewildered, struggling to comprehend. Wei Yuan hurriedly clarified, "It is not a significant matter. Could you help me locate the Huang family living in this river? They are 3 yellow fish." Upon hearing the mention of yellow fish, the woman's soul suddenly comprehended. She gestured towards Wei Yuan and then plunged into the river. In a brief moment, 3 yellow fish, 1 large and 2 small, broke the surface of the water, nodding towards Wei Yuan. In their fish forms, they were unable to speak. Leaning down, Wei Yuan straightforwardly inquired, I possess a means to liberate you from this ghostly realm, but you must assist me in return. What say you? The yellow fish nodded repeatedly in agreement. Wei Yuan directed a beam of clear energy, acquired from the celestial maiden, to the large yellow fish's head, revealing the illusions of this ghostly domain. He then retrieved a memory card from his phone and handed it to the fish, saying, "Since you are aware that there are spirits among those who accompany me, you must have also seen the woman traveling alongside me. Kindly find a way to deliver this to her. She will know what to do with it." The yellow fish opened its mouth and expelled a resilient bubble, encapsulating the memory card within. With a flick of its tail, it vanished into the depths of the water. Meanwhile, Shen Jifeng and the driver, Old Shou, along with a group of terrified tourists, had traversed through the night, their hearts pounding with trepidation. At long last, they beheld the dawn's light, as the sun illuminated their surroundings, confirming that they had successfully escaped the eerie ghostly realm. They promptly contacted members of the Special Operations Team, who escorted them to a genuine village. Upon reaching this safe haven, Shen Jifeng wasted no time in coordinating various matters with Zhang Hao and others. During a brief respite, overwhelmed by the recent harrowing experiences and the exhausting journey, she succumbed to fatigue and dozed off while seated. In her dreams, she vaguely perceived a woman clad in yellow, holding an object with utmost reverence, proclaiming, "This humble servant, Huang Gu, has been commanded by the general to deliver this item." Chapter 63. The Thief of Treasure General? Shen Jifeng gazed at the woman in yellow before her. She appeared to be awake yet still lost in a dream, unable to think clearly. The flowing waters of the Luo River surrounded them, and beside them stood a stone tablet inscribed with the ancient characters for Luo Shuidu, though somewhat worn. Everything felt profoundly real, yet Shen Jifeng found herself unable to move freely. The woman in yellow spoke a few more words and then said, "This humble servant cannot personally deliver this item to you, so I shall wait here at Luo Shuidu. This matter is of great importance. I implore you to come swiftly." After bowing once more, she retreated step by step into the water. Anxiety gripped Shen Jifeng's heart, and she instinctively reached out to grasp the woman in yellow, but at that very moment, the surroundings shattered like fragile bubbles. "Junior Sister Shen? Junior Sister Shen, wake up. You are awake, you are awake." Shen Jifeng was roused from her drowsiness. Upon opening her eyes, she saw the concerned faces of her colleagues from the Special Operations Team. Zhang Hao, relieved to see her awake, handed her a cup of coffee and said, "Did you have a nightmare? You kept shouting to stop. You've been running all night. If you truly cannot endure it, you should rest for a bit." Shen Jifeng instinctively accepted the coffee, shaking her head as she replied, "No, I don't know why I suddenly felt so exhausted, but I feel much better now. Let us continue. Master Wei is still trapped in the ghost realm, and we must find a way to enter once more." She took a sip of the coffee, the slightly bitter taste invigorating her senses. The fleeting yet vivid dream flickered in her mind, and she pressed her fingers to her forehead, momentarily pondering the notion of a spirit conveying dreams, dismissing it as merely a reflection of her thoughts. At that moment, her gaze shifted slightly, and she noticed a message formed by water stains on the table. "I implore you to come swiftly." Shen Jifeng's eyes widened. It was not a dream. Zhang Hao, noticing her unusual demeanor, asked, "What is it?" Shen Jifeng shook her head, murmuring, "It seems I just had a dream, in which there was a woman dressed in yellow." A moment later, the engine roared to life. Zhang Hao pressed the accelerator, and the special operations vehicle sped down the road. They had just inquired with the village elders and learned that there was indeed a place called Luo Shuidu nearby. However, due to its treacherous depths and the numerous lives lost there, the villagers seldom ventured near, and it had long since fallen into disuse. Having clarified the direction and route, they rushed toward it. Zhang Hao, cigarette in mouth, gripped the steering wheel tightly and remarked, "This is a spirit conveying a dream. To leave traces while doing so requires at least 150 to 200 years of cultivation. Such a spirit, in ancient times, would have witnessed the rise and fall of an entire nation. This spirit. He shook his head, uncertain how to articulate his thoughts. Then speculated, this spirit has been cultivating for nearly 200 years. Who could that general be she mentioned? Could it possibly refer to a military commander from the Ming Dynasty, renowned for his exploits, who, after his death, was venerated by posterity and became a deity of this land or its waters, sensing the anomalies in the ghost realm and sending a spirit to convey a message? But in this era, deities have all but vanished, Shen Jifeng replied. Perhaps it is precisely because they are like a candle flickering in the wind that they require the assistance of the woman in yellow to relay messages. Perhaps. Zhang Hao agreed, pressing the accelerator further. He felt a surge of impatience. After all, Wei Yuan, who had been invited, was still trapped in the ghost realm. Having just mentioned Xin Jifeng's exhaustion, he had hardly slept in the past few days. Seeing a glimmer of hope, he could hardly contain himself. Pressing the gas pedal harder as the off-road vehicle crashed through the weeds, finally arriving at Luo Shuidu the moment Xin Jifeng laid eyes on the place. Her expression shifted. Aside from the width of the Luo River, which could not compare to that of the Ghost Realm, the terrain here closely resembled that of the Ghost Realm Hotel, with the river flowing past, bending nearly at a right angle before continuing its course. After exiting the vehicle, they hurried to the stone tablet at Luo Shuidu, but found no sign of the woman in yellow. Xin Jifeng felt a sense of unease as she searched anxiously. Suddenly, she heard the sound of flowing water and turned to see a yellow fish surfacing, repeatedly splashing its tail against the water's surface. Xin Jifeng's heart stirred, and she instinctively called out, "Yellow girl?" The yellow fish nodded vigorously. Zhang Hao, noticing the fish's human-like expression, guessed that it was likely the true form of the spirit that had conveyed the dream. Crouching by the water's edge, Xin Jifeng asked the yellow fish, "What did the general ask you to deliver to us?" Zhang Hao's curiosity was piqued, a renowned military commander from the late Ming Dynasty. What could he possibly want to convey via the yellow fish? He recalled the ancient tale of two carp and a letter, wondering if the yellow girl had a message to deliver. Then, the yellow fish swam to the shore, opened its mouth, and expelled a resilient bubble of water, which fell into Xin Jifeng's hand. She merely glanced at it, and her body stiffened. Zhang Hao stepped closer, inquiring curiously, "What did the Ming general send?" Xin Jifeng slowly raised her head to meet Zhang Hao's gaze, appearing somewhat dazed, before finally uttering, "Master Wei's storage card." "What?" Staring at the small storage card in her hand, both Zhang Hao and Xin Jifeng fell silent, their minds momentarily blank. The yellow girl had said that the general wanted her to deliver this item, yet what she had brought was a storage card that required Wei Yuan's fingerprint to access. Xin Jifeng took a deep breath, stammering, Perhaps Master Wei encountered the general within, and then entrusted this yellow girl to bring it to us." Zhang Hao slowly nodded in agreement. That must be it. Yet, his mind wandered back to the fierce aura Wei Yuan had exuded during battle, reminiscent of a warrior charging forth from an ancient battlefield. His hand trembled slightly, a shiver running down his spine. Xin Jifeng, carrying the large notebook like a box, inserted the storage card and quickly accessed its contents. There was only one file. As she opened it, concise text unfolded before them. Zhang Hao exhaled deeply, focusing intently on the document, and both their expressions grew increasingly grave. After reading it, Zhang Hao, incredulous, remarked, "In less than a night, Master Wei has already unraveled the origins of the Ghost Realm." Xin Jifeng scrolled to the end of the document and said, "Master Wei has a task for us." She looked up at the reverse bowing kill, saying, "We must dig a channel to redirect the river's flow, breaking the reverse bowing kill here, severing the foundation of the Ghost Realm. Moreover, Master Wei mentioned that if possible, we should alter the feng shui of this place." "Alter it?" "Yes." Xin Jifeng adjusted her glasses, reading with some confusion. "It should be changed to a more malevolent Western white tiger kill. The more malevolent, the better." Within the Ghost Realm, the atmosphere grew unprecedentedly lively. The emaciated, hungry ghosts clapped and laughed, while the green-faced, fanged demons roamed the streets. Water maidens beneath the bridge giggled behind their hands, and in front of the coffin door, ghosts came and went, shadowy and indistinct. What a spectacle of 100 ghosts roaming the night. All the spirits knew that today marked the day the Ghost King would wed the heavenly maiden from the mountains. Once the Ghost King married the heavenly maiden, the configuration of this ghost realm would be irrevocably established, bringing great benefits to them. Therefore, on this day, nearly all the spirits ascended the mountain to present their tributes to the Ghost King. However, there were always exceptions. Some spirits still had to work during this time. A ghostly warrior, with a gaping wound across his abdomen, gazed enviously at the resplendent lights on the mountain, undoubtedly envisioning a feast of exquisite meats, with all organs, heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys ample and abundant. Yet, under the command of the Ghost King, he was bound to remain and guard a particular object. Regretfully, he withdrew his gaze, preparing to return. Suddenly, a dark figure descended from the heavens, swiftly pressing a knee against the spine of the ghostly warrior, forcefully subduing him. One hand clamped over the ghost's mouth while the other, like a broken sword, sliced across the throat, severing the head cleanly from the body. With a roll, Wei Yuan concealed himself within a patch of grass, his movements fluid and silent, reminiscent of an assassin from legends, adhering to the creed of stealth, approaching without a sound, lurking undetected. Perfect. Exhaling softly, Wei Yuan raised his gaze and noticed a ghostly soldier, armed with a long spear, staring blankly at him from the grass. Seemingly unable to comprehend the situation due to his limited intellect, they exchanged bewildered glances for a moment until the ghost remembered to seek out his fellow spirits. Yet, before he could act, his head was swiftly severed by a gleaming sword. Despite the quiet execution, the clash had produced a noticeable sound, prompting the sentinels within to call out, "What is happening?" Realizing his failure in stealth, Wei Yuan sighed. He recognized that his strength lay in direct confrontation and the slaying of demons rather than in the delicate art of stealth. Casting a glance at the lively summit, still far off, he could hear the raucous celebration from a distance, indicating that any commotion here would likely go unnoticed there. Resolving to abandon the notion of silently stealing the feathered garment, he stood upright, drawing the eight-sided Han sword with a flourish. He kicked the door open. The gathered spirits seemed momentarily dazed, unable to fathom that a living being would audaciously enter the realm of ghosts. In that moment of confusion, Wei Yuan swiftly drew a powerful firearm with his left hand and unleashed a barrage of bullets upon the assembly of ghosts. The thunderous rhythm of gunfire was drowned out by the revelry atop the mountain, yet the armor-piercing rounds penetrated the vulnerable spots of the specters, splattering foul, darkened pus and blood. As the last bullet was spent, the bewildered ghost failed to grasp the unfolding chaos, allowing Wei Yuan to advance rapidly. His right hand wielding the eight-sided Han sword, glinting coldly as it descended upon the heads of the remaining spirits. "Greetings, Inspector of the Silly. A robbery is at hand." Chapter 64. Ascending the mountain, and upon the mountainside, a nocturnal procession of malevolent spirits revels in unceasing jubilation. The pale blue light casts an eerie glow over the entire mountain, suffusing the air with a palpable sense of dread. The cacophony of elation and rapture resonates from afar. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, the broad blade of the eight-sided Han sword vibrates with a resonant hum, cleaving downwards with force. The demon, armed with a spear, attempts to deflect the blade with the hilt, but the pressure from the sword intensifies, overwhelming the fiend. A low, guttural growl escapes its throat, its visage contorted in anguish as it strains against the tremendous force of the weapon. Suddenly, the pressure dissipates, leaving the demon off balance, stumbling forward with an exposed vulnerability. In a moment of desperation, it seeks to regain its stance, only to be thwarted as a broken sword catches the hilt of its spear, disarming it with a swift motion. The eight-sided Han sword then severed the fiend's head, leaving it lifeless upon the ground. Wei Yuan exhaled, resting his sword upon the earth, feeling the weight of fatigue. Despite his exertions, he bore the scars of battle. However, all the malevolent spirits within the chamber lay vanquished, strewn across the floor. Through this harrowing conflict in the realm of the undead, his prowess in swordsmanship and the arcane sword technique had grown increasingly refined. After regaining his breath, Wei Yuan sheathed his sword and, with the broken sword in hand, began to traverse the area. It was not expansive, guided by the words of the celestial maiden. He sought the essence of the cursed sorcery enveloping the feathered garment. To his astonishment, he discovered it buried beneath the ground. Rolling up his sleeves, he appropriated a weapon from the demon as a makeshift spade and excavated for some time, until the blade was chipped and dulled. Finally unearthing a delicate and ornate wooden box, shrouded in a phantom black-red glow. Applying a dispelling charm to his palm, Wei Yuan enshrouded it with his mystical energy. Cautiously reaching for the box, upon contact, a chilling, mournful wail pierced his ears. Why, you, my brother, have betrayed me." Without hesitation, he activated the hidden tiger technique, dispelling the intruding thoughts. Yet the scroll that had unfurled upon his entry into the inn, titled Monstrous Forces, Chapter 17, began to undergo an unexpected transformation. Initially, the scroll depicted a maiden gazing skyward from the second floor of the inn, alongside the remains of a withered corpse, unwilling to succumb to death. But now, the imagery began to reverse. Bones were restored to flesh, barren earth sprouted anew, emanating a faint white radiance. Wei Yuan distanced himself from the scene, concealing his presence as the scroll unfolded before his eyes. The tale must be traced back to a time long past. In a prosperous town by the banks of the Luo River, there resided a couple blessed with two sons. The elder son was earnest and steadfast, while the younger was frivolous and reckless. Concerned for their younger child as future, the parents, upon their passing, entrusted the majority of their estate to the elder son, imploring him to care for his brother. As time flowed steadily onward, all remained tranquil. Yet the younger son, captivated by a beautiful maiden, became consumed with desire, neglecting sustenance as he resorted to outrageous actions. Aware of the maiden's kind heart, He sacrificed the seedlings of his wheat field in spring, rendering himself destitute, akin to a victim of calamity. He successfully sought an audience with the maiden, but yearned for more. Despite her simple attire, it was evident she hailed from nobility, while he possessed no estate of his own. Thus, he turned to his elder brother, beseeching him with tears, and through relentless pleading and quarrels, caused a rift within his brother's family. With his brother's wealth, he acquired luxurious silks and fine delicacies, believing them sufficient to win the maiden's affection. Yet she remained indifferent to these offerings. In despair, he discerned that her gaze towards him mirrored that of the day's destitute. Unwilling to accept this reality, a fervent fire ignited within him. It was then that an enchanter approached him with knowledge of the maiden's true identity and a scheme to secure her. Thus, he sought out his elder brother. Before Wei Yuan, the vision began to distort, the malevolence emanating from the wooden box surging forth, painting the scene with vibrant realism. He beheld a dimly lit room, where two brothers, strikingly similar in appearance, sat drinking. The younger brother feigned sobriety, presenting himself as reformed, while the elder, blissfully intoxicated, failed to notice his sibling's ruse. The candlelight flickered with a ghostly hue. The elder succumbed to slumber upon the table, and the younger, brandishing a gleaming axe, swung downwards upon his brother. Standing amidst the pool of blood, he lamented, "Brother, we are kin. Just one last favor." Fueled by fraternal rage and resentment, he became the embodiment of the most despicable of creatures, deceitfully claiming his brother's demise, wailing in anguish to summon the benevolent celestial maiden. In collusion with the sorcerer, he employed wicked sorcery to seal the feathered garment, entombing it beneath the earth. Yet the celestial maiden remained unyielding, her ethereal essence intact. The younger son, raving in madness, could not approach within 3 paces, until one fateful day, he drew the hidden tiger forth. As the vision before Wei Yuan gradually faded, another voice emerged, that of the previous magistrate, calm and measured. He proclaimed the celestial maiden as his wife, weaving a tale of romance between divine and mortal, yet all of it replete with absurdities. Strangely, upon capturing him and subjecting him to rigorous interrogation, he maintained that his actions were merely the demands of a yellow ox left by his parents, which had devoured the seedlings of his wheat field, demanding silks and sumptuous feasts. Ultimately, it was the yellow ox he slayed, the embodiment of evil. His words seemed to stem from the depths of his being. The magistrate's voice paused, laden with intrigue. However, he possessed no ox. Or perhaps such an ox did exist, yet it was merely a manifestation of his own self. He had severed the seedlings, attributing the deed to the demon. He sought after luxurious silks and feasts, claiming the demon urged him. He murdered his kin, asserting he vanquished evil. All his actions were but the work of the ox demon, which was, in truth, himself. To shift the blame to the demon, absolving oneself of guilt, is the hallmark of one who is, in essence, a monstrosity. I am you, magistrate of Jin, and I caution future generations to tread carefully regarding the matters of such demons. As exorcists, let us not allow the seeds of malevolence to take root within our hearts. The magistrate's voice gradually dissipated, while Wei Yuan's perception of the scroll finally unveiled its true form, resembling the previous mountain scroll, depicting the divine temple and demons in a duality of transformation. The imagery, as if scorched by flames, took on a somber hue. The sky dimmed. The earth rose into mountains, and a pall of death enveloped all. Upon the mountain, the celestial maiden radiated pure energy, while a young man on the ground gazed intently at her. Wei Yuan commanded the scroll to rotate slowly. The young man's shadow elongated, morphing into a yellow ox. The ox and the youth advanced, step for step, ever closer, until, as the scroll rotated within his perception, they merged into one, indistinguishable from each other. Their skin bore the marks of fire, charred and twisted, fissures marring their countenance, a visage of terror, with pitch-black eyes. Turning to face Wei Yuan, a ghastly grin revealed rows of razor-sharp teeth. Wei Yuan exhaled slowly, and the vision finally dissipated completely. It seemed that due to the earlier scene, the black and red aura sealing the feathered garment box began to twist and surge gently. Wei Yuan extended his hand, pressing lightly upon the seal, and declared, "Let go of your grievances. I shall seek retribution for you." The black and red energy ascended, transforming into a young man who knelt in the void, bowing in respect before vanishing. Wei Yuan then tucked the wooden box into his bosom. He lifted his gaze towards the mountain, raised his hand to dispel the spirits, concealing his own living aura, and masqueraded as a ghost bearing gifts, swiftly making his way up the mountain. Chapter 65. Grant him a sword. On this night atop the mountain, A cacophony of spirits echoed incessantly. Great barrels of fine wine had already been brought forth, and the multitude of ghosts clinked their cups, drinking heartily until they were pleasantly tipsy. Some seized a headless specter to engage in a game of chance, while others sought a famished spirit for a drinking contest. The scene on the mountainside had descended into delightful chaos. Wei Yuan, employing his ghost-repelling techniques, summoned an aura of ghostly energy that clung to him. Maintaining a composed demeanor, he melded into this chaotic realm of spirits. The sight of the Ghost King's nuptials, while raucous, was imbued with an eerie quality. The laughter was occasionally shrill or haunting, sending shivers down one's spine. In contrast to the customary bright red lanterns used for human weddings, here flickered dim azure oil lamps, casting a ghostly pale light. The smoke from the oil, foul and nauseating to the living, only fueled the drunken revelry of the spirits. Tables overflowed with lavish feasts of blood and flesh, and the spirits gorged themselves, baring their sharp teeth as they guzzled wine and erupted in raucous laughter. A spectral woman, drenched and striking, beat upon a green stone, as if performing a haunting melody, her voice rising and falling in a chilling serenade. Husband, lend me thine ear, for in this world, both husband and wife may starve. Why not sell thy flesh to the butcher, for 3,000 coins to return to thee, a morsel to journey a mile, yet limbs to hang in the butcher's shop, slowly to be sliced for broth, not allowing life to extinguish without fresh meat, each piece to satisfy the hungry. Pray tell, do not hold thy nose, for the living cannot compare to the fragrance of the dead. The haunting melody and chilling words sent shivers down the spines of the living. Yet the throng of spirits reveled in delight, applauding with fervor. In this spectral realm, the atmosphere was thick with ghostly energy, creating a breathtaking scene of the underworld. Wei Yuan stifled the urge to unsheath his sword and cleanse this place, continuing to masquerade as a typical wandering spirit. A gaunt specter, noticing Wei Yuan's lack of drink, approached him with tipsy laughter, asking, "Why do you refrain from wine and meat? Where might you be headed? Come, partake." Wei Yuan merely deflected. "I must save room for the main course to come." The spirit paused, then chuckled. "Ah, so you await those living souls below?" Keen-eyed, hearty appetite. "But the wedding feast occurs tomorrow. Tonight is merely the betrothal. Those living souls want to be the main dish until tomorrow. You may find yourself famished until then." A chill swept through Wei Yuan's demeanor, yet he maintained his smile. "How can I consume anything else when I think of those living souls?" The spirit nodded in agreement. Indeed. As Wei Yuan prepared to ascend further, the spirit scrutinized him and suddenly said, "Brother, are you ascending to catch a glimpse of the celestial lady?" With an unchanging expression, Wei Yuan chuckled. "Tomorrow is the grand wedding. I merely wish to see what sets the celestial lady apart from mortal women. Do not look at me. Are you not curious yourself?" Initially nodding. The spirit then shook his head. "I advise you to abandon this notion. While the celestial lady may be alluring, she is not easily approached. Several brothers have sought to catch a whiff of her essence and have been scattered by her celestial energy. You would meet the same fate." Seeing the spirit's half-drunken state and his fleeting concern, Wei Yuan continued on. The spirit shrugged off the matter and resumed drinking, laughing with familiar companions about the foolish souls who dared to glimpse the celestial lady, indifferent to their fate. Wei Yuan soon arrived at his destination, a wooden pavilion, devoid of guardians. One could surmise that the pavilion was perpetually enveloped in a cleansing aura, countering the ghostly energy. Even the boldest spirits, should they attempt entry, would be dispelled by this purifying force. Over time, the Ghost King's vigilance had waned regarding this place. However, the ghostly energy continued to rise and surge forward, pressing against the sanctuary of purity, which struggled to maintain its defensive stance. As Wei Yuan approached, he retrieved a token from his waist, a low growl echoing from it. Without uttering a word, the celestial lady sensed his arrival, and a path of purifying energy appeared before him. He swiftly stepped inside, dispelling the ghostly energy he had summoned. Down below, the spirits detected the fluctuation of purifying energy, followed by a dissipating wave of ghostly essence. They erupted in laughter, oblivious to the fate of yet another daring spirit, exclaiming, "Let him be. Fools abound these days. To drink, to drink." As Wei Yuan's vision brightened momentarily and returned to normal, he found himself within an ancient, elegant pavilion. The room was tastefully adorned, with a wooden chest containing a red bridal gown, evidently untouched. The celestial lady, clad in white, sat serenely upon a cushion, her expression tranquil. Wei Yuan retrieved a wooden box from his possession and placed it before her, stating, "I have fulfilled my duty." Though the celestial lady maintained her calm demeanor, a hint of relief flickered across her face upon seeing the seal removed from the box. She nodded slightly, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you." Her hand caressed the wooden box, which began to emit a glow of purifying energy, slowly flowing toward her. However, given the passage of over a millennium, the process of absorbing the magical essence of the feathered gown was not as swift as Wei Yuan had envisioned, requiring a measure of time. He settled cross-legged beside her, channeling his energy in preparation for the impending battle. In his heart lingered a question. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, "There is one matter I do not fully comprehend. When the Tiger Guardian discovered this situation, why did he not rescue you?" The Celestial Lady replied, "The Tiger Guardian of that era intended to return me to the mountains, but the tainted energy had sullied the feathered gown. At that time, I had exhausted my powers and needed 3 years for the malevolent energy to dissipate sufficiently before I could retrieve the gown without harm to myself. Then why? Regrettably, 2 years hence, the current Tiger Guardian took command and led an army against Wu. Subsequently, a malevolent sorcerer took my feathered gown." A malevolent sorcerer? Wei Yuan was taken aback, recalling the claims of a sorcerer capable of compelling the Ghost King to wed the Celestial Lady, along with the various spells attributed to him. He pondered the possible connection as the Celestial Lady concentrated on absorbing the magical essence from the gown. The room gradually fell into silence. Within less than an hour, a surge of dark energy pressed forward. Wei Yuan abruptly opened his eyes, grasping his sword and gazing towards the entrance of the pavilion. The Celestial Lady's absorption of power visibly quickened. With a firm grip on his sword, Wei Yuan advanced, peering through the window, only to feel a chill creep down his spine. He beheld a procession of spirits clad in dark crimson attire, bearing a grand red palanquin, ascending from the mountain's base. The sound of a swana echoed through the mist, a festive tune that resonated with a dismal undertone, shrouded in ghostly energy. Typically, weddings employed vibrant red to ward off evil spirits, yet the red worn by these entities was a somber hue, reminiscent of congealed blood, advancing ominously towards him. The purifying energy, once a bastion of defense, was now retreating against this onslaught. It was the Ghost King's wedding procession. Wei Yuan glanced back at the Celestial Lady, clearly aware that she required more time to restore her strength. Should these spirits breach the purifying barrier, all would be lost. With his solitary prowess, he could disperse the average spirits but would be swiftly vanquished by the Ghost King. The Celestial Maiden opened her eyes and withdrew her hand, seemingly intending to engage in a contest with the Demon King, albeit in an incomplete state. Wei Yuan also observed that among the spirits sent to escort the bride, the Demon King was absent. Upon seeing the Celestial Maiden rise, he raised his right hand in a gesture of pause and softly said, "Hold on." The maiden looked at Wei Yuan with curiosity. After a moment of contemplation, Wei Yuan clasped his hands together and requested, "Might I ask the young lady for a spell of illusion to obscure our presence?" The young maiden was taken aback, her eyes widening as she exclaimed, "You." The inspector of the Imperial Guard adjusted his 8-sided sword with a smile, declaring, "Today, I shall take the bride's place in this flower palanquin." After a brief pause, he asserted with conviction, "Let him receive a blow." It was evident that Wei Yuan was not truly prepared. He was merely buying time. "I extend my gratitude to Sister Lily from Mythical Version of the Three Kingdoms for her continuous support. This marks the 3rd occasion for such acknowledgement. Each of my masters has received a heartfelt thanks in every volume." Chapter 66, Surprise or Not, Unexpected or Not, Happy or Not. With a crisp and steady knock resonating through the air, a ghostly figure clad in dark red garments stood silently at the loft door, holding a crimson sedan chair. A stooped and elderly hag, her voice laced with a haunting tone, intoned, "Madam, the auspicious hour approaches. Please ascend the carriage." There was no response from within. The elderly specter, unperturbed, knocked again and called out several times. When the Celestial Maiden inside remained unresponsive, 2 towering, fearsome specters, adorned with devices to suppress their malevolent aura, stepped forward, intending to forcibly escort the maiden out. However, before they could lay a hand on her, the wooden door of the loft creaked open on its own. The assembly of ghosts stared in astonishment as the Celestial Maiden, draped in a red wedding gown, appeared at the threshold, even having covered her face with a veil. Her hands resting demurely over her abdomen, yet uttering not a single word. This scene was unexpected, and after a moment of surprise, the elderly hag regarded it as a sign that the stubborn Celestial Maiden, who had resisted for over a century, had finally come to terms with her fate, thus sparing them from further trouble. Bowing slightly, she smiled obsequiously and said, "Madam is already prepared. Please ascend the carriage." The other specters, lacking in awareness, quickly parted to make way. The sedan chair tilted slightly as a ghost pulled back the curtain. Once the celestial maiden silently seated herself, the curtain was let down. And then, with a synchronized effort, 18 spirits lifted the sedan chair, the mournful sound of a swona echoing through the air. The elderly hag wore a rare smile of satisfaction as she called out, "Madam ascends the carriage, descending the mountain, returning to the manor." A throng of specters surrounded the dark crimson sedan chair, proceeding in a grand procession towards the ghostly abode at the foot of the mountain. Along the way, numerous specters had gathered on either side of the path, bowing deeply as the sedan passed, uttering flowery congratulations. Their eyes eagerly searching for a glimpse of the celestial maiden's true visage, only to be met with disappointment. News of the celestial maiden's descent quickly reached the ears of the Ghost King. The man sprang to his feet, astonishment and elation flooding his eyes. "What? The celestial maiden is willing to come down. You dare not deceive me." "I would not." The spectre knelt, prostrating himself, recounting in detail how the celestial maiden had finally exited her quarters, donned in wedding attire, and had been carried down the mountain in the crimson sedan. The event had been witnessed by many specters, leaving no room for doubt. The Ghost King paced back and forth, his face alight with joy that he could scarcely contain. A man in a black robe beside him, puzzled, remarked, "Strange indeed. For over a century, that celestial maiden has steadfastly guarded herself. How could she voluntarily relinquish her defenses at this moment? According to calculations, her powers should last for several more hours. There may be a twist. Perhaps she intends to strike at you in the end." The Ghost King dismissively shook his head. "It matters not. Without her feathered garments, she possesses no true cultivation. While her ethereal energy may serve to protect her, it cannot harm me, even if she could inflict injury. If it allows her to express even a fraction of her feelings and recognize my genuine intentions, I would welcome it willingly. Moreover, based on my calculations, her remaining powers cannot breach my defenses." Pausing momentarily, as if recollecting something, he murmured, She must wish to save those living souls. She has always had a benevolent heart. If she is willing to join me, then what harm is there in sparing those lives for the time being?" He turned to the bowing spectre and commanded, "Go, ensure those living souls are subdued. For this grand feast of mine, you are forbidden to touch their flesh for 3 days." The specters understood the implications of his words. After 3 days, once the wedding was over, they could feast without consequence. The specters bowed and withdrew. The Ghost King took a deep breath, feeling a surge of emotion reminiscent of his living days, murmuring, "At last. Today marks the prelude to the wedding feast." With the celestial maiden no longer resisting, the Ghost King was filled with uncontainable joy and promptly instructed the assembled spirits to prepare a grand banquet, although they could not yet bring forth the living souls for a fresh and sumptuous meal. Whispers among the knowledgeable specters revealed the Ghost King's intent to host another feast in 3 days, leading to a sense of jubilant anticipation among the spirits. Cheers and shouts of merriment filled the air as they indulged in wine and meat, the atmosphere vibrant and festive. The Ghost King raised a cup in salute to the gathered spirits before allowing them to revel freely, knowing that today's festivities would be a sight to behold. He turned to the robed figure beside him, saying, "Today's fulfillment is entirely due to your grace, dear Taoist. I shall never forget your promise. Please, enjoy the banquet." The man in black nodded dismissively, replying, "In the spring night, a moment is worth 1,000 gold. Simply enjoy yourself, my friend." Thus, the Ghost King summoned a gust of dark wind and returned to the ghostly abode he had constructed, which bore a striking resemblance to his former residence, yet was far more opulent. As he stepped forward and waved his sleeve, dismissing the multitude of spirits within the estate, he caught sight of the main house where lights flickered on, casting the silhouette of the celestial maiden, veiled and poised by the window. After just 1 cup of wine, the Ghost King felt the intoxicating effects wash over him, a warmth enveloping him. He loosened his collar and stepped forward, feeling an echo of the poetic sentiment. Near home, one feels more timid, afraid to inquire of the traveler. He too felt such trepidation. Pushing open the door, he beheld the celestial maiden, seated quietly beside a flickering red candle, adorned in her resplendent wedding gown and veiled. Under the moonlight, one could admire the beauty of the flowers, and beneath the glow of the lanterns, the maiden's elegance was evident. The Ghost King swallowed hard, the thoughts and dreams of countless nights coalescing into this moment, leading to an overwhelming joy that made him question if this were merely a dream. With each step closer, the memories of the past sharpened into focus, his youthful encounter, her ethereal beauty, the lavish silks and sumptuous feasts he had offered, her disdainful indifference, and even his willingness to seal her feathered garments away in the earth using dark sorcery. All those moments flooded back, vivid yet dreamlike. seated before the celestial maiden. The Ghost King softly declared, "At last, you are truly mine." He lifted 2 cups of wine from the table, a smile gracing his lips. "I have long desired this moment. Fear not, this is wine from the mortal realm, the finest from the tavern in the city, painstakingly recreated over a century. There are but 2 cups. Come, let us taste." He poured the wine and offered her a cup. The celestial maiden hesitated for a moment before extending her delicate hand to take a glass, lowering her gaze to sip the wine. The Ghost King drank deeply from his cup, as if intoxicated. Seizing the moment while she was preoccupied, he lifted the golden rod to unveil her veil. In that instant, time seemed to slow. Before him stood not the celestial maiden he had longed for, but a young man with striking features and a smile playing at his lips. The crimson gown shattered like a bubble. The young man raised the wine cup and drank deeply, leaving the Ghost King's century-long devotion drained in an instant. "Delicious wine," he exclaimed with delight. Yet before the laughter could fade, a sharp blade fell from the young man's hand, cleaving downwards with a deadly intent. "I shall return the courtesy." The roar of a massive excavator engine reverberated incessantly. Zhang Hao, his eyes rimmed with dark circles and bloodshot, stood weary and worn. For a full 2 days, an entire engineering team was urgently dispatched from the city, marching vigorously towards the ferry terminal. They worked in 3 shifts, relentlessly laboring to redirect the Luojian River. They were merely one final layer away from allowing the waters of Luoshui to change course, thereby obliterating the treacherous bow-shaped current once and for all. Zhang Hao, clutching the blueprint, emphatically waved his hand. "Digging is far too slow. Withdraw the excavators. Set the explosives." Chapter 67, Wild Horses, Dust, and the breath of life. What was initially perceived to be a beautiful maiden beneath the veil turned out to be a shocking contrast that momentarily bewildered the Ghost King. Not only was she not a celestial being, but she was not even a woman. This stark revelation slowed his reactions, and at that instant, Wei Yuan's sword had already descended upon him. The blade was entwined with a thin, sharp whirlwind, emitting a melodious whistle. The Ghost King barely had time to instinctively retreat, narrowly avoiding a strike to his neck, yet the 8-sided Han sword came crashing down upon his face. Wei Yuan exhaled sharply, swinging the sword in a spinning motion. The blade tearing through the grotesque visage of the ghostly figure, cleaving it in 2 from the bridge of the nose downward. As Wei Yuan landed, he swiftly distanced himself. "Ah, my face! My face!" The Ghost King cried out in agony, his already monstrous features rendered even more horrific by the wound inflicted by Wei Yuan. His resentment towards his own visage, which had remained unchanged in the presence of the celestial maiden, surged to a frenzied peak, now distorted beyond recognition. Yet, a more insufferable sense of grievance began to fester within him. Gasping heavily, he covered his face, his eyes burning with rage as he glared at Wei Yuan. "You emerged from her abode. No wonder she has refused me for a century." Wei Yuan replied, sword in hand, "It was merely a matter of justice. I have only known the celestial maiden for a few days." He then chuckled and inquired, "This wine is exquisite. I wonder if my gift is to your liking?" Like a trigger igniting an explosion, the Ghost King lunged fiercely at Wei Yuan, letting out a low, frenzied roar. "You lie." Wei Yuan stepped back. The 8-sided Han sword raised defensively. The Ghost King's fists rained down with tremendous force, but Wei Yuan had already evaded, positioning himself to the side. The broad blade met the ghostly fists, absorbing and redirecting the impact with practiced ease. However, the effort to dissipate the force felt overwhelmingly difficult. Akin to attempting to level a mountain with a mere shovel, the principle of yielding strength had its limits, and this was beyond his capability. Reluctantly, he redirected the force back, stepping away from the threat. With a powerful thrust, he forced his foot into the ground, shattering it beneath him. The sword's aura surged as it aimed for the Ghost King's neck. The Ghost King did not flinch, allowing the 8-sided Han's sword to descend. Yet, even before the blade could graze his skin, dark flames erupted, not fire, but the accumulated malice of the waters of the Luo River, manifesting as a deadly curse. When the sword met flesh, it produced a resounding clash of metal. A chilling aura coursed through the sword into Wei Yuan's hand, causing his arm to nearly go numb. Retreating suddenly, he observed the ghastly fissure he had inflicted on the Ghost King's face begin to heal at a visible pace. Realization struck him as he recalled the celestial maiden's words. The malevolent energy of the land was intertwined with the essence of the ghostly realm, ensuring that as long as the river's malice persisted, the ghostly beings could not be vanquished. The Ghost King crouched low, retrieving a colossal broadsword, resonating with the remnants of the Han Dynasty, and spoke with a voice full of dark intent. "The vendetta for my father's murder, the wrath for my wife's betrayal cannot go unavenged. Wei Yuan shook his head. My acquaintance with the celestial maiden is merely nascent. He raised his sword, declaring, Yet, malevolent beings that devour the innocent must be dealt with mercilessly. With crimson eyes ablaze, the Ghost King bellowed in frenzied anger, accusing Wei Yuan of deceit. Gripping his sword, enveloped in malignant energy, he charged at Wei Yuan, relying solely on brute force. The bullets of firearms proved ineffective, disintegrated by the surrounding malice. Wei Yuan felt his energy sink as he wielded the eight-sided Han sword, which sang with fierce intensity. The image of a blue-hued feather appeared on his waist token. Remnants of a powerful demon from the Qin and Han Dynasty surged within him. The clash of blades erupted. Amidst a ghostly feast, the spirits reveled in merriment. In their midst sat a solitary figure clad in black robes, observing the spectral gathering with keen eyes. Although he bore the aura of a living being, he was regarded as a distinguished guest by the spirits who dared not approach, creating a wide gap around him. Unperturbed, he sipped from his cup. Untouched by the abundant dishes on the table, his thoughts occupied by the celestial maiden's unusual behavior. After a drink, he set down his cup and retrieved a peculiar talisman from his sleeve, intricately inscribed with their lineage's protective symbols, a gift from his mentor to ward off calamity. This brought him some solace as he resumed his drinking, casting disdainful glances at the gathering of spirits. As he drank, an odd yet familiar sound reached his ears. Pausing his hand mid-sip, straining to listen, he discerned the noise growing nearer and clearer, causing his surroundings, the fluttering banners and lanterns, to sway gently. Finally, he recognized the sound, the wind. In the next moment, a howling gale descended like a stampede of wild horses, sweeping across the mountains and silencing the jubilant cries of the spirits. Lanterns extinguished, plunging the scene into an eerie silence, as a figure emerged, seemingly riding the tempest. A ghostly being attempted to speak, but a flash of cold steel ended its existence. Wei Yuan landed, staggering back several steps, his chest heaving with pent-up energy. The eight-sided Han sword continued to resonate ominously in his grasp. Such potent malevolence! Despite being riddled with sword wounds, the Ghost King, shrouded in the river's curse, continued to roar in fury as he charged at Wei Yuan. Aware that the malevolence would enable rapid healing of his wounds, Wei Yuan chose not to engage directly. With a swift change of pace, he dashed into the throng of spirits just as the enraged Ghost King drew near. His speed was uncontainable. Yet Wei Yuan harnessed the winds, moving like a fleeting shadow among the spirits. Even those spirits lingering further back remained oblivious to his presence. Some drunken spirits, seeing the Ghost King, jested alongside an old crone. Master, you've emerged so soon. Why not linger a moment longer with your lady? A night of passion is worth a fortune. Their playful banter, meant to curry favor, ignited a blaze of jealousy within the Ghost King. His eyes flared red with rage as he disregarded the identities of those before him, raising his broadsword to cleave through the nearest figures. In an instant, several spirits were reduced to mere pulp. Amidst the terrified screams, the crowd dispersed, and the Ghost King, enraged, charged toward the officer, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. As the spirits scattered, the unfortunate ones who could not escape in time met their demise, either cleaved in two or incinerated by the malevolence. Observing the Ghost King's erratic behavior, the remaining spirits exchanged fearful glances, now tinged with pity, as they recognized the unprecedented chaos unfolding before them. Wei Yuan persistently endeavored to lure the Ghost King toward the throngs of demons and spirits, circling the mountain to buy sufficient time for the Celestial Maiden's recovery in the excavation of river channels by the outside world. The demonic power of the Jin Yu bird had reached its limits, yet Jiang Sha was undeniably ferocious. Each clash of blades, despite Wei Yuan's superior swordsmanship, allowed the malevolent energy to seep into his body, intensifying the pain in his chest and abdomen, leaving a metallic sweetness on his tongue. With another strike, he deflected the war blade, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, a bitter smile forming as he found a semblance of amusement in his plight. The accumulation of this sinister aura was overwhelming, enhancing both offense and defense, while hastening his recovery. Upon noticing Wei Yuan, the cloaked Taoist displayed a flicker of surprise, realizing that the Ghost King was momentarily unable to catch up to him. Contemplating his next move, he raised a bowl of water, setting a stick of incense afloat within it, and prepared a talisman, intending to use this bowl as a ritual altar to invoke a spell. A tempest swirled around, enveloping the mountainside, but the Taoist's actions did not escape Wei Yuan's keen perception. Having previously suffered at the hands of a malevolent sorcerer's ritual, Wei Yuan was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. With his right hand, he wielded the eight-sided Han sword, barely managing to parry the descending blade with the force of the wind. His left hand drew a firearm, unleashing a volley of 3 shots at the Taoist, who was still reciting incantations and caught unawares. With a sharp crack, the bowl shattered, scattering fragments across the ground. The remaining 2 shots were deflected, costing him 2 talismans that were reduced to ashes. The Taoist stumbled back, his palm lacerated by shards, blood flowing freely. Though a practitioner of the Tao, he remained mortal. In a frantic attempt to staunch the bleeding, he infused a blood-stopping talisman into the water, halting his injuries, just as he reached for another spell. Yet, he was met with the sight of his protective charm igniting spontaneously, burning away at a visible speed, causing his expression to shift to one of alarm. A calamity. At that moment, a wave of pure energy surged forth from the mountain, rupturing the ghostly domain above. The Ghost King's countenance shifted, the overwhelming pressure and near-death sensation finally restoring a measure of clarity to his mind. He glanced toward the mountain, realizing he must thwart the celestial maiden, brandishing his war blade to charge forth. However, at that instant, the sinister energy surrounding him abruptly weakened, leaving him momentarily staggered. Wei Yuan's eyes gleamed with a renewed intensity. The insignia on his waist, the Jin Yu bird, radiated with brilliance. A tempest erupted around him, manifesting as a colossal green feathered bird, which then transformed into a whirlwind of demonic energy that surged into his being. Wei Yuan's dark irises shimmered with an otherworldly azure hue, as he became acutely aware of the Jin Yu bird's resentful thoughts, causing a throbbing pain in his head. Simultaneously, his strength surged dramatically as he lunged forward, his right foot driving the tempest forcefully into the Ghost King's chest, halting his advance. In that moment, 2 opposing winds collided, generating an upward vortex. Wei Yuan leapt into the air, flipping over the Ghost King, both hands gripping the 8-sided Han sword. With all his might, he executed a powerful slash. The blade cleaved diagonally through the Ghost King's left shoulder, severing down to his waist, revealing a wound deep enough to expose bone. Flanking this gruesome gash were 2 smaller, yet more profound lacerations. It was as if the Jin Yu bird had resurrected from the Qin and Han dynasties, delivering a devastating blow to the Ghost King. Such grievous injuries, akin to being cleaved in 2, were nearly unbearable for the Ghost King, who let out a pained howl, retaliating with a powerful swing of his arm, akin to a steel whip crashing down. Wei Yuan barely managed to raise the 8-sided Han sword in defense before being violently hurled away, crashing into a wooden structure, reducing it to ruins with a resounding crash. The sinister energy invaded his body, causing the Jin Yu bird's demonic power to erupt, nearly sprouting feathers from his brow. The Huo tiger insignia emitted a low growl, retracting the demonic energy just in time to prevent Wei Yuan from transforming into a half-demon. Yet, he could not suppress the blood that spilled from his mouth, his complexion paling drastically. This had indeed been a desperate endeavor. The Ghost King had inflicted wounds upon him, yet in doing so had exposed his back to the celestial maiden upon the mountain. Wei Yuan struggled to sit up amidst the debris, sensing the earlier sorcerer's aura. Feeling the wind's breath, though now far more potent, he raised his gaze to the sky of the ghostly realm, which appeared to descend ominously, as if some invisible, dreadful entity roared above, inducing a ringing in his ears. The air began to flow. Wild horses, dust, and the breath of living beings stirred. It was as if children were swirling their arms in a basin of water, an invisible hand agitating the heavens, causing Wei Yuan's hair to flutter as he found his breathing increasingly labored. This was, then, a cataclysmic roar of ferocious winds erupted. The thunderous drums of the heavens reverberated. An immense tempest enveloped the entire mountain, a whirlwind so vast it surpassed even the mountain's size, plummeting from the skies. Broad at the top and tapering to a point, resembling a colossal iron cone, piercing the ghostly domain below. The boundless wind and surging torrents diverted around the injured officer, akin to pure white waves, sweeping past the seated Wei Yuan. Seated on the ground, he traversed 80,000 miles in a single day. The grandeur of the scene left one in a daze, as if ascending to the 9th heaven. Chapter 68. The Downfall. The wind arrived, first gently caressing the cheeks, then saturating the shoulders and elbows, ultimately surging forth in a deafening roar. The swiftly racing tempest compressed the air, transforming into pure white surges. Wei Yuan sat in the solitary calm atop the mountain, observing the surrounding storm's tumult. The gale enveloping the entire Ghost Domain mountain left a sharp wail ringing in his ears. From below, one might perceive the mountain as cloaked in a layer of pristine air, or perhaps as a vast mass of clouds cascading from the heavens, shrouding the mountainside to its peak, all the while grinding and swirling at a pace that seemed both slow and rapid. Monstrous entities howled in terror, struggling for their lives. yet were swept up by the violently rotating winds. Trees were uprooted, houses crushed from above, their foundations torn away as sharp fragments were drawn into the tempest. Emitting a piercing shriek, those apparitions without form were dispersed by the storm's wrath, while those with substance were shredded by the razor-sharp debris, fractured bodies and shattered souls. Along with the absurdity of this grotesque banquet, were ultimately drawn into the storm, reduced to dust. The clash of wind and mist produced a sound reminiscent of thunder. And indeed, sporadic bolts of lightning struck down upon this haunted realm. The raging fire of the storm shattered the foul and malevolent energies. Wei Yuan gazed, entranced by the magnificent scene, rendered speechless. He ceased his futile struggle to rise, instead leaning against the last remnant of ruin, with his sword plunged into the earth, witnessing a spectacle that rivaled natural disasters. This was the power once revered in antiquity as divine, the grandeur of the most formidable practitioners. Beside him lay an unopened jar of wine. Casually, he drew his sword across his knees, pried open the seal, and took a swig, proclaiming to the vastness of the heavens below, "Excellent." The tempest summoned by the celestial maiden swept away the myriad of monstrous entities across the mountains. These specters, which even Wei Yuan could not restrain, stood no chance against the might of nature, instantly being consumed and annihilated, their souls scattering to the winds. Yet, the malevolent king who had siphoned the waters of Luo River for over a century remained defiantly resistant, shrouded in a dense aura of malice, barely resisting the storm's might. However, it was evident that the Luo River had been diverted, and the source of his malevolence had vanished. With each passing moment, his power dwindled. The Demon King, gritting his teeth in fury, struggled to endure, but ultimately could not escape death. As the last vestiges of his power crumbled, he stumbled, launching into the air, still howling in defiance, "No, no, you are mine." Before his words could fade, he was engulfed by the tempest. The storm, which had been swirling in harmony, abruptly tore in the opposite direction. The Demon King emitted a heart-wrenching scream as he was obliterated, returning to dust. At this moment, the storm began to slowly dissipate, revealing what had once been a realm shrouded in ghostly shadows, now a scene of devastation. Trees lay uprooted, homes reduced to ruins, and in the distance, one could glimpse the viscous blood cast aside. Yet, Wei Yuan felt a sense of relief. The mountain, though no longer bustling with activity, now offered a welcome tranquility. The celestial maiden, clad in flowing white garments, descended upon the final whisper of the breeze. Her complexion was pale, revealing the toll that such a powerful display had taken on her. "It is finally over," Wei Yuan managed to rise, acknowledging her. "Thank you, maiden." The celestial maiden, still pale, nodded slightly, adding, "Be cautious, it still retains a fragment of its essence." Wei Yuan was taken aback. Even now, the demon had not perished? Before the maiden could elaborate, a frenzied, menacing roar echoed from below. "No, you are mine. You are mine." Wei Yuan's pupils constricted as he gazed downward. In this nearly obliterated ghostly realm, a figure struggled forth. No, that could hardly be deemed a human. In the chaotic scroll of strange forces, the central figures were solely the youth and the celestial maiden. The youth had aged from boyhood to white-haired frailty, ultimately perishing and becoming mere bones, while the celestial maiden remained unchanged. Initially, Wei Yuan believed this to be the entirety of the narrative. Yet, upon witnessing the emergence of that entity, he abruptly realized a third presence had been concealed all along, one he had previously overlooked. With a thunderous rumble, a nearly entirely decayed inn rose from the ground. The inn was encrusted with viscous, thick tendrils resembling grotesque veins, pulsating oddly. These grotesque appendages coalesced at the inn's entrance, forming the likeness of the youth, whose back melded with the inn, as if flesh and blood had grown into the walls, creating a sight both twisted and terrifying. The visage of the youth morphed continuously, at times resembling his youthful self, at others a skeletal visage, and occasionally a demon sporting horns. It was as if all his unfulfilled desires and resentments coalesced within this grotesque manifestation. The roars echoed with the voice of a youth, intermingled with the growls of a demon. Wei Yuan beheld this unprecedented aberration, recognizing that it was no longer the naive individual he once knew. This entity bore the essence of a spirit bound to the earth, yet he had never encountered a demon so intrinsically intertwined with its prison. At this moment, Wei Yuan finally grasped the previously obscured truth. The youth had merely been immortal. Even if he nurtured a demon within, he would undoubtedly perish when confronted by the lurking tiger. And even if he had managed to survive, the original tale dated back to the Han Dynasty. Over 1700 years ago, his soul should have long since dissipated. It was only upon encountering this and that the realization dawned upon him. So it was. Wei Yuan found himself at a loss for words to articulate his reflections, merely sighing. It is the lingering resentment and unfulfilled desires left within that wouldn't end. Compounded by the dark arts practiced in life, which merged the maiden's feathered attire and flesh into the ground, ultimately leading to the end's transformation into a demon. It seems the actions of malevolent practitioners a century ago further contributed to this, causing the end to birth a demon that mistakenly believes itself to be him. When a person perishes, their obsessions do not fade. They are compelled to pursue the unfulfilled desires of their former life. Truly, the tenacity of human obsession is both formidable and fearsome. As the inn, resembling a living entity, howled in anguish, it advanced toward the mountain. Previously, its aura of malice instilled fear, but now its true form lay exposed. Wei Yuan steadied himself, gripping his sword, declaring, so-called Demon King, merely a manifestation of obsession. Relying on malevolence to assert its ferocity, he turned to the celestial maiden. Can you engage once more? The maiden pursed her lips and nodded slightly. Yet, Wei Yuan discerned that she had only recently regained her strength, having expended her formidable powers in the earlier confrontation, now a mere flicker of her former self. Resolutely, he raised his sword and said, "Then, I must ask you to summon the winds." Wei Yuan affixed his waist token to his side, gripping his sword, taking deep breaths. Feeling the pain within his lungs and the blood frothing between his lips, he clenched his jaw. Grateful for the earlier message he had sent to Zhang Hao and the others, instructing them to divert the Luo River and transform the original malevolent energy into the White Tiger's energy from the west. This had been intended to prevent the Demon King from drawing upon any remaining reserves of malice, and now it had proven fortuitous. The tempest had surged. The Demon King's form shattered, and the malevolence scattered across the mountains. Wei Yuan sensed a connection between the waste token of the silly county magistrate and the re-emergence of the sinister energies in the world. The White Tiger was a harbinger of bloodshed and warfare, a perfect match for the title of the silly county magistrate, who commanded the elite forces. Holding a high rank within the Han Dynasty, reputed as the lurking tiger, during the Qin and Han eras, practitioners of the arcane arts roamed freely. How could there be no connection? He resolved to borrow a fragment of malevolence from the Demon King. He understood the risks but deemed it necessary. With his right hand grasping the sword, its blade angled toward the ground, he stepped forward. The end trampled over the mountains and trees, advancing with great momentum. Standing in its path was Wei Yuan. The twisted figure at the inn's entrance met his gaze, unleashing a deep, furious roar, its eyes ablaze with rage. The vivid memories linger, as the young man's deep-seated resentment and unwillingness are fixated upon the sword-wielding officer. The inn, perched atop a lofty structure, alters its course, hurtling towards Wei Yuan. A tempest of malevolence trailing behind. Wei Yuan grips his sword resolutely. The insignia of the reclining tiger glimmers with a profound light. The low growl of the tiger, more fervent and fierce than ever before, resonates as Wei Yuan channels the malignant energy through the reclining tiger technique, summoning a ferocious white tiger to materialize behind him. In an instant, the splendid feathers of the embroidered bird upon the insignia illuminate and merge with the dark energy. The roar of the tiger and the cry of the bird intertwine. The officer is accompanied by a fierce tiger apparition, striding purposefully towards the malevolent spirit at the inn below. In the blink of an eye, the two figures converge. Wei Yuan can almost discern the twisted, envious madness etched upon the young man's face. With a flick of his finger across the blade, a radiant chill emanates from the sword's body. Wei Yuan, hands firmly grasping the sword, mirrors his previous strike against the Demon King, and with a decisive swing, he cleaves downward with the eight-faced Han's sword. The white tiger behind him charges down the mountain, roaring with fury, lunging forward to vanquish. The amalgamation of malevolence and demonic power crashes against the inn. What was once an ancient relic, preserved with care, is instantly marred by deep fissures as if the sturdy wooden boards were brittle biscuits, crumbling into dust. Ultimately, the malevolent spirit cannot approach Wei Yuan, reduced to mere ruins. Only the young man's body remains, still tethered to a splintered board from the inn, rolling upon the ground, yet yearning to strike at Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan, sword in hand, allows the young man to leap towards him, sidestepping effortlessly. Taking a deep breath, the metallic scent of blood fills his nostrils. He raises the eight-faced sword high, then brings it crashing down towards the young man's neck, who struggles to evade. In that moment, from the dark essence of resentment and fleshly sorcery that envelopes him, a pair of hands suddenly emerge, pinning the young man down. The eight-faced Han's sword descends with full force. The manifestation of the young man's obsession meets the same grim fate as that of his slain brother. A severed head rolls away. At this juncture, Wei Yuan is utterly spent, surveying the chaos around him as the spirits disperse. Despite the agonizing pressure in his chest from the remnants of malevolence, he feels an exhilarating sense of satisfaction, a rare delight. He kicks the lifeless body aside. Staggering back a step, exhausted, he collapses to the ground, cradling his sword and laughing heartily. Wickedness. Exterminated. Chapter 69. The end of affection. Wei Yuan appeared quite disheveled. His limbs trembled slightly from having exerted himself too forcefully earlier, and his body ached painfully. Each breath he took ignited a fierce internal conflict between the dormant tiger's fury and the malevolent energy within him. The spectral monarch he had encountered was an unprecedented adversary, and by this point he was utterly exhausted. Collapsing onto the ground, he felt mentally drained, not even wishing to move a finger. As the ghostly figure dissipated into nothingness, the tiger insignia at his waist quivered softly. Characters flowed through his spiritual platform, signifying the merits he had accrued. Perhaps due to the fact that Wei Yuan had merely delivered the final blow, the merits were not as plentiful as he had anticipated, yet they were substantial enough. When combined with the merits from slaying the demons during the theft of the feathered attire, he barely amassed a total of 100 points. Earlier, he had only obtained 2 or 3 points from vanquishing a minor ghost, while the seventh daughter had dissipated her malevolence, yielding merely 7 points. This, however, was still a commendable sum. Wei Yuan exhaled a heavy breath, momentarily regaining his composure. Straining to rise, he turned his gaze back to the ruins surrounding him and recalled the sinister figure he had just encountered. He wondered whether that individual had been swept away by the tempest summoned by the celestial maiden, leaving behind even a fragment of their soul to control the spirits. The dissemination of dark sorcery in the Spring City and the identity of the instigator responsible for the resurgence of demons within this ghostly realm were surely intertwined with that enigmatic figure. Wei Yuan retrieved a tracking talisman, igniting it with a flick of his wrist. His perception heightened significantly, rendering everything around him strikingly clear. He soon discerned the lingering presence of the enigmatic figure, who had miraculously evaded the cataclysmic storm and was making their way down the mountain to a concealed location. The black-robed practitioner was in a state of disarray, hastily descending the mountainside, his face ashen and breathing labored. Even a fleeting recollection of the apocalyptic scene he had witnessed sent chills down his spine. Had it not been for the disaster-evading talisman passed down by his ancestors, he would likely have met his end. Even with his fortunate escape, his cultivation was shattered by the tempest, leaving him devoid of talismans and barely clinging to life. As he stumbled, he fell to the ground, rolling twice. In the distance, he could see the semblance of a village crafted in human fashion. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to his feet and pressed onward. He only needed to blend in among the living to slip away unnoticed and relay the events he had witnessed: the revival of the Han celestial maiden and the reappearance of the ancient dormant tiger. It was imperative that this information reach the outside world. He faintly heard a deep, frenzied roar from another side of the mountain. Realizing that the dormant tiger and the celestial maiden were currently confronting the true embodiment of the demons within this ghostly realm, leaving them no time to spare for him. Gathering his breath, he quickened his pace, but just as he was about to reach his destination, an icy chill enveloped him. Instinctively, the practitioner rolled to the side. A sudden sharp pain shot through his back, signaling that he had sustained an injury. He let out a low groan of agony as he turned to see a figure emerging from the shadows of the forest, a person clad in grayish-brown attire. Their form gaunt and expressionless, appearing both aged and youthful. Should Wei Yuan be present, he would recognize this as Wu Lu, the proprietor of the inn. With a fierce glare, Wu Lu fixed his eyes upon the practitioner, his teeth grinding audibly. His emaciated arms, nearly devoid of muscle, dragged a menacing, ghostly blade across the ground, leaving a deep mark. The storm had subsided, yet dark clouds still loomed overhead, and a sudden downpour drenched both men. Wu Lu's eyes glowed with fury as he stared intently at the practitioner, the very one who had deceived him into the water, ensnaring his soul within his corporeal form. Neither human nor ghost. Through clenched teeth, his voice emerged, strained and venomous. Wretched sorcerer. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. At long last, you have arrived. The figure in black regarded the vengeful Wu Lu, his eyes reflecting a blend of astonishment and absurdity, alongside a simmering anger at being underestimated. With a cold smirk, he retorted, What nonsense is this from a mere corpse spirit? Wu Lu's eyes widened, and his previously expressionless face contorted with madness and anguish. He stepped forward, rushing through the rain-soaked night towards the figure in black. The sinister ghostly blade, propelled by his twisting motion, cut through the curtain of rain, fueled by the wrath of an ordinary man. When Wei Yuan, relying on the efficacy of the 1,000-mile tracking talisman, located the malevolent practitioner, he found the figure had already succumbed to death, eyes wide open, sprawled in the muddy water. A gaping wound marred his waist, intestines mingled with blood flowing out. Soaking into the mire, Wu Lu sat against a stone, having lost an arm in the process. It was this very arm he had sacrificed to exchange lives with the practitioner. A person who prides himself on being superior and meticulously devises schemes for survival cannot comprehend the mindset of one who would forsake their life for vengeance. The Taoist, in his ignorance, paid with his life. Wei Yuan bent down, sensing the malevolent spirit scattering as it departed the body, seemingly preordained by some curse, rendering it incapable of soul-searching or ghostly exorcism. However, he managed to extract a yellow talisman inscribed with the Taoist's name and title, akin to an identification document, which he placed alongside the practitioner's belongings. He turned his gaze toward Wu Lu, who, after enacting his revenge, resembled a mere shell of a man, sitting against the stone, his expression vacant. After a long while, he gazed at the sky, a bittersweet sigh escaping his lips. I longed to bask in the sun. The very essence of the ghost realm revolved around the Ghost King, accumulating the malevolent energy of the Luo River, creating a realm distinct from the mortal world. With the Ghost King vanquished and the river diverted, the foundation of the ghost realm had been utterly obliterated. Soon, this corner of the world would merge with the realm of the living. In the place where the bow-shaped malevolence once resided, the inhabitants of the ghost realm suddenly materialized. The erstwhile inn and tavern, upon appearing in the mortal world, transformed into mere paper constructs, swiftly consumed by the vital energies of the living, vanishing from sight. Zhang Hao and his companions, bearing dark circles under their eyes, found the innocent tourists in relatively good condition, merely unconscious. Upon spotting Wei Yuan, a wave of relief washed over them. Zhang Hao, exhaling a cloud of smoke, approached and said, "Master Wei, you are safe and sound. That is wonderful news. What has become of the ghost realm?" Wei Yuan initially intended to express that, with the assistance of the Celestial Maiden, he had vanquished the Ghost King. However, upon turning around, he found that the white-clad Celestial Maiden had vanished without a trace. With a slight pause, he realized her desire to remain unseen, and thus, he smiled and replied, "I was fortunate enough to receive aid from a passing sage, and the matter has been resolved. There is no need for concern moving forward." A passing sage? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao, taken aback, nodded and said, "This is certainly not an issue." He then turned to Wu Lu and inquired, "May I ask in which city your esteemed residence is located, Mr. Wu?" Wu Lu hesitated for a considerable time before uttering a name he had never encountered before, Lu Village. After a significant detour, combined with Wu Lu's vague descriptions, they finally located the place he referred to. Remarkably, the village he spoke of turned out to be the genuine rural sanatorium, albeit a name so antiquated that only a few elderly residents, whose teeth had long since fallen out, could recall it. The car gradually came to a halt at the village's entrance. Perhaps influenced by lingering malevolence, the sky today was shrouded in low-hanging clouds and mist, casting a somber gloom that obscured any trace of sunlight. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, understood. Please provide the text you would like me to refine and translate into elegant English. As everyone turned their gaze, the middle-aged village chief stared intently, causing the young man to startle and lower his voice. "Nevertheless," he stammered, "I recall. Under the willow tree at the old village chief's place, that elderly woman mentioned her husband had passed away, bearing the surname Wu." Wei Yuan, deep in thought, observed the agitated Wu Lu and addressed the village chief politely. "Would you kindly guide us there?" The village chief opened his mouth but eventually nodded, saying, "It is no trouble to go, but alas, that old lady. You will understand once you arrive." Soon, Wei Yuan and the others arrived at the ancient willow tree, where they found the elderly woman seated beneath its shade. Throughout the journey, the village chief had recounted the woman's story, revealing that she was quite advanced in age and suffered from dementia, having forgotten everything. He shook his head and remarked, "This lady is over 70 years old. Her husband went missing 60 years ago. Everyone believes he drowned, but she refuses to accept it and has been waiting ever since. She has waited from the tender age of 17 until now. Behold, she has lost her senses yet continues to wait. Were it not for the village's support, she would not have endured. Presently, she no longer recognizes anyone in the village. The village chief noticed the man with a severed arm opening his mouth, moving towards the elderly woman. Although the chief's earlier words had been somewhat brusque, he grew anxious, reaching out to pull Wu Lu back. Wei Yuan raised his arm to stop him. Gazing at the trembling figure of Wu Lu, he sighed, rendered speechless. The elderly woman beneath the willow tree, her silver hair neatly arranged, quietly gazed toward the village entrance. Wei Yuan took a step forward, following Wu Lu. With each step, Wu Lu's eyes were fixed on the woman, and he spoke with a bittersweet self-deprecation. It is indeed her. I can recognize her at a glance. She is my wife. Our village is small, our homes face each other, and it was only natural for us to grow up together and eventually marry. My family was poor, and on our wedding day, I carried 2 bags of rice and flour to bring her home. She never held my circumstances against me, yet I harbored a sense of pride, believing that what others possessed, my family should also have. That day, I went out to fetch her a hairpin when I saw a Taoist fall into the water, and I went to rescue him. He knelt down, looking at the elderly woman, his expression a poignant blend of laughter and tears. Do you still remember me? Harboring little hope, the elderly man, whose presence had faded from the memories of the villagers, gazed at the weeping, emaciated figure and instinctively extended his hand, inquiring, "Have you returned?" Wu Lu trembled slightly, tears cascading down his cheeks uncontrollably. It seemed as though he had finally relinquished the anxieties that had plagued him the most. He collapsed onto the ground, grinning as he uttered, "I have returned." He sat beside the old woman, seemingly desiring to bask in the sun as he had previously mentioned. Yet the sky today was excessively overcast. Leaning against the ancient willow tree, he gazed at Wei Yuan and murmured, "I truly long to soak up the sun once more." Wei Yuan lifted his gaze to the heavens, where a sinister aura loomed low, refusing to dissipate. Suddenly, he recalled the majestic spectacle of the celestial maiden commanding the storm, stirring something within him. With a hand poised like a blade, he made a feint towards the dark energy. Relying on his prior experience with manipulating this malevolence, he disrupted the residual dark energy. In truth, he merely shattered the dark energy near the ground. However, this energy was intertwined with the winds above, which in turn tugged at the clouds. All elements of heaven and earth are interconnected. Consequently, a sudden gust arose, spiraling upwards, causing the low-hanging clouds to swirl in reverse, and gradually, the sky began to fragment. A soft golden light, a warmth unseen in the realm of the dead, descended. The onlookers were merely astonished by the abrupt shift in the weather, murmuring that the mood of the heavens was capricious and unpredictable, not giving it much thought. Yet, Wei Yuan felt the precious little magical power he had painstakingly regained evaporate in an instant, nearly causing him to stagger. As he regained his composure, he noticed Shen Jifeng staring wide-eyed at him. Wei Yuan recalled Shen Jifeng's unique talent for identifying the vulnerabilities in the realm of the dead. Realizing he could not conceal anything, he raised his index finger to his lips, smiling softly as he shushed her. Shen Jifeng seemed to grasp some monumental secret. Covering her mouth with her hands, her eyes wide, nodding emphatically. The sunlight, embodying the utmost young energy of the universe, poured down upon Wu Lu. As a spirit, he felt the ghostly aspect of himself being dispelled, a searing pain emerging, as if he were on the verge of disintegration. Yet, he squinted, a smile gracing his lips as though savoring the moment. Cautiously, he reached into his bosom and retrieved a small parcel, wrapped in a grayish cloth, concealing a rough hairpin. Wu Lu gently placed the hairpin into his wife's hands, awaiting his own dissolution into ash. However, instead of vanishing, he only felt a sharp sting that gradually faded, replaced by the warm embrace of sunlight. His body grew weak, a fierce pain radiating from his shoulders, and as he opened his eyes, his hair had turned entirely white. A pure energy coiled around his palm. Wu Lu's eyes widened as he abruptly lifted his head, only to catch a glimpse of Wei Yuan's silhouette. Emotions arose unbidden. Delving deep, obsession morphed into madness. A single thought could lead to enlightenment. Do you still remember me? I have traversed a long, arduous path, crossing countless mountains and rivers, experiencing life and death, only to return here to see you. Wei Yuan halted, gazing towards the celestial maiden hidden amidst the forested mountains. Thank you, my lady, for aiding Wu Lu. This matter is concluded. Pray tell, what are your intentions moving forward? Chapter 70, The Interstice in Response to Wei Yuan's Inquiry. The celestial maiden turned her back to him, gazing upon the mortal realm she had not seen for over 17 centuries. This was not the ghostly domain from which she had recently awakened. Rather, it was the world she had long cherished, filled with fragrant blossoms, where gentle breezes caressed the treetops and sunlight cascaded through the leaves. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. I wish to see if my old acquaintances still dwell here, to listen to the songs of the mountain spirits, and to find out if the river god still casts his line. Ultimately, I must return to the mountain. The mountain. Wei Yuan had always harbored curiosity about this place, initially believing it to be merely a mountain within the ghostly realm. However, upon hearing her words, it seemed far more complex. With a playful smile, he asked, is the mountain you refer to? The maiden replied, Kunlun Su. Kunlun. Wei Yuan was rendered speechless. She turned to him and said, for the life you saved, you may call me Ju. Wei Yuan, intending to inquire about her surname, soon realized that the celestial maiden of the Qin and Han dynasties was not of this world, and thus did not adhere to the notion of surnames. It was likely that she was referred to by a single character, akin to ancient clans. Since she seemed unconcerned, he too chose not to dwell on the matter and clasped his hands in a gesture of farewell, smiling. Then, Ju, may your journey be smooth. Should you find leisure in the mortal realm again, do seek me out. The maiden nodded, softly replying farewell. With those words, she turned and stepped forward, enveloped in the flowing winds, vanishing from sight in an instant. Wei Yuan stood atop the mountain, sword resting against his shoulder, as he raised his right hand to pluck a fallen leaf carried by the gentle breeze. This journey through the ghostly realm felt dreamlike, memories flooding back as he smiled faintly, releasing the leaf to drift downward before turning to depart. After leaving the mountain, the celestial maiden Ju followed the flowing river. Yet, what lay before her was starkly different from the past. In ancient times, during the pre-Qin and Warring States periods, and even through the Qin, Han, and Wei Jin dynasties, there have been mere changes of dynasties. The essence of the world remained largely unchanged. The cities of Wei from the pre-Qin era might still be in use, and the Great Wall built by the Qin had become a barrier for the Han. However, the chasm between the present and the past was no longer so simple. It was as if the very foundation of the world had shifted. Steel jungles rose abruptly, and mortals now traversed the world at a speed akin to that of iron dragons, piercing through mountains and crossing vast rivers, tirelessly racing between cities. The celestial maiden, having slumbered for a millennium, found it almost unimaginable how drastically the world had transformed. She wished to ask someone for guidance, but felt at a loss for how to initiate the conversation, though she moved swiftly over the course of several days. She had only just awakened. Attempting to wield powerful spells and techniques strained her abilities, leaving her feeling stagnant. As she journeyed, she found no trace of the river god in the Yellow River, nor the mountain spirits among the peaks, deepening her sense of alienation in this unfamiliar world. One day, as the moon ascended to its zenith, casting a cool, silvery light upon the earth, the celestial maiden stood upon a mountain peak, silently observing the bustling lights of the mortal realm below, lost in thought. Her eyes flickered, and with a voice as cold as the night, she called out, "Come forth." A rustling sound followed, revealing an elderly man clad in a simple gray robe, his white hair suggesting he was an ordinary elder. Yet his ability to follow her along her path indicated he was far from ordinary. Sensing a familiar energy emanating from him, she regarded him with surprise. "You are a descendant of Zhang Daoling?" The elder inclined his head slightly, smiling. "I am Zhang Ruosu, a humble practitioner, honored to meet the celestial maiden." As she regarded him, the maiden recalled the legendary Taoist known for his rarity, and her expression softened. "You have been waiting here for me. Is there something you wish to discuss?" The old man nodded, explaining, "It is merely an omen I discerned. I have come to prevent you from returning to Kunlun, at least not at this time." With a flick of his sleeve, the old man altered the wind and water around them, isolating their conversation from the outside world. He then gradually elucidated to the maiden that this was a secret discussion known only to the two of them. Initially surprised, the maiden eventually nodded in agreement. The elder smiled, saying, "In this millennium, the mortal realm has undergone great change. Given your extended lifespan, it would be wise to explore the world first. Should you require assistance, the Tianchi mansion shall surely offer its full support." As the sun rose over the willows, Wei Yuan leisurely awoke, stretching and performing his morning exercises. He practiced the Wuju and ingested medicinal herbs obtained from the Han Dynasty's armory to heal the injuries inflicted by the malevolent energy he had previously wielded. Outside, there was a commotion. It had been over half a month since he returned from the ghostly realm, yet little had changed. The museum remained quiet, with only a few customers. Two small shops had recently closed, changing ownership and undergoing renovations, an event neither large nor small. This area, being part of the old city, was not at the core of Chuancher's development, resulting in a meager flow of people. While the lack of patrons provided a sense of tranquility, it was not conducive to business, and eventually, this place would fade into the memories of the city. Wei Yuan paid little heed to these matters. Although he no longer received a salary, the museum had begun generating income. When the transfer contract was signed, Zhang Hao had been present and seemed to sense Wei Yuan's financial constraints. Originally, he had a salary, but now that the museum belonged to him, there was none. However, after slaying the Ghost King, he received a bounty akin to a police reward, alleviating his financial difficulties. After vanquishing the malevolent entity, Wei Yuan had handed over the yellow talisman to the Special Operations Group. With the information at their disposal, they should be able to uncover clues regarding the identity of the malevolent figure from the talisman. As for his merits, Wei Yuan exchanged 10 merit points for healing medicines from the Han Armory to treat his injuries. He intended to ponder carefully what abilities to acquire once he had fully recovered. Indeed, these days of leisure were rare. Wei Yuan unsheathed his 8-sided Han sword, practicing the Xian Yuan sword technique within the confines of the museum. His swordsmanship had matured, no longer characterized by the initial sharpness and brilliance, but rather tempered like a smooth stone, embodying grace and composure after enduring fierce battles. After several rounds of practice, he sheathed his sword and prepared to open the exterior roller door. The museum must remain open, with spring upon them and the sun warm and gentle. He opened the door to find the Special Operations Group vehicle outside, occupied by Zhang Hao and the visibly excited Shen Jifeng. Upon seeing Wei Yuan, they greeted him, with Shen Jifeng unable to contain his barely concealed excitement. Wei Yuan inquired, "Have you found a lead on the yellow talisman?" Zhang Hao's expression shifted. Wei Yuan pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Is it a breakthrough in spiritual energy research?" Shen Jifeng adjusted his glasses, lowering his gaze. Wei Yuan chuckled. "If it's not about uncovering the malevolent figure's background or a breakthrough in the dissemination of spiritual energy, what has brought you both here with such excitement?" Finally, Shen Jifeng lifted his head and replied, We merely came to assist and to pay a visit. A reclusive senior has decided to descend into the mortal realm, and we are helping with some mundane matters. That senior is undeniably beautiful, understanding, Wei Yuan invited. In that case, why not come inside and take a seat? Wei Yuan welcomed the two individuals, serving them cups of tea. Noticing a bouquet at the entrance, he expressed mild surprise and inquired about the paper figures that habitually frequented the place each morning. After a brief moment of swaying, the two paper figures finally conveyed their message. The flowers were a gift from the newly opened shop across the street. It was then that Wei Yuan observed that the two original shops had merged into a single establishment, a flower shop, where the fragrance of blooming spring flowers wafted gently on the breeze. They were indeed neighbors. With a smile, Wei Yuan placed the flowers in a vase and contemplated the propriety of paying a visit. He turned to the two individuals in the room and mentioned his intention before strolling along the slightly sloped asphalt road, warmed by the sun's embrace. He knocked on the door and said, "Hello, I am from the museum across the street. Thank you for the flowers." "Hello?" Wei Yuan pushed the door open, the tinkling of a bell resonating. He then found himself momentarily frozen in place. Seated amidst a cascade of blossoms on a wicker lounge chair was a young lady clad in a pale yellow dress, with a light knitted vest over her shirt. She lifted her gaze, her black hair cascading like a waterfall, gently placing an ancient tome upon her lap, and nodded, saying, "No need for formality, wahoo." Chapter 71. Disparate treatment. Wei Yuan gazed at the celestial maiden before him, taking a considerable amount of time to comprehend the situation. He finally responded, "Ju, are you not intending to return to Kunlun Su?" The celestial maiden wore a faint smile, her tone gentle as she replied, "I had initially intended to go, but the changes I observed in the mortal realm were profound. Additionally, unforeseen matters arose. I have been informed that Kunlun Mountain seems to have undergone some transformations. It would be prudent to linger a while longer in the human world, allowing me to recuperate from my injuries." Wei Yuan inquired curiously, "Has there been a change in Kunlun Mountain? Who uttered this statement?" The celestial maiden, not particularly concerned, replied, "A young Taoist priest named Zhang Ruosu, a junior disciple from Longhu Mountain. Would you care for some tea?" Wei Yuan etched the name Zhang Ruosu into his memory and, upon hearing her words, smiled and replied, "Then I shall not hold back." The young lady, with a cheerful demeanor, waved her hand lightly, and behind Wei Yuan, a similarly styled Rotten chair materialized. Not one to be overly reserved, he promptly took a seat. An ancient teapot also floated in the air, pouring 2 cups of tea, one landing on the table beside Wei Yuan, intended for guests, while the other hovered beside the celestial maiden. After sipping a cup, even someone as unversed in tea as he was could not help but exclaim, "What excellent tea!" He surmised that the elder Zhang Hao and Shun Jifeng spoke of was indeed the celestial maiden. However, out of curiosity regarding her current identity, he pondered for a moment before asking. She shook her head and said, "Simply consider me a recluse. Others are unaware of my identity. In this alien world, only in your secluded abode can I find a semblance of familiarity." Wei Yuan chuckled and inquired, "Then how should I address you in the presence of others?" The celestial maiden replied, "You may call me Jill." After a moment of contemplation, she inquired further, "What is your courtesy name?" "Wahoo?" "To dwell in proximity. One cannot merely be referred to as a slumbering tiger." Wei Yuan was momentarily taken aback before realizing what the celestial maiden was alluding to. However, he found himself unable to provide a satisfactory response, and could only seek a means to explain to her that this era had long since abandoned the practice of using courtesy names. The celestial maiden, taken aback, remarked, "Does that not mean you possess only a name and no courtesy title?" "In our era, it is indeed so." Wei Yuan chuckled, saying, "Simply refer to me by my name." The celestial maiden pondered for a moment and replied, "Yuan?" Cough, cough, cough. Wei Yuan was savoring his tea when he nearly choked, breaking into a violent fit of coughing. It was only then that he realized Wei was his surname and Yuan his given name, devoid of any courtesy title. In the celestial maiden's perception, it was indeed just that single character, albeit one that had never been used to address him in such a manner throughout his lifetime. Wei Yuan felt a profound awkwardness. After managing to suppress his cough, he managed a wry smile and said, "You may call me Wei Yuan, Old Wei, or Yuan. Any of those will suffice." The celestial maiden nodded in understanding and playfully remarked, "It has been quite some time since I have entertained a guest. There are some refreshments here. Would you care for a bite?" Wei Yuan had not yet partaken of breakfast, and he graciously remarked, "Then I shall not hold back." Zhang Hao and Shen Jifeng waited in vain for Wei Yuan's return. As elite disciples of the Tianshi mansion in Quanshi, they were tasked with welcoming this esteemed elder who had just re-entered the world, assisting her with various life challenges. They had heard tales of certain elders who would retreat into the mountains for decades, returning only to find the world drastically changed, requiring the assistance of the younger generation. Yet, while they had only heard of such occurrences, they now found themselves witnessing it firsthand. To their surprise, this elder, reputedly of profound cultivation, appeared no older than 20. Though her demeanor distinctly set her apart as someone extraordinary. Zhang Hao glanced at the time and remarked, "It seems that the Master Wei's visit has extended for quite some time." Shen Jifeng, recalling something, expressed concern, "Brother, do you think Master Wei might inadvertently offend that elder?" Zhang Hao instinctively wanted to dismiss the notion, asserting that Master Wei was not one to act recklessly. However, he suddenly recalled the elder's high status and the decades she had spent in seclusion, which likely had imparted her with a different perspective. The societal norms of her era were vastly different from the present. A careless word might indeed cause unintentional offense. Furthermore, he noted that the elder, while not difficult to engage with, bore a somewhat aloof demeanor. The possibility of inadvertently offending her through careless conversation sent a jolt of unease through him, prompting him and Shen Jifeng to hasten toward the flower shop across the street. Their anxiety mounted, yet before they reached the entrance, they caught sight through the glass window of Master Wei and the elder engaged in cheerful conversation. It appeared that Master Wei was quite at ease in the elder's presence, in stark contrast to the air of secrecy he maintained around them. The elder's expression was calm and gentle, adorned with a slight smile reminiscent of a refreshing spring breeze sweeping down from the mountains. The two rushed out, slowed their pace, struck by the scene. Zhang Hao, Shen Jifeng, Wei Yuan noticed the pair standing woodenly behind the window and recalled the celestial maiden he had encountered in peril. Realizing he had become somewhat carried away in conversation, he exchanged a few parting words and prepared to take his leave. The celestial maiden placed the ancient scroll down and rose to see him off. As she exited, under the silent gaze of Zhang Hao and Shen Jifeng, Wei Yuan smiled, saying, "We shall be neighbors henceforth. I look forward to your kindness, Jill." As he spotted the two members of the special operations team, he calmly added the words, "Boss, and see you later." Zhang Hao and Shen Jifeng beheld the elder, her hands gracefully folded at her abdomen, clad in modern attire yet exuding an elegance akin to the lotus blooms of Westlake. They stood momentarily transfixed by her serene smile and nod. Wei Yuan gave a light pat on their shoulders and said, "Let us go. Or do you wish to purchase flowers?" Zhang Hao and Shen Jifeng watched as Wei Yuan effortlessly returned to the museum, bustling about in preparation for the opening. Turning their heads, they noticed the celestial maiden giving a slight nod before retreating into the flower shop. There, she settled into a wicker chaise lounge, slowly perusing an ancient scroll. Appearing somewhat bewildered, Zhang Hao glanced at Shen Jifeng and inquired, "Did the senior just smile?" Shen Jifeng nodded and said, "You laughed. Did you laugh many times?" On numerous occasions, Zhang Hao found himself engulfed in contemplation and self-doubt. Was his previous demeanor of indifference a reflection of our inadequate performance? I highly doubt it. Hey, what are you two little ones pondering? Just as the two were entangled in the dilemma of whether they had been impolite or whether there lay another hidden interpretation within their hearts, a man clad in a trench coat suddenly materialized beside them. He playfully tapped his fingers on the foreheads of the two members of the action team, startling them before he broke into a warm smile, gazing at them with amusement. "Master Uncle, how did you come here?" Shen Jifeng's eyes widened, clearly taken aback and pleasantly surprised. The man, appearing to be just over 30, chuckled, remarking, "Isn't it that the higher-ups are worried about your manners in hosting the elders? That's why I was sent here. However, I just observed that this esteemed elder seems quite amiable. Perhaps the superiors are overthinking it. They insist on the utmost decorum. Yet she doesn't appear so rigid." He patted Zhang Hao on the shoulder and confidently strode into the flower shop. Cupping his hands in greeting, he said, "Disciple Zhang Yu of Longhu Mountain, paying respects to the esteemed elder. Should you have any matters, please feel free to instruct this junior." The celestial maiden maintained a serene demeanor, responding, "Thank you for your concern." Nearby was a wicker chair. Zhang Yu had previously noticed someone seated there, specifically the owner of the shop from earlier. However, seeing that the elder did not invite him to sit, he felt it inappropriate to take a seat uninvited and stood awkwardly instead, feeling somewhat embarrassed. As he caught the fragrant aroma of tea wafting through the air, he noticed the teacup on the small table beside him. Having cultivated in the mountains, he had always cherished tea and could not help but engage, saying, "Esteemed elder Jew, this tea is truly fragrant. Might I, as a humble junior, dare to request a cup of tea from you? Though my words are framed in a tone befitting my youth, it does not seem overly presumptuous. Yet, silence greets my inquiry. The air feels slightly chilled." Raising my gaze, I noticed the young lady's expression lacks the gentle smile she bore while conversing with others. Instead, it is tinged with a hint of irritation. Her finely arched brows furrow slightly as she reproaches, "How dare you address me so directly? Has the Tianchi Pavilion not instructed you in proper etiquette?" Zhang Yu, huh? This is not at all like our earlier encounter. Zhang Hao and Shen Jifeng watch in bewilderment as the flower shop's door swings open, and suddenly, Zhang Yu is unceremoniously ejected from the establishment as if lifted by an invisible hand, landing abruptly on the ground. The two glance at the young lady, whose countenance is now veiled in a thin layer of frost, seemingly displeased, and then at the bewildered Zhang Yu. After a moment's contemplation, they turn to the cheerful shopkeeper, exchanging glances that reveal an unspoken understanding. There is undoubtedly something amiss. Chapter 72. Dream. How long has it been since you leisurely and peacefully immersed yourself in a book? Not for the sake of its knowledge that could benefit you, nor as an escape from your obligations. Merely for the beauty of the prose, to seek a tranquil afternoon. A wicker chair, a cup of tea, whether good or bad, and a fleeting moment to savor, free from the worries of life and the burdens of social obligations. Allowing yourself to be wholly absorbed in the text. With a creak, the wooden door swung open, releasing a cloud of dust into the narrow room. The dust swirled up and settled down as Zhai Yanjun, covering his mouth and nose, frowned at the cramped space. Following the old man's passing, little remained, only the books that filled the room. Clutching a last glimmer of hope, he searched through them but found nothing of value, such as checks or savings books. Sitting on the narrow sofa, surrounded by books, he sighed. What use are these books? They hold even less value than the room itself. Discontent brewed within him as he surveyed the collection, which consisted largely of ordinary old volumes. Most were purchased by the deceased over the years, mere printed editions. Hardly worth anything, with some even handwritten. Zhai Yanjun picked one up, its cover reduced to a mere character, and upon opening it, he discovered it was riddled with missing text. Scanning the remaining content, he found a copy of Gu Hong's Records of Immortals, albeit an old handwritten version. Strangely, all instances of the term immortal had vanished, as if they had never existed, while the other words, though yellowed, remained intact. He discovered other handwritten works, all similarly lacking the term immortal. Zhai Yanjun paid little mind, preoccupied with the prospect of disposing of the books. They were far too old, and keeping them served no purpose. Newer, superior editions existed, and with society's shift towards digital reading, the number of those who indulged in physical books had dwindled, particularly with such antiquated texts. Considering the possibility of selling them, he called a book collector, who promptly arrived and weighed the books for sale. However, the collector, possessing a discerning eye, sifted through the collection and rejected all the flawed manuscripts, insisting they would only bring him trouble if sold. He casually suggested that Zhai Yanjun seek out places that specialized in collecting antiquities, as they might be interested, or simply tuck them away. The collector rode off on a tricycle, leaving Zhai Yanjun with a headache. Collecting old items? He pondered and suddenly recalled a private folk museum in the old district, which had previously paid for antiquities. Meanwhile, Wei Yuan consumed elixirs that gradually expelled the malevolent energy from his internal organs, healing the injuries he sustained during his encounter with the Ghost King in Lu Village's ghost realm over the course of half a month. It cost him 10 merit points. In the past, the merit earned from vanquishing demons would scarcely suffice for healing. Yet, ordinary spirits and demons posed no significant threat to him now. Wei Yuan lured a multitude of spirits out of the inner chamber, using 3 cans of ice-cold cola, then sealed the doors and windows. He affixed yellow talismans at 4 corners and sat cross-legged on a prepared mat, breathing deeply as he practiced the crouching tiger technique, a unique skill passed down through generations of the Si Li Xiao Wei. Before him, characters materialized in the air. He expended 30 merit points to attain a deeper understanding of the crouching tiger technique. In an instant, 30 merit points dissipated, and the crouching tiger badge glimmered faintly. Subsequently, a talisman-like essence flew from the badge into Wei Yuan's spiritual realm, altering the flow of the crouching tiger technique, making it more intricate and gradually reaching perfection. Wei Yuan gently closed his eyes, absorbing the prior experiences stored within the badge. At his current level, Wei Yuan's cultivation was akin to that of an officer commanding 1,200 subordinates during the reign of Emperor Wu of Han, merely a member of the elite. However, upon breaking through, he would gain official status, able to pursue and capture demons throughout the land. The 30 merit points exchanged for this experience guided the flow of his magical energy. He meditated, striving to memorize this elevated sensation of the technique. Time passed, and the talisman born from his merit points gradually faded without his notice as he concentrated on the technique's operation. Gradually, the crouching tiger technique became second nature. Suddenly, his body quivered as if a fierce tiger roared lowly beside him, and his consciousness expanded. When he finally regained awareness, the crouching tiger technique stabilized at this level, flowing naturally within him. An invisible aura emanated from his being. Had he donned ancient wide-sleeved robes, they would have billowed dramatically, and his hair would have floated. Yet, in this era, there were no such occurrences. Only a subtle flow of magical energy circulated behind him, hinting at a vibrant tiger's low growl, before dissipating. Wei Yuan practiced the technique several more times before opening his eyes, clenching his fist, but he felt no surge of power that often accompanies a breakthrough. Unlike the dark arts, where one might sacrifice something to gain extraordinary power, righteous techniques fundamentally enhance one's essence through the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, a process that inherently requires time. The advancement in technique merely signifies a greater capacity to manipulate spiritual energy, hastening bodily transformations and raising the ceiling of potential. Furthermore, it allowed for deeper utilization of magical energy, manifesting as the ability to imbue swords with power, enabling even mundane materials to harm spirits, and enhancing the effects of spiritual infusion techniques. With the remaining merit points, Wei Yuan intended to wait until he mastered the technique before exploring the records of various battlefields inscribed in the Crouching Tiger badge. Each generation of Crouching Tiger would document formidable foes and notable spirits, preserving their essence for future officers to refine their skills. The key is the transmission of experience, preventing the Crouching Tiger from faltering against certain spirits. This way, the prestigious title, passed down for over a millennium, would not be tarnished by the folly of a descendant. As for the alluring thunder techniques, the merit required was exorbitant, unless he forsook advancing the Crouching Tiger technique and neglected his recovery. He could hardly afford even the introductory thunder techniques, thus they would have to be set aside for now. However, the thunder techniques were transmitted by Zhang Daoling, instilling in Wei Yuan the illusion of having a sheep he could shear for all it's worth. The thunder deity of the Taoist pantheon, Zhao Gongming, also known as the Marshal of the Primordial Xian Altar, was historically significant, having protected Zhang Daoling during his alchemical practices. Ever since he learned this tale from Taoist Methods compilation, Wei Yuan found it difficult to regard the title of the Marshal of the Primordial Xian Altar with the respect it deserved. Sensing an uncanny similarity to his certain general of the heavenly forces, exhaling a breath of frustration, Wei Yuan wielded his eight-sided Han sword and practiced his swordsmanship. The flow of magical energy more fluid than ever. Fueled by enthusiasm, the sword's momentum intensified, its sound echoing like thunder. The cold light of the sword resembled falling snowflakes. Suddenly, a surge of magical energy coursed through the blade, slicing through the air. The crack echoed as Wei Yuan halted his movements, glancing down to see a dark gash appear on the already small refrigerator, sparks flying and smoke rising. Wei Yuan opened his mouth, realizing the sword energy had disrupted the yellow talisman at the entrance, prompting the spirits outside to peek in, only to find Wei Yuan calmly retracting his sword, alongside the utterly ruined refrigerator. Water ghost. On the ground, a spirit whimpered, its mouth agape. Wailing ensued, as it swore to find someone to repair the refrigerator by tomorrow. If it could not be fixed, it would purchase an even larger one, at the cost of 3 bottles of ice-cold cola and a bowl of exquisite meat and egg noodles. The colonel successfully reached a consensus with the 3 spirits and ruthlessly vetoed the request of the red-embroidered shoes to play the song Marriage Attire at 3 in the morning. He clapped his hands, placing 2 layers of yellow talismans over the gleeful iron scissors, thereby restoring peace to the museum. It was a cause for celebration. After much effort to dismiss the spirits, Wei Yuan exhaled deeply and looked outside. Night had fallen. He casually consumed some food and practiced his techniques several times to suppress the joy brought by his recent breakthrough, before washing up and resting. However, this time, the breakthrough of the sleeping tiger technique did not grant him a restful slumber. He found himself once again ensnared by that dream. In a desolate mountain temple, the ground was stained red with the blood of countless corpses. This time, Wei Yuan stood directly within the temple, sword drawn, gazing around in bewilderment. Accompanied by a fierce tiger's roar, the threshold of the temple transformed into a set of gleaming white fangs, while the lofty, cavernous interior morphed into a scarlet maw. The entire temple enveloped in a dreamlike state, resembling the head of a ferocious tiger ready to pounce. Wei Yuan barely had time to grip his sword tightly and execute a desperate horizontal slash before he was consumed and torn apart. Wei Yuan jolted awake from the nightmare, gasping for breath in a state of panic. His breathing was rapid, and it took some time for him to calm down. Yet again, it was that dream. Though it felt long and simple, an entire night had passed. Lacking any desire to sleep further, he prepared to rise, only to pause in surprise as he noticed the sword that should have been hanging on the wall was now at his side, unsheathed, with a thin stream of fresh blood trickling down its well-maintained blade. The lingering malevolence of the sword still firmly guarded its master. This dream, along with the sword's peculiar condition, left Wei Yuan in a state of confusion. After contemplating for a moment, he decided to knock on the door of the flower shop across the way. Though they were friends, he still found it difficult to share certain matters with Zhang, Hao, and Zhou. However, when it came to the celestial maiden who was aware of their hidden identities, such reservations did not apply. Despite her own injuries, her strength and understanding surpassed his, and she could certainly provide insightful and effective advice. Wei Yuan recounted the details of his dream to the celestial maiden. The young woman rested her chin on her hand in thought before pointing to the sofa beside her. "You should take a nap now, and let me observe." Chapter 73. The reliable ancient's Wei Yuan gazed in astonishment at the celestial maiden, repeating the young girl's words. "Sleep now? Here?" The celestial maiden nodded and said, "If this is a spell cast upon you, then perhaps by falling asleep now, you might still perceive some faint traces which would allow you to ascertain the origin of this dream and its possible connection to the Mountain Lord." With the maiden's words, Wei Yuan had no choice but to recline on the sofa, gazing at the ceiling. The sofa was too small for him to fully stretch out, leaving his lower legs dangling. The maiden, adorned in a long dress and modern attire, leaned against a wicker chair, less than half a meter away from him. She lowered her head to peruse the scroll resting on her lap, the sound of her fingers gliding over the pages creating a gentle rustle. White steam rose from the spout of the teapot. It evoked a nostalgic feeling reminiscent of his childhood at his grandmother's house. Gradually, Wei Yuan's heart calmed, and he drifted into a hazy slumber. In the realm of dreams, the vision remained enveloped in the dimness of sky and earth. The Taoist temple was shrouded in an impenetrable mist. Wei Yuan stood within the temple, which possessed an expansive and lofty interior, exuding an oppressive glow. A stone-carved deity, draped in crimson and gold, sat high above, observing him with an expression that hinted at astonishment. Perhaps it too did not expect this individual to return after breaking free from the dream. Wei Yuan noticed that he seemed closer to the deity this time. Accompanied by a low, thunderous roar akin to a tiger's growl, the entire temple transformed into the snarling visage of a ferocious tiger, poised to strike. Wei Yuan raised his hand, and his familiar eight-sided sword materialized. He swung it with all his might, but as he gazed at the sword, which was hardly larger than the tiger's fangs, despair washed over him. At that moment, he heard a faint, delicate sound, the rustle of fingers brushing against paper. The dreamscape froze in an instant. The menacing tiger, with its chilling teeth, seemed to lose its color, and the world turned to shades of gray. Wei Yuan drew his sword, his expression one of bewilderment, only to behold the celestial maiden, clutching the scroll, manifesting within his dream. The maiden approached Wei Yuan. Gazing at this vivid dream, and with a sweep of her hand, the dream disintegrated into ash, leaving behind a talisman with an inky base, adorned with blood-like patterns. Upon the extraction of this talisman, the dream shattered into fragments. Wei Yuan slowly opened his eyes to find himself staring at the ceiling of the flower shop. The water in the teapot beside him had just begun to boil. The celestial maiden held a talisman in her hand, which appeared to possess a will of its own, thrashing about in an attempt to escape, yet it could not break free from the maiden's grasp. Eventually, it gradually lost its magical essence and vanished from sight. She turned to Wei Yuan and said, "It is Berkey." The existence of such a formidable ancient demon still lingering in this age astonished him. Wei Yuan inquired, "Berkey?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wei Yuan was about to shake his head. But then he recalled the image of another lamp-bearing maiden beneath the mountain lord in the scroll of strange forces. His expression grew serious as he relayed the matter to the celestial maiden. The young woman pondered for a moment and remarked, "If that is the case, it is highly probable that Berkey is an entire race of monsters, once subdued by humans to devour the malevolent spirits of dreams. The mountain lord was conferred during the reign of Emperor Wu of Han, so it is not unusual for a Berkey to serve as an attendant to the mountain lord. Perhaps her deep affection for the painted feathered bird you have slain drives her to seek your demise through dreams. Alternatively, it could be that in your earlier slaying of the mountain lord's corporeal form, you unwittingly left a hidden opportunity for revenge, orchestrated by the mountain lord, leading you to an unknowing death in the realm of dreams." Wei Yuan opened his mouth, once again realizing the meticulous methods of these ancient creatures, and he smiled wryly, saying, "If I were to be devoured by that fierce tiger in my dreams." The celestial maiden replied, "Dreams are intrinsically linked to the soul. Should you continue to perish within your dreams, the frequency of such occurrences may cause the disintegration of your 3 souls and 7 spirits. The soul may perish while the body remains alive. In the preaching era, many techniques were aimed at the soul rather than the corporeal form, precisely because they are not easily traced for revenge. This mark has been dispelled by me, yet you may have already attracted attention. If the mountain lord enters the mortal realm, he will surely seek you out directly. Furthermore, the manipulation of dreams is a bidirectional enchantment. That Berkey has only just freed itself from its seal, and its cultivation has likely not yet recovered significantly. The temple you have observed may signify that the mountain lord and Berkey are currently hiding within. Moreover, they should not be far away, otherwise her current powers would not suffice to enact sorcery within dreams." The celestial maiden spoke softly, elucidating the origins, reasons, and dangers of that sinister dream realm, allowing Wei Yuan to find solace. He tightened his grip on the sword in his hand, noticing a fresh streak of blood along its blade, and inquired with curiosity, "Then what of this sword?" The celestial maiden gently tapped the sword's body with her finger, saying, "This sword has likely severed quite a number of demons and spirits in a short span." Wei Yuan nodded, recalling each detail with precision: the painted skin, the 5 fierce ghost generals, the wicked sorcerers, the ghost king of the nether realm, and the original flesh of the mountain lord. "It was through this sword that I traversed these trials." The celestial maiden manifested a faint smile, her tone light and soothing as she replied, "Thus, it is quite reasonable. In ancient times, there were renowned swords that possessed the ability to sense and provide warnings. The material and craftsmanship of your sword are exceptional. Having accompanied you in vanquishing these demons and formidable foes, it has likely absorbed the malevolent essence and blood of the spirits, thus developing its own sentience. The legacy of the crouching tiger may indeed hold the secrets to sword forging, you might find a way to reforging this blade. During the pre-Qin period, nations were embroiled in conflict, and the chivalrous spirit flourished during the Qin and Han dynasties. Beyond the techniques of dueling with swords, there existed methods of striking from afar with the sword, with the likes of Lu Gojin at the forefront, and during the Han Wu era, the notable Lei Bei from Huainan was among the elite. You may wish to pursue such practices. Furthermore, it appears that this broken sword serves as a vessel for a Yin spirit. Wei Yuan nodded, drawing forth the broken sword, and recounted the matter concerning the spirit of the chief family soldier in detail. The celestial maiden appeared contemplative, remarking, "You may effortlessly transfer his soul's resting place to the soul-nurturing wood within your abode. Thus, in future conflicts, should the broken sword suffer damage, he shall remain unharmed." Wei Yuan naturally assented and inquired whether such a spell was also found within the legacy of the hidden tiger. The celestial maiden casually set aside the scroll, rising to head towards the museum, saying, "This is merely a simple enchantment. I once observed the chancellor of the Han Dynasty as he delved into the arts of soul preservation. I was a mere spectator. Yet I gleaned some understanding of this technique. With a flick of my wrist, I shall assist you." Curiously, Wei Yuan asked, "The chancellor of Han. Could it be Zhuge Liang? What kind of person is he?" The celestial maiden pondered for a moment and replied, "In my youth, I was fond of laughter, exuding a serene joy. I reveled in music, literature, chess, mechanical arts, the enigmatic strategies of the cosmos, and even the humble pursuits of agriculture, floriculture, and culinary arts to please my wife. It appeared there was nothing beyond my capabilities, often likened to a prodigy destined for immortality, perhaps rivaling the talents of Zhang Daoling. However, after the age of 40, my laughter became a rarity. I once encountered him in Nanyang, where I, along with a few friends, listened to his melodious singing. Yet, upon returning to the mountains for a time, when he graced the earthly realm once more, he could no longer serenade with the same fervor as before. It seemed that the passing of a man named Liu Bei had cast a shadow upon him. The celestial maiden effortlessly entrusted the spirit of the Qijia army to the soul-nurturing tree, then remarked, "At times, the emotions between humans are not so easily comprehended." Wei Yuan nodded, sensing a profound depth in the girl before him, which contrasted starkly with her youthful appearance. It was as if, just moments ago, she discerned the intricacies of his unresolved dilemmas with ease and offered him guidance in his cultivation. For him, these were merely historical figures or events, while for her, they were genuine acquaintances, long lost yet fondly remembered. At that moment, the repairman Wei Yuan had previously scheduled arrived on a small motorcycle. Upon inspecting the refrigerator, the calm demeanor on the repairman's face gradually faded. He lit a cigarette and stared at the refrigerator door, which seemed to mock his profession. His hand trembled slightly, and he wondered just how much force it would take to inadvertently create such a gash with a kitchen knife. Glancing at the elegant celestial maiden and the seemingly normal Wei Yuan, the repairman muttered, "Let us just replace it. It can't be fixed," before departing on his motorcycle, contemplating whether to report a potential domestic dispute. If there were a fight, would the young girl not be the most pitiable? Wei Yuan cast a glance at the specters that were eagerly watching him. "It can't be repaired," he declared. One of the water ghosts collapsed onto the ground, grinning. Wei Yuan sighed. "I'll go buy a new one." Instantly, the water ghost sprang back to life, brimming with energy. The celestial maiden looked inquisitively at the refrigerator and asked, "What is this?" Wei Yuan paused for a moment and replied, "Didn't the Tianshi mansion explain it to you?" Seeing her shake her head, he had no choice but to elucidate the purpose of the refrigerator. After a moment's thought, he added, "I need to visit the home appliance market. Ju, would you like to join me and take a look outside?" After a brief contemplation, the celestial maiden nodded with delight. Following some discussion, they decided to take the bus, as the maiden appeared intrigued by this modern chariot capable of carrying many passengers and wished to experience it for herself. While waiting for the bus, Wei Yuan could not help but whisper, "Ju, you know how to ride the bus, right?" The girl nodded gracefully. Feeling reassured, Wei Yuan boarded first and turned to see the maiden ascend the steps. She pulled a piece of silver from her sleeve and naturally attempted to deposit it into the fare collection area. The silver gleamed with the luster of precious metal, causing the driver to become wary. Wei Yuan's eye twitched, and almost instinctively, he reached out, snatching the silver from her hand, and then produced his bus card to swipe for payment, offering an awkward smile to the impatient driver. "I'll cover her fare." He gave the celestial maiden a knowing glance and settled into a seat at the back. After some thought, Wei Yuan chose a window seat for her, sitting beside her. He opened his hand to reveal the weighty silver piece, his lips twitching. "It's real," he murmured. The maiden furrowed her brows, tilting her head as she silently mouthed, "What did I do wrong? Paying for the bus should not be incorrect." Wei Yuan, too, opened his mouth in silence and replied, "It is indeed about paying. But this cannot be used for bus fare." "Why not?" she queried, perplexed, as the bus slowly maneuvered through the old town. Where the soft pink petals of the flowering plum danced in the breeze, sunlight caressed the maiden's cheek. She curiously regarded Wei Yuan, her confusion palpable as she insisted, "How can silver not be money?" Wei Yuan, writing daily life is truly a challenge. Chapter 74. Amiable demeanor. As it was past working hours and the bus was traversing the old district, it was unusually uncrowded, affording the driver a leisurely pace through streets lined with ancient trees and gentle slopes, creating a tranquil atmosphere. Wei Yuan racked his brains, attempting to elucidate the principles of modern currency to a maiden whose memories vaguely resided after the Qin and Han dynasties. Around the time of the demise of the Kingdom of Will, he sought to convey that contemporary practices differed from those of antiquity, where one could not simply settle the bill with loose silver or gold nuggets after a roadside supper. The celestial maiden swiftly grasped Wei Yuan's explanation. "So, other objects have supplanted the role of silver?" Wei Yuan nodded and proceeded to elucidate the existence of mobile payment systems. The maiden fell into contemplation, regarding the numerals on the phone with some skepticism. Wei Yuan was about to launch into an explanation, roughly akin to that of a bank, when it occurred to him that the existence of such institutions in the maiden's era was uncertain. A gulf of nearly 2 millennia rendered daily life unrecognizable, a veritable chasm. Just as he began to feel a headache coming on, the maiden smiled gently and said, "It is still quite fascinating, this human world. There are always new things, perpetually offering us novelty. It is no wonder those on the mountain yearn to descend in secret. Only a few thousand years have passed since humans began building cities. Even Emperor Xianyuan could scarcely imagine what the future would hold." Wei Yuan hesitated. "You have met the Yellow Emperor?" The celestial maiden shook her head. "I have not. His era is too ancient. My age is too young, but I have heard that 2 elder celestial maidens once met him. The 2 were. The elder sister was Xian Envy, and the other was called Ba." Wei Yuan found himself speechless. Wei Yuan and the celestial maiden disembarked not far from an appliance shopping center. Selecting based on functionality, they swiftly purchased a new refrigerator, specifically requesting a large capacity to produce ample iced cola and including popsicle molds to freeze the cola overnight for cola-flavored popsicles, designed explicitly for the museum. After arranging delivery, Wei Yuan decided to take the rare opportunity to stroll around, especially with the celestial maiden. Wei Yuan was unsure whether the members of the Celestial Master's mansion had forgotten or simply disregarded these matters. They had not preemptively explained the nuances of this era to the Celestial Maiden. Thus, Wei Yuan witnessed her bewilderment and curiosity regarding the changes of the times, offering explanations as needed. Soon, it was midday, and Wei Yuan suggested dining near the mall. The Celestial Maiden slowly nodded. Wei Yuan mused, "Ju, what did you eat during your time in the human realm?" He intended to select foods that would be palatable to her. The Celestial Maiden initially replied, "We do not require sustenance." After a moment, she added, "However, the common folk primarily consumed flatbreads and rice, along with fresh and pickled vegetables. Affluent families would preserve meat with salt, fashioning it into jerky. Diets were largely vegetarian, and even the wealthy only indulged in meat during festivals." Wei Yuan nodded. "I understand roughly." They entered a restaurant and ordered several lighter dishes, along with porridge and noodles. Flatbreads of old, at least during the Wei and Jin dynasties, encompassed all wheat-based foods, whether boiled, steamed, or baked. He had intended to order preserved egg and lean pork congee, but, mindful that the maiden might not accept the contemporary ingredient of preserved egg, he opted for vegetable and lean pork congee instead. The celestial maiden sampled the flavor, a look of surprise on her face. "It is very good." She took a second sip, remarking that it was far superior to the flavors of the Jin dynasty. Wei Yuan smiled. After all, over 1,000 years have passed. The maiden stirred the porridge with her spoon, slowly nodding. "Yes, some customs, I find, temporarily incomprehensible." She gazed out the window. Spring was nearing its end, and the weather was growing warmer each day. Young women, clad in fashionable and revealing attire, exposing arms and slender legs, strolled along the streets, a common sight in the modern metropolis, one to which most had grown accustomed. While hot pants and tank tops might still elicit parental disapproval, shorts and short sleeves were commonplace, accepted even by the elderly. However, this excluded the maiden beside Wei Yuan, who hailed from the Qin and Han dynasties, an era defined by decorum and elegance. She furrowed her brow, looking at Wei Yuan. The women of this era are. So, Wei Yuan glanced at the celestial maiden, who was swathed in layers of clothing. A shirt and knitted vest above, and a long skirt that extended to her feet below. He explained with a headache, it is the prevailing trend. Everyone has gradually become more confident and open. It is somewhat different from ancient times. The celestial maiden nodded slowly, but Wei Yuan suspected it would take a long time. Or rather, she could merely accept it, while she herself would likely continue to dress as she did now. Wei Yuan thought of something and turned to the celestial maiden. By the way, did the people from the Celestial Master's mansion prepare a mobile phone for you? The celestial maiden nodded. Yes, they did. She retrieved a black phone. The same encrypted type used by the Special Operations team. Wei Yuan explained its functions, smiling. With this, you can contact friends even from afar. He entered his phone number and demonstrated how to use it. Noticing that the celestial maiden's phone was virtually empty, save for one online messaging application, he found it peculiar. The celestial maiden explained, the little Taoist from the Celestial Master's mansion prepared this, saying that it could be used to contact him when phone calls were inconvenient. The little Taoist from the Celestial Master's mansion? Wei Yuan paused, recalling the maiden's mention of a Taoist named Zhang Ruosu, a descendant of the Zhang lineage. He must be a direct disciple of the Celestial Master's mansion. Wei Yuan pondered, recalling that Bo Qi had left a talisman on him. He was uncertain whether this talisman was exclusive to him or whether Zhou Yi, the members of the Special Operations team, and the soldiers of the Divine Machine Battalion who had participated in the event had also been marked. He had been freed from the dream curse by the Celestial Maiden, but the others had not had such fortune. This matter was significant, and rather than informing Zhang Hao and Zhou Yi, it would be better to inform a direct descendant of the Celestial Master's mansion, which would ensure that the matter received greater attention. After a moment, Wei Yuan said, Zhu, could you recommend his account to me? The Celestial Maiden readily agreed. With Wei Yuan's assistance, she sent the recommendation. In such applications, when one party recommends a friend, they are identified as the recommender, and both parties are notified. Wei Yuan saw that Zhang Ruosu's profile picture was of a black tabby cat sleeping in the snow. Soon, Wei Yuan's friend request was accepted. After a moment, Wei Yuan typed a message. Hello, fellow Taoist Zhang. I am Wei Yuan. I apologize for this intrusion, but I have something to inform you of. The reply was almost instantaneous. So it is fellow Taoist Wei. I have long admired you. Please, tell me what it is. The other party's attitude was amicable. Wei Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. After a few pleasantries, he informed Zhang Ruosu of the curse of Bo Qi and the possibility that the Mountain Lord might be lingering in a Taoist temple in the Jiangnan region. The latter quickly replied that he was aware of it and sent a gesturing cat emoji. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for informing me of this matter. It is nothing. I am the one who should be apologizing for intruding. Not at all. Not at all. Well, you are too kind. After the brief exchange, with a promise to keep in touch whenever possible, Wei Yuan concluded the conversation and turned his gaze to the celestial maiden across from him, who was engrossed in her mobile device. He chuckled, remarking, this Taoist is rather trendy, not as conventional as I had imagined. The celestial maiden nodded, still focused on her phone, her delicate fingers gliding across the screen as she switched input methods. Suddenly, Wei Yuan's phone chimed, and he initially thought it was a message from the Taoist Zhang. However, upon checking, he discovered it was a message from the celestial maiden, her first communication since arriving in this era. I am Zhu, she wrote, accompanied by a perfectly rendered smile emoticon. Wei Yuan glanced at the young lady, bemused, and explained, in this context, that emoticon has evolved beyond mere smiling. It typically conveys a sense of questioning the other person's intentions. Well, that's how it is. He casually opened his phone and sent a reply, I am Wei Yuan. Closing his phone, he smiled and added, that should suffice. Meanwhile, in the museum, several ghostly entities awaited, their attention piqued by a knock at the door. Hello. Is anyone there? The water ghost's eyes lit up. Has the fridge been delivered? They hurried to the door, only to find a man in his 30s standing there, holding a cardboard box brimming with books.